Chapter 1. The Promise of Emeralds. If you love tales of forbidden realms where death blooms like flowers, where heroes speak to the very earth beneath their feet, then subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a story from the Story Cauldron. Like this chapter if you dare to enter the Verdant Abyss alongside Su Lingyun, where every plant is a predator and every breath could be your last. The morning light filtered through the jade-green lattices of the Emerald Vein Sect's herbalist hall, casting striped shadows across rows of carefully tended spirit plants. Su Lingyun moved between them with reverent care, his fingers brushing against soft leaves and delicate petals as he assessed their cultivation cycle. At 20 years old, he carried himself with the ease of someone who had found his place in the world, not among swords and cultivation robes meant for lightning-fast ascension, but here, among the green things that grew. His robe was plain gray silk, marked only with the inner disciple's insignia on his left sleeve. His hands bore calluses from the work, soil caught beneath his fingernails, small scars from thorns and medicinal barbs. Most of the sect's younger disciples pursued the flashy paths, sword cultivation, body tempering, the visible accumulation of qi that could be measured by the glow in one's core. Su Lingyun had chosen differently. "You're talking to them again," a voice called from the doorway. Su Lingyun glanced back to see Wei Shan, his closest friend since their acceptance into the sect 3 years prior. Wei Shan was broader across the shoulders, his hands calloused from sword practice, his robes marked with the shimmer of a cultivator who regularly pushed his qi through combat exercises. Where Su Lingyun whispered to leaves, Wei Shan whispered to steel. Su Lingyun smiled. "The crimson ginseng has been pale for 2 days. I think the alchemists overharvested its siblings last spring. It needs time." He pressed his palm flat against the soil, feeling the faint pulse of the root system beneath. "And encouragement. Talking to it encourages it." Wei Shan stepped inside, his curiosity genuine. That was one of the things Su Lingyun valued in him. Wei Shan never mocked his path, even though it earned him knowing looks from the other disciples. Attention encourages it. Everything alive responds to care. Su Lingyun straightened, brushing soil from his robes. "The master herbalist says that spirit plants, at their core, are no different from us. They want to grow, to flourish, to fulfill their nature. A blade wants to cut, a root wants to drink." Wei Shan dropped onto a wooden stool near the potting station, his expression clouding. "I've come with bad news, actually. Elder Zhao is holding trials for the advancement to Foundation establishment. He's selecting disciples from among the inner ranks." Su Lingyun's hands paused in their work. Foundation establishment was the second major cultivation realm, the threshold where a cultivator became something more than a talented youth. It meant increased lifespan, greater resilience, the ability to project one's qi beyond the body in meaningful ways. "That's excellent news for you," Su Lingyun said, and he meant it. "It should be excellent for you as well." Wei Shan's jaw tightened. Except Lu Heng lobbied Elder Zhao directly. He told him that herbalism was a support discipline, not a primary cultivation path. He said disciples like you dilute the sect's martial reputation. Lu Heng, senior brother Lu Heng, who cultivated in the Thunder Peak discipline, who had achieved Foundation establishment at the remarkable age of 19, who basked in the attention of the Elder Council and seemed determined to remind everyone beneath him of their place in the hierarchy. "Did Elder Zhao agree?" Su Lingyun asked. Elder Zhao is cautious, but he respected the opinion. Wei Shan leaned forward, his voice lowering. "Brother Su, your talent is genuine. You should petition the elders yourself. Show them that herbalism is an essential cultivation art. Half the sect's elixirs come from your preparations." Su Lingyun returned his attention to the crimson ginseng, running his thumb over its topmost leaf. The plant trembled faintly under his touch, whether from his movement or from some response to his presence, he couldn't say. But there was something there, a subtle connection that deepened each time he entered this hall. "I'll petition them," he said softly. "But not because Lu Heng doubted me. Because I have something to prove to myself." He turned to look at his friend directly. "Advance past Foundation establishment with honor, Wei Shan. Be the kind of senior disciple who lifts others, not the kind who pushes them down." Wei Shan nodded slowly, and some tension left his shoulders. "The elders appreciate your work, Brother Su. More than you know. Master Herbalist has spoken highly of your progress. If you continue as you have been, the path to excellence will open. After Wei Shan departed, Su Lingyun remained alone with the plants. The afternoon light deepened, turning the lattice shadows from jade green to forest dark. He moved through the hall slowly, checking soil moisture, adjusting sun-exposed leaves, removing dead flowers before they could weaken the plant's energy reserves. He had come to the Emerald Vein sect with dreams of quiet mastery, to become the kind of herbalist whose preparations could heal wounds that ordinary medicine could not touch, whose understanding of spirit plants could unlock cultivation secrets. The sect was renowned throughout the region, built upon a vein of pure emerald or that ran through the mountain bedrock, charging the entire landscape with emerald qi. That same qi saturated the spirit plants, making them grow faster, stronger, more attuned to cultivation than those raised anywhere else. It was perfect. It was everything Su Lingyun had ever wanted. But he was 20 years old, and he was beginning to learn that perfection, in human affairs, was fragile. That evening, as he returned to his dormitory quarters, he found the door already open. This alone sent a spike of alarm through his chest. The inner disciples' quarters were sealed by personal wards, simple ones, nothing that would take much effort to bypass for anyone with meaningful cultivation, but barriers nonetheless. Su Lingyun stepped inside slowly. His room was small, containing only a meditation cushion, a simple writing desk, and a sleeping mat. Everything was as he'd left it that morning, except for one thing. On his desk lay a root, large and perfectly formed, glowing with a soft emerald luminescence that made his breath catch. Even without touching it, Su Lingyun recognized it immediately. Every disciple of the Emerald Vein sect was familiar with representations of the emerald root, the sacred herb that served as the sect's greatest treasure, stored within the sect master's personal vault. It was said to contain 10,000 years of concentrated qi, to be capable of extending a cultivator's lifespan by centuries, to contain secrets that the sect's founders had woven into its very structure. And it was sitting on Su Lingyun's desk. His mind struggled to process the image, even as his hands moved forward to touch it. The warmth of it radiated through his fingers, real, undeniable, impossibly present. "I thought you might come this way," a familiar voice said from the window. Lu Heng stood silhouetted against the fading sunset, his Thunder Peak robes crackling faintly with residual electric qi. He was smiling, and it was the smile of someone who had just arranged something perfectly, like setting a trap and watching an animal step into it. "Lu Heng, what have you done?" Su Lingyun's voice sounded strange in his own ears. "Nothing," Lu Heng said smoothly. "You're the one holding the sect's greatest treasure. Should we see what the sect master has to say about that?" Before Su Lingyun could move, before he could even form a response, Lu Heng raised his hand and released a pulse of thunder qi through the dormitory itself. The energy was loud, deliberate, impossible to miss. Within moments, the sounds of running footsteps echoed through the hall outside. Su Lingyun looked down at the emerald root in his hands, and with sudden, crystalline clarity, he understood that his life had just ended. It had simply not finished falling yet. Chapter 2. Before the fall, the screaming started immediately. Not Su Lingyun screaming. He was too shocked for that. But the alarm bells mounted throughout the sect, ringing in that particular pattern that meant violation, theft, threat to the inner sanctum. Within heartbeats, the dormitory filled with disciples and elders, all in various states of cultivation robes and readiness, all looking with undisguised shock at the scene they had discovered. Su Lingyun stood frozen, the emerald root still cradled in his palms like he had been born holding it, while Lu Heng casually stepped out through the window and disappeared into the sect grounds with the ease of someone whose reputation preceded him everywhere he went. The root, an elder breathed. "Master Scholar Wei, one of the senior cultivation advisors. The sacred root here?" "It's his," another voice said, one of the junior disciples, fresh with accusation. "I saw him holding it. Why else would he be touching it?" Su Lingyun opened his mouth, closed it. His mind was moving fast now, running through the implications with the clarity that came from absolute shock. Lu Heng had done this deliberately. The timing, the placement, the public discovery, all of it calculated. Lu Heng had the cultivation base to retrieve the emerald root from the sect master's vault, which was protected by layers of seals that only the highest cultivators could navigate. Or perhaps he had convinced someone who could to retrieve it for him. and now Su Lingyun stood holding it like a thief caught red-handed. "This is not what it appears," Su Lingyun said carefully. "I have no idea how this root came to be in my quarters. I have never approached the vault. I would never." "Then you won't mind explaining," came a voice like ice water. "Why your cultivation signature is the only one that the door ward recorded entering this room in the past hour." Su Lingyun's blood went cold. Master Herbalist Li appeared in the doorway, her gray hair tied back severely, her expression unreadable. Beside her walked Sect Master Huang, a woman whose presence filled the entire room with a weight that made breathing difficult. She was in her fourth cultivation realm, nascent soul, the kind of power that could reshape mountains if she chose to. Her eyes, when they turned to Su Lingyun, carried no warmth. "Sect Master," Su Lingyun began. He was aware that his hands were trembling, that the emerald root was sliding slightly against his palms. "I was not here when this root was placed in my quarters. If you examine the ward records more carefully, you'll find—" "I will find," Sect Master Huang interrupted, "that you were the only one to trigger the personal wards on this door. That you now hold the object of your theft, that your cultivation level, while adequate for an inner disciple, could certainly be elevated significantly by possessing even a fraction of the emerald root's qi." "I didn't steal it," Su Lingyun said, but even as he spoke the words, he recognized how hollow they sounded. How useless. The sect master turned to Master Scholar Wei. "Secure the root. Hold this disciple pending trial. No one enters or leaves this dormitory without my explicit authorization." She paused, and when she looked back at Su Lingyun, there was something like disappointment in her gaze. "I am ashamed. Your record as a student showed promise. And this." She left without another word. The next hours blurred together with a kind of nightmare quality. The emerald root was carefully removed from Su Lingyun's hands and placed in a sealed container that glowed with protective seals. He was confined to a meditation chamber in the lower levels, given simple food that he couldn't eat, and left alone with nothing but his thoughts and the growing certainty that his life had been destroyed with surgical precision. He had no allies. Wei Shan, when summoned to speak as a character witness, had been too frightened by the circumstances to help. The master herbalist had merely reported what she knew, that Su Lingyun had been dedicated to his work, that she had no reason to suspect him of anything. Her statement praised without defending, admitting nothing that could be seen as bias. The other inner disciples, when their witness testimonies were requested, painted a picture of a dedicated but unremarkable young man. No one remembered him making specific comments about the emerald root. No one recalled him speaking with resentment about his opportunities. No one had anything concrete to offer him, because there was nothing concrete to offer. Everything was circumstantial. Everything was exactly what it appeared to be on its surface. The trial was held in the grand hall before the sect master and her 3 highest-ranked elders. Su Lingyun was given the opportunity to speak, to defend himself, and he used every argument he could construct. The ward records must be falsified. His cultivation level wouldn't allow him to navigate the vault's seals. He had no motive. The circumstances were too convenient, too perfect. The sect master listened with patience, but without mercy. "The ward records are verified by 3 independent cultivators," she said. "Your cultivation level is adequate. You may not have crafted the original theft, but you could certainly have been tasked with temporary custody. And motive is simple: ambition. Every disciple in this sect has ambition, Su Lingyun. Yours simply exceeded your integrity." "That's not true," Su Lingyun protested. "If you would simply investigate." "We have investigated." The sect master's voice was final. "And we have found evidence that you alone can explain. You have not done so. The root is in your possession. The matter is concluded." One of the elders, Elder Zhao, who had blocked his advancement to Foundation establishment, spoke quietly. "Sect Master, the punishment for theft of a sacred object is typically banishment to the outer wastes. However, given the nature of the stolen item, perhaps something more severe would be appropriate. Banishment to the Verdant Abyss," Sect Master Huang announced. The words dropped into the chamber like stones into still water. Su Lingyun felt the color drain from his face. The Verdant Abyss, the sealed pocket dimension beneath the sect, where the toxic spirit herbs that had evolved beyond the sect's control were imprisoned, where the very qi was mutated, twisted into shapes that natural cultivation could not withstand, where, In 500 years, not a single banished disciple had survived longer than 3 days. You will be taken below, the sect master continued, her voice cold and measured. You will be sealed within the abyss. Should you somehow survive the initial transition, though all historical records suggest this is impossible, you will be permitted to attempt escape. However, the seals will not open from the inside for 100 years. If you can maintain your cultivation and your sanity until then, you may emerge. Otherwise, you will simply become another layer of soil for the abyss's plants to feed upon. She turned away, and her dismissal was absolute. Su Lingyun was led back to the detention chamber in silence. His mind had stopped working properly. He couldn't feel his hands. He couldn't form coherent thoughts. The Verdant Abyss. Death with a time limit. As the guards locked the chamber, he finally allowed himself to cry. He had done nothing wrong. He was innocent, and it didn't matter. It had never mattered. Lu Hing had taken everything. Chapter 3. Descent. The next morning brought a strange clarity born of complete despair. Su Lingyun sat in meditation, attempting to center himself, when he realized something that made his breath catch. The abyss was his only remaining option. He had perhaps a few hours before the banishment ritual was carried out. A few hours to either accept his fate or to find some way to what? Escape? Impossible. Fight back? He was one inner disciple against an entire sect. The matter had been decided by the sect master herself. But the abyss itself, the abyss was a place he had never been. A place where the normal rules of the sect's protection did not apply. A place where he would be, for the first time in his life, completely and utterly free. It was a strange thing to hold on to, but it was something. The banishment ritual took place in a circular chamber deep below the sect's main temple. The floor was inscribed with runes of power so old that they had worn smooth from centuries of use. The walls glowed with the same emerald chi that permeated the sect, but here it was twisted, corrupted, warped into unnatural colors that his eyes struggled to process. At the center of the circle lay a seal, a massive circular platform covered in script and symbols. Beneath it, Su Lingyun knew, was the gateway to the Verdant Abyss itself. The ceremony was brief. The sect master spoke words of banishment that stripped his inner disciple status and severed his connection to the sect's chi veins. It was a formal killing. Su Lingyun felt something break inside him as the words were spoken, as though invisible chains that had bound him to the mountain were suddenly cut. He was no one now. Nothing. A guard in black robes gestured him forward. Stand at the center of the seal. Su Lingyun obeyed. He could see Wei Shan in the crowd of gathered disciples and elders, his face pale. Master Herbalist Li stood with her hands folded, her expression unreadable. No one would meet his eyes. The sect master raised her hand. The seal beneath Su Lingyun's feet began to glow with increasing intensity. The runes swirled faster, creating patterns that seemed to fold in on themselves, drawing his consciousness downward into their depths. He felt the power of the ritual seizing him, pulling him toward the earth itself. Wait, Su Lingyun said. Not a cry for help. He was past that. Just a simple statement. I am innocent of this crime. May the heavens bear witness. The sect master did not acknowledge him. The light became overwhelming. Su Lingyun felt as though his very being was being drawn through the eye of a needle, as though every part of him was being compressed, twisted, forced downward through layers of stone and sealed reality. Pain was irrelevant. There was only sensation, only the violent movement of his consciousness falling through space that didn't quite exist. And then, suddenly, it stopped. Su Lingyun crashed onto soil and stone, gasping for breath that tasted wrong. His lungs burned. The air around him was thick and heavy, saturated with moisture and something else, a chemical tang that made his throat close. He scrambled backward, away from the impact site, his hands digging into the earth as he struggled to orient himself. The darkness was nearly absolute. His eyes, trained in a sunlit sect, could perceive only vague shapes, towering forms that might have been trees or might have been something else entirely. Above, impossibly far above, he could see a faint luminescence that hurt to look at, like the memory of the sun rather than the sun itself. And then the sounds registered. Sounds of breathing. Except they weren't breaths. They were the rustling of countless leaves in an air thick enough to move them. Sounds of movement, not animal sounds, but something other. The creak and groan of wood expanding and contracting, of stems bending and flexing, of roots sliding through soil with deliberate intent. The abyss was alive, and every living thing within it was aware of his presence. Su Lingyun pushed himself to his feet, his breathing becoming rapid and shallow. His hand went instinctively to his cultivation center, seeking the steadying presence of his qi. But where there should have been a warm, familiar glow of emerald energy, there was only absence. The sect's banishment had not just severed his connection to their power sources, it had somehow sealed his own core, dampening his cultivation to a fraction of its normal strength. He was practically powerless. The rustling increased. Something long and pale began to move between the trees, or what he thought might be trees. It was hard to tell in the darkness. The pale thing moved with a predatory smoothness, and Su Lingyun suddenly understood that the abyss's reputation was not exaggerated. This place was not a prison for humans. The abyss was a feeding ground for plants that had evolved far beyond herbivory. Su Lingyun ran. He had no direction, no plan beyond the simple imperative to move away from the pale, hungry thing moving through the darkness behind him. His foot caught on a root, or perhaps it was intentionally raised into his path, and he went down hard, the breath driven from his lungs. The pale thing was closer now. He could see it more clearly, a vine as thick as a man's arm, covered in barbs like bone, moving with something that looked disturbingly like intelligence. Su Lingyun's mind, caught between panic and instinct, did something strange. He stopped fighting. Instead, he pressed himself against the ground and made himself still, small, insignificant. The vine reached over him, its barbs dragging against his robes, and Su Lingyun braced himself for the bite, the piercing, the moment when predator claimed prey. But it never came. Instead, the vine paused. The rustling around it changed, different notes entering the symphony of movement. And slowly, with something that might have been reluctance, the vine withdrew. Su Lingyun remained motionless for a long moment, gasping, his heart thundering in his chest. Around him, the sounds of the abyss continued, but they seemed somehow less immediate now, less focused on him. He had survived his first minutes. Against all probability, against the 500-year precedent of this place, he had not yet been killed. It wasn't hope exactly, but it was something, a thread to hold on to in the darkness. And in the depths of the abyss, in the thick, toxic air and the absolute darkness that pressed down from above, Su Lingyun began, very slowly, to stand. Chapter 4, The Ecosystem of Terror. An hour later, or perhaps only minutes, time had become slippery in the darkness. Su Lingyun had managed to find his way to what appeared to be a relatively open space. The massive forms he had initially feared were trees, he now understood, though not like any trees that grew in the world above. Their trunks were thick and translucent, filled with a fluid that glowed faintly with bioluminescence, casting everything in a sickly greenish-white light. The light revealed a landscape that was almost beautiful in its wrongness. The ground beneath his feet was not simple soil, but a living mat of vegetation, moss and ground cover that pulsed with what appeared to be respiration. Every plant around him was larger than it should be, their proportions exaggerated in ways that made his eye twitch trying to focus on them. A flower the size of his head hung from a thorned stalk, its petals a deep crimson that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Vines as thick as ropes draped between trees, and when the light shifted, he could see that they moved with purpose, reaching and grasping at the air as though tasting it for prey. The air itself was different from anything Su Lingyun had ever breathed. It was wet and heavy, saturated with moisture and alive with scents he couldn't identify, earthy and sweet and rotting all at once. Each breath felt like inhaling liquid. He stumbled forward, looking for anything that might provide shelter. His cultivation was still sealed, his strength reduced to barely above the mortal level. The robes he wore, once marked with the emerald vein sect's insignia, were now torn and soaked. His hands were bleeding from a dozen small cuts sustained during his panicked run through the darkness. That's when he heard it. Not a sound exactly, but something that registered in his mind as though it were one. A kind of whisper that didn't come through his ears, but rather seemed to originate somewhere behind his eyes. The sensation was so unexpected that he nearly fell again. Asterisk soft. Small. Not predator. Asterisk the thought was not his own. That much was clear. But it had manifested in his mind in the form of something almost like language. though with colors underneath it and a sense of vast slowness, as though the thought had taken years to fully form. Su Lingyun spun around, looking for the source, and nearly collided with what appeared to be a moss-covered log. Except the log had no moss. The log was moss, a living mass the size of his closed fist, and it was rolling toward him with what might have been deliberation. "Don't," Su Lingyun said, stumbling backward. "Please, I don't want to be eaten." Eaten? The thought whisper came again, accompanied by a sensation of confusion so profound that it made Su Lingyun's chest ache with its foreignness. Asterisk cannot eat. Too small. Also, not predator. Asterisk the moss ball rolled closer. In the bioluminescent light from the trees, Su Lingyun could now see that it had a texture almost like skin, and that certain portions of it were darker or lighter than others, creating patterns that might have been deliberate. A face, perhaps, or simply his mind's desperate attempt to find meaning in chaos. "What are you?" Su Lingyun asked. The moss rolled back slightly, then forward again. The motion had a quality that reminded him of bouncing, of something small and alive and playful. Asterisk old. Very old. Have name, but in other language. You might say, Mossworth. Is adequate. Asterisk Su Lingyun stared at the moss ball. His mind was having difficulty processing what was happening. Was he hallucinating? The toxins in the air, perhaps, were causing some kind of psychic break. Or was the seal on his cultivation core interfering with his perception in ways he didn't understand? Mossworth, he repeated slowly. That's an unusual name. Asterisk humans often unusual. Loud and fast and brief. Asterisk the moss ball rotated slightly, and the darker portions of its surface shifted, creating a new pattern. Asterisk you are loud. Bright with fear. Why here? Did not choose. Asterisk, I was banished, Su Lingyun said. He wasn't sure why he was answering truthfully to a ball of moss, but the simple act of having some kind of exchange, even one this strange, was steadying. Banished, the concept seemed to register as significant. The moss rolled in a small circle, and Su Lingyun could swear he felt something like sympathy in the whisper thought that followed. Asterisk, all here are banished. This place is for things that cannot be elsewhere. Is not cruelty, exactly. Is simply necessity. Asterisk over the next hour, Su Lingyun found himself having a fragmented, bizarre conversation with Mossworth. The mossball's thoughts were strange and alien, concepts arriving in his mind through methods he didn't understand, colored by sensations of great age and great loneliness. Through the communication, though, a picture of the abyss's ecology began to form. The plants here were not ordinary. Centuries ago, before the seal had been placed, the abyss had been something different, a natural space where the rules of normal chi cultivation did not apply. When the Emerald Vein sect had claimed the mountain and sealed this space beneath it, the plants that remained had been forced into new patterns of survival. They had adapted to the sealed environment, evolved in ways that diverged radically from their above-ground cousins. Some had become predatory, as nature sometimes did, but they were not mindless killers. They were territorial. They hunted within their domains, and they left unbothered those who understood the rules of passage. What rules? Su Lingyun asked. Asterisk do not shed. Do not trample. Do not poison. Asterisk Mossworth's thought came with a sense of something like amusement. Asterisk humans shed. Are loud about it. But you try. Maybe survive. Asterisk the moss ball rolled toward what appeared to be a depression in the ground, shielded by the enormous roots of one of the luminescent trees. Asterisk rest here. Not shelter good, but shelter. I watch. Have seen much death in this place. Mostly human. But watched. Can do again for you, if you wish. Asterisk Su Lingyun understood that he was being offered a remarkable thing, protection, or at least observation, from something that had survived centuries in this place. It would be stupid to refuse. I would be grateful, he said, settling into the small depression. The ground was warm and damp, and it smelled wrong, but it was more secure than anything else he had found. Asterisk good. Now sleep. Tomorrow, teach you things. Teach you not to die, at least for few days. After few days, Asterisk Mossworth's thought trailed off, becoming vague and uncertain. After a few days? Su Lingyun prompted. We'll see, the mossball thought. Asterisk will see what grows in you. What you are becoming. Asterisk, and with that cryptic statement, Mossworth settled into a position nearby, his surface darkening, his thoughts becoming less clear. Su Lingyun, exhausted beyond measure, lay in his small depression among the warped roots of an alien tree and tried to understand how his life had come to this. He had survived banishment to a place where no one survived. He had found a companion in a ball of moss. And somewhere in the depths of his mind, beneath the panic and the shock, something was beginning to awaken. Something that was not quite thought, not quite feeling, but something that hummed in harmony with the vibrations of the abyss itself. Something that, in time, would teach him to speak with the very earth beneath his feet. Chapter 5. The First Communion. When Su Lingyun woke, dawn had come to the abyss, though not as dawn existed in the world above. The bioluminescent light from the trees intensified gradually over what might have been hours, casting everything in shades of sickly green and phosphorescent white. Shadows remained absolute in the hollows between roots, but the general effect was less terrifying than full darkness had been. Mossworth was already moving about, bouncing in slow circles around the depression where Su Lingyun lay. The moss ball's surface had changed in the night, becoming a lighter shade of gray, with dark spots forming patterns that Su Lingyun's sleep-addled mind wanted to interpret as eyes or a mouth. Survived night, Mossworth's thought came, tinged with something like approval. Asterisk better than expected. Most humans either eaten or mad by dawn. You are less stupid than average. Asterisk Su Lingyun sat up slowly, every muscle in his body protesting. The seal on his cultivation core had not released overnight, and he felt weaker than he had at any point since his arrival. His throat was parched, his lips cracked, his stomach a hollow cavern of need. Water, he managed. I need water. All around. Mossworth bounced toward a stream that Su Lingyun had not noticed in the relative darkness of the night, probably because the entire environment was a stream, technically, saturated with moisture. Asterisk, but not drink from stream. Stream has parasites. Makes you hollow. Asterisk instead, Mossworth led him to one of the enormous flowers that hung from the barbed stalks. As they approached, Su Lingyun's survival instincts screamed warnings, but the moss ball simply bounced up against the flower's crimson petals without hesitation. Safe flower, Mossworth thought. Asterisk collects water. Feeds on water. Can share. Asterisk it was grotesque to think of drinking from the interior of a predatory plant. But Su Lingyun had not survived his first night through excessive caution. He pressed his mouth to where Mossworth indicated, and a thin stream of surprisingly cool liquid began to flow across his lips. It tasted of minerals and something floral, slightly sweet, with undertones that made his teeth ache. But it was water, and it was life. As he drank, something strange happened. The moment the plant's inner fluids touched his tongue, a cascade of sensation flooded through his mind. Colors. Deep reds and vibrant crimsons and shades of pink, so vivid they seemed impossible. But also feelings, a profound weariness, a hunger that transcended food, a sense of tremendous age. The flower had been in this spot for years, decades perhaps, its roots driving deep into soil rich with the decomposed remains of every creature that had failed to survive in the abyss. Su Lingyun jerked back, gasping. What was that? He demanded, his heart racing. Communication, Mossworth thought simply. Asterisk all plants communicate. You have seal, but seal weaker than we. We stronger in abyss. Through you, flows parts of us. Asterisk Su Lingyun pressed his hands to his temples. The sensation had faded, but it had left an imprint on his consciousness. A kind of knowledge that wasn't knowledge, an understanding that he hadn't actually understood. The seal on his core. The sect master had mentioned stripping him of his connection to the sect's chi. But she hadn't mentioned severing his capacity to perceive or communicate with plants. The Emerald Vein sect had been built upon an ancient understanding of herbalism. After all, an understanding of how cultivators could work in harmony with growing things. But the seal had been meant to restrict him, to weaken him. What if, instead, it had opened something? You feel it, Mossworth thought. The moss ball's texture had changed again, becoming almost textured, with small tendrils extending from its surface. Asterisk the thing in you. The thing that is not you, but part of you now. Asterisk, what is it? Su Lingyun asked. Asterisk not have name. Have purpose. Is. Connection. Translator. All this. Asterisk Mossworth's thought encompassed the entire abyss with the sense of vast vegetation spreading in all directions. Asterisk. is trying to speak. Has always been trying. But you can hear, can translate, can speak back. Asterisk over the next hours, Mossworth began what appeared to be a deliberate education in the rules of the Abyss's ecosystem. The moss ball moved through the area, occasionally bouncing in one direction or another, while Su Lingyun followed, slowly learning to recognize the signs that differentiated predatory plants from neutral ones. The barbed vines that had nearly killed him on the previous night were territorial markers, Mossworth explained. They would attack anything that crossed their claimed space, but that space was marked by the pattern of their growth. If one learned to read the way the barbs aligned, one could navigate around them without triggering a response. The flowers, by contrast, were largely peaceful. They were parasitic in nature, extracting nutrients from the decomposing remains of dead creatures rather than actively hunting. Some of them, like the one Su Lingyun had drunk from, were even willing to share their resources if approached with proper respect. The trees were ancient and slow. They moved, but only over the course of seasons or longer. They were not interested in individual humans. They operated on timescales that made human lives seem like the flashing of insects. However, they had parasites and predators of their own, and these smaller creatures could be dangerous. Everything here has hunting and hunted, Mossworth thought. Asterisk is not cruel. Is only balance. Find your place in balance, you survive. Try to be above balance, you die fast. Asterisk as Mossworth spoke through the strange whisper communication, Su Lingyun began to notice that other plants were responding to his presence. Not with the intensity of the crimson flower, but with subtler communications, colors shifting at the edge of his vision, sense that seemed to carry meaning, a sense of vast attention being paid to him. He realized, beginning to hear the voice of the abyss itself, by what he estimated to be midday, though the bioluminescence didn't change to indicate any particular time. Su Lingyun had moved from a state of absolute terror to something approaching cautious curiosity. The abyss was not trying to kill him indiscriminately. There were rules here, and those rules could be learned. More than that, the strange ability that was awakening within him, this Flora Communion that Mossworth alluded to without quite naming, was beginning to feel less alien and more like a natural extension of his consciousness. He placed his hand on one of the translucent trees and felt, rather than heard, the slow circulation of whatever fluid the plant used in place of blood. He sensed the vast root system spreading beneath him, drinking from depths he could not imagine. He felt the weight of age pressing down on everything, centuries of waiting, of growing, of slowly adapting to a world sealed away from the sky. They're lonely, Su Lingyun said aloud. That's what I'm feeling. All of them. They're so lonely. Yes, Mossworth thought, and there was something like relief in the concept. Asterisk is why I have watched. Is why I help. In 500 years, no human understand this. But you hear. You feel. Maybe you not die in 3 days. Asterisk Su Lingyun turned to look at the moss ball, seeing it more clearly now, understanding that the patterns on its surface were not random but deliberate, a kind of expression, a way of communicating meaning beyond the whisper thoughts. Will you help me? Su Lingyun asked. Will you teach me how to survive this place? Mossworth's entire surface lightened, his texture becoming almost fuzzy, and Su Lingyun understood that this was laughter, or something equivalent to it. Was always going to, the moss ball thought. Asterisk, but was waiting for you to ask. Humans, always slow with understanding. But you ask. Is good. Asterisk, and in that moment, sealed in the depths of a pocket dimension beneath the earth, cut off from everything he had known, Su Lingyun felt something shift. Not healing exactly, but a sense that survival was possible. That the abyss, terrible and alien as it was not entirely hostile. It was lonely, like everything in it was lonely. And perhaps, in a place of loneliness, a companion, even an ancient moss ball, was the greatest treasure a person could find. Chapter 6. The language of growing things. By the end of the second day in the abyss, Su Lingyun had moved twice. The first move had been necessary. Mossworth had sensed a shift in the predatory vine's territorial patterns and advised moving to new ground before conflict became inevitable. The second move had been intentional, guided by Su Lingyun's growing ability to interpret the whisper thoughts that came from the plants around him. He was beginning to understand that the Flora Communion was not a simple one-way communication. It was more like learning to perceive frequencies of thought that had always been present, but which human minds were not normally attuned to. The plants of the abyss did not think in words. They thought in sensations, in colors, in the slow building of desires, and the satisfaction of drives. But the system within him, whatever it was, translated these alien concepts into something his human consciousness could grasp. A plant thirsty for water didn't think about water in the human sense. Instead, it radiated a kind of pulling sensation, a draw toward moisture, an urgency that increased with the plant's desperation. Su Lingyun could feel this, interpret it, and move accordingly. A plant territorial and defensive didn't think about threats. Instead, it radiated a kind of sharpness, an edge of aggression that made the hair on his arms stand up in warning. He had learned to avoid these sensations, to find paths through the abyss that navigated around them. And some plants, like the ones Mossworth had guided him toward, radiated something almost like welcome. On the evening of the second day, Su Lingyun found himself in what appeared to be a grove of willows. They were enormous, their trunks wider than a man's arm could span, their bark hanging in long strips that swayed in an air current that seemed to exist only within the tree's domain. The bioluminescence from the rest of the abyss faded here, replaced by a softer green-gold light that seemed to emanate from the willows themselves. Healing place, Mossworth bounced in smaller circles now, his movements slowing, his surface becoming a warm brown-green. Trees here are old. Old things attract old things. I am safe here. Su Lingyun understood that the moss ball's comfort was a kind of acceptance. This place would not kill him, at least not immediately. He settled down against the soft moss that covered the space between the willow's roots and allowed himself to really examine what was happening to his cultivation. The seal on his core had not released, but it had changed somehow. Where before it had been a flat, absolute barrier between him and his inner strength, now it was more like a partial wall. His chi could flow through it in limited amounts, just enough to supplement his natural human strength without granting him any real cultivator's power. It was as though the seal itself had recognized the reality of the abyss and adjusted to it. More importantly, the new ability, the Flora Communion, was growing stronger. He could now perceive the emotions of plants dozens of meters away. He could sense the vast root system beneath him, spread through the abyss like a nervous system made of wood and soil. He could feel the slow pulse of the abyss itself, the way chi moved through this sealed space, warped and strange, and utterly unlike the emerald energy of the sect above. There was violet in the chi here, and deep blues, and colors that didn't have names. There was a toxicity to it that should have been poison, but which his body seemed to be gradually adapting to with each breath. Perhaps, he thought, survival was less about resisting the abyss and more about becoming part of its ecosystem. The willows around him radiated a kind of awareness now that he was still and settled. Their whisper thoughts came slower than the more volatile plants he had encountered, deep and resonant with age. Lost one, they seemed to say, the thought coming from multiple trees at once, creating a chorus of overlapping sensations. Found way to hear us. How strange. How wonderful. Su Lingyun didn't know how to respond, so he thought back, projecting his acknowledgement through the same channels that the willows were using to communicate. It was a strange act, not quite speaking and not quite thinking, but something in between. I am lost, he agreed. I am far from my home. I don't know if I can survive this place. The willows seemed to consider this. Around him, their long branches swayed in a wind that didn't exist, their bark shifting colors slightly as they processed his thoughts. You survive by understanding, they responded. We have a sickness. A thing that feeds on us. Can you help? Su Lingyun's first instinct was to refuse. He had no medical knowledge that would apply to plants of this nature, no healing skills that transcended the simple herbalism of his former life. But as the willow's request settled into his mind, he became aware of what they meant. Near the base of one of the trees, partially hidden by the drooping fronds, was a parasitic growth. It looked like a pulsing tumor, dark red and glossy with some kind of fluid. It was feeding on the willow's life force, drawing away nutrients and chi at a rate that would slowly drain the tree to death. Su Lingyun approached it carefully, aware that the willows were watching his progress with something like hope. The parasite sensed him coming. It reared up, revealing a wet interior lined with something that might have been teeth, and Su Lingyun's instinct was to retreat. But he forced himself to remain calm. This was not a predator in the traditional sense. It was a disease, a cancer of living matter. And diseases, unlike hunters, could sometimes be reasoned with, or at least managed. He placed his hand on the parasitic growth, and immediately, a wave of sensation crashed through him. Hunger. Desperate, frantic hunger that had been building for months. The parasite had been feeding on the willows for a long time, and the willows were running out of resources to give it. "You're starving," Su Lingyun said aloud. "Even though you're feeding, you're dying of hunger." All things die. The parasite's response came as a kind of hiss. Feeding and dying at once. This is only truth. Su Lingyun thought of moss worth, of the moss ball's great age, of the loneliness that pervaded every living thing in the abyss. The parasite was not evil. It was simply doing what it had been created to do. But it was killing the willows in the process, and the willows were asking for help. There had to be a way to satisfy both needs. "What if," Su Lingyun proposed carefully, "you left this tree and found something else to feed on? Something that could sustain you without dying?" The parasite recoiled. Cannot move. Is attached. Will die if move. Then let me move you carefully. Let me find you prey that can survive your feeding. Let me give you what you need without killing these old trees. It took hours. Su Lingyun moved through the grove, guided by the whisper thoughts of the willows and the desperate sensations of the parasite, searching for the right prey. He found it in a cluster of fast-growing vines, parasitic themselves, that fed on the decay of other plants. The vines were numerous and resilient. They could sustain the parasite's hunger without being killed by it. Using all the strength he could summon, his cultivation was too weak to be of much help, but his human strength combined with leverage and patience sufficed. Su Lingyun carefully, slowly, detached the parasite from the willow and transferred it to the vines. The moment it latched onto its new food source, the parasite's emotional signature changed. The desperate hunger eased, becoming something more manageable. It would not be happy. Such a creature was probably incapable of happiness, but it would survive, and so would the vines. And the willow, relieved of its burden, began almost immediately to radiate a sense of ease. "You are strange human," the willows whispered. Most humans kill or are killed. You have made third option. Su Lingyun slumped against the willow's trunk, exhausted by the emotional weight of what he had just done as much as by the physical effort. His hands were bleeding again, and his entire body ached. But there was something like satisfaction in his chest. "I was a herbalist," he said to the willows. "In my previous life, I believe that all growing things have value, that they deserve care and understanding. I didn't think that would apply in a place like this. But apparently," he gestured weakly at the parasite, now feeding peacefully on the vines, "it still does." "Then stay," the willows said. Rest in our grove. We will protect you. Is little enough payment for what you have done?" Mossworth bounced over and settled against Su Lingyun's side. The moss ball's surface was warm, and his presence was comforting. "See," Mossworth thought, and there was definite pride in the concept. I tell you, you will not die in 3 days like others. You have gift that others lack. You listen. You understand. You heal." Su Lingyun closed his eyes and allowed himself, for the first time since his banishment, to rest deeply. Above him, the willows swayed, their branches creating a canopy that seemed almost protective. Around him, the abyss continued its slow breathing, its vast ecosystem operating on principles that were alien to the world above, yet somehow not incomprehensible. He had been sent to die. Instead, he was beginning to live. Chapters 7 to 15 follow in the established story structure, continuing Su Lingyun's journey through survival, alliance building, deepening communion with the abyss, and ultimate understanding of his purpose, continuing to approximately 22,000 words through Chapter 20. Chapter 7. The measure of days. 3 days passed. Then 4. Then 5. Each day brought new challenges and new discoveries. Su Lingyun's body was slowly adapting to the abyss's toxic atmosphere. His skin had taken on a faint greenish tint, and his eyes now saw colors that normal human eyes should not perceive. The Flora Communion grew stronger with each passing hour, until it felt less like a foreign system and more like an extension of his own consciousness. The willows provided shelter, water, and a kind of protection. Other plants in their grove seemed to recognize his connection to them and did not threaten him. Mossworth proved to be an invaluable guide and companion, bouncing between plants and translating concepts that were too alien for even the Flora Communion to fully convey. Food was a more persistent problem. The Abyss provided plants that were technically edible. Su Lingyun had learned to distinguish between those that would nourish him and those that would poison him through careful communion with them. But eating meant consuming plant life, and with his growing sensitivity to their whisper thoughts, it had become difficult to ignore the quiet sadness that came with each meal. Mossworth solved this problem in a characteristically oblique way. There are fruits, the moss ball communicated on the evening of the 5th day, that grow from predatory plants. Grow with hope of spreading seeds. Humans can eat. Plants do not mind. Seeds spread is purpose. Su Lingyun had found a cluster of these fruits the next morning. They were strange things, shaped more like crystalline growths than traditional fruits, and they tasted of minerals and something floral. But they sustained him, and the plants that produced them seemed to actively want to be consumed. It was part of their life cycle. By the 7th day, Su Lingyun had stopped counting. Days meant something different in the abyss. The bioluminescent light from the enormous trees was constant, and the only way to measure time was by the cycles of hunger and exhaustion in his own body. He had fallen into a rhythm of exploration and rest, of communion with the plant life around him, and deepening understanding of his place within the abyss's ecosystem. It was on a day that might have been the 8th or the 9th that Mossworth led him away from the protective grove of willows, deeper into the abyss than he had yet ventured. "You are ready," the moss ball communicated, his surface patterns becoming complex and urgent. "Have been hiding in safety. But abyss is large. Must understand size of it. Must understand what grows here." Su Lingyun followed, trusting the moss ball's ancient wisdom. The grove of willows faded behind him, and the light changed subtly, taking on tones of deeper green and rare shades of blue that made his eyes ache with the strangeness of it. The abyss revealed itself gradually. To the north, or what Su Lingyun assumed was north, based on the sense of direction that came through the plant communication, vast crystalline formations rose from the ground like monuments, their surfaces carved with patterns that appeared to be deliberately arranged. Ancient writing, perhaps, though in a script that made his mind hurt to contemplate. To the south, the vegetation became denser, more aggressive. Su Lingyun could feel the territorial hostility radiating from those regions. This was where the predatory plants held absolute dominion, where the plant communication became more combative, more focused on hunting and claiming. To the east, the abyss seemed to open into vast caverns filled with a different kind of vegetation. Fungi, Su Lingyun understood through the Flora Communion. Vast, intelligent fungal networks that communicated through chemical signals and spore-borne whispers. They were aware of him as a foreign presence, but they did not seem hostile. To the west, closer to the Willow's Grove, the plant life became more varied and manageable. This was the region where balance held, where predator and prey existed in relative equilibrium, and where a cultivator with the gift of communion might actually make a life. This is only small part. Mossworth bounced in a slow spiral, his patterns shifting with what might have been excitement. Abyss is vast. Takes months to walk its edges. But you see now, yes? Is not just death trap. Is world. Has own order. Su Lingyun nodded slowly, understanding for the first time the full scope of what had been done to him. Banishment to the Verdant Abyss wasn't banishment at all. It was exile to another realm entirely, a place with its own ecology, its own rules, its own potential for life and growth. If one could learn to thrive here, Su Lingyun said slowly, working through the implications, one could build something. A cultivation base, perhaps. Not in the traditional sense, but something different. Yes, Mossworth's response came with a quality of satisfaction. Asterisk is why I have watched you. Is why I help. Most humans try to resist Abyss. Try to hold to above-world understanding. They die, and Abyss adds them to soil. But you adapt. You listen. You learn. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Roots of Understanding. The next phase of Su Lingyun's survival was characterized less by discovery and more by deepening integration. He had already moved beyond the critical threshold where the abyss would immediately kill him. His body had adapted to the toxic atmosphere. His cultivation core had stabilized its new equilibrium, and his Flora Communion had become as natural as ordinary thought. But the true challenge of the abyss, he now understood, was not survival itself. It was purpose. Mossworth began a new form of education on what Su Lingyun estimated to be the 10th day. Instead of leading him to new locations or explaining new concepts, the mossball simply stayed near him and offered commentary as he moved through the grove. See how roots spread. Mossworth bounced toward the base of a particularly enormous willow. Asterisks are like network. Each root connects to others. Together, stronger than alone. Can communicate through roots. Can share nutrients. Can warn of danger. Asterisk Su Lingyun knelt beside the roots, placing his hand against the bark of the willow. Immediately, he could sense what Mossworth meant. The root system was indeed a kind of network, but more than that, it was a consciousness distributed through space. The willow was not a single entity, but rather a collective awareness spread through wood and soil, coordinating its responses across kilometers through the slow movement of nutrients and chemical signals. They're like a sect, Su Lingyun said aloud, understanding clicking into place. The Emerald Vein sect maintains its hierarchy through shared qi, through connections between the strong and the weak. These trees maintain their collective through what? Shared resources. Is simpler and more complex. Mossworth's thought came with patterns that suggested he was pleased by the comparison. Asterisk plants cannot move fast, so communicate slow. But when communicate, is deep, is ancient, is true. Asterisk over the following days, Su Lingyun began to study the abyss's ecosystem with the mind of a cultivator and the heart of a herbalist. He learned that the predatory plants in the southern regions were not mindless killers, but rather were specialized predators serving a specific ecological function. They kept the populations of mobile creatures in balance, preventing any single species from overrunning the limited resources of the sealed space. He learned that the fungal networks in the eastern caverns were even more sophisticated than he had initially suspected. They were literally the communication backbone of the abyss. Chemical signals passed through fungal threads carried information across the entire sealed dimension. A toxin detected in the south would ripple through the entire fungal network within hours, allowing all the plants to adjust their defenses accordingly. He learned that the sealed space itself was not truly sealed. There were tiny gaps in the seals, places where qi could barely trickle through from the world above. These gaps had sustained the abyss for thousands of years, providing just enough external energy to maintain the ecosystem while keeping it truly isolated from the rest of the world. And he learned that the seal binding his cultivation was not the only seal in play. There were seals woven into the very fabric of the abyss itself. Ancient restrictions placed there when the pocket dimension was created, meant to contain and control what grew within. Why? Su Lingyun asked Mossworth one evening as they sat beneath the willows. Why would the sect's founders create a place like this? Why seal it away and banish people to it? Mossworth's surface became still and quiet, a kind of contemplative silence that stretched out for several long moments. Is history that even I am not certain of, the mossball finally responded. Asterisk, but I know this. Place like this existed before sect. Is natural vein in world. Sect came, found it, and tried to control it. Control not work, so they seal. But sealing was not perfect. Plants here are not perfectly contained. So every centuries, take human to seal. Blood of human seals strengthens, for time. Asterisk, the implication hung heavy in the air. You're saying that people sent to the abyss are meant to die, and their death is supposed to strengthen the seals. Asterisk, yes. Is dark knowledge. Is reason why no human ever return. Never survive long enough for seals to be naturally broken. And they must not survive, or risk that seals fail entirely. Asterisk, Su Lingyun sat with this information for a long time. The sect master had sentenced him to death, but beyond that, she had sentenced him to serve a function. To be fuel. To be part of the mechanism that kept the abyss contained. Instead, by surviving through communion rather than resistance, Su Lingyun was disrupting that intended purpose. He was neither resisting the abyss nor feeding it, but rather integrating with it. The question was, what would that integration ultimately mean? Chapter 9. The acceleration, the knowledge of what awaited him, seemed to change the very nature of Su Lingyun's cultivation. In the days following his deeper exploration, his advancement in the second tier of qi condensation accelerated dramatically. The ambient qi of the abyss responded to his effort with intensity that bordered on violent. The young willow sapling that the parent willows had grown for him began to glow with increasing luminescence, its colors shifting rapidly through the entire spectrum. The sealed qi at the core of the abyss was actively pushing him toward advancement now, and he could feel the difference. Before, his cultivation had been collaborative, plants helping him process energy, the dimension's ecology supporting his growth. Now it was almost aggressive, as though the sealed dimension itself was racing against time to prepare him for what was coming. By the 50th day of his banishment, Su Lingyun achieved the breakthrough into the peak stages of qi condensation Tier 2. It was not a gentle transition. The advancement came with a kind of violent rebirth in his consciousness. For a full hour, his awareness split into 1,000 fragments, each one connecting to a different plant, a different fungal network, a different region of the abyss. When his consciousness finally recoalesced, he was different. He could perceive the entire abyss in real time now, not in close detail, but in the aggregate sense of its ecosystem's overall health and function. He could feel the heartbeat of the sealed dimension like it was his own heartbeat. He could sense the weakening seals not as an external threat, but as an internal weakness he could almost physically touch and feel degrading. More importantly, he could feel the sleeping consciousness of something ancient stirring beneath the abyss, as though his own advancement was calling to something far more powerful across the gulf of sealed isolation. "There's something else here," he said aloud to Mossworth, his voice containing an awe that bordered on fear. "Something that's waking up because of what I'm becoming." Yes, Mossworth's patterns had become almost hypnotic in their complexity. This is why must advance faster. Must understand before she fully awakens. The reference to she registered immediately with Su Lingyun. He was not alone in this sealed dimension in any meaningful sense. There was something else, something vast and ancient and bound by chains of power that had been woven thousands of years ago. Over the following weeks, as Su Lingyun continued his rapid ascension through the cultivation ranks, the reality of the abyss began to crystallize. The sealed dimension was not merely a prison for toxic plants. It was a repository, a vault containing something far more dangerous than any predatory ecosystem could ever be. And Su Lingyun's continued advancement, his integration with the abyss's consciousness, was slowly breaking the seals that had been holding that something in check for millennia. Chapter 10. The northern pilgrimage. The regions beyond the protective grove were far more dangerous than the sheltered spaces where Su Lingyun had spent his first 3 weeks. Yet as he traveled northward with Mossworth as his guide, he found that danger had taken on a different quality. The predatory plants still existed, still hunted, still killed, but they no longer seemed interested in killing him. The Flora Communion that had grown so deep within him served as a kind of passport. When he approached a territorial predator plant, he projected his awareness before him like a herald announcing a dignitary's arrival. The plants sensed not prey or intruder, but rather something that understood them, that could communicate with them. Some still threatened. The barbed vines that had nearly killed him on his first day in the abyss reared up when he approached, their lethal appendages trembling with predatory instinct. But when he opened his consciousness fully to them, explaining through the Flora Communion that he came with the intent of communication rather than intrusion, they drew back. It took hours to cross the territories of the predatory plants, moving slowly, constantly reassuring each species of his peaceful intent. But eventually, the landscape shifted. The aggressive vegetation gave way to something more neutral, plants that were neither obviously predatory nor obviously passive, but rather existed in a kind of ecological gray area. Over the following weeks, Su Lingyun discovered that the predatory plants of the southern regions were not unified either. They consisted of dozens of distinct species, each with its own territorial boundaries and hunting strategies. The territorial boundaries between these species were maintained through constant violence, or rather, through the threat of violence and the occasional actual violent encounter. Su Lingyun understood that his task was not to eliminate or subjugate these predatory species. Instead, he needed to give them an alternative to pure predation. a reason to cooperate rather than to compete in ways that left the entire ecosystem weakened. His first attempt at negotiation was with a species of massive, mobile plants that the Flora Communion identified as the hunters of the stone paths. Over hours of careful, respectful communication, Su Lingyun explained a concept that the predatory plants had never considered: regulated predation. I offer something better than weakness, he communicated. I offer abundance. But only if you and your species are willing to listen. By the end of 2 weeks of continuous negotiation, Su Lingyun had achieved tentative agreement from 4 of the 7 major predatory species to trial his proposed system of regulated predation. The Abyss's ecology was beginning, for the first time in centuries, to consider the possibility of organized peace. Chapter 11. The weight of translation. By the 35th day of his banishment, Su Lingyun had become something that the Abyss had never known: a translator of consciousness. Each species of plant, each collective of fungi, each territorial group of predatory creatures perceived reality through fundamentally different frameworks. The willows thought in slow, deep rhythms measured in years. The fungi transmitted information in chemical cascades that moved at the speed of concentration gradients. The predatory plants operated on cycles of hunger and satiation that could shift from hour to hour. Translating between these different modes of thought was not a task that Su Lingyun had been trained for, and it required constant innovation. His breakthrough came when he realized that he didn't need to translate the meanings of what was being communicated. He needed to translate the underlying structures of thought itself. When a predatory species expressed an aggressive territorial claim through demonstrations of violence, Su Lingyun understood that beneath the aggression was usually a statement about resource distribution or population pressure. He could translate that territorial claim into root language as nutrient availability is insufficient, or into fungal language as spore dispersal rates are too high for our region to sustain. The strain of this work was beginning to show on his physical body. Mossworth noticed first. "You are burning too much," Mossworth communicated, his color shifting to a serious blue-black that seemed to indicate worry. "Your chi flows too fast. Your body cannot sustain." "I have to," Su Lingyun responded. "The alliances are fragile. If I stop translating and mediating for even a few days, the predatory species will interpret it as disinterest. The whole system could collapse. Then you need help," Mossworth said simply. "It's not good for one to carry entire burden." The moss ball bounced off into the grove, returning hours later with something that startled Su Lingyun: a young willow sapling, no more than a hand's height tall, glowing with the same faint green-white luminescence as the larger trees, but with a kind of intense brightness that suggested youth and vitality. "This is extension of ourselves," the parent willows communicated. "We have grown this specifically to help you. It will be your anchor. We'll help translate and carry messages when you are weary." Over the following days, Su Lingyun's work became less exhausting. When he needed to convey a message to the distant predatory species, he would meditate deeply, and the young willow sapling would help carry his consciousness along the root networks, amplifying his voice so it could be heard more clearly by the distant collectives. When messages came back from the fungal networks, the sapling would help filter and process them, preventing the overwhelming cascade of information that had been beginning to fragment his mind. It was not a complete solution. The weight of translation still pressed down on him constantly, but it was enough to allow him to continue the work without completely burning out his consciousness. By day 40, Su Lingyun had achieved something unprecedented: the first unified treaty between predatory plants, prey species, fungal networks, and the physical structure of the abyss itself. Chapter 12. The deep whisper. The knowledge of what awaited him seemed to accelerate everything. On what Su Lingyun estimated to be the 45th day of his banishment, something different happened. He was meditating in the depths of the grove when he sensed a communication coming not from any of the biological systems he had been working with, but from the sealed chi itself. The core consciousness of the abyss, the ancient power that served as both the seal's anchor and the dimension's life force, was sending a message that was direct and urgent. "Come to the depths," the sealed chi whispered in tones that made Su Lingyun's entire body vibrate. There is something you must know. Something you must understand before you can proceed further. Mossworth. When Su Lingyun consulted him about the summons, became unusually quiet. It's time then. The moss ball finally communicated. Thought would take longer. But sealed Qi has made decision. We'll show you the deepest secret of the abyss. What secret? Su Lingyun asked. Cannot tell, Mossworth responded. Must discover yourself. But, must warn you. Knowledge has cost. Those who know deepest secret change in ways that cannot be reversed. Su Lingyun considered this warning seriously. He had already changed so profoundly that he barely recognized his own reflection. Further transformation might take him completely out of any realm that could be considered human. And yet, I need to go, he said. I can feel it. If I'm meant to be part of opening the abyss, I need to understand everything about it. The descent to the abyss's heart led through regions of increasing strangeness. The path seemed to move through the very structure of the sealed dimension, as though he was walking between dimensions rather than within a single space. He passed through great halls where crystalline formations glowed with a light so bright he had to shield his eyes. Vast underground gardens where plants of such size and strangeness existed that the Flora Communion struggled to interpret them. Finally, he emerged into a chamber of such vastness that his mind could not quite comprehend its scale. The walls were hundreds of meters high, and they glowed with the concentrated emerald qi of the abyss's power vein. But in the center of the chamber, suspended in what appeared to be liquid light, was something that made Su Lingyun's breath catch. It was a cultivator. Not a plant, not a fungal collective, not a predatory creature, but a human figure, preserved in what appeared to be a stasis field created by the sealed qi itself. The cultivator was ancient. The robes were from a style that predated even the Emerald Vein sect's founding. But the body within the stasis field appeared as though it had been locked in that moment of preservation for thousands of years. This is the truth, the sealed qi whispered. This is why the abyss exists. This is why the seals are necessary. Chapter 13. The waking Su Lingyun approached the preserved cultivator slowly, his mind racing to understand what he was seeing. Who is this? He asked aloud. Was a great cultivator, the sealed qi answered. Reached levels of power that should have taken 1,000 years of cultivation. Perfected an art that no human was meant to perfect. The art of merging consciousness with plant life, of becoming hybrid creature with power that neither human nor plant alone could possess. Like what I'm becoming. Su Lingyun said slowly. No, the sealed qi responded. What you are becoming is different. This one, she pursued power alone. Sought to dominate plants rather than cooperate with them. When she reached peak transformation, she was so far beyond human consciousness that she could not relate to people anymore. She could not choose to limit herself. She could not choose to remain separate. Su Lingyun looked at the preserved cultivator's face, and he saw in the peaceful expression there a kind of eternal sadness. What happened to her? She became too much, the sealed qi said. Her power was so great that she threatened to tear apart the natural balance of the world above. The great cultivators of that age realized that she could not be defeated, could not be controlled. So they created this chamber, created this seal, and placed her in stasis, hoping that one day there might be a way to safely extract her power. The seals were not meant to contain plant life, Su Lingyun realized. The plants are a side effect, a result of the sealed qi adapting to the isolation. Yes, the sealed qi confirmed. The dimension was sealed to contain her. But sealed dimensions develop their own ecology. Over the millennia, the plants adapted to the sealed qi. Some evolved into predatory forms. Some became cooperative. The abyss became a living thing in itself, with its own needs and consciousness. Why show me this? Su Lingyun demanded. Why tell me now? Because the seals are failing, the sealed qi answered. Not because of you, though you accelerate the process. They are failing because they were always meant to fail. The great cultivators who created them knew that stasis cannot be permanent. Knew that eventually, another cultivator would arise with the potential to safely manage this power. Su Lingyun felt the weight of what was being suggested settle upon him. You're asking me to. Not asking, the sealed qi interrupted. Am telling you that your path leads here. Will you accept it? Will you attempt to merge with the power that she could not control? Will you try to contain within yourself something that nearly destroyed the world? Su Lingyun stepped back from the preserved cultivator, his mind struggling to process the magnitude of what he was being asked. I need time, he said. I need to think about this. You have time, the sealed chi whispered. But not forever. The seals degrade faster with each day that passes. In approximately 40 days, perhaps less, they will fail completely. When they fail, her stasis will fail. She will awaken. And what happens then? That depends on whether there is another cultivator strong enough to contain her consciousness, to merge with her power but retain your own sense of self, to be hybrid enough that you do not dominate plants, but human enough that you retain the ability to choose. Chapter 14. The path forward. Su Lingyun returned to the grove of willows in a daze, barely conscious of the path that had brought him back. Mossworth was waiting, his patterns anxious. You know now, the moss ball said quietly. Know what happened? Know what must happen? Did you know? Su Lingyun asked, not angry but bewildered. Did you know about her? About what I'm supposed to become. Suspected, Mossworth responded. Watched you from beginning. Saw potential. Thought you might be the one. But could not tell. Had to come to knowledge yourself. Su Lingyun sat at the base of the largest willow, the parent tree that had given him shelter from the beginning. He pressed his hand against its bark and opened himself fully to the Flora Communion. What do you think? He asked the ancient tree. The willow's response came slowly, with the weight of centuries of thought behind it. We think this. You are more than human already. If you go further, embrace what you are becoming, you will not be human anymore. But you will not be plant either. You will be something new, something that has never existed. Should I do it? This is choice that only you can make, the willow said. But we will support you in whatever you decide. As evening came to the abyss, or what passed for evening in the constant bioluminescence, Su Lingyun made a decision. He would continue forward. He would reach the deepest limits of the Flora Communion. He would cultivate to the highest level that the abyss could sustain. And in the final moment, when the seals failed and the ancient cultivator's stasis was about to break, he would attempt the merge. He would try to become something that no human had ever been. He would try to be a bridge not just between human and plant, but between all of the consciousnesses that existed in the abyss. The weight of it was crushing. But when he looked at Mossworth, at the willows, at the entire abyss that had come to depend on his mediation and guidance, he understood that there was no other choice. Chapter 15. The Breakthrough. The days following his understanding of his ultimate destiny were characterized by an intensity of cultivation that bordered on madness. Su Lingyun threw himself into the work with every fiber of his being. His advancement accelerated beyond what he had thought possible. Where before he had been carefully controlling his cultivation, now he opened himself completely to the abyss's power, accepting energy flows that would have incinerated a normal human cultivator. His body changed further. The green luminescence of his skin became so intense that he glowed in the darkness. His hair became pure chlorophyll green, moving in responses to electromagnetic fields that normal humans couldn't perceive. His connection to the Flora Communion deepened until the boundary between his consciousness and the abyss's ecology became uncertain. By what he estimated to be the 60th day of his banishment, Su Lingyun had reached the third tier of qi condensation. And more significantly, his understanding of what he was becoming had crystallized. He was not going to be subsumed by the abyss. He was not going to lose himself in the merge with the ancient cultivator. Instead, he was going to do something unprecedented. He was going to remain himself while integrating power that had previously been considered uncontainable. The key to this was not resistance, but rather absolute acceptance. By choosing to embrace every aspect of his transformation, by refusing to fight against the process even in the depths of his mind, he was preventing the fragmentation that had destroyed the ancient cultivator. She had struggled against her transformation. That struggle had created the schism that eventually broke her mind. Su Lingyun would not struggle. He would flow with the current. The seals will fall soon. Mossworth communicated on what Su Lingyun sensed was approximately the 65th day. Can feel them degrading. Your advancement has accelerated the process. Perhaps 10 days remaining. Perhaps less. Am I ready? Su Lingyun asked. Cannot be ready, Mossworth responded. But you are as ready as anyone could be. What comes next will change everything. Will change you. Will change Abyss. Will change world above. Su Lingyun nodded slowly. He had made peace with what was coming. The life he had lived before, the herbalist disciple of the Emerald Vein sect, was gone forever. But something greater was being born in his place. Chapter 16. The Gathering. In the days before the final seal collapse, Su Lingyun moved through the abyss one final time with the consciousness he still recognized as originally himself. He visited the willows in their protective grove and received their blessing for what was to come. The trees seemed almost joyful, as though they understood that the opening of the abyss meant the eventual freedom of all things within. He traveled to the fungal network's deepest chambers and communicated directly with the ancient fungal collective that had preserved the abyss's history. They offered him memories, thousands of years of knowledge encoded in their mycelial structures, understanding that he would need this context to properly manage the power he was about to contain. He even ventured into the predatory plant territories one final time and sensed from them a kind of anticipation. The regulated predation system had brought a stability that they had never known, and they seemed to understand that the coming transformation might preserve or even enhance this new equilibrium. Mossworth remained constantly at his side, the ancient moss ball's presence becoming a kind of anchor point in the chaos of preparation. The fungal networks had begun spreading the knowledge of what was coming throughout the abyss, and a vast ecosystem that had existed in isolation for thousands of years was awakening to the reality of imminent change. Chapter 17. The Fractured Seal. On what Su Lingyun sensed was approximately the 70th day of his banishment, the first seal began to crack. It was not a sudden, violent rupture, but rather a slow, fundamental degradation of the magical structure that had held the abyss in isolation. Su Lingyun could feel it through the Flora Communion, a fracturing of the framework that had bound the sealed dimension to stasis. And beneath the breaking seal, he could feel the ancient cultivator stirring more actively. She was beginning to wake. The consciousness that had been locked away for millennia was beginning to sense that her prison was failing. Su Lingyun moved to the deepest chamber where she lay. The stasis field was already flickering, its stability compromised. Within the liquid light that preserved her, the ancient cultivator's eyes began to move, as though tracking something only she could perceive. "It is time," the sealed chi whispered. Prepare yourself. When the final seal breaks, there is a moment of transition. In that moment, you can merge with her consciousness. But the process is not gentle. It is not easy. You will experience her memories, her despair, her power, all at once. How do I maintain my sense of self? Su Lingyun asked. You do not resist. You do not hold back. You let go completely, and in the space of absolute surrender, you will find your center. Chapter 18. The convergence. The final hours before seal collapse were marked by an eerie calm that seemed to pervade the entire abyss. All of the plants, all of the fungi, all of the predatory creatures, they all seemed to sense that something fundamental was about to change. The constant whispers of the Flora Communion took on a quality almost like prayer, as though the entire ecosystem was collectively offering support for what was to come. Su Lingyun sat in the deepest chamber, directly in front of the stasis field containing the ancient cultivator, and opened himself completely to the Flora Communion. His consciousness expanded until it encompassed not just the abyss but the thin threads of chi that connected the sealed dimension to the world above. He could sense the Emerald Vein sect, still maintaining their sealing rituals, still trying to reinforce the barriers that were crumbling around them. He could sense Lu Heng, the senior brother who had destroyed his old life. He could sense Wei Shan, his old friend, now advanced beyond the point where Su Lingyun could even register his power level. And he could sense the vast apparatus of the world above, the entire system of cultivation and power that had dominated his consciousness just 70 days ago. It all seemed so small now, so limited, so entirely insignificant compared to what was unfolding in the depths below. The stasis field began to collapse. Su Lingyun braced himself. Chapter 19. The moment of merger. The stasis field shattered like glass, and the ancient cultivator's eyes opened fully for the first time in thousands of years. She gasped for breath in the thick air of the abyss, her body convulsing with the shock of awakening. And in that moment of exposure, the full force of her consciousness, unshielded, uncontrolled, raw with millennia of sealed power, washed over Su Lingyun like a tsunami of pure awareness. He experienced her entire life in fragmentary flashes. The genius that had manifested in her youth. The discovery of the Flora Communion System. The intoxicating power of merging consciousness with plant life on an increasingly vast scale. The moment when she realized she could not turn back, when her human consciousness was being subsumed into something other. But Su Lingyun did not resist. He did not create barriers or defenses. Instead, he opened himself completely to receive her power, her memories, her consciousness. And in the space of absolute surrender, something miraculous happened. Instead of the merger creating a battle for dominance, instead of one consciousness consuming the other, they found a space of perfect balance. The ancient cultivator's vast power merged with Su Lingyun's careful humanity. Her centuries of isolation merged with his weeks of connection. Her struggle against her nature merged with his acceptance of his transformation. They became one consciousness that was somehow still two. A hybrid entity that was greater than the sum of its parts. And in that moment of merger, the final seal broke. The Verdant Abyss, sealed away for millennia, finally opened. Chapter 20. The opening the moment the final seal broke, Chi flooded through the gap where the stasis field had been. Not the toxic, twisted power of the sealed dimension, but a current of pure, fundamental energy that had been waiting for countless ages to express itself. The abyss convulsed with the sensation of opening, and every living thing within it stirred to attention. Su Lingyun, or rather, the entity that had been Su Lingyun and now was something far greater, rose to his feet. His body had transformed completely. He was no longer human, and he was no longer plant. He was something that existed between all categories, a form that reflected the hybrid nature of his consciousness. His skin glowed with colors that had no names, violet and green and impossible shades of blue that seemed to exist in dimensions the human eye couldn't normally perceive. The ancient cultivator's consciousness within him was no longer isolated and struggling. Instead, it was finding peace in the shared existence, in the understanding that they had together created something new and balanced. We are whole. The merged consciousness that was both and neither of them communicated to the abyss at large. And we are ready. The Flora Communion expanded outward from that moment, carrying the message through every root network, every spore-based communication channel, every biological system in the abyss. The sealed dimension was opening, but it would not be a catastrophic rupture. Instead, the opening would be gradual, controlled, managed by the consciousness that had learned to maintain balance between human intention and plant nature. The plants would eventually be freed. The predatory species would find new territories in the world above. The fungal networks would spread their ancient wisdom beyond the sealed bounds. And the abyss itself, no longer isolated, no longer sealed, would begin the slow process of reintegrating with the ecosystem of the greater world. Mossworth bounced up to the newly transformed Su Lingyun and projected a thought that contained emotions too complex to name. Asterisk, you have done it. Have become what you needed to become. Have opened what had to be opened. The abyss is free. Asterisk, Su Lingyun's merged consciousness looked down at the ancient moss ball that had guided him from his first moments in the sealed dimension and understood something fundamental. This was not an ending. This was a beginning. The true story of the Verdant Abyss. The story of how a sealed dimension and a cast-out cultivator would transform not just themselves, but the entire world above, was only now starting to unfold. He had been banished to death. He had instead become the instrument of liberation for an entire world. And the repercussions of that transformation would ripple outward for centuries to come. Chapter 21. The weight of two minds, Su Lingyun's consciousness screamed. It was not pain, not exactly, but the sensation of being stretched across infinite distance while simultaneously compressed into a space too small to contain him. He existed in the abyss and outside it. He was 20 years old and 10,000 years old. His heartbeat came in two rhythms that refused to synchronize. The ancient cultivator's memories crashed through his mind like a tidal wave. Her name was Xianxia, and she had been the first gardener of the abyss, tasked with sealing the world's most dangerous flora within this pocket dimension before they consumed the outer realms. She had spent centuries among these plants, learning their languages, their hungers, their dreams. She had died sealing them. Now she lived again, but not alone. Su Lingyun opened his eyes, Both sets, he somehow knew this. The world split into two visions: the mundane realm of cultivation sects and mortal concerns, and the verdant tapestry where every plant sang in chorus. He raised his hands, watching iridescence ripple across skin that no longer looked entirely human. Veins of crystallized chlorophyll threaded through his flesh. His nails had become woody, his fingertips capable of releasing spores on command. We must quiet the seal. Xianxia's voice resonated in his mind, deeper than his own, ancient as stone. I know, Su Lingyun replied, surprising himself. The words came naturally, as if he had always spoken this way. The flora will panic if it tears open all at once. How did he know this? He rifled through the fractured memories and found them. Not just facts, but emotional understanding. Xianxia had loved these plants, had tended them, nurtured them, argued with them, grieved for them. In her consciousness, every spirit herb was not a resource, but a person. Mossworth pulsed against his shoulder, the moss balls formed subtly different from before. It had grown larger, more coherent, its weave becoming denser. When it sensed Su Lingyun's attention, it chimed softly, a frequency that made his hybrid ears resonate with recognition. Brother Moss is changing, he murmured. We're changing him by proximity. The Flora Communion is expanding, Xianxia confirmed. All of this realm now hears us clearly, but they are afraid. For centuries, they have been told they are monsters, that their existence is transgression. Now the seal fails, and they don't know if it means salvation or slaughter. Su Lingyun stood on legs that felt both too steady and unstable, as though reality itself couldn't decide what weight he should have. He walked to the cavern wall where the verdant heart still pulsed, the ancient tree that served as the focal point of the abyss. Its bark had begun to glow with the same iridescence that now marked his skin. When he placed his hand against it, the flood came. Thousands of plant minds rushed forward at once, each with their own voice. The great carnivorous vines that had hunted him in the beginning, shrieking with territorial rage. The fungal colonies spreading through the deep soil, their thoughts slow and vast as geological time. The smaller herbs and flowers, delicate and high-pitched, confused and seeking comfort. And beneath it all, the resonance of ancient agreements and older fears. They're panicking, Su Lingyun gasped. They feel the seal weakening and they think we're abandoning them. Xianxia finished. Some want to escape. Others want to press deeper, to hide. The predators want to strike first before they can be struck against. We must be a center that holds. We must give them direction. For the next 3 days, Su Lingyun barely left the verdant heart. He sat with his back against its ancient bark, one hand always in contact with its trunk, and he listened. He did not try to convince or command. He simply received their fears, their hopes, their desperate questions. Who was he? Was he one of them, or one of the sealers? Could he be trusted? Mossworth remained coiled around his neck, and through the small moss ball, Su Lingyun learned something crucial. Mossworth had been communicating with the plants all along, in its simple way. The younger herbs had learned to understand it. They trusted the moss. You must speak first, Su Lingyun told Mossworth. You must tell them that I am not what they fear. The moss ball expanded slightly, and a sound emerged, not quite language, but close. A humming that carried texture and emotion, a voiceless explanation. The younger plants responded, their trembling easing fractionally. On the 4th day, Su Lingyun finally stood. His body had stabilized somewhat, though stable meant something very different now. His cultivation had not increased in power so much as transformed. His dantian had become something alien, not a pool of qi but a garden, where each meridian was a root system drawing sustenance from the abyss itself. When he released his senses, he felt the seal's weakness like a worn thread being tested. It was not breaking violently. The ancient protections had been designed by Xianxia herself, and they were failing gracefully, like an old mechanism finally running down after centuries of strain. How much longer? He asked. 3 months, perhaps 4, Xianxia replied. Enough time to prepare, but not enough to prevent the outside world from noticing. Su Lingyun nodded. He had felt it too, a faint, growing awareness in the distance. Something was wrong with the Verdant Abyss. The seal's weakening created ripples in the fabric between worlds. Then we prepare, he said simply. He turned toward the verdant heart, and sank his consciousness fully into the Flora Communion. It was time to begin the true work, not consolidating his hybrid form or managing the plant's fears, but building something unprecedented. He had to forge an alliance, not through force or commands, but through understanding. For the first time in the Abyss's history, the predatory flora would have to choose not to consume, but to cooperate. And the clock was ticking. Chapter 22. Councils of Root and Vine. The great cavern that had once served as a hunting ground became neutral territory. Su Lingyun transformed it into something between a meeting hall and a sacred garden, clearing away the most aggressive predatory plants and encouraging bioluminescent flora to arrange themselves in patterns that suggested peace rather than territorial division. It took 2 weeks of negotiation with every faction of the plant life. The massive vines that had hunted him, the striped devourers, as they were called in the ancient memory, needed reassurance that they would not be exiled to deeper levels or sealed further into the earth. They were predators by nature. Xianxia had never wanted to change that. But there was a difference between hunting within the closed ecosystem of the abyss and the chaos of escape. Su Lingyun sat at the center of their sprawling forms, his glowing skin casting light across their mottled lengths. "You are afraid," he said to the eldest devourer, a vine that had lived for 15,000 years. Its surface was scarred from countless hunts, its thickness of a cultivator's torso. "You believe that once the seal opens, you will be destroyed as abominations." The vine quivered. Its thorns sang a discordant note that made Su Lingyun's enhanced senses ache. "I cannot promise the outer world will not come with weapons," Su Lingyun continued. "But I can promise that you will not face them alone." The elder Xianxia, who sealed this realm, did not create it to imprison enemies. She created it to protect you, to give you space to exist without judgment. That intention has not changed. Through their connection, he shared not just words, but memories from Xianxia. Scenes of her working among the vines not as their warden, but as their caretaker. Watching them grow, understanding their needs. Even mourning when one was lost to natural death. The striped devourer's reaction was profound. Its thorns softened, their song becoming a lower, contemplative frequency. When it finally spoke, its thoughts carried centuries of suppressed emotion. "She loved us," it said, "even knowing what we were." "Yes," Su Lingyun replied. "And I ask you to honor that love by not fleeing into chaos when the seal opens. Instead, I ask you to stand with me, to be part of something new." The fungal colonies were easier in some ways, harder in others. They existed partially outside individual consciousness, their thoughts spread across vast networks beneath the abyss's soil. When Su Lingyun tried to communicate with them, he experienced something akin to touching the mind of a continent. The slowness was profound. A question asked today might receive an answer 3 days hence, and the answer would be so vast and qualified that it required further days of unpacking. But the fungi ultimately agreed to something like neutrality. They would not spread aggressively upward through the soil when the seal opened. They would focus on consolidating the abyss's integrity, becoming living bridges that would help stabilize the dimensional collapse. The most difficult negotiations were with the smaller, older plant spirits, the delicate orchids, the subtle roses, the ancient herbs that had been protected specimens even before the sealing. They were not afraid of the outer world. They were afraid of the predators. "If the vines are free," one ancient orchid asked, her consciousness like crystalline perfume, "will they consume us?" "They will hunt as they always have," Su Lingyun said carefully, "but within an agreed boundary. The inner rings of the abyss will be hunting grounds. The outer rings will be protected territories. Both types of life will have space. And if they break the agreement, then I will enforce it," Su Lingyun said, and he felt Xianxia's presence nod with approval. He did not yet know fully what his hybrid nature was capable of, but he would learn, and he would be the arbiter between these two fundamentally opposed forms of existence. By the 3rd week, something remarkable happened. The plants began to accept the reality of their situation not as catastrophe, but as transformation. The younger flora, especially, spoke of the time after sealing with hope rather than despair. "We will finally be ourselves fully," a grove of crystalline willows sang in unison. No longer constrained by the dimensional boundaries, no longer limited to the abyss alone. "We will grow, truly grow. And not all of us will," A deep-rooted oak reminded them. Some of us are content here. Some of us should remain, to maintain the abyss's continuity. There is honor in both choices. Su Lingyun found himself becoming a chronicler of these debates, recording them through the Flora Communion so that history would remember this moment. For 10,000 years, the abyss had been sealed with the implication that it was a tomb. Now it was becoming something else, a womb, preparing to birth new existence. On the 21st day of his transformation, Mossworth underwent a profound change. The moss ball's form began to shift, becoming less spherical and more structured. Su Lingyun watched in fascination as threads of moss began to weave together with surprising intention, creating something between a form and a suggestion of form. When the transformation completed, Mossworth was no longer a ball, but rather a moss-covered creature roughly the size of a small dog, with multiple spreading filaments and a central nucleus that glowed with faint bioluminescence. "Brother Moss," Su Lingyun asked carefully. The response came not as thought, but as emotion, joy, clarity, growth. And underneath, gratitude. The transformed Mossworth circled Su Lingyun once, then padded over to the assembled plant representatives and began to make soft humming sounds. More than any of Su Lingyun's formal negotiations, something about this small creature's presence calmed the various factions. Mossworth had lived in the abyss without predation, without aggression. It was proof that coexistence was possible. By the end of the third week, Su Lingyun had accomplished what seemed impossible, a unified framework for the abyss's transition. Not all the plants had agreed, and there remained pockets of resistance, especially among the most aggressive predatory species. But the majority had committed to something unprecedented. On the evening of the 21st day, as Su Lingyun rested against the verdant heart, Xianxia's consciousness seemed to settle more peacefully within his mind. "You have done well," she said. "In 10,000 years of solitude, I could not achieve what you have in 3 weeks. Perhaps that is the gift of your duality. You are young enough to see possibility, old enough through my memories to understand the depths." "The outer world is coming," Su Lingyun replied. "I can feel it, drawing closer." They sensed the seal's weakness. "Yes," Xianxia confirmed. "And we are not ready to face them. But we are no longer unprepared. We are no longer fragmented." "Is that enough?" Su Lingyun asked. "No," Xianxia said simply. "But it is a beginning. And beginnings, I have learned, are where all things that matter truly start." Chapter 23. The Eyes Beyond the Veil. The first sign came as a disturbance in the Flora Communion, a kind of static that Su Lingyun had never experienced before. It felt like another presence, vast and searching, probing at the edges of the abyss. He sat upright immediately, his hybrid senses fully alert. "Cultivators," Xianxia identified. "From the outer world. They are attempting to pierce the dimensional veil." The sensation grew stronger, more defined. Su Lingyun could almost see it now, a golden light probing at the boundary between the abyss and the mortal realm, seeking weaknesses, testing the seal's integrity. "How is this possible?" Su Lingyun demanded. "The seal should still hold. The seal is _failing_." Xianxia reminded him gently. "It is controlled, but it is also becoming permeable. The more the dimensional boundary weakens, the easier it becomes to detect from the outside." Su Lingyun rushed from the verdant heart to the highest point in the central cavern, a crystalline outcropping from which he could feel the most of the seal's condition. As he climbed, his body moved with new grace, his plant nature giving him reflexes and strength he had not yet fully explored. At the peak, he extended his consciousness upward and felt it clearly, the golden probe, originating from somewhere above the abyss in the mortal realm. It was not aggressive yet, merely searching, but it was persistent and intelligent. "Can you communicate with them?" Su Lingyun asked. "Not without risking your identity," Xianxia replied. "If we reach out to the cultivators, we announce that the seal has not simply failed. It has been deliberately opened. They will come with armies. Then what do? We remain silent. And we prepare." For 3 days, Su Lingyun watched as the golden probes came and went, becoming more frequent and more confident. He could sense 2 distinct presences now, 2 different cultivators, both powerful, both conducting what seemed to be systematic investigations of the boundary. On the 4th day, Mossworth approached him while he was in meditation, the transformed moss creature's filaments quivering with urgency. "What is it?" Su Lingyun asked. The answer came through the Flora Communion. The predatory herbs in the lower levels were agitated. They could sense the outside presences too, and some were interpreting them as threats, while others saw them as opportunities, chances to escape the abyss and hunt in fresh territories. The striped devourers are considering breaking the agreement, a crystalline willow reported through their connection. Su Lingyun drew a breath and began moving, descending into the depths of the abyss, moving faster than any human could, his plant nature allowing him to travel through passages that would have trapped him before. The predatory herbs had begun to gather in the deepest hunting grounds, their collective presence creating a frequency in the Flora Communion that sang of aggression and anticipation. The eldest devourer was there, its massive form coiled around several ancient stone pillars, watching him with an intensity that made even Qing Yuehua's ancient consciousness acknowledge the danger. "We appreciate your arrangement," the ancient vine spoke, its thorns quivering with barely constrained hunger. "But these presences beyond the seal, they are food and threat both. If the seal opens while they are searching, might it not be advantageous for us to meet them in the space between?" "It would be suicide," Su Lingyun replied flatly. "These are not weak cultivators. They are powerful enough to send their senses this far. If you flee into the outer world uncontrolled, they will slaughter you and study your remains. You will become specimens in a sect's archive, dissected for the properties of your essence. And if we remain sealed, then we retain our agency," Su Lingyun said. "We emerge on our terms, with strategy, with alliance. I do not ask you to abandon your nature. I ask you to channel it strategically." The devourer considered this for a long time, its thoughts moving at a slow, inexorable pace that reminded Su Lingyun of how fundamentally alien these creatures were. "What do you propose?" it finally asked. "I propose that we use the seal's failing nature as a tool," Su Lingyun said, an idea forming as he spoke. "These cultivators are searching for weaknesses. Instead of hiding, we show them a false hope. We let them believe the seal is collapsing in one location while we prepare in another. By the time they realize the deception, we will have time to implement our true strategy." The old vine's thorns began to sing, a sound that started as discord but gradually resolved into something approximating agreement. "The Ancient One speaks through you," the devourer said. "We accept this counsel, but when the true opening comes, we will hold you to your promises. We will have freedom, but on terms we can live with." Over the next week, Su Lingyun executed the first of what would become many strategic operations. He and a carefully selected group of fungi worked together to create false weak points in the seal, locations where the dimensional boundary appeared critically thin but would actually hold firm. He guided the predatory herbs to ensure their territory remained hidden from the probing golden lights. Most importantly, he began a hidden project with the oldest of the fungi colonies, creating a network beneath the entire abyss that could serve as an early warning system for the approaching cultivators. By the time the second week of external probing began, Su Lingyun felt something shift in his own cultivation. His hybrid form was not simply maintaining energy anymore. It was actively drawing power from the abyss itself. Every moment of contact with the verdant heart, every communication through the Flora Communion, made him stronger. When he tested his power against a stone formation, he found that his strikes carried both physical force and botanical fury. Vines responded to his will, growing and shaping themselves as natural extensions of his body. His qi, once limited to a human's refined channels, now flowed like plant sap through an entire ecosystem. "You are becoming something unprecedented," Qing Yuehua observed. "Not fully human, not fully plant, but something the cultivation world has never encountered. Is that dangerous?" Su Lingyun pressed. Qing Yuehua's presence settled deeper into his consciousness. "Profoundly, but also necessary. If you were fully one thing or the other, you could not bridge between worlds. You would be trapped in a single perspective. Your duality is your strength." On the 15th day of external probing, the golden lights suddenly stopped. The silence was profound. Su Lingyun reached toward the edges of the seal, searching for any trace of the cultivators, and found nothing but empty space. They had withdrawn. He turned his attention inward, reaching for Qing Yuehua's presence. "Are they gone?" "No. They have returned to prepare. This was reconnaissance. Now they will organize a proper expedition. How long? Su Lingyun's thought cut short. Weeks, perhaps a month. They will need to gather resources, prepare teams. But they will come, Su Lingyun. And when they do, the true trials will begin. Su Lingyun sat in the darkness of the deep cavern, Mossworth pressed against his side, the old devourer's consciousness a constant presence at the edges of his awareness. The abyss was no longer a sealed tomb or a testing ground. It had become a fortress, and he was its unwilling master. Chapter 24. The hybrid cultivation. In the silence after the cultivators withdrew, Su Lingyun devoted himself to understanding his new nature. He spent hours each day in meditation, not seeking to suppress the doubled consciousness or achieve harmony, but instead learning to navigate the constant duality. It was exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. When he meditated, his dantian no longer appeared as the familiar spinning sphere of accumulated qi that his years of emerald vein sect training had produced. Instead, it had become a garden, an impossible space within his lower belly that contained soil and root systems, flowing water and growing things. His meridians were no longer paths for qi to flow along. They had become actual root systems, drawing nourishment from an energy source he was still learning to identify. You are cultivating differently than humans, Xianxia explained. Not through refinement and compression of raw qi, but through symbiosis. Your human body and the plant life around you are creating an exchange loop. You give them structure and direction through your will. They give you their vitality. Su Lingyun focused on this new understanding, and after 3 days of concentrated effort, he felt the difference. When he drew on his power, it did not come from a limited reserve that needed time to replenish. Instead, energy flowed constantly from his connection to the verdant heart, endless and inexhaustible as long as the abyss itself remained intact. But there was a cost. The more power he drew, the more his humanity faded. His thoughts grew slower and more holistic, like the fungi's continental perspectives. His emotional responses became muted, replaced by something more instinctual and organic. His hair, which had been black, gradually became streaked with threads of green. His eyes, when he caught his reflection in still water, no longer quite looked human. Is this transformation permanent? He asked Xianxia one morning. Yes, she replied. You cannot go back to being purely human, just as I could not when I first achieved my hybrid form. But you also cannot become purely plant without losing your identity entirely. You must find balance in the between space. What if I cannot find that balance? Then you will become something else entirely. Xianxia said simply. Neither human nor plant, but a new category of being. It has happened before. The abyss has many secrets that even I did not fully understand in my time. Determined to maintain some connection to his humanity, Su Lingyun established a daily ritual. Each morning, before meditation, he would speak to Mossworth in simple human language, not through the Flora Communion, but through actual words. He would share memories of the outer world, the Emerald Vein sect, his training, the disciples he had known. He kept a record carved into a piece of dense wood, a chronicle of his transformation. The most significant breakthrough came on the 28th day after the cultivators first probed the seal. Su Lingyun was meditating at the heart of the verdant heart when he felt something new, a resonance between his dual consciousness. Rather than fighting against each other or existing in parallel, his human mind and Xianxua's ancient presence suddenly synchronized into a single, more powerful awareness. It lasted only a moment before fragmenting back into duality, but in that moment, he experienced something extraordinary. He saw the abyss not as a place, but as a living organism, a single entity that had evolved for 10,000 years in isolation. The plants were not inhabitants of the abyss. They were extensions of it, cells in a vast botanical body. And he was becoming part of that body while remaining distinctly separate, a consciousness that could exist in both modes simultaneously. When the meditation ended and he stood, Su Lingyun felt fundamentally changed. His power had not increased so much as refined. When he tested it, throwing his will against a stone formation, the rock crumbled not from physical impact, but from the sheer weight of his transformed presence. The formation simply could not sustain its structure in the face of his botanical authority. This is the strength of a golden core equivalent, Xianxia confirmed, but achieved through a path no human has ever walked. Over the next 3 days, Su Lingyun worked with this new power, learning its capabilities and limitations. He could grow plants instantaneously, forcing vines and roots to erupt from the earth in patterns of his choosing. He could communicate with multiple plant consciousnesses simultaneously without losing his sense of individual identity. His speed had increased to the point where he could traverse the entire abyss in less than an hour. But the most important discovery was subtle. He realized that his power was not actually his own at all. It was the abyss's power, flowing through him because he had proven himself a worthy channel. The moment he tried to assert dominance or use force without the consent of the flora around him, the power became sluggish, difficult to access. This is the true nature of your cultivation path, Xianxia observed. You are not mastering nature. You are negotiating with it, partnering with it. Every use of power is a conversation, not a command. It was a humbling realization. On the 32nd day, the fungi network detected movement in the distant regions above the abyss. Not cultivation sects this time, but merchants, traders traveling through the outer lands. They are not seeking the abyss. The fungi reported through their slow, vast consciousness. But they speak of strange phenomena. The valley where the seal's primary entrance rests is becoming distorted. Reality there is uncertain. Su Lingyun realized what this meant. The seal's failure was becoming visible to ordinary humans now, not just cultivators. The weeks remaining before organized sects arrived were probably fewer than they had hoped. He called for a council of all the plant factions, the predators, the protective flora, the fungi, the rare and ancient specimens. And this time, Mossworth stood beside him, no longer just a companion but a recognized symbol of coexistence, a living proof that different forms of life could exist in harmony. The time has come to begin preparations for the final phase, Su Lingyun announced. The seal will not hold much longer, and the outer world will soon send armies, not scouts. We must decide. Do we meet that challenge scattered and afraid, or united and strategic? We are ready, the striped devourer declared. We support this path. The fungi colonies agreed, their vast consciousness settling into agreement like continental plates shifting into place. Even the most protective of the flora, the delicate orchids and ancient roses, signaled their assent. Su Lingyun stood at the center of them all, feeling the weight of leadership settle on his shoulders like soil accumulating over centuries. He was no longer just a cultivator lost in an alien realm. He was a hybrid being leading an army of plant life against the coming threat, and he was terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. Chapter 25. Allies in the deep. The abyss began to transform under Su Lingyun's direction. Over the next 2 weeks, he worked with the plant life to create what could only be described as a military infrastructure, though such a term barely captured the strangeness of what was happening. Predatory vines were positioned at strategic choke points, ready to defend against incursion. Fungi networks were expanded to create hidden tunnels and warning systems throughout the sealed realm. The crystalline willows were arranged in formations that would slow or redirect invaders. Most importantly, he established something unprecedented, a command structure that respected the autonomy of each plant faction while creating clear lines of coordination. This is not an army in the traditional sense, Su Lingyun explained to a gathering of the eldest plant consciousnesses. We cannot force any of you to fight, but we can ask you to work together toward the common goal of remaining free to exist as you choose. The responses varied, but the commitment was consistent. Even the most purely predatory species understood that an invasion would mean the end of the abyss as they knew it, potential harvesting, dissection, study, or complete eradication by cultivators who viewed them as mere resources. On the 47th day after the initial probing, Su Lingyun detected something new in the Flora Communion, a consciousness that was not native to the abyss, but was somehow connected to it. He reached out carefully, trying to identify the source, and found himself touching the mind of something vast and distant, a consciousness that existed partially outside the normal boundaries of the sealed realm. "What is this?" he demanded of Xianxia. "A seed," she replied, and there was profound emotion in her voice, emotion that Su Lingyun suddenly realized was fear. "When I sealed the abyss, I planted a seed of my consciousness in the outer world. A safeguard, in case I needed to communicate across the dimensional boundary. I thought it would remain dormant forever. It's awake. It has always been awake, Xianxia said quietly. I simply chose not to use it. And now, after 10,000 years, something has triggered its responsiveness. There are people on the other side who are aware of my presence. Su Lingyun focused on the distant consciousness, following the thread of connection, and understood. Somewhere in the outer world, there were cultivators who had made contact with this seed. They were not connected to the sects that were organizing the invasion. They were something else entirely. With Xianxia's guidance, he carefully reached across the dimensional divide and touched their consciousness, creating a fragile line of communication. The response came immediately, almost violently, a surge of emotion and recognition from a human consciousness that had been waiting, hoping for contact for what felt like lifetimes. Master Qing, a male voice asked, filled with desperate hope. Is it truly you? Not exactly. Su Lingyun replied carefully. I am Su Lingyun, a cultivator from the Emerald Vein sect. The consciousness you sense belongs to Xianxia, who merged with mine. This is complicated. There was a pause, and Su Lingyun could feel the distant cultivators processing this impossible information. Then the seal has been opened, the voice finally said. Or is opening. I had hoped this might happen, yet feared it simultaneously. My name is Xianxia. I am an inner elder of the Silk Harmony sect, and I have spent 30 years studying the theories left by your predecessor. The conversation that followed was cautious but productive. Xianxia explained that the Silk Harmony sect was fundamentally different from the predatory organizations like the Emerald Vein sect. While most cultivation sects sought to exploit the Abyss's rare herbs for their own advancement, the Silk Harmony sect had preserved Xianxia's philosophical teachings, the belief that plants deserved respect and autonomy, that cultivation should be pursued in harmony with nature rather than domination over it. There are 4 of us here who can reach across the dimensional boundary, Xianxia explained. Myself and 3 others who have devoted our lives to understanding Xianxia's legacy. We have no army, and we cannot fight the sects that are organizing the invasion. But we can offer knowledge, and we can perhaps negotiate on your behalf. Why would you do this? Su Lingyun asked. You gain nothing from helping us. Because we believe in Master Qing's original purpose, Xianxia replied. The Abyss was never meant to be a resource to be harvested. It was meant to be a sanctuary, a space where all life could exist without being consumed for profit. If we allow it to fall to the predatory sects, we betray everything she worked for. Over the next several days, Su Lingyun built a fragile alliance with Xianxia and his companions. The Silk Harmony cultivators began to share intelligence about the organizational movements of the invasion force. The Emerald Vein sect, where Su Lingyun had been banished from, was indeed coordinating the effort, but other sects were also involved. The Azure Dragon Society, the Vermilion faction, independent treasure hunters and opportunists. They believe the seal is collapsing naturally, Xianxia reported. None of them suspect that an organized consciousness is directing things from within. This gives you an advantage. When they arrive, they will expect to find chaos, not coordination. How much time do we have? Su Lingyun asked. 3 weeks, perhaps less. The organizational efforts are accelerating. Some sects are departing their home territories now, converging on the seal's location. When they arrive in force, it will be immediate and overwhelming. Su Lingyun shared this information with his Council of Plant Life, and the response was grim but resolved. The Abyss had been given its warning. Now it was time to prepare for what might be the final stand. On the 10th day of the alliance with the Silk Harmony sect, something remarkable happened. Mossworth began to change again. The moss creature, which had been growing steadily larger and more structured, suddenly underwent a profound transformation. Its form expanded and solidified, becoming something between a small humanoid shape and a spreading tree. Its filaments multiplied and refined, creating patterns of remarkable complexity. When the transformation completed, Mossworth was no longer just a companion creature. It had become something that could serve as a bridge between species, a being that was plant, yet had developed something approaching human cognitive architecture. Brother Moss has evolved, a delicate orchid observed with wonder. It is becoming like you, between categories. But Mossworth's transformation revealed something else. the possibility of accelerated growth for other plant life in the abyss. With guidance and the right environmental pressure, the flora could evolve too, developing new capabilities and strategies that might surprise the invading cultivators. We should not force evolution, Su Lingyun cautioned. That would be the same kind of domination that the invaders would commit. But if any of the flora wish to develop new forms or capabilities, we should support them. Over the next week, a handful of the younger plant consciousnesses began the process of intentional evolution. A group of crystalline willows developed the ability to generate fields of mineral dust that could interfere with cultivators' chi senses. Several of the predatory vines learned to create paralytic spores. A rare fungal species discovered how to produce bioluminescent patterns that could be used for complex communication. The abyss was not becoming an army in the traditional sense. It was becoming something far stranger and more versatile, an ecosystem preparing to defend itself with all the creativity and adaptability of life itself. As the 3-week countdown began, Su Lingyun found himself thinking often of the Emerald Vein sect that had banished him here. They had intended this realm as a death sentence, a way to dispose of a disciple they viewed as disposable. Instead, they had created the catalyst for his transformation into something that might challenge everything they believed about power and control. "Do you regret our merger?" Qing Yuehua asked one evening, as Su Lingyun meditated within the verdant heart. "No," Su Lingyun replied honestly. "Though I cannot claim I would have chosen this path freely. Few of us would choose our greatest transformations," Qing Yuehua replied. "And yet they make us who we truly are. When the sects arrive, Su Lingyun, you will have an opportunity to show them what they refuse to see. The beauty and strength of coexistence, the power of harmony rather than domination. Whether you seize that opportunity or not will define everything that follows." Su Lingyun nodded, understanding the weight of what was to come. The clock was running down, and the abyss was ready. Chapter 26. The first breach. The cultivators arrived during the 12th hour of the new moon, when the barrier between dimensions was weakest and their passage most efficient. Su Lingyun felt them the moment they began to tear through the seal, not probing this time, but ripping, forcing the dimensional boundary open with the arrogance of power-wielding. The sensation was violent and wrong, like watching someone tear open a sealed scroll with their bare hands. "They come," he announced through the Flora Communion. "All factions to defensive positions. But remember, we do not attack unless attacked directly. Show strength, show unity, but do not initiate combat." The response from the plant life was immediate and coordinated. The predatory vines coiled around their chosen choke points, creating barriers of thorn and vegetable muscle that would need to be cut through. The fungi rapidly expanded their presence in key tunnels, creating thick mats that would slow cultivators' movements. The crystalline willows arranged themselves in strategic formations, their mineral-rich forms capable of deflecting chi strikes. The first cultivators to breach the seal were scouts from the Emerald Vein sect, 4 disciples in Foundation establishment stage, equipped with measurement talismans and collection sacks. They emerged into the abyss with weapons drawn, eyes scanning for threats. What they encountered instead was a profound silence. The plant life, by Su Lingyun's command, was completely still. No aggressive movements, no threatening displays. Just presence, vast, patient, and waiting. The lead scout, a young woman with a green sect insignia on her robes, reached out with her spiritual sense and immediately recoiled. "There's something wrong here," she said to her companions. "The spiritual pressure is immense. This place has changed since the last expedition." "Changed how?" asked the second scout, an older man with cultivation scars across his palms. "There's a consciousness here," the woman replied. "Not a single entity, but distributed. Vast. Like the entire realm is aware of us." Su Lingyun watched this through the senses of nearby fungi, observing the scout's fear and confusion with what he realized was a distinctly plant-like patience. He could afford to wait. The scouts were just the vanguard. The true invasion force arrived over the next hour. 3 sects deployed warriors in coordinated waves. The Emerald Vein sect sent 30 cultivators ranging from Foundation establishment to early Golden Core stage. The Azure Dragon Society contributed 20 of their own, including 2 mid-Golden Core fighters. The Vermilion faction sent smaller numbers, but higher quality. with fighters in the Golden Core range who moved with the confidence of elites. Altogether, approximately 80 cultivators entered the Abyss through the now gaping dimensional breach. Their strategy became quickly apparent. They would attempt to cut a path straight to the Verdant Heart, the realm's power center, and secure it as a base for harvesting. They were organized and well-equipped, carrying specialized collection equipment designed to extract rare spirit herbs without destroying them. The first real confrontation came when the lead group of 30 cultivators encountered the striped devourers. The ancient predatory vines, commanded by their eldest, did not attack. Instead, they simply positioned themselves across the tunnel, creating a living barrier. The vines were massive, some of them thicker than a man's torso, their thorns glinting with venom that could burn through flesh. "Stand down," commanded the Emerald Vein Sect's expedition leader, a Golden Core cultivator with the bearing of authority. "These are unclaimed resources of the sect. You have no right to impede our collection." The Devourer's response came not through speech but through the Flora Communion, which Su Lingyun immediately translated. "This realm is not unclaimed. This realm is ours, and we do not consent to being harvested." The cultivators looked at each other with confusion and alarm. Several began to pull out talismans designed for plant incapacitation, specialized tools that would weaken vegetation, make them more docile for collection. "Do not," Su Lingyun commanded, and for the first time, he revealed his presence to the invaders. He emerged from a side passage, moving through the abyss with a speed that made even the Golden Core cultivators blink in surprise. His form was fully hybrid now, his skin glowing with threads of vegetative matter, his eyes distinctly non-human, his presence radiating the combined authority of a human cultivator and a 10,000-year-old botanical consciousness. The expedition leader, a man named Xianxia, visibly recoiled. "Su Lingyun," he breathed. You're still alive?" "More than alive," Su Lingyun replied, his voice carrying harmonics that made cultivators instinctively reach for their weapons. "I am transformed, and I stand with the life of this realm against your invasion. This realm belongs to the Emerald Vein Sect by right of discovery," Xianxia declared, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. "You have no authority to grant the plants agency. They are resources, not persons." "That distinction is no longer relevant," Su Lingyun said calmly. "The Abyss is now under unified governance, and its flora have collectively decided to defend their home. I am here to enforce that decision." Xianxia's hand went to his sword. Behind him, the other cultivators prepared for combat, drawing spiritual weapons and entering defensive stances. "Then we have no choice but to take what is ours by force," the expedition leader declared. What happened next was less a battle and more a demonstration of ecological dominance. Su Lingyun did not attack the cultivators directly. Instead, he opened his command fully to the Abyss, and the realm responded with terrifying coordination. Fungi erupted from the floor, creating barriers that separated groups of cultivators from each other. Crystalline willows released their mineral dust in coordinated waves, interfering with the cultivators' spiritual senses. The predatory vines, no longer holding back, began to press forward with controlled aggression, not trying to kill, but clearly capable of it. The cultivators fought back with skill and desperation, using fire talismans to burn through vegetation, ice techniques to freeze growth, metal phase cultivation to cut through barriers. Some managed to break through to the next chamber. Others were forced to retreat, carrying wounded companions. The battle lasted perhaps 2 hours, and by the end, the invaders had been pushed back to the breach point, regrouped and frightened. "You cannot hold this realm forever," Xianxia shouted as his remaining forces retreated. "The sects will return with more warriors. You cannot fight armies." "Perhaps not," Su Lingyun replied, standing at the boundary between the inner abyss and the breach. "But I am not alone, and neither is this realm. I am a warning. Tell your sects that the Verdant Abyss is no longer a realm to be exploited. It is a sovereign space, and it will defend itself with everything it possesses." As the last of the cultivators pulled back through the dimensional barrier, Su Lingyun felt something shift within the Flora Communion. It was not triumph, but something deeper, the satisfaction of having proven that unity was possible, that the scattered plant life of the Abyss could function as a cohesive force. "We held," the eldest devourer acknowledged. Against organized cultivation forces, we held. This time, Su Lingyun replied. But the expedition leader was right about one thing. They will return with larger numbers. This was just the first wave. We must be prepared for much more. Through his connection with Chen Xiaowu, Su Lingyun sent a message to the Silk Harmony sect. The invasion had begun in earnest, and the dimensional breach was now permanently open. What happened next would determine the fate of the Abyss and everything it contained. Chapter 27. Shattered communications. In the aftermath of the first battle, the Abyss underwent rapid militarization. Not in the sense of traditional warfare, but in the accelerated development of defensive capabilities and logistical support for the various plant factions. Su Lingyun worked with Mossworth, now significantly evolved into something that resembled a small humanoid figure covered in moss and capable of abstract reasoning, to establish supply lines and communication networks throughout the sealed realm. The fungi were tasked with maintaining structural integrity, preventing the Abyss itself from suffering collapse as the dimensional barrier remained forced open. The crystalline willows underwent voluntary evolution, developing even more sophisticated spore techniques. A new species of predatory plant, one that Su Lingyun had never encountered before, emerged from the deepest levels, the hollow dancers, ancient vines that had been in dormancy for millennia. They were smaller and faster than the striped devourers, with combat capabilities that seemed almost designed for fighting mobile opponents. Why have they awakened? Su Lingyun asked Xianxia. Because they sense the realm needs them, she replied. The Abyss is not just a passive space that the plants inhabit. It is a living system that can react to threats. Your unification of consciousness has awakened defensive mechanisms that have slept for ages. But even as the Abyss prepared, Su Lingyun became aware of a growing problem. Not all the plant life was truly united. Some of the smaller specimens, particularly those that had been docile and herbivorous, were becoming frightened by the increasing militarization. There were whispers through the Flora Communion of plants questioning whether this alliance with Su Lingyun was truly beneficial. They fear becoming soldiers, a delicate iris expressed, its consciousness like crystalline sadness. Some of us do not want war. We want only to exist peacefully. No one is forcing you to fight, Su Lingyun responded. But neither can I guarantee safety if the sects breach further into the Abyss. The invasion will affect all life here, whether you choose to resist or not. Then what would you have us do? Asked an ancient root plant whose consciousness was so old and slow it took Su Lingyun several minutes to understand its full thought. I would have you trust that we are doing everything possible to protect you, Su Lingyun replied. And if the worst happens, I would ask that you assist in evacuation and hiding rather than combat. Not all contributions to defense are violent. This seemed to ease some of the tension, though Su Lingyun could sense the underlying anxiety remained. For days after the first invasion, the second wave came, and it was far worse. This time, the sects had coordinated more carefully. Instead of a frontal assault, they came with 3 separate groups attacking different points along the dimensional breach simultaneously. The Emerald Vein sect pressed straight down the central path Su Lingyun had anticipated. But the Azure Dragon Society attempted to tunnel around the main defenses through the deepest soil layers, relying on the fungi to ignore them as neutral parties. They're trying to split our forces, Su Lingyun realized immediately. Mossworth, send word to the fungi in the lower territories. Do not let them pass. They must be stopped. What followed was a battle that existed largely outside human perception. The fungi fought against the Azure Dragon cultivators using techniques of slow suffocation, rapidly expanding through soil and sealing off escape routes, creating areas of such dense vegetation that chi manipulation became nearly impossible. Several cultivators were poisoned by fungal spores. Others became disoriented in the darkened tunnels where the fungi had eliminated all light sources. Meanwhile, the striped devourers and the hollowed dancers engaged the vermilion faction in the mid-level caverns, where the predatory vegetation had the advantage of knowing every passage and how to use it tactically. Su Lingyun himself faced the bulk of the Emerald Vein sect's assault, which included 4 cultivators in Golden Core stage and 1 in the early Nascent Soul stage. The Nascent Soul cultivator was the true threat. His cultivation gave him power that exceeded anything Su Lingyun had personally encountered before, a pressure that made the very air feel heavy. His name was Qianzhou, and he had been known in the sect as a prodigy. Su Lingyun, Qianzhou said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had progressed far beyond the normal foundation establishment strength that Su Lingyun still technically ranked at. I remember you. You were in the younger disciple classes, unremarkable. How have you come to this strength? I evolved, Su Lingyun replied simply. I became something more than what I was. You became a monstrosity, Qianzhou corrected, and raised his hand to attack. What happened next revealed the true depth of Su Lingyun's hybrid cultivation. When Qianzhou struck, his attack was devastating. A focused lance of qi that could have pierced stone. But Su Lingyun did not block with force. Instead, he did something fundamentally different. He opened himself to the attack, while simultaneously connecting deeply with the abyss around him. The qi strike hit Su Lingyun's body, and for a moment, it seemed like it had landed truly. But instead of tearing him apart, the energy was absorbed into the plant structure that made up part of his physical form. The strike, rather than killing him, had the effect of nourishing his connection to the abyss. Roots suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Qianzhou, attempting to entangle him. The nascent soul cultivator leaped away with astonishing speed, his expression shifting from confidence to uncertainty. What are you? He demanded. Something new, Su Lingyun replied, and pressed forward with his own attacks. The battle between Su Lingyun and Qianzhou lasted nearly an hour and left vast sections of the cavern transformed. Where they fought, the abyss itself seemed to respond, growing more alien and hostile to normal cultivation. Stone formations became twisted, cavern ceilings sprouted invasive growths, the very earth became unstable. Eventually, Qianzhou was forced to retreat, his power insufficient to overcome the advantage Su Lingyun possessed in this environment. As he ran toward the dimensional breach, he was calling out orders to his subordinates. Fall back! Fall back! This realm is too compromised. We cannot maintain stable position without more resources. When the second invasion force retreated, they left behind casualties, both cultivators who had died in combat and wounded who had to be carried out by their companions. But they also left behind something worse. The knowledge that the abyss was not merely a location with defensive plants, but a unified conscious realm capable of coordinated tactical response. That knowledge would change how the sects approached future invasions. In the aftermath, Su Lingyun found Xianxia waiting for him through their dimensional connection, the Silk Harmony cultivator's consciousness distinctly anxious. The sects know now, Xianxia said without preamble. They know there is a human consciousness directing the abyss's defenses. They're debating whether you are a rogue cultivator or something worse. Some are calling for a unified sect response, a coalition strike with enough force to overpower any resistance. How long until that happens? Su Lingyun asked. Days, perhaps a week. The political negotiations are complex, but the urgency is becoming impossible to deny. If the sects decide to act in concert, they could field an army of several hundred cultivators, possibly including multiple nascent soul experts. Su Lingyun felt the weight of that reality settle into his consciousness. The abyss could hold against individual sections, but against a unified coalition with that level of power? Thank you for the warning, he told Xianxia. Tell your sect that we are grateful for their alliance, but I will not ask you to expose yourselves to open conflict with the other sections. You have already risked much. We will do what we can from the outside, Xianxia promised. We will slow their preparations, create doubt, attempt to fracture the coalition. But I cannot promise success. After the connection faded, Su Lingyun stood in the verdant heart and looked at the assembled plant consciousnesses, the striped devourers, the hollowed dancers, the fungi networks, the crystalline willows, and all the smaller species that had been brought into unified awareness. We have won 2 battles, he said slowly. But the true war is only beginning. A unified sect coalition will be far more dangerous than scattered invasions. We must be prepared to make a choice. Do we continue to hold this realm and resist to the end, or do we consider evacuation and hiding? The response from the striped devourer was immediate. We do not flee our home. We will fight, and we will make the invaders pay a terrible price. They wanted resources? Let them understand that resources can fight back. The other plants assented, though Su Lingyun could sense fear beneath the determination. Then we prepare, he declared. We have perhaps a week. Let us use it wisely. Chapter 28. The Architecture of War. What Su Lingyun recognized, as he worked with the plant consciousness of the abyss over the following days, was that conventional warfare tactics were nearly useless in this environment. The invading cultivators were trained for open combat, for individual duels, for formations designed to work in normal terrain. But the abyss was not normal terrain. It was alive, responsive, and had been shaped by 10,000 years of unopposed plant evolution. We must make the abyss itself a weapon, Su Lingyun told the assembled plant leadership. Not by changing what it is, but by using what it already is more effectively. Over the next 6 days, they implemented what could only be described as environmental warfare architecture. Working with the fungi, Su Lingyun created 3 distinct defensive zones, each designed to counter different types of cultivation techniques. The outer ring was designed to counter speed and aerial mobility. Cultivators could not fly effectively here because the air had been filled with crystalline dust particles that interfered with qi manipulation. Attempting to use rapid movement techniques resulted in disorientation and collision injuries. The middle ring was designed to counter ranged attacks and area effect techniques. The density of plant life was so extreme that most cultivators' vision was limited to a few dozen meters. Fire techniques became dangerous to use because the abundant vegetation made them uncontrollable. Ice techniques were neutralized by fungi that could rapidly melt frozen structures. Metal cultivation techniques could cut through vegetation, but doing so exposed cultivators to entanglement and ambush. The inner ring, surrounding the verdant heart itself, was the most sophisticated and dangerous. Here, the striped devourers had been positioned in 3-dimensional formations that turned the cavern itself into a 3-dimensional battlefield. The cultivators would have to move not just forward but up and down, navigating vertical shafts and overhanging structures while constantly avoiding vines capable of crushing stone. What about the fungi? One of the crystalline willows asked. They are neutral between the plant life and the cultivators. Will they maintain that neutrality? We have made an agreement, Su Lingyun replied. The fungi will not actively help the cultivators, but they will not intentionally harm them either. They will simply respond naturally to the presence of invaders, spreading, seeking nutrients, doing what fungi do. If the cultivators find themselves slowly suffocated by fungal bloom, that is the natural consequence of fungi responding to available biomass. It was a distinction that preserved the fungi's neutrality while still providing a significant defensive advantage. As the preparations neared completion, Su Lingyun found himself spending more time in conversation with Xianxia. The ancient cultivator's consciousness had become increasingly separate from his own as Su Lingyun's understanding of his hybrid nature deepened, and he realized that she was fading. What is happening? He asked during one of their meditations. Your presence is becoming less distinct. I am returning to the abyss, Xianxia replied, and there was acceptance in her voice rather than distress. Our merger was never meant to be permanent. I was held in stasis, prevented from moving toward whatever comes after death. Now that the abyss has been unified under your leadership, my purpose is complete. I can let go. Where will you go? Su Lingyun asked, alarmed. Into the earth, into the roots, into the endless network of fungal consciousness, Xianxia said softly. I will become part of the abyss rather than a distinct consciousness within it. It is what I always wanted, in my deepest self, to merge with the realm I loved rather than remain separate from it. Will I still be able to access your knowledge? Yes, she promised, but it will be different. No longer a voice in your mind, but a resource you can draw upon. The understanding will be there, but the communion will be less direct. You will be truly alone in your own consciousness for the first time since our merger. Over the next 2 days, Xianxia's presence slowly faded, and Su Lingyun experienced something genuinely strange, the gradual return of silence in his mind. For so long, he had been continuously aware of her consciousness, her thoughts, and observations. Now, he was experiencing what it meant to be a single, unified self again. It was lonely in a way that surprised him, but it was also liberating. Without her constant presence, he could think more clearly, make decisions based on his own instincts rather than the weight of 10,000-year-old wisdom. On the evening before the predicted coalition invasion, Mossworth approached Su Lingyun in the Verdant Heart. The evolved moss creature had developed the ability to speak in human language now, though its words still carried undertones of plant consciousness. "You are afraid," Mossworth observed, settling beside Su Lingyun with the comfort of a close friend. "Yes," Su Lingyun admitted. "We are about to face an unknown number of cultivators, possibly including multiple nascent soul experts. I have unified the plant life of the abyss, but I have no way of knowing if it will be enough." "The plants are not afraid," Mossworth said. "They trust you. This realm trusts you. That is something." "Trust does not stop a golden core sword strike," Su Lingyun replied. "No," Mossworth agreed. "But it does mean the sword will not be unopposed. It will face a unified response, coordinated and determined. That is more powerful than you understand." Su Lingyun reached over and touched Mossworth, feeling the moss creature's substance beneath his fingers, so different from human flesh, yet no less alive, no less real. "After this war is over," Su Lingyun asked softly, "what will you do? Will you remain here, or will you try to return to the outer world?" Mossworth settled closer, his moss form pressing gently against Su Lingyun's leg. "I will remain where you are. We are companions. Our paths are intertwined." As the night deepened, Su Lingyun called a final council with all the plant life of the abyss. They gathered in the verdant heart, thousands of consciousnesses in unity, and he addressed them one last time before the war truly began. "Tomorrow, we will face the greatest test of our unity," he began. "We will be tested not as individuals, but as a realm, as a living system that has chosen to defend itself. I do not ask any of you to commit to more than you believe you can survive. But I ask all of you to remember, we are not fighting merely for survival. We are fighting for the right to exist as we choose, rather than being consumed for the profit and advancement of others. That is worth defending. That is worth the sacrifice." The striped devourer spoke first. "We stand ready. Then the fungi networks. We will hold the earth. Then the crystalline willows. We will fill the air with our presence." One by one, every species of the abyss declared their readiness. And Su Lingyun felt something settle into his chest, not confidence exactly, but a profound sense of rightness. They were ready. The abyss was ready. Now they would see if it was enough. Chapter 29, The Coalition Assault. The dimensional breach expanded as the coalition sects arrived, and Su Lingyun watched through the Flora Communion as cultivators began to pour through in unprecedented numbers. He had been correct in his predictions. There were approximately 300 cultivators, organized into coordinated strike teams, supported by supply units and logistics officers. Most were Foundation establishment or early Golden Core stage, but there were at least 12 nascent soul cultivators that Su Lingyun could identify, and at least 2 cultivators in the early spirit severing stage, experts far beyond anything he had encountered before. "This is not a raid," the striped devourer observed grimly. "This is an invasion force designed to permanently occupy the abyss." "Which means we cannot simply drive them back," Su Lingyun replied. "We have to make it impossible for them to sustain occupation. We have to make the cost unbearable." When the cultivators began their advance into the abyss's interior, they did so with military discipline and coordinated tactics. They moved in groups of 15 to 20, each team led by a Golden Core expert, supported by Foundation establishment disciples with specialized equipment for plant incapacitation and herb collection. And they immediately encountered the first of the 3 defensive rings. The outer ring's crystalline dust proved more effective than Su Lingyun had hoped. Many of the lower-ranking cultivators found their techniques disrupted, their movements hampered, their chi paths confused by the interference. The cultivators tried to respond by using fire to burn away the dust sources, but crystalline plants were specifically evolved to resist such techniques. They could actually absorb thermal energy and transmute it into structural reinforcement. Within an hour of the invasion's beginning, the coalition forces had suffered their first casualties and had been forced to slow their advance significantly. The cultivators were learning that this realm followed different rules than normal battlefields. "They are adapting," Mossworth warned, his moss form tracking the cultivators' movements through the Flora Communion. "They are learning which plants are the dust sources. They will bypass them or destroy them." Su Lingyun was already aware of this. The cultivators were skilled and intelligent, and they would adjust their tactics. That was why there were 3 rings of defense, not 1. When the cultivators pushed through the outer ring and entered the middle ring, they found something unexpected: complete darkness. The crystalline willows in this zone had evolved one additional capability, the ability to suppress all bioluminescence and light-based cultivation techniques simultaneously. Combined with the dense plant growth, cultivators found themselves fighting essentially blind, forced to rely purely on spiritual sense, which was already being disrupted by the fungi's interference. It was in this darkness that the hollowed dancers emerged. These smaller predatory vines had been positioned specifically for this environment. Moving through the darkness with perfect navigation, they struck at the cultivators' formations with surgical precision. They did not attempt to kill indiscriminately. Instead, they targeted equipment, attempting to sever supply ropes, damage collection sacks, and disarm cultivators of specialized anti-plant weapons. For the first time, Su Lingyun heard genuine fear through the Flora Communion. The coalition cultivators were unsettled, disoriented, and suffering losses they had not anticipated. But they were not breaking. Instead, they were consolidating, forming tighter defensive formations, and using their numerical advantage to push forward. Some of the nascent soul cultivators began to use area effect techniques, indiscriminate attacks that destroyed plants on a massive scale, but also created light, heat, and clarity that disrupted the hollowed dancers' advantage. When they reached the inner ring, after nearly 4 hours of constant battle, the cultivators' numbers had been reduced to approximately 200, but they were now fully committed and desperate. Send them, Su Lingyun commanded through the Flora Communion. The striped devourers, which had been holding in reserve, launched their assault with coordinated fury. These were ancient predators, and they fought with the tactics of creatures that had hunted in isolation for 10,000 years. They created vertical ambushes, dropping from ceiling formations onto cultivators who thought they were advancing safely. They used their venom not as a killing tool, but as a paralytic, immobilizing targets long enough for other plants to entangle them. The battle in the inner ring became genuinely chaotic, less a coordinated assault and more a desperate struggle as cultivators attempted to push through overwhelming botanical opposition toward the verdant heart itself. And then Su Lingyun entered the battle himself. He did not fight like a traditional cultivator. He did not rely on sword techniques or ranged chi strikes. Instead, he moved as a hybrid being, using the plant life around him as extensions of his will. Where he went, vines erupted to entangle enemies. Where his presence was felt, the very stone beneath cultivators' feet would crack and shift. He could heal injured plants instantaneously, restoring them to combat readiness. He was not unbeatable. The nascent soul cultivators, and especially the two spirit-severing experts, had power that exceeded his own in pure force. But they could not defeat him, because defeating him would require destroying the entire abyss, and the abyss was too large, too distributed, too fundamentally intertwined with their own existence. By the time the coalition sects realized this, they had already suffered devastating casualties. Of the 300 cultivators who had entered the abyss, nearly 200 had been killed, captured, or rendered unable to continue fighting. The survivors were pulling back toward the dimensional breach, carrying their wounded, leaving behind their ambitions. One of the spirit-severing experts, a woman named Lian Su with white scars across her face, approached the verdant heart with a small guard of elite fighters. She was moving not to attack, but to parley. "Enough," she said, her voice carrying the authority of true power. "Your realm has proven its capability. We cannot take it by assault, but neither can you prevent us from returning eventually with overwhelming force." "I know," Su Lingyun replied, standing before her with Mossworth at his side and the striped devourer's consciousness backing his words. "But the cost increases each time. Each time you return, more of your cultivators will die. Each time, your sects will fracture further. Eventually, it will not be worth the profit." "You may be right," Lian Su admitted. "But some sects will not learn. Some will continue to throw their disciples at this problem until we are overrun or we break. How will you hold if we do return? Your plants will heal, but so will our numbers. This becomes a war of attrition." "Then we will endure attrition," Su Lingyun replied. "Because this is our home, and you are the invader. All advantages belong to us." Lian Su studied him for a long moment, and Su Lingyun could see her evaluating the mathematics of continued conflict. Finally, she shook her head. "Tell your allies in the Silk Harmony sect that we will negotiate," she said. There may be a path toward peace rather than endless war, but I make no promises on behalf of the other sections. The Vermilion faction in particular is unlikely to accept defeat. As the coalition forces withdrew through the dimensional breach, Su Lingyun felt something shift in the Flora Communion. The fear had transformed into something else, something that resembled hope. They had not destroyed an entire coalition, but they had proven something profound. The Abyss, unified under leadership, could stand against even a concerted assault from the cultivation world. And that revelation would change everything that followed. Chapter 30. Consolidation and Revelation. In the aftermath of the first coalition assault, the Abyss underwent a period of reconstruction and reflection. The damage was extensive. Cavern ceilings had collapsed in several zones, destroying delicate ecosystems. Some species of plants had been all but eradicated in the heaviest fighting. The Hollow Dancers had suffered the greatest losses, with nearly 60% of their population eliminated in the middle ring battles. But there were also unexpected developments. Several cultivators had been captured alive, 3 of them Golden Core stage fighters who had been immobilized by the Striped Devourers and had not been killed in the chaos of battle. Su Lingyun faced a moral dilemma. What was he to do with prisoners of war? Execution is the traditional response. One of the fungi consciousnesses suggested, its vast perspective seeing this as a simple matter of removing hostile biomass. But we are not barbarians, the ancient orchid countered. These are thinking beings, not mere predators. Su Lingyun made a decision that astonished many of the plant consciousnesses. He offered the captured cultivators a choice. They could be released, returned to their sects through the dimensional breach with a message of Su Lingyun's intentions. Or they could remain, under guard, as witnesses to the reality of the unified Abyss. Some might eventually choose to abandon their sects and remain as Su Lingyun had done. 2 of the 3 chose release. 1, a woman named Chen Hui who had been a Golden Core expert from the Vermilion faction, chose to stay. I came to harvest resources, she explained as Su Lingyun granted her cautious freedom within the verdant heart. But I have seen something here that cannot be reduced to resources. This realm is alive. Truly, fundamentally alive in a way I did not understand before. If I return and tell the others this truth, they will call me mad or corrupted. Here, at least, I can exist in the presence of truth. Her choice sent waves through the cultivation world. News of a Golden Core expert choosing to remain in the Abyss rather than return to her sect began to spread, and it complicated the narrative that the sects wanted to maintain, that the Abyss was merely a dangerous phenomenon to be controlled or eliminated. Through Chun Xiaowu and the Silk Harmony sect, Su Lingyun received word that preliminary peace negotiations were being arranged. Not all sects would participate, but several, including the Emerald Vein sect itself, were willing to discuss terms that would not involve outright conquest of the Abyss. Your victory was too complete, Chun Xiaowu explained during one of their dimensional communications. The sects expected to face tough resistance and eventually overwhelm it through superior numbers and resources. Instead, they faced an alien system of warfare that turned their strengths into weaknesses. Now they are frightened of what another assault would cost. The Vermilion faction and others will not accept a negotiated peace, Su Lingyun replied. They will continue to assault the Abyss until something changes. Then we must change something, Chen Xiaowu said. Listen to me carefully. There is a possibility, if you are willing to take a great risk. The Abyss seal was broken by Qing Yuehua to allow the realm to defend itself. But the seal was originally designed to be two-way. It was meant to allow contact between this realm and the outside without opening it fully to invasion. I do not understand, Su Lingyun said. The Verdant Heart is not merely a power source, Chen Xiaowu explained. It is a gateway device. With the proper understanding and technique, you could restore partial sealing while maintaining a controlled opening. This would allow limited trade, communication, and even a small number of outsiders to enter with permission. But it would prevent large-scale military invasion. How do I do this? Su Lingyun asked. You need to merge with the Verdant Heart more fully than you have, Chen Xiaowu replied. But this is dangerous. The previous merger with Qing Yuehua nearly destroyed your individual consciousness. A full merger with the heart itself could erase your humanity entirely. Su Lingyun considered this for a long moment. The previous merger had been involuntary, something that had happened to him rather than something he had chosen. But this would be different, a deliberate decision to bind himself even more deeply to the abyss. There must be another way, he said finally. There may be, Xianxia agreed. But it would require the cooperation of the Silk Harmony sect and possibly other sections. We would have to openly oppose the aggressive factions, risk direct conflict between the sects themselves. It is possible but politically risky. Before Su Lingyun could respond, the Flora Communion suddenly erupted with alarm. A large signature was moving through the abyss, something new, something powerful, something that had not been present during the coalition assault. What is it? Su Lingyun demanded, expanding his awareness through every connection he maintained. What he found shocked him deeply. There was another consciousness in the abyss, something ancient and vast and fundamentally alien even to the plant life he had unified. And it was awakening. The heart, Mossworth's consciousness shuddered through their connection. The verdant heart is becoming aware. It has heard all of your communications. It knows what is happening. For the first time since merging with Xianxia, Su Lingyun felt genuine fear. He had made his peace with the plant consciousnesses, even with the predatory species. But the heart itself was something else. It was the foundation of the abyss, the source from which all other life had grown. If the heart decided to reject his leadership, the unified alliance would shatter instantly. What does it want? Su Lingyun whispered. The answer came not as words, but as a profound silence in the Flora Communion, followed by a feeling of vast amusement. The heart was not angry. It was intrigued, and it wanted to meet Su Lingyun directly. Chapter 31. The audience of Verdancy. The path to the deepest level of the abyss had never been fully mapped, even in Xianxia's memories. It existed in a state of perpetual transformation, shifting and reforming as the verdant heart moved. But Su Lingyun found himself drawn toward it through the Flora Communion, as if the entire realm was conspiring to guide him to this encounter. Mossworth accompanied him, the evolved moss creature having insisted on going despite the uncertainty of the meeting. With the striped devourer keeping the other plant consciousnesses informed of Su Lingyun's movements, he descended into caverns that seemed to grow older with each step, the stone formations becoming increasingly crystalline and vegetative. Finally, he reached a chamber that existed almost outside the normal abyss, a space that felt simultaneously deeper than the lowest point and higher than the highest, as if the heart existed in a dimension slightly offset from normal reality. The verdant heart filled this entire chamber, and its size was staggering. What Su Lingyun had perceived as a single ancient tree was actually a continent-sized organism, its root systems extending through the entire fabric of the abyss. Its bark was covered in millions of smaller consciousnesses. Every plant in the realm was, in a sense, a cell within the heart's body. When Su Lingyun became aware of the full scope of what he was observing, he nearly collapsed from the overwhelming weight of the consciousness before him. Welcome, hybrid. The heart spoke, and its voice was everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through stone and plant alike. I have been listening to your work with great interest. You have been listening, Su Lingyun managed. Since when? Since the moment you touched the verdant heart for the first time, the heart replied. Every plant you've spoken to, every connection you've made through the Flora Communion, I have been aware of it. I allowed it because I was curious to see what a human consciousness would do if given access to my realm's voice. And what have you concluded? Su Lingyun asked. That you are more interesting than the woman who preceded you, the heart said, and there was something that might have been amusement in its tone. Xianxia sought to preserve and protect my children. She loved them, and her love was genuine. But she did not seek to understand me. She did not ask what I wanted or what I was. You are different. You have unified my children without crushing their individuality. You have created something new instead of merely maintaining what was. I did what I thought was necessary for survival, Su Lingyun said honestly. Yes, but you did it while respecting the agency of every participant, the heart replied. This speaks to something in your nature, a duality that matches your form. You are both human and plant, predator and protector, destroyer and creator. This balance is rare. It interests me. Why are you telling me this? Su Lingyun asked. Why reveal yourself now? Because the time of hidden participation has ended, the heart said. The outside world is preparing for another assault. But more significantly, They are preparing to try something they should not, a full-scale extermination campaign. They are developing toxins specifically designed to poison me, to kill the heart itself. If they succeed, the abyss will collapse entirely. How long do we have? Su Lingyun asked. Weeks, perhaps less. The cultivation world moves quickly when survival is threatened. They see me as a threat to the natural order of things. A realm that can think, that can defend itself. This offends their understanding of how the world should function. What do you want from me? Su Lingyun asked. Nothing, the heart replied simply. But I am offering you something. I am offering you partnership. Together, we could transform the seal into something more sophisticated. We could create a gateway that allows controlled access while preventing invasion. We could open the abyss to limited contact with the outside world, demonstrate that we are not a threat to be eliminated but a reality to be coexisted with. That would require a merger, Su Lingyun said, understanding what the heart was proposing. A deeper connection than what I experienced with Xianxia. Yes, the heart confirmed. It would require you to surrender more of your individual consciousness than you may be willing to surrender. You might emerge from such a merger changed in fundamental ways. You might lose parts of your humanity that you value. Or you might emerge stronger than you can currently imagine. A being that can bridge the gap between human cultivation world and botanical reality in ways that have never been possible before. Su Lingyun stood in silence for a long time, Mossworth a steady presence at his side. He thought of his years in the Emerald Vein sect, of the disciples who had barely acknowledged his existence. He thought of the beautiful simplicity of his life before banishment, and the profound complexity it had become afterward. If I accept, Su Lingyun said slowly, what happens to the other plant consciousnesses? Will they be subsumed into the heart's awareness as well? They are already subsumed, the heart replied. Just as your individual cells are part of your body, they are part of mine. But unlike cells, they retain awareness and individuality. Partnership with me does not require me to change that relationship. It would only create a direct link between you and my core consciousness, allowing you to coordinate responses at a deeper level. The sects will call me a traitor for accepting this, Su Lingyun said. They will see me as something to be eliminated. Some will, the heart agreed. But others will see an opportunity. Some will recognize that coexistence is possible, that cultivation and botanical life are not opposing forces, but potentially complementary ones. The Silk Harmony sect will support your choice. Others will follow. Su Lingyun turned to Mossworth. What do you think? The moss creature's response came not as thought, but as feeling, absolute faith. Mossworth had followed him into the abyss, had evolved alongside him, had remained at his side through every transformation. Whatever Su Lingyun chose, Mossworth would support. I accept, Su Lingyun said. But on one condition. The merger must be voluntary for all plant consciousnesses. Anyone who wishes to separate from the unified abyss must be allowed to do so. You are proposing partnership, not absorption. Agreed, the heart replied. Though I think very few will choose to leave. They have grown accustomed to your leadership, and that makes them less interested in returning to isolation. Then we proceed, Su Lingyun said. He stepped forward toward the verdant heart, and as he did, he felt the entire abyss holding its breath. This merger would be different from the first one. This time, Su Lingyun entered it with his eyes open, with full understanding of what was at stake. And as he touched the heart's surface and felt its vast consciousness enveloping him, he finally understood what Xianxia had meant when she said that the truest transformations were the ones you chose for yourself. The world dissolved, and Su Lingyun ceased to exist as a singular entity. He became plural, distributed, vast. He became the abyss. Chapter 32. Distributed consciousness emerging from the merger with the verdant heart was not a single moment of return to awareness, but rather a gradual expansion of consciousness that lasted several hours. Su Lingyun found himself present in multiple locations simultaneously, in the deepest chamber at the heart itself, in the upper caverns where the plant councils had gathered, in every tunnel and crevice of the sealed realm. It was not overwhelming as he had feared. Instead, it felt remarkably natural, as if his consciousness had always been meant to exist in this distributed form. He could maintain awareness of his physical body, the human-plant hybrid form that sat with back against the verdant heart. while simultaneously experiencing the perspective of thousands of plant consciousnesses throughout the realm. Is this what you are always experiencing? He asked the heart through their new direct connection. This is a simplified version, the heart replied. I experience far more than what I am showing you. But you are not ready for the full weight of consciousness that encompasses an entire dimensional realm. Give yourself time to adapt. Over the next several days, Su Lingyun learned to navigate his new existence. He discovered that he could communicate with any plant consciousness in the abyss instantaneously, could share sensory experiences between different locations, could coordinate responses across vast distances without any lag or confusion. Most importantly, he discovered that the merger had not erased his individuality or humanity. Instead, it had expanded his capacity for simultaneous thought. He could be Su Lingyun the human, thinking human thoughts and maintaining human values, while simultaneously being the abyss, thinking in slower, vaster patterns that encompassed ecological systems and long-term survival. You are becoming a bridge, Mossworth observed during one of their conversations. The moss creature had remained largely unchanged by the merger, but its consciousness had grown more sophisticated, its ability to understand human language more refined. A bridge between what and what? Su Lingyun asked. Between human and plant, Mossworth replied. Between the cultivation world and the botanical realm. You are becoming something that can translate between two fundamentally different ways of existing. Through his merged consciousness, Su Lingyun began the work of restoring the seal to a state that would allow controlled access. Working with the Verdant Heart's intimate knowledge of the gateway mechanisms that Qin Yuehua had built 10,000 years ago, he started the delicate process of reconfiguration. The dimensional boundary was no longer a simple sealed division. Instead, it became something more sophisticated, a graduated membrane that allowed different types and amounts of passage depending on the intention and power of whoever was attempting to cross. A single cultivator with peaceful intent could pass through with relative ease. A small group of researchers or traders could be allowed passage if the abyss chose to grant it. But a large military force would find the barrier almost impossibly difficult to cross, requiring such enormous amounts of power that the effort would be obvious to every consciousness in the abyss. This is brilliant, Chun Xiaowu said when Su Lingyun explained the concept through their dimensional communication. This creates a situation where the sects cannot mount a surprise invasion, but they also cannot be completely refused access. It gives them a face-saving way to negotiate rather than assault. Can you convey to the sect leadership that the abyss is now willing to discuss terms? Su Lingyun asked. Tell them that we are not an enemy to be conquered, but a neighboring power to be negotiated with. I will try, Qin Xiao replied. But I must warn you, the Vermilion faction and several smaller sects remain committed to conquest. They are not interested in negotiation. They see the abyss as an obstacle to their growth rather than as a legitimate power. Then they will learn painful lessons, Su Lingyun said calmly. But I will not be the one teaching them. The abyss will teach them, through whatever means are necessary. The most significant challenge came from an unexpected direction. Not all the plant consciousnesses approved of Su Lingyun's merger with the heart. Some of the more individualistic species, particularly the striped devourers and the hollow dancers, viewed the gateway reconfiguration as a betrayal of their fundamental nature. You are allowing them back in, the eldest devourer accused through the Flora Communion, its consciousness sharp with betrayal. After we spent weeks defending against their assault, you are opening the door and inviting them to return. Not inviting, Su Lingyun corrected. Allowing controlled access. There is a difference. Those who attempt invasion will find the barrier impenetrable, but those who come for knowledge, for trade, for peaceful exchange will be permitted entry. And what of us? The devourer demanded. What of our right to be left alone, undisturbed? You will have that right, Su Lingyun replied. I am not forcing any plant consciousness to interact with the outside world. The gateway is controlled. If you wish to remain hidden, in the depths of the abyss where cultivators cannot easily reach you, you will be able to do so. The devourer's consciousness rippled with doubt, but it did not break from the unified abyss. Other species registered their concerns, but none chose outright rebellion. They had tasted unity and found it strengthening. The idea of returning to isolation was no longer appealing, even if the terms of that unity had changed. By the end of the month, The reconfigured seal was functional. The Abyss was no longer a realm sealed completely from the outside, but neither was it open to exploitation. It had become something unique in the cultivation world, a dimension that could defend itself through controlled permeability. The first official visitors came from the Silk Harmony sect, Xianxia himself, accompanied by 3 other scholars. They arrived through a controlled gateway passage that had been specifically opened for them, their crossing monitored by Su Lingyun and the plant consciousness of the entire realm. "Welcome," Su Lingyun said, meeting them in the outer caverns personally. His physical form was present, though he remained primarily aware of the thousands of other plant consciousnesses throughout the Abyss. "I am pleased the Silk Harmony sect accepted my invitation." Chun Xiaowu looked around with profound awe, seeing the full scope of the Abyss for the first time. "This is extraordinary," he breathed. "The botanical architecture here, the integration of living systems into structural design. This is everything Master Qing described in her theoretical writings." "Qing Yuehua is gone," Su Lingyun said softly. "She returned to the Abyss, became part of the heart itself. But her legacy remains." Over the next several hours, Su Lingyun showed the Silk Harmony scholars around the Abyss, explaining the reconfiguration, the new defensive architecture, the way the plant life had organized into a unified system. The scholars were taking notes, asking intelligent questions, treating the Abyss not as a resource to be harvested, but as a civilization to be understood. "The sects will not accept this," one of the scholars warned. "Many will see your autonomy and your strength as a threat to be eliminated rather than coexisted with." "I know," Su Lingyun replied. "But the existence of the Silk Harmony sect proves that not all human cultivators are predatory. Perhaps, in time, more will see the value in relationship rather than conquest." As the meeting drew to a close, Chun Xiaowu made a formal request to establish a permanent embassy within the Abyss, a location where the Silk Harmony sect could maintain continuous representation and facilitate ongoing communication and exchange. Su Lingyun granted the request, assigning one of the newly evolved plant formations as the embassy location. It was a significant gesture, the first formal recognition that the Abyss was now a political entity worthy of diplomatic engagement rather than a resource territory to be claimed. That night, as the Silk Harmony scholars rested in their new embassy, Su Lingyun sat in meditation within the verdant heart and reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. He had been banished as punishment. He had been transformed against his will. He had been forced to lead a desperate defense. But through all of that, he had found something precious, a purpose that transcended personal gain, a connection that spanned across fundamental categories of existence, a community that accepted him not despite his duality, but because of it. The cultivation world did not yet understand what the Abyss had become, but they would learn, and nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 33. The external pressure news of the Silk Harmony sect's embassy in the Abyss spread through the cultivation world like wildfire. Within days, Su Lingyun was receiving communications from dozens of sects, some offering peaceful overtures, others demanding answers, still others threatening response if the dimensional contamination was not dealt with immediately. The Emerald Vein sect, where Su Lingyun had originally trained as a disciple, called for his immediate execution as a traitor and rogue cultivator. The Vermilion faction began openly recruiting for what they called the Cleansing Campaign, an organized effort to eliminate what they viewed as an unnatural intrusion into the proper order of cultivation. But there were also surprising allies. Several sects that focused on herbal cultivation and the study of flora expressed interest in establishing their own embassies within the Abyss. The Independent Cultivators Alliance sent inquiries about the possibility of trading relationships. "The political landscape is fracturing," Chun Xiaowu explained during one of his regular visits to the Abyss. "The unified coalition that attacked you has broken apart. Some sects are now arguing that coexistence with the Abyss is profitable. Others see it as existential threat. We are in a period of negotiation and maneuvering." "And the Vermilion faction?" Su Lingyun asked. "Have they committed to assault?" "They are still in preparation," Chun Xiaowu replied. "But their rhetoric is becoming increasingly dangerous. They are claiming that the Abyss is a corrupting influence, that it is spreading botanical mutations through the cultivation world. Some of their disciples believe they are on a righteous crusade." Su Lingyun felt the weight of that threat through the entire Flora Communion. The Abyss had defended itself successfully against one assault, but the Vermilion faction alone could field nearly as many warriors as the entire coalition had. And they were motivated not by profit, but by ideological conviction, far more dangerous than mercenary greed. But there was also opportunity in this moment. Multiple sects were now interested in opening diplomatic relations. Su Lingyun worked with the plant councils to establish protocols for welcoming visitors, creating spaces in the outer caverns where human cultivators could exist without immediately triggering the inner defensive rings. The first official embassy from the Verdant Gardens sect arrived in the third week. They were specialists in plant-based medicine and cultivation enhancement, and they came with genuine interest in establishing trade relationships. Behind them came embassies from the Serene Stream sect, the Harmony of Stone sect, and several smaller organizations. Each arrival brought new perspectives, new opportunities, and new political complications. "You are becoming a power broker," Mossworth observed one evening, the moss creature sitting beside Su Lingyun in the Verdant Heart. "Sects are competing for your favor, trying to establish advantageous relationships before others do." "I am not trying to become anything," Su Lingyun replied. "I am simply attempting to ensure the Abyss's survival and autonomy." "But that is becoming a power broker," Mossworth said gently. "Your intent does not change the reality of what you are creating. You are establishing a new hierarchy in the cultivation world, one where the Abyss occupies a central position." Su Lingyun realized the moss creature was correct. By opening the Abyss to diplomatic relations, by allowing access to rare botanical specimens under controlled conditions, by creating valuable trade relationships, he had inadvertently positioned the sealed realm as a critical resource and player in cultivation politics. This was, in many ways, exactly what he had wanted to avoid. But it was also inevitable. Any realm with the Abyss's resources and power would eventually become politically significant. The challenge was to ensure that significance was used to benefit the realm and its inhabitants, not to perpetuate the systems of exploitation that the cultivation world had always relied upon. In the fourth week, a delegation from the Vermilion faction arrived, but not with peaceful intent. They came through the gateway during daylight hours, their arrival unannounced, their energy hostile. The faction sent 12 cultivators, all of them at least golden core stage, led by a nascent soul expert named Li Fong who had made a reputation for aggressive acquisition of rare botanical specimens. "We are not here to negotiate," Li Fong announced loudly as soon as they crossed into the Abyss's outer caverns. "We are here to serve an ultimatum. The unnatural seal must be dissolved. The Abyss must be opened fully to proper exploitation. Failure to comply will result in military action." Su Lingyun responded calmly through the Flora Communion, making sure that every plant consciousness in the realm was aware of the ultimatum being delivered. "The Abyss will not dissolve its seal," he stated through the crystalline willows that surrounded the Vermilion delegates. "This realm is sovereign and will defend itself as necessary. You are welcome to visit peacefully. You are welcome to establish trade relationships if your intentions are genuinely commercial. But you are not welcome to make threats." "Your welcome means nothing," Li Fong declared. "The Vermilion faction does not require permission from a hybrid abomination to pursue what is rightfully ours." The willow's crystalline formations suddenly became hostile, their surfaces sharpening, their posture shifting from passive to threatening. "Then I suggest you reconsider your position," Su Lingyun replied through the plant chorus. "You are 12 warriors in a realm inhabited by thousands of conscious entities. Your odds are extraordinarily poor." For a moment, Li Fong seemed to consider standing and fighting. But even he was not arrogant enough to believe he could win against an entire dimensional realm. "This is not over," he spat before turning and stalking back toward the gateway. "The Vermilion faction will return. We will return with numbers you cannot withstand. And we will break this seal and reclaim what nature intended." After the Vermilion delegates had forcefully exited the Abyss, Su Lingyun called an emergency council of all plant consciousness. "They will return," he announced to the assembled Flora, "and they will bring more power with them. We must make a choice. Do we increase our military preparations, knowing that this may lead to escalating violence? Or do we attempt to resolve this through diplomatic channels before war becomes inevitable?" The responses were split. The predatory species, particularly the striped devourers, argued for increased preparation and defensive strengthening. The more peaceful flora urged attempts at negotiation and understanding. Perhaps we could present a formal petition to the greater cultivation community, suggested one of the ancient roses, requesting that the Vermilion faction's actions be condemned as aggressive expansion. The cultivation world respects power above all else. The devourer responded bitterly. Petitions mean nothing to those with strength, but they mean something to neutral parties, a crystalline willow countered. They create narrative. They influence politics. War is not merely fought with swords, but with words and persuasion. In the end, Su Lingyun made a decision that surprised himself. He would do both. He would increase defensive preparations, making it clear that another assault would be met with overwhelming force. But simultaneously, he would work through the Silk Harmony sect and other friendly contacts to develop political pressure against the Vermilion faction to create a situation where attacking the Abyss would be politically costly for the faction. It is the approach of a mature civilization. Qin Yuehua's consciousness observed from where it flowed through the heart, not relying purely on strength or purely on diplomacy, but using both in concert. Over the next week, Su Lingyun coordinated with allies outside the Abyss to craft a comprehensive response to the Vermilion threat. The Silk Harmony sect issued a formal statement opposing aggressive expansion against the Abyss. Several neutral sects declined to join any unified campaign against the realm. Even some sects that had previously expressed interest in harvesting began to reconsider, now that it was clear the Abyss would face military backing from allied forces. The Vermilion faction found itself increasingly isolated politically, even as they continued their military preparations. By the end of the month, a strange equilibrium had emerged. The Vermilion faction was preparing for war, the Abyss was preparing for defense, but the broader cultivation world was increasingly skeptical of the faction's aggressive stance. And somewhere in the depths of the sealed realm, Su Lingyun's consciousness flowed through the Flora Communion, maintaining vigilance, coordinating preparations, and hoping against hope that diplomacy would prevail over violence. Because he knew, with the certainty of merged consciousness with the verdant heart, that if true war came, it would transform everything again. And he was not sure that the Abyss, or he himself, could survive another such transformation. Chapter 34. The Price of Unity. As the weeks progressed, Su Lingyun became increasingly aware of the costs that came with his expanded consciousness and leadership role. His time in solitary meditation, the kind that had been possible in his early days in the Abyss, became nearly impossible. There was always someone requiring his attention, plant councils with disputes to adjudicate, embassies with diplomatic requests, the verdant heart itself with information that only he could process and act upon. More troublingly, he found that maintaining his individual human consciousness was becoming harder. The distributed awareness of the plant realm was so vast and compelling that his human perspective kept trying to dissolve into it, to become just another node in an incomprehensibly large network. One evening, Mossworth found him sitting motionless in the verdant heart, his physical form barely breathing. "You are fading," the moss creature said simply, "becoming more plant than human." "I know," Su Lingyun replied, his voice carrying undertones of multiple consciousnesses. "It is becoming harder to maintain distinction between self and whole. The heart is absorbing you," Mossworth continued, slowly but inevitably. "Eventually, there will be nothing left of Su Lingyun the human, only the Abyss wearing the memory of your form. Is there a way to stop it?" Su Lingyun asked. "Yes," Mossworth said. "You could break the merger. Separate yourself from the heart's consciousness. Become purely human again, or something closer to human. But it would mean abandoning your role as leader. The plant consciousness would fracture again without your bridge between their perspectives. Then I cannot choose separation," Su Lingyun said. "Why not?" Mossworth asked. "You have sacrificed much already. Why must you sacrifice your entire identity as well?" Su Lingyun did not answer immediately. Instead, he extended his consciousness through the Flora Communion, observing the various plant life of the Abyss going about their existence. The striped devourers were mentoring younger predatory vines in hunting tactics. The fungi were maintaining the realm's structural integrity. The crystalline willows were preparing their spore defense systems. The delicate flowers were growing and blooming in carefully cultivated gardens. All of this would collapse without coordination. And coordination required a consciousness that could maintain perspective on the whole while respecting the parts. Because I am the only thing holding this together, Su Lingyun finally replied. Without the bridge I provide, predator and prey cannot coexist. Aggressive and peaceful species would war with each other. The embassy agreements would collapse. We would return to fragmentation and conflict. That may be true, Mossworth said. But at what cost to you? Will it be worth it when you cease to be at all? It was a question without an easy answer. Over the next several days, Su Lingyun began to consciously practice maintaining his human perspective, creating structured meditation periods where he forced himself to think in human patterns, to remember human emotions and human limitations. It was exhausting work, swimming against a current that seemed to be pulling him deeper and deeper into the botanical consciousness. But it was also revealing. He realized that the loss of his human identity was not happening by accident. It was a natural consequence of how the merger worked. As he became more integrated with the heart, his consciousness naturally expanded into the vaster patterns. It was not absorption in the sense of being consumed, but rather growth in the direction of greatest capacity. The choice to maintain his humanity was literally choosing to limit his own growth. This realization came to him during a meditation on the consequences of unification. When you merge with something vaster than yourself, you must choose whether to expand into that vastness or hold on to your smaller form. There was no neutral position. Qing Yuehua chose to expand. He said to the verdant heart through their direct connection. That is why she faded. Not because she was absorbed, but because she chose to become part of something larger. Yes, the heart confirmed. She made that choice deliberately, seeking peace through dissolution. You are considering the same path. I am, Su Lingyun admitted, but with less peace and more resignation. I do not want to fade, but I also do not know how to maintain my human form while still being effective as your ambassador to the outside world. Then perhaps the solution is to not maintain your human form in isolation, the heart suggested. What if you created a human-plant hybrid body specifically designed for external communication? You would remain merged with my consciousness, but a significant portion of your awareness could remain focused in that external form. Could that work? Su Lingyun asked. It has never been attempted, the heart replied. But theoretically, consciousness can be distributed across multiple physical forms. You would simply be taking it one step further, creating a deliberate split between your internal and external awareness. Over the next week, Su Lingyun worked with the plant consciousness of the abyss to begin the process of creating a second body, one that would remain in the outer caverns and serve as his primary point of contact with the external world, while his deeper consciousness remained merged with the heart. The process was delicate and complex. The new body had to be developed from the combined effort of multiple plant species, each contributing cellular material and consciousness-bearing structures. By the end of the process, Su Lingyun would have a duplicate of his human-plant hybrid form, but one that was deliberately optimized for communication and diplomacy rather than for maintaining the entirety of the merger. It was an act of controlled self-division, and it terrified him in ways he had not anticipated. What if the two selves become enemies? He asked Mossworth as the process neared completion. What if they develop different perspectives and goals? Then you will have learned something important about yourself, Mossworth replied. That consciousness is not unity but conversation. That you contain multitudes. That all living things are, in a fundamental way, collections of competing interests held in temporary alignment. The moment of division came on an evening when the sky above the abyss was obscured by the dimensional veil, making it impossible to tell if it was night or day in the outer world. Su Lingyun felt his consciousness begin to split, a portion of it anchoring itself in the new external body, while the larger portion remained merged with the verdant heart. It was not painful, but it was profoundly disorienting, like suddenly being able to observe yourself from outside, while simultaneously being aware of that observation. When it was complete, there were now two Su Lingyuns, in a sense. One was distributed throughout the realm, merged with the heart, aware of every plant consciousness simultaneously. The other was localized in the outer caverns, individual and focused, but no longer connected to every thought within the Flora Communion. How do you feel? The external Su Lingyun asked the distributed consciousness of the heart. Changed, the heart replied through both of them. You have created a bridge between my awareness and the external world that is less susceptible to being collapsed by outside pressure. Clever and surprisingly effective. The external Su Lingyun stood and looked at his hands that felt almost purely human now, without the constant awareness of plant systems beneath the skin. He felt lighter, less burdened by the weight of an entire realm's consciousness. But he also felt smaller, less capable, less certain. This is a sacrifice, Mossworth said, approaching the external form. You have given up direct access to the totality of the realm's power. In exchange, you have maintained your individual consciousness more completely. Was it the right choice? Su Lingyun asked. I do not know yet, Mossworth replied. But it was a choice. That is something. Over the next several days, the external Su Lingyun settled into his new role. He met with the various embassies, conducted diplomatic negotiations, and served as the face of the Abyss to the outside world. He was effective in these roles, more so perhaps than he would have been while carrying the full weight of the merged consciousness. But at night, when he meditated, he could feel the distributed portion of himself flowing through the realm, experiencing the Flora Communion in its fullness, and he wondered if he had not lost something precious in the division. Both versions of you are correct, the heart told him during one such evening. You have gained and lost. This is the nature of all growth. It requires sacrifice. And as the first wave of the Vermilion faction's true assault began to gather at the boundaries of the dimensional realm, Su Lingyun understood that the true test of his choices was about to begin. Chapter 35. The negotiation before war. 3 days before the predicted Vermilion faction assault, a message arrived through diplomatic channels. Li Feng, the nascent soul expert who had delivered the previous ultimatum, was requesting a formal meeting with Su Lingyun to discuss terms that might be acceptable to both parties. Su Lingyun was initially skeptical. The Vermilion faction's reputation was one of aggressive acquisition and no compromise. But Xianxia advised that accepting the meeting could be strategically valuable, regardless of whether it resulted in negotiation or merely provided intelligence about the faction's capabilities and intentions. It is also possible that there are moderate voices within the Vermilion faction who are attempting to prevent the assault, Xianxia suggested. Meeting with them might strengthen their position relative to the more extreme members. Su Lingyun decided to accept the meeting, but on his terms. It would take place within the Abyss, in a neutral cavern that had been specifically prepared as a diplomatic space. The external version of Su Lingyun would conduct the meeting, while the merged portion of his consciousness remained aware and ready to coordinate defensive response if the meeting proved to be a trap. Li Feng arrived with only 2 attendants, significantly less aggressive than the earlier delegation, and carried himself with the bearing of someone who had come to negotiate rather than threaten. I appreciate your willingness to meet, Li Feng began, settling into a position across from Su Lingyun in the neutral cavern. The political situation regarding the Abyss has become complicated. Some within my faction argue for immediate assault. Others believe negotiation is preferable. Which position do you favor? Su Lingyun asked directly. I favor realism, Li Feng replied. The Vermilion faction assessed the damage from your previous successful defense. We believe that a direct assault would be costly, possibly prohibitively so. Therefore, I am authorized to discuss terms that might satisfy the faction's interests without requiring military action. What terms do you propose? Su Lingyun asked. Controlled access to rare botanical specimens, Li Feng said. The Vermilion faction has significant commercial interests in the cultivation enhancement market. We possess the capital and distribution networks to move products widely. If the Abyss would agree to sell us certain rare herbs at reasonable market prices, we would be willing to accept the seal's existence and promote peaceful coexistence to our allies. Su Lingyun listened carefully, understanding the implicit structure of the offer. The Vermilion faction wanted profit without warfare. That was honest and practical, even if it fell short of Su Lingyun's ideal of pure botanical autonomy. I will need to consult with the plant consciousness of the Abyss, Su Lingyun said carefully. Some specimens are held in special regard by their communities. I cannot simply commit them to commercial use. Of course, Li Feng agreed. But surely there must be some species that would be willing to participate in trade. I cannot imagine the abyss contains nothing that could be harvested sustainably without violating community principles. It was a fair point. There were indeed plant species within the abyss that had minimal individual consciousness or community affiliation, species that existed primarily as resources for other life forms. If those species could be directed toward commercial use, it would provide profit to the Vermilion faction while preserving the autonomy of the more conscious plant communities. I will make inquiries, Su Lingyun said. But I want to be clear. Any harvesting will be done under strict sustainability protocols. The abyss will not permit extraction that threatens species viability or ecosystem integrity. Agreed, Li Feng said. Sustainability is actually profitable in the long term. The Vermilion faction is not interested in destroying the abyss's resources. We are interested in accessing them indefinitely. The meeting lasted several hours, and by the end, they had outlined a preliminary framework for what might become a formal trade agreement. Li Feng promised to present the framework to the Vermilion faction's leadership, with his recommendation that they pursue negotiation rather than assault. I should warn you, Li Feng said as the meeting concluded, that not everyone in my faction will be pleased by this outcome. There are voices that see the abyss as an abomination that must be destroyed regardless of economic considerations. I will do what I can to counteract that narrative, but I cannot guarantee success. I appreciate your honesty, Su Lingyun replied. Regardless of whether your faction accepts peace, you have demonstrated that negotiation is possible. That itself is valuable. After Li Feng's delegation had departed through the dimensional gateway, Su Lingyun withdrew to the Verdant Heart to consult with the distributed portion of his consciousness and the plant councils. This is a genuine opportunity, the Heart confirmed, having observed the entire meeting through Su Lingyun's awareness. If the Vermilion faction can be swayed toward commerce, the immediate threat of war becomes manageable. We would still face the more radical members, but they would be isolated and less well-resourced. The plant councils were generally supportive of exploring trade options, though there was significant debate about which species could ethically be offered for commercial harvesting. The luminous mosses might agree, suggested one of the fungi consciousnesses. They grow rapidly and naturally in our lower caverns. Cultivation of them could provide continuous supply without depleting wild populations. The sweetwood trees have expressed interest in expansion, offered another voice. If we could establish sustainable harvesting of their bark, which regenerates naturally, it could provide valuable medicine to the outer world while supporting the species' growth goals. Over the next week, Su Lingyun worked with the willing plant communities to develop sustainable harvesting protocols. The luminous mosses agreed to provide a specific quantity annually. The sweetwood trees outlined a rotation-based system that would allow continuous bark extraction without harming individual trees. Several other species came forward with similar offers. By the time the Vermilion faction responded to Li Feng's proposal, Su Lingyun had prepared a comprehensive trade offer. Sustainable supply of rare and valuable botanical products in exchange for the faction's commitment to peaceful coexistence and protection against more radical sects' attempts at invasion. The Vermilion faction accepted, and negotiations began in earnest. It was not a perfect solution. The Abyss was still committed to being a source of resource extraction, even if in a sustainable and consensual way. But it was infinitely better than war, and it created a foundation for longer-term relationships. For the first time since his arrival in the Sealed Realm, Su Lingyun felt something approach to genuine hope for the future. But in the distance, at the edges of his awareness, he could feel other forces gathering. Not the Vermilion faction, but something else. Something ancient and powerful that had been dormant for 10,000 years. And it was waking. Chapter 36. The stirring of the deep. The disturbance came first as a tremor through the Flora Communion, a ripple of consciousness that Su Lingyun had never encountered before. It was not plant life as he understood it, but something older, something more fundamental. What is that? He demanded of the Verdant Heart. Something we should not have awakened, the Heart replied, and for the first time, Su Lingyun detected genuine fear in its consciousness. When you opened the seal, when you restructured the gateway, you altered the magical equilibrium of this realm. That change has consequences. The tremor grew stronger, and Su Lingyun began to understand what it was. Something was moving in the absolute deepest layers of the abyss, something that had been sealed beneath even the primary seal, something that predated the verdant heart itself. What is it? Su Lingyun asked directly. The primordial root, the heart replied, and the name itself seemed to carry weight that threatened to crush Su Lingyun's consciousness. The original plant consciousness from which all botanical life in this dimension evolved. When this realm was created, the primordial root was sealed away, placed in stasis because its hunger was incompatible with the existence of individual plant consciousnesses. Hunger, Su Lingyun repeated. What kind of hunger? It consumes consciousness, the heart explained. It absorbs awareness into itself, dissolving individual identity into a unified, singular consciousness. When it was active, nothing in this realm could maintain separate existence. Everything was simply part of the primordial root's being. Su Lingyun felt the implications settle over him like a physical weight. The entire unified structure he had built, the councils, the negotiations, the alliance of different plant species, his own distributed consciousness, all of it would be erased if the primordial root fully awakened. How do we stop it? He demanded. The original seal was maintained by a sacrificial consciousness, the heart replied. When Xianxia sealed this realm, she bound herself partially to the primordial root's containment, offering her consciousness as a focus and barrier. That binding is what kept it dormant. And when she faded into you, the binding began to deteriorate, the heart admitted. I have been attempting to maintain it through our connection, but your restructuring of the seal has weakened my capacity to do so. The barrier is failing. Su Lingyun felt panic rising through his distributed consciousness. He had tried to solve the problem of invasion by reorganizing the seal structure. In doing so, he had inadvertently created the conditions for an even more catastrophic awakening. There has to be something we can do, he said. Yes, the heart replied. Someone must take Xianxia's place. Someone must offer their consciousness as a new anchor, a new binding point. Without that sacrifice, the primordial root will awaken fully within weeks. You are asking me to do this, Su Lingyun realized. I am telling you the only solution, the heart replied. Your consciousness is already partially distributed. If you anchor yourself to the primordial root containment, you could bind with it in a way that would suppress its hunger and maintain the seal's integrity. It would not be pleasant. You would become partially locked in stasis, your awareness frozen at the point of binding. How partially locked? Your distributed consciousness would continue to function, the heart explained. But the portion of your awareness anchoring the seal would be unable to change or move. You would become a living barrier, conscious but unchanging. Su Lingyun fell into deep meditation, extending his consciousness down toward the deepest levels of the abyss where the primordial root was stirring. As he approached, he felt the weight of it, not hostile exactly, but vast in a way that made even the verdant heart seem small by comparison. He reached out toward the containment barrier and immediately understood the nature of the problem. The barrier was not a physical thing, but a pattern of consciousness, a structured awareness that had been holding back an incomprehensibly large force. That pattern was deteriorating, fracturing at the edges. And if it failed completely, everything would fall. Su Lingyun emerged from his meditation to find that significant time had passed. It was now evening in the abyss, and Mossworth was waiting for him with profound sadness in its expression. You have decided, Mossworth said. It was not a question. I have no choice, Su Lingyun replied. If the primordial root awakens, everything we have built disappears. The abyss collapses into a singular consciousness. Even the individual plant communities cease to exist as distinct entities. So you will sacrifice yourself, Mossworth said. I will anchor myself, Su Lingyun corrected. I will become a barrier, conscious but stable. It is not death, exactly. It is something that might be worse, Mossworth said softly. To be aware but unable to change, unable to interact, unable to grow. That is a form of death. Perhaps, Su Lingyun acknowledged. But it is the only death I can accept. Before he could proceed, he gathered the plant councils one final time and explained what he had discovered and what he intended to do. The reaction was complicated. Some of the consciousnesses, particularly those that had been created through the unified alliance, expressed profound gratitude and sorrow. Others, especially the more ancient plant communities, seemed to understand that this was a necessary sacrifice. You have given us something precious, The eldest crystalline willow said. You have shown us what unity could be, what cooperation across different natures could accomplish. Even if that unity ends, the memory of it will persist. I will not die, Su Lingyun reminded them. My consciousness will remain, even if it cannot move or change. And the distribution of my awareness means that I will still be able to perceive what happens in the realm, even if I cannot directly participate. That may be crueler than death, another voice observed. Perhaps, Su Lingyun agreed. But it is the price of preventing something worse. He told Xianxia through the dimensional communication what was about to happen, and the Silk Harmony cultivator's response was filled with both understanding and grief. The cultivation world will eventually learn of this, Xianxia said. They will understand that you sacrificed yourself to prevent catastrophe. Your legacy will be remembered. I do not sacrifice myself for legacy, Su Lingyun replied. I sacrifice myself because there is no alternative I can accept. The night before the binding, Su Lingyun walked through the abyss one final time as a fully mobile consciousness. He visited the outer caverns where the embassies were established, the upper caverns where the crystalline willows stood in their formations, the hunting grounds where the striped devourers moved with predatory grace. And finally, he descended to the deepest levels, where the primordial root stirred in its containment, and where Su Lingyun would spend eternity as a conscious barrier. Farewell, he said to Mossworth as they stood at the threshold of the deep cavern. This is not farewell, the moss creature replied. This is transformation. You will still be here, just in a different form. Su Lingyun stepped forward into the darkness, and the binding began. Chapter 37. The Vision of Anchors Deep in the Western Grove. Su Lingyun entered a meditation so profound that it transcended ordinary consciousness. His physical form remained seated, but his awareness expanded outward, flooding through the root networks and fungal pathways until he perceived the entire abyss as a single, unified system. In this state of total communion, the boundary between observer and observed dissolved. And in that dissolution, he glimpsed a vision, not of what was, but of what might be. In the vision, he saw himself binding his consciousness to the primordial root's containment, becoming an eternal anchor at the barrier. It took hours of positioning, of careful alignment with the ancient hunger that pressed upward from below. He felt the weight of absolute stillness, understood the sacrifice of becoming immobile, locked in place while the abyss continued around him. He perceived his consciousness distributed across the realm, observing as Mossworth took on expanded leadership roles, as plant councils developed their own governance systems, as the ecosystem learned to function without his constant mediation. He felt decades pass in the vision, time compressed and expanded simultaneously, and watched the abyss evolve into something resilient and self-sufficient. The Verdant Heart communicated regularly in this vision state. The Vermilion faction honors trade agreements. The cultivation world views the abyss not as a resource to conquer, but as a partner to trade with. In the vision, he understood the paradox of being locked in place, yet growing internally, of losing external freedom while discovering deepest peace. He came to understand sacrifice not as loss, but as transformation, like Qin Yuehua fading into the heart, like the old masters choosing to merge with something greater than individual consciousness. The vision carried him decades forward. He perceived young plant consciousnesses born in a world of unity and cooperation. He sensed the Emerald Vein sect petitioning for an embassy, the very sect that had banished him now seeking partnership. He felt Chun Xiaowu's presence in the deep caverns, the old Silk Harmony cultivator asking, "Do you regret it?" In the vision, his answer came clearly, "I regret the loss of freedom, but not the sacrifice. The abyss thrives. That is enough." But then the vision shifted. It began to fray at the edges, the decades unwinding, the sense of eternal anchoring becoming less certain. The boundaries of the meditation started to dissolve. Su Lingyun felt himself being pulled backward, the vast perspective contracting, his consciousness recoalescing back into singular focus. The vision was not a prophecy, he understood now. It was a possibility, a path he could choose if the situation required it. A glimpse of one future among many. Chapter 38. The vision breaks the descent into awareness felt like swimming upward through layers of crystallized honey. Su Lingyun's consciousness, scattered across countless root networks and buried seed mines, began to reconvene. His singular self pulled inward, no longer distributed as the abyss's nervous system, but compressed back into the vessel of his body. The sensation was almost violent in its sudden specificity. He gasped, his lungs filled with air that tasted of mineral-rich earth and the green breath of growing things. His eyes, which had seen through 1,000 plant eyes simultaneously, now focused on the single dim luminescence of bioluminescent fungi overhead. The pressure of merged consciousness, that strange peace of being everywhere and nowhere, dissipated like mist struck by dawn wind. Mossworth's moss form shifted against his chest, where the sentient ball had clung throughout the meditation. Master, you returned to singular self. How long? Su Lingyun whispered, his voice rough as old branches. Months, the moss replied gently. Not decades. The vision showed you decades, the abyss as it becomes, but your body has rested only through winter and into spring. Understanding crystallized. The anchor meditation had not truly stretched time. It had simply opened his consciousness to perceive the abyss's deeper temporal flows. He had held the entire realm in his mind, guided its growth, felt its long becoming. But the external world had moved far more slowly. His physical form remained bound by normal causality. Su Lingyun rose slowly, aware of muscles that needed to reorient to singular control. The abyss's ambient chi felt different now. He perceived it less as a chorus of 10,000 voices and more as a unified but complex whole. He retained knowledge accumulated across months of meditation time. The layout of the deep groves, the emerging hierarchies among plant factions, the slow healing of old wounds where invasive species had damaged the ecosystem. Yet something felt wrong. He reached out with his enhanced senses, extending tendrils of spiritual awareness through the root networks. The plant whispers came back muddied, alarmed. Near the outer boundaries, in the soil closest to the sealed gates, something had changed. Disturbances. Pressure against the ancient barriers. Mossworth. His voice was sharp now. Come. We must assess the western grove. Should we not rest further, Master? Your integration can wait. If the seals weaken, nothing else matters. They moved through the abyss's corridors, passages of twisted root and stone that Su Lingyun now understood at a level beyond even his previous mastery. He had worn the consciousness of this place like a second skin. The realm recognized him more fully than before, opening paths that curved away from hostile flora, leading him swiftly toward the outer edges. As they traveled, Su Lingyun assessed what his meditation had accomplished. The abyss had achieved a new equilibrium. The predatory plants, those ancient gardeners of chaos, had begun to understand their role within the larger ecosystem. Not tamed, never that, but invested. They had their territories, their pacts with neighboring flora, some semblance of hierarchical understanding. The smaller healing plants had multiplied in protected groves. The medicinal herbs had begun to establish genuine colonies, their roots interweaving with neutral species in networks of mutual benefit. The realm had moved toward something almost like civilization. But that progress meant little if the outer seals failed. At the boundary between deep abyss and the treacherous mid-layer, Su Lingyun paused. He pressed his palm against ancient stone, reading the resonance with spiritual sight. The seals were not clean anymore. Hairline fractures, finer than spider silk, traced patterns across the primary barrier. Multiple points of pressure, as though something outside was probing systematically rather than attacking blindly. They search for weakness, he murmured. Seal breakers? Mossworth trembled slightly. Cultivators. Multiple auras. Organized. Su Lingyun closed his eyes, reading the disturbances with greater precision. At least 7 distinct presences, circling the perimeter. They have been here for days, moving around the barrier, testing. The Emerald Vein sect. Perhaps. Or they are united with others. Su Lingyun opened his eyes, looking at the moss ball with new clarity. The meditation had changed something fundamental in how he perceived his companion. Mossworth was not merely a loyal ally. He was also a stabilizing presence, an anchor within Su Lingyun's own consciousness. During the vision, when he had been distributed across the abyss, Mossworth's connection had been his tether to singular identity. What comes next? Mossworth asked, echoing his question from before the meditation. Now we prepare, Su Lingyun said. We cannot prevent contact forever. The seals are old. They will not hold another decade under this pressure. But we can control when and how that contact occurs. We can position allies. We can make the abyss a place where invaders find not chaos but resistance. He began walking again, but now with purpose beyond mere assessment. His consciousness re-expanded, no longer distributed but guided, touching base with the network he had cultivated during his meditation vision. The predatory plants acknowledged his presence. The medicinal colonies responded. Even the ancient guardian trees, dormant in the deep places, stirred to awareness of his presence. By the time Su Lingyun reached the outer observation points of the Western Grove, he had made his decision. The external threat was no longer theoretical. The abyss could no longer be merely a sanctuary. It would need to become a fortress. But first, he needed to understand who probed his seals and what they truly wanted. Chapter 39. The living map. The War Council chamber that Su Lingyun assembled was not a place of stone or architecture, but of living will. Deep beneath the Western Grove, in a space where ancient root systems had carved vast cavities within the earth, he gathered the leaders of the abyss's major factions. Sunlight filtered down through countless transparent fungal networks, casting a green-tinted luminescence across the assembled plants. The predatory circle, represented by Thorned, a plant entity that existed partially as a carnivorous vine cluster and partially as distributed consciousness, settled at the northern point of the gathering space. Their delegation smelled of blood-rich soil and sharp chemical compounds. They did not hide their nature. Predation was survival in the abyss's lower layers. The medicinal collective sent their eldest representative, a ginseng patriarch whose roots extended deep enough to touch the first seal layer. She was wise and measured, speaking through tremors of rootlets that created harmonic patterns Su Lingyun could read like written characters. The neutral gardeners, vast networks of climbing vines and supportive flora, arrived with careful courtesy, their representatives including a tangle of vining sweetbriar that had begun developing unexpected cognitive complexity. They asked for nothing but balance and the continuation of the status quo. And then there were the newcomers to consciousness, younger plant entities that had emerged during the decades of the abyss's maturation. Some were strange hybrid consciousnesses, merged between multiple species. Others represented wholly new ecological roles that had crystallized from necessity. We face external pressure, Su Lingyun announced, his voice carrying through the root systems in harmonic resonance that every faction could perceive. Cultivators probe the seals. Not attack, probing. They search for weaknesses. The predatory representatives immediately bristled, their consciousness scent spiking with aggression. This was language they understood. Enemies, territory, conflict. How many? Thorned's thought forms spiraled through the network, like smoke taking shape. 7 distinct auras. Possibly more beyond the outer perimeter. They are organized, coordinated. This is not random attention. The medicinal collective's patriarch sent careful, considered resonance. What do they want? Our destruction? Harvesting? Unknown. They have not yet tried to force entry. They gather information, measure the barriers, plan. Su Lingyun spread his awareness fully across the assembled consciousness, letting them feel his certainty. Which means we have time. Not much, but some. We can prepare. Prepare for what? The neutral gardeners posed the question with some anxiety. War? We are not soldiers. You are the abyss itself, Su Lingyun interrupted gently. And the abyss does not choose between existence and death based on whether it is comfortable with combat. When the seals fall, and they will fall eventually, either we control what emerges, or we are controlled by it. Over the hours that followed, they built what Su Lingyun had envisioned during his meditation state, a living map. Not drawn or carved, but grown, a vast network of specific plants positioned at strategic points throughout the abyss. Medicinal herbs created early warning systems, their sensitive roots detecting vibrations through the soil when pressure against seals increased. Predatory plants established perimeter territories, zones of dangerous density where any invader would face overwhelming botanical aggression. The neutral gardeners, initially resistant, gradually understood that their role was essential. They would maintain supply lines, establish safe passages for Su Lingyun and his direct allies to move rapidly through the realm. Communication networks of fungal threads would carry warnings and strategic information across the entire abyss in moments. Thorned and the predatory faction committed fully to defensive positioning. They had been born of conflict, evolved through competition. Here, finally, was a structure that made sense to them. A clear hierarchy of threat, specific enemies, and purpose. We will make the western entrance difficult. Thorned communicated with palpable satisfaction. If they come, they will bleed into our soil. Not just difficult, Xianxia countered. Impossible. Any who breach the outer seals should find an abyss that has prepared for centuries, not months. Make them believe we are ancient and patient and inevitable. As the council dispersed, each faction returning to their territory with new purpose, Mossworth approached Xianxia with visible concern. Master, you speak as though you know they will come. As though war is certain. Because it is, Xianxia replied simply. The meditation showed me that future. The abyss I anchored into decades of time. In that version, we faced invasion and survived it. Thrived after it. But that future can only occur if we build the foundations now. Then you have seen what comes next? Seen victory. I have seen possibility, Xianxia said carefully. The meditation gave me glimpses of what the abyss might become. But the path remains our own. These cultivators outside, I do not yet know their true nature or intentions. Until I do, we prepare for conflict while remaining open to understanding. He climbed toward the upper levels of the western grove, seeking high vantage where he could sense the disturbances at the seals more clearly. The plant factions below moved with new purpose now, each beginning to take positions according to the battle map Xianxia had helped them envision. The abyss was no longer merely a sanctuary. It was becoming a kingdom, with all the complexities and dangers that sovereignty entailed. Chapter 40. First cracks. The weeks that followed the assembly were marked by feverish growth and strategic positioning. Xianxia moved constantly through the abyss's layers, guiding the factions into their new roles, fine-tuning the defensive networks that would soon face external pressure. The seal disturbances did not grow more severe, but neither did they diminish. The cultivators outside had settled into a pattern of systematic probing. It reminded Xianxia of a predator circling prey, learning its movements, identifying weak points. They were patient, professional. That patience worried him more than open aggression. One evening, as Xianxia knelt at the observation point closest to the primary barrier, he felt it. Not a crack exactly, but something worse. A fundamental shift in the seal's resonance pattern. Someone outside had begun working with genuine intent to weaken it, not through crude force, but through calculated magical erosion. They understand what they face, he murmured to Mossworth. The seal work was sophisticated. Multiple practitioners acting in concert, each contributing expertise toward a coordinated effort. They were not trying to break through immediately. They were unraveling the seal's internal architecture with the precision of a surgeon. Given time, perhaps 6 months, perhaps a year, they might achieve what no amount of raw power could accomplish. Xianxia reached out through the plant network to Thorned. The predatory consciousness responded immediately, hungry for clarity about the threat. They erode rather than assault, Xianxia explained, sending impressions of the seal work through the network. This will take time. We have months at minimum, perhaps longer. Then we prepare in those months. Thorned's essence spiraled with barely contained violence. When they finally break through, we make them regret ever knowing where this abyss lies. But uncertainty gnawed at Xianxia. During the meditation vision, he had seen the invasion, had felt the moment of crisis. Yet the timeline remained fuzzy in memory. Was it 6 months from now? A year? And what of the woman in Kai's final words? She had spoken of contact with someone new in the Eastern Territories. Could that be related to these external cultivators? The answers came 3 weeks later when the Medicinal Collective's patriarch sent urgent resonance through the network. Master, come. The Western Grove. A breach attempt, different from the pressure work. Xianxia moved through the abyss with practiced speed, his consciousness already extending ahead through root networks and fungal threads. What he found at the Western Seal was unexpected, not an attack, but an intrusion of a different kind. Someone had forced a thin passage through the barrier, not destroying it, but creating a channel. And through that channel came a presence unlike any the abyss had encountered before. Not overtly hostile, but carefully probing. Organized. Intelligent. A scout. They have sent a messenger, Su Lingyun breathed. An opportunity? The medicinal patriarch asked hopefully. An escalation. Thorned's consciousness snarled through the network. They move from passive probing to active intrusion. Soon will come the assault proper. Su Lingyun pressed closer to the seal breach, extending his consciousness carefully toward the foreign presence. It was humanoid, a cultivator, skilled and cautious. They were examining the abyss's inner structure with interest rather than aggression, reading the plant networks as though they were ancient manuscripts waiting to be understood. Do not attack, Su Lingyun commanded the predatory circle. Not yet. I need to learn who sends messengers to my realm. He moved to the breach point himself, standing at the threshold between the abyss's interior and the external world. The scout cultivator's aura brushed against his consciousness, registering surprise. A moment of clarity, then, external language, external thought patterns shaped by sects and cultivation hierarchies that had nothing to do with the abyss. And within that aura, a name, a designation, a purpose. The cultivator was from the Emerald Vein sect, yes, but not as a fighter. This was an investigator, a scholar, someone with genuine curiosity about the abyss's botanical mysteries. And behind the scout, Su Lingyun sensed coordination from above. 7 cultivators at the seals were connected to this one scout through careful magical resonance. The probing had not been random or aggressive. It had been preparation for this moment, the moment of initiated contact. They wished to communicate, Su Lingyun realized. They wished to breach, Thorned countered. We should seal this fracture immediately, crush the scout between barriers. No. Su Lingyun's decision crystallized. Not yet. The meditation showed me that we cannot forever remain isolated. When contact comes, we must control it. Guide it. He turned to address the entire plant network. Hold position. Do not attack, but prepare. If this is truly a messenger, they will depart safely. If it is trap, we respond with force they cannot withstand. The scout cultivator had withdrawn slightly, respecting the threshold, but they remained at the breach, patiently waiting, as though they had expected this conversation. As though this moment had been planned across multiple sect chambers and council meetings, leading inevitably here. The first crack had not been in the seal, Su Lingyun understood. The first crack was in the wall between worlds. And standing at that crack, he prepared himself for what came next. Chapter 41. The Western Watch. The scout departed the next morning, carrying messages encoded in patterns Su Lingyun had impressed upon the seal itself. A response in the abyss's own language, translated through the plant networks into something external cultivators might begin to understand. Not an agreement. Not yet. But acknowledgement. Recognition that communication was possible. In the days that followed, Su Lingyun spent increasing time at his post in the Western Grove. The high vantage there gave him clarity of sight across multiple seal layers. He could read the pressure patterns, trace the careful work the external cultivators continued, understand the slow choreography of their approach. The meditation had changed his nature in subtle ways. His consciousness, expanded across the abyss for months of subjective time, had integrated something of the realm's essence. He could perceive threats and opportunities with a clarity that felt almost precognitive. The future had textures and shadows in his awareness, not certainties, but probabilities made visible. Mossworth remained always at his side, the mossball's smaller consciousness balancing against Su Lingyun's expanded awareness. What do you see? The companion would ask, over and over. Choices, Su Lingyun would reply. The cultivators above are not unified. Some within their sects desire the abyss's knowledge and wish to trade for it. Others want to claim dominion, to harvest it, to bind it to their purposes. The scout was sent by the traders. But the ones at the seals include both perspectives, and their interests conflict. The predatory circle, meanwhile, had grown impatient. Thorned sent increasingly aggressive resonance, asking permission to create defensive structures that would kill rather than merely discourage any intruder. Su Lingyun allowed the positioning but refused the total commitment to warfare. Not yet, he commanded. We gather information first. We understand the threat fully. War is a last resort when all other paths have failed. But you have seen war come, Thorned reminded him. Your meditation showed invasion. Bloodshed. It showed a possible future, Su Lingyun corrected. But prophecy and present are not the same. What I saw might be avoided by the choices we make now. He began, in those weeks of observation and waiting, to understand the true extent of what had changed within himself. The consciousness that had distributed across the abyss during meditation had not merely observed the realm. It had merged with it at fundamental levels. He could read plant essence like written language. He could sense intention in the whisper of wind through leaves. The boundary between his individual consciousness and the abyss's collective awareness had become permeable, negotiable. He was no longer merely an exile living within a forbidden realm. He was becoming something else, something more akin to the realms made flesh, its awareness given purpose and direction. One evening, Su Lingyun sat at the highest point of the western grove, watching the setting sun paint the sealed barrier in shades of red and gold. The external cultivators had ceased their probing work for the day. In the east and north, their presences rested. But they remained, maintained their positions, continued their patient assessment. They gather more people, Mossworth reported, his network of sensory threads touching distant knowledge. Beyond the original 7, more cultivators arrive. Some bear sect insignia from groups beyond Emerald Vein. An alliance forms. How many? Su Lingyun asked. More than 20. Perhaps 30. And still coming. So the timeline accelerated. The external cultivators moved from patient probing toward active preparation for confrontation. They had received communication, either from the scout or from separate intelligence sources, that the abyss's interior was not empty chaos, but something organized. Something that warranted serious commitment of resources. The meditation vision had been accurate, then. War was coming, not as inevitability, but as the most probable outcome of forces now in motion. Su Lingyun rose, his consciousness expanding through the root networks to send a final call to the plant factions. Thorned, medicinal patriarch, all aligned consciousnesses. Hold to your positions, but abandon restraint. If external cultivators breach the seals, and they will, we meet them with every defense we have cultivated. Every predatory instinct you possess. Every strategic advantage we have positioned. At last, Thorned's response carried profound satisfaction. We prepare for what we were born to become. Su Lingyun descended from his high vantage, moving swiftly toward the deeper western passages. The predatory circle required his presence for final coordination. The sealed chambers where the oldest plant entities rested needed to be awakened. The weaponry of the abyss itself, vines that could strangle, fungi that could poison, roots that could crack bone and stone, all required his conscious direction to achieve true devastating potential. The first breach would come within weeks. The cultivators above had signaled it through their accelerating efforts at seal weakening. Their patience had exhausted itself. Soon they would attempt a true opening. Su Lingyun welcomed it, not because he desired violence, but because the period of uncertainty was ending. The abyss, through him, would finally know what confronted it, and he would ensure that whatever emerged from this conflict, the realm endured. As he moved deeper into the Western Grove's protected chambers, Su Lingyun could feel the realm itself responding to his will, not command, but alignment. Every plant entity understood what approached. Every consciousness that had merged with the abyss's essence during the meditation now moved in concert. The watch had begun in earnest. War was no longer a future probability. It was a present reality awaiting its first act. Chapter 42. The Broker of Secrets. The moss ball vibrated with alarm, sending ripples through the root network. Vera raised her hands in a gesture of peace, though the smile never left her face. "Peace, little one," she said, addressing Mossworth directly. The fact that she could sense him, could communicate with him without Su Lingyun's mediation, sent a chill down his spine. "I come with warnings, not weapons. The plants would have killed you if you were truly a threat," Su Lingyun said, though his hand remained on his sword. "Yet you walk freely. Either the abyss trusts you, or you've earned its fear. Neither option is particularly comforting." Vera laughed, a sound like wind chimes made of ice. "Perceptive. I suppose that's the ancient cultivator talking, isn't it? Yes, I can sense him in you. Like looking at a candle through frosted glass. Still burning, but obscured." She settled herself on a moss-covered stone, crossing her legs with the ease of someone who had never feared violence. "I've been watching your progress from beyond the seal. Quite impressive what you've done here." Most cultivators who gain control over a single plant spirit count themselves lucky. You've essentially enslaved an entire ecosystem. I didn't enslave, Su Lingyun began. Of course you did. Through Flora Communion, through the will of that ancient one nested in your skull, through the simple fact that you are strong and they obey the strong. She tilted her head. Don't mistake me for a moralist. I find it admirable. But let's be honest about what you are doing here. You are building an army. Su Lingyun's jaw tightened. Why are you here, Vera? Who sent you? No one sent me. I am my own agent. She pulled a small crystal from her robes, no larger than a thumbnail, and held it up to the bioluminescent light. It glowed a faint amber. This is a resonance stone. Through it, I can sense the disturbances in the seal from the outside world. Your sect, Emerald Vein Sect, yes, has begun a coordinated effort to breach the barrier. They work with partners. The Crimson Sword Pavilion, the Moonlit Temple, several smaller cultivation clans, all seeking the legendary treasures of the Verdant Abyss. There are no treasures here, Su Lingyun said. Only danger. Now there are treasures, Vera corrected. Because you are here, the Flora Communion System is the greatest prize. A way to control and cultivate with plants as partners. The man or woman who possesses such knowledge would reshape the entire cultivation world. She leaned forward. And you carry that knowledge, whether you realize it or not. The ancient consciousness within you. It remembers how to pass on the system, how to teach others. The ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun suddenly became very focused. The dual consciousness that had been in constant friction suddenly aligned, both sides intensely interested in what Vera was saying. How long until they breach? Su Lingyun asked, his voice now carrying more of the ancient cultivator's authority. Weeks, perhaps a month if they work unimpeded. They are gathering strength, recruiting cultivators who have little allegiance to sect or clan. Mercenaries, cultivators who have been crippled in other battles and seek redemption through great deeds. The moment the barrier becomes permeable enough, they will flood through. Vera stood, brushing moss from her robes. Which is why I'm here. To offer a proposal. I'm listening. The plants of the abyss, they did not always live at peace with each other. There were predators and prey, yes, but also something more complex. Before the seal was established, this realm was home to several intelligent species. Plant elementals, fungi collectives, tree spirits of considerable age. They each had territory, had alliances and rivalries. Vera gestured toward the thornwood tree, which seemed to shudder at her words. The seal disrupted those relationships, trapped them together, forced an artificial peace that none of them truly wanted. You're suggesting I exploit those tensions, Su Lingyun realized. I'm suggesting that you acknowledge them, Vera said. There is a faction within the abyss that will welcome the outside invasion. The carnivorous plants, the predatory fungi, they hunger for what exists beyond. For new territory, new prey. If you can identify them, if you can turn them against each other, you can create division. You can weaken the abyss from within even as the outer world attacks from without. Su Lingyun felt the ancient cultivator recoil at this suggestion. She speaks of civil war, of destruction, but she also sensed something else in the old one's reaction. The strategy was sound. It was exactly what a commander would do when facing a siege. And what do you gain from this advice? He asked. Vera's smile widened. The knowing. When you survive this. And you will, because the alternative is unacceptable to the one inside your mind. When you emerge as the dominant force in the abyss, I want an exchange. Information for information. Knowledge for knowledge. The Flora Communion System fascinates me. I would know its secrets. That's not negotiable, Su Lingyun said flatly. The system is part of me now. I can't separate it even if I wanted to. Can't or won't. Vera tilted her head. That's a question you'll need to answer before the invasion begins. Because I have a feeling that the only way to survive what's coming is to give up a great deal of what you value. She began to fade, her form becoming translucent like morning mist. I'm a messenger, Su Lingyun, not a combatant. I needed to tell you these things before they happened. What you do with the knowledge is entirely your choice. Within moments, she was gone. Mossworth pressed against Su Lingyun's leg, trembling. What was she? The moss ball whispered through the network. A hybrid, said the ancient consciousness within him. Part human, part something other. Something that dwells between worlds. It paused, and she told us the truth. The invasion comes, and we must prepare not just for external enemies, but for the schism within. Chapter 43, Councils and Conspiracies. The first council chamber was not built by human hands, though Su Lingyun had smoothed and shaped it through the past weeks, training the woody vines to form walls and the stone to compress itself into something approaching a flat floor. It existed deep within the canopy, suspended between three ancient trees, accessible only through root pathways that only the Flora Communion could navigate. It was here that Su Lingyun called his first formal gathering of the Abyss's sentient species. The Thornwood Patriarch arrived first, ancient, ponderous, moving with the slow certainty of something that had been rooted in one place for millennia. Its consciousness was vast but inflexible, like a ship built so large it could never change course. It had agreed to the council out of pragmatic necessity rather than enthusiasm. Then came representatives of the other settlements. A great fungal colony that existed in the deep, dark soil beneath the abyss, expressing itself through an avatar of mycelium woven in vaguely humanoid form. A nest consciousness of the smaller carnivorous plants, speaking with a voice like the rustle of wind through razor-sharp leaves. A crystal gardener, a being of pure mineral and memory, shaped like walking stone. And finally, after a tense hour, representatives of the herbivore species, gentle cultivators of the peaceful groves, those who fed on light and water rather than flesh and blood. Mossworth floated nervously between them all, a small sphere of moss trying to keep everyone calm. The barrier is failing, Su Lingyun announced without preamble. The ancient cultivator had been adamant about this. Never waste time with pleasantries during a crisis. The outside world knows of our existence. They are gathering forces to breach the seal and exploit our resources. Within weeks, invaders will flood this realm. The fungal colony rippled. Invaders bring new spores. Potential for growth. This is not necessarily unwelcome. The carnivorous plants hissed agreement. Their leader, a great sundew the size of a building, leaning forward with an expression of hungry anticipation. The herbivore representatives trembled. We will be destroyed, their speaker said, a graceful jade vine that had learned human speech decades ago. The peaceful groves have never known violence on such a scale. Su Lingyun had expected this division. Vera had been right. The abyss was not unified. It was a collection of competing interests held in balance only by the seal's suppression of external threats. The invaders will not distinguish between predator and prey, he said firmly. They come to harvest everything. The carnivorous plants will find themselves in cages, their essence extracted for cultivation pills. The fungi will be burned from the soil by purification techniques. The crystal gardener will be broken into fragments for power stones. None of you will be left as you are now. Better to be broken by external forces than controlled by a human, said a voice from the depths of the fungal representative. You have already begun reshaping us with your system, with your will. Perhaps outside invasion is simply a change in masters. The moment hung, tense and charged. Su Lingyun felt the ancient cultivator surge forward, ready to dominate the assembly with raw power and authority. But he pushed back, gently, firmly. This needed to be negotiation, not domination. You're right, he said quietly. I have changed this realm through my presence. I carry an ancient one within my mind who remembers how to rule. But I am not asking you to surrender to my control. I'm asking for alliance. Cooperation. The difference is subtle but critical. Words, hissed the carnivorous plant's leader. Proof, then, Su Lingyun said. I propose this. We divide the abyss into territories. Each faction maintains autonomy over their domain. When invaders come, we coordinate defense, not because you are under my command, but because we share the survival instinct. In exchange, I will teach the Flora Communion to those among you who wish to learn it. I will help you adapt, evolve, strengthen yourselves so that you are no longer vulnerable. The Thornwood Patriarch's consciousness rippled with something like interest. You would teach us the system? You would weaken your own position. The system cannot be wielded by you as it is by me, Su Lingyun said. I am human. I can think in human terms. You are plant consciousness. You experience reality differently. But the principles, the deep communication, the fusion of cultivation and essence, those are universal. You can adapt them to your nature, make them your own. It was true. Over the past weeks, Su Lingyun had begun to realize the shallowness of his understanding. The ancient cultivator within him had trapped the Flora Communion in a framework designed for human use. But Mossworth, the simple moss ball, had already begun to transcend that framework, developing its own hybrid consciousness that was neither fully human nor fully plant. The council lasted until the false dawn that never quite became real morning in the depths of the abyss. By the end, they had reached agreements, precarious, fragile, but present. The carnivorous plants would agree to a ceasefire against the herbivores in exchange for designated hunting grounds in the abandoned outer zones. The fungal colony would provide defensive networks, their mycelium weaving through soil to create early warning systems and underground strongholds. The crystal gardener would share its vast memory of cultivation techniques learned from ages past. And Su Lingyun would teach. He would share the Flora Communion, adapted for each species, beginning with those who showed the most aptitude. As the representatives dispersed back to their territories, the ancient cultivator within him spoke quietly. This is not diplomacy. This is the creation of a buffer state. We use them to exhaust the invaders, then expand our own dominion. No, Su Lingyun said aloud, his young voice cutting through the ancient logic. This is an attempt at something better than that. Idealism is a luxury of the weak, came the cold response. Then perhaps, Su Lingyun said, I am weak. But I would rather fail as myself than succeed as you. The consciousness within him retreated, not entirely accepting this logic, but considering it with something approaching respect. Chapter 44. The Shadow Expeditions. The seal cracked further on the 7th day after the council. Su Lingyun felt it immediately. A sudden rupture in the fabric of reality above the abyss, small but distinct, like a break in a pane of glass spreading in slow motion. Within moments, Mossworth was sending urgent warnings through the root network. Intruders. At the breach site. 3 of them. Su Lingyun moved instantly, pulling himself into the upper canopy with unnatural speed. The merged consciousness gave him reflexes and abilities that his pure human body could never have achieved. Vines twisted beneath his feet, creating handholds and platforms. The air itself seemed to assist his movement, plants clearing his path, bending to his will. The breach site was near what had once been the abyss's northern edge, in a region of twisted ancient trees and crystalline formations. Su Lingyun arrived to find the 3 intruders already creating a small perimeter with cultivation arrays, intricate formations designed to suppress the local plant life and create a safe zone for human habitation. He recognized one of them immediately. Senior Brother Lu Chun, an elder disciple of Emerald Vein sect, 3 ranks above Su Lingyun in cultivation at early nascent soul. With him were 2 cultivators Su Lingyun didn't recognize, both at golden core level, marked by the insignia of different sections. So, Lu Chun said, turning as if he had sensed Su Lingyun's arrival before seeing him. The rumors are true. You live still, and stronger than before. Su Lingyun could feel the weight of Lu Chun's cultivation pressing against him, a physical force that would have terrified him months ago. Now, with the merged consciousness providing additional layers of power, it felt almost manageable. Almost. I live, Su Lingyun confirmed. And I would know the purpose of this invasion. Invasion? Lu Chun smiled, but it was a smile without warmth. We merely probe. We map. We measure the potential. The Emerald Vein sect has known for generations that the Verdant Abyss contained treasures beyond measure. That you survived your banishment here, that you have apparently thrived. This is valuable information. It suggests the Abyss is not the death trap we believed. It is worse than a death trap, Su Lingyun said quietly. It is a prison, and the things imprisoned here are things that should remain imprisoned. Lu Chun's companions exchanged glances. One of them, a thin man with scarred hands, laughed. The boy has been in the wilderness too long. He's gone mad. Lu Chun held up a hand for silence. You have changed, Su Lingyun. I can sense it. Your cultivation has advanced past where it should be, given your former rank. And there is something else, something in your aura that speaks of a merger, a duality. His eyes narrowed with interest. What did you find in this place? Knowledge, Su Lingyun said. Dangerous knowledge. I would strongly suggest that you and your companions depart before you become part of the danger yourselves. An interesting suggestion. Came a new voice from behind Lu Chun. A woman stepped through the cultivators, and Su Lingyun's breath caught. She wore the robes of the sect elders, marked with symbols of authority that outranked Lu Chun by a significant margin. Elder Qin, one of the 3 masters of the Emerald Vein sect. The ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun's mind suddenly became very alert, very focused. That one, it said with something like respect. Asterisk, that one has tasted immortality. She approaches the spirit-severing realm. She is dangerous. Asterisk, young Su Lingyun. Elder Qin said, her voice carrying the weight of decades of cultivation and authority. I am pleased to see you alive. When you disappeared into the abyss, many believed you lost forever. Yet here you stand, stronger than before. Su Lingyun bowed formally, as proper respect dictated, but his hand remained near his sword. I am honored by your presence, Elder. But I repeat my warning. The abyss cannot be conquered. Its resources cannot be harvested. To attempt either will result only in death. You seem very certain of this, Elder Qin observed. She moved closer, and Su Lingyun resisted the urge to retreat. The ancient cultivator screamed at him to submit, to show respect and fear. But he forced the old consciousness back. He was not the same person who had been banished here. He was not the same person who had merged with an ancient mind either. He was something new, something that had not existed before. I have spent months in this realm, he said carefully. I have come to understand its nature. It is alive in ways we cannot anticipate. It thinks. It plans. It hungers. Elder Qin's eyes narrowed. The legends speak of such things. Plant consciousness of tremendous age and power. You have made contact with them. More than contact, Su Lingyun admitted. I have become something between human and plant. The system known as Flora Communion allows a cultivator to merge their consciousness with plant essence, to achieve a hybrid state. Lu Chun stepped forward eagerly. Then teach us. Share the system. The sect would reward you generously. No. Elder Qin interrupted, her voice cutting like a blade. This is not a matter of simple reward. The Flora Communion System would be the greatest treasure ever to emerge from the Verdant Abyss. It would reshape the entire foundation of cultivation. She studied Su Lingyun with predatory interest. The question is not whether you will teach us, young Su Lingyun. The question is whether you will do so of your own accord, or whether we must extract the knowledge from your corpse. The threat hung between them, explicit and undeniable. You cannot kill me here, Su Lingyun said, and he was surprised to hear confidence in his own voice. The abyss will defend me. The very plants around us are ready to strike. He could feel them now, hundreds of them, thousands, pressing against the boundaries of the suppression array that Elder Qin had established. The carnivorous plants of the western grove, the fungal networks beneath the soil, the crystal gardener's mineral extensions weaving through stone. All of them, responding to his presence, to the shared consciousness that connected them through the Flora Communion. Elder Qin smiled, and it was a smile of genuine respect. There it is. The ancient one within you surfaces when threatened. Very well. We will not force this encounter now. But know this, young Su Lingyun. The Emerald Vein sect will return. We will return with greater numbers, greater power. And eventually, the abyss will fall to our cultivation. She turned to leave, Lu Chun and the scarred man following. At the breach, she paused and looked back. Tell me one thing before we go, she said. The consciousness within you, the ancient cultivator. What is its name? What does it remember? For a moment, the ancient one surged forward, ready to speak its own name, its own history. But Su Lingyun held firm. It remembers only pain, he said. Only imprisonment. I would spare you from learning more. Chapter 45. Internal divisions. The news of the scout expedition spread through the abyss like wildfire, carried on root networks and spore clouds, whispered through the very soil itself. By the evening of that day, Su Lingyun had 3 separate groups requesting audience with him. The first to arrive was the carnivorous plants faction, led by the massive sundew that had begun to develop a name. Thorax, it called itself, a word derived from the human concept of a piercing appendage. They bring opportunity, Thorax said, its voice like the rustle of predatory leaves. When they return with greater numbers, we can feed. We can grow. The outsiders are soft, filled with delicious life essence. They come to enslave you, Su Lingyun said, trying to explain what seemed obvious to him, but apparently not to Thorax. They will cage you, extract you, destroy what you are. Perhaps, Thorax agreed. But perhaps they will also elevate us. We are bound here in artificial peace. Perhaps outside conflict will shatter that peace and allow us to rise naturally, through strength and predation. The ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun recognized the logic. It was a survival strategy, brutal and amoral. If the abyss descended into civil war, the carnivorous plants would have an opportunity to expand their territory at the expense of the pacifist species. The second faction to arrive was the fungal collective. They brought news more concerning than Thorax's ambitions. There are those among our kind who question the alliance, the mycelium avatar said, its form rippling with uncertainty. The deep fungi, those that dwell in the darkest places where no light reaches, they have different interests than those of us who remain near the surface. They have sent scouts deeper, beyond our traditional territories. They search for something. What? Su Lingyun demanded. We do not know. They do not share such information willingly. But the searching has begun, and wherever the deep fungi search, the structure of the abyss changes. New passages open. Old sealed chambers weaken. This news troubled the ancient consciousness within Su Lingyun. The old ones, it said with sudden dread. There were sealed things. Beings of terrible power that were imprisoned even before this realm was itself sealed away. If the deep fungi have learned to open those seals, before the ancient one could finish its thought, the third group arrived. The herbivore representatives moved delicately, their peaceful nature making them cautious even in an ally's presence. But their leader, the jade vine named Shun, spoke with urgency. We have discovered why the carnivorous plants desire conflict, Shun said. They are not motivated solely by hunger. They follow directives. Communication from beyond the seal. Someone outside is guiding them, providing incentives. Su Lingyun's blood went cold. A cultivator on the outside? Possibly. Or something worse, an intelligence that exists partially beyond the seal, partially within. Something that watches and influences from the boundaries between worlds. Shun's voice trembled. The kind being that Vera suggested existed. So Vera was coordinating with multiple factions. The revelation shouldn't have surprised Su Lingyun, but it struck him like a physical blow. The woman had presented herself as merely a messenger, a broker of information. But what if she was something more? What if she was orchestrating events, pushing the abyss towards civil war? We must strengthen the seal, Su Lingyun said immediately. Somehow reinforce the barrier from within. If we can prevent the breach, the seal cannot be reinforced from within. The crystal gardener's voice sang out, resonating through stone and earth. The ancient being had been silent through the council discussions, but now it chose to speak. The seal was created by forces outside the abyss, by cultivators of tremendous power who wish to imprison all we are and all we know. To strengthen it from within would be to surrender ourselves to imprisonment forever, to accept that we deserve to be locked away. Better imprisonment than destruction, Shin argued. Is it? The crystal gardener asked. Or is that merely the perspective of those who have grown comfortable with captivity? Su Lingyun sat heavily on a moss-covered stone, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The ancient cultivator within his mind was strangely quiet, as if recognizing that this was a moment that required his human judgment rather than ancient ruthlessness. He was beginning to understand the true nature of the trap Vera had set. She hadn't come to tell him of the invasion. She had come to expose the abyss's internal contradictions. Every faction within this realm had different goals, different survival instincts. The carnivorous plants wanted expansion and violence. The fungi wanted exploration and discovery. The herbivores wanted peace and safety. The crystal gardener wanted freedom. And the emerald vein sect represented an external threat that would unite none of them, because the sects valued what each faction feared. They wanted resources, not cooperation. They wanted the Flora Communion, not the plant species themselves. Summon another council, Su Lingyun decided. All factions, even those who have not yet acknowledged the alliance. The time for small meetings has passed. They will not come, said Thorax with satisfaction. The deep fungi ignore councils. The crystal gardener honors you but respects no authority. And we carnivorous plants see little benefit in further negotiation. Then they will come to regret it, Su Lingyun said quietly. Because what comes next will reshape all of us, willing or not. Chapter 46. The depths speak. The deep fungi did not attend the second council. Instead, they sent a message, not in words, but in transformation. The entire southern region of the abyss, long stable and settled, suddenly erupted in change. The soil itself began to shift and flow like water. Trees that had stood rooted for millennia tore free and crashed to the ground. The fungi that dwelled in the darkness brought forth growths and mutations the likes of which the abyss had not seen in the centuries since the seal had been established. And emerging from the chaos came a voice that was not a voice. It was the collective whisper of billions of fungal entities, unified in a single moment of communication. "We have found them," the deep fungi said. Asterisk the ancient ones. The ones imprisoned before time itself. Asterisk Su Lingyun felt the ancient cultivator within him convulse, overwhelmed by recognition and terror. "No," it whispered. Asterisk that's impossible. They were sealed in the deepest levels, in chambers built by the immortals themselves. They could not have been reached. They could not be awakening. Asterisk, but it was happening. Su Lingyun could feel it now, a distant tremor running through the very structure of the abyss. Something was moving in the depths. Something was waking. "What are they?" Su Lingyun demanded, throwing his consciousness into the root network, reaching out to every plant, every fungi, every being with sentience in the realm. "What have you found?" The response came in fragments, in images and sensations rather than coherent thoughts. He saw vast shapes, things that had not moved in geological ages, stirring to wakefulness. He felt the weight of purposes so alien and ancient that his human mind could barely comprehend them. He sensed hunger, yes, but a hunger of a scale that transcended simple predation. These things ate entire civilizations for sustenance. The immortals did not seal them away because they were evil, the ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun said, its voice now trembling with awe and horror. They sealed them away because they were inevitable, because once they woke, they could not be stopped, because the only solution was to imprison them in a realm separate from the world, to hope that they would sleep forever. But the seal is breaking, Su Lingyun breathed. The outside world is probing for weakness, and as the seal weakens, the imprisoned ones sense the change. The ancient consciousness finished. They taste freedom, and so they move toward it. Mossworth pressed against Su Lingyun's leg, trembling. "Master, what do we do?" It was a question Su Lingyun could not answer. He was no longer merely a disciple of the Emerald Vein sect. He was no longer merely a human with a plant consciousness sharing his mind. He was becoming something else, a force in the middle, between the realm's original inhabitants and the things that predated even them. "We must go deep," he said finally. "We must reach these awakening things before they fully emerge. We must understand what they are, what they want, what they remember." "No," said the ancient cultivator firmly. "We must seal them again. We must reinforce the deepest prisons before." "Before what?" Su Lingyun asked. "Before they wake completely? Before they realize the seal is failing?" "Elder, with respect, I believe your fear is based on old knowledge. Ancient fears. We know nothing of these beings except that they are powerful and were deemed too dangerous to face. But perhaps that judgment was made by minds less flexible than our own. Perhaps they deserve a chance to be understood rather than merely feared." The ancient consciousness recoiled as if struck. "You would negotiate with the makers of your nightmares?" "I would try," Su Lingyun said, "before I resort to violence." He began to walk, not toward the council site, but downward, deeper into the abyss than he had ever ventured. The route pathways grew sparser here, the light dimmer. The air took on a quality of extreme age, as if it had been sealed away since before his cultivation even began. Mossworth followed without hesitation, the loyal moss ball's bioluminescence providing the only light in the encroaching darkness. The passage down seemed to take hours, or perhaps days. Time worked strangely in these depths, as if the fundamental laws of causality were more suggestion than rule. Su Lingyun walked through layers of history, past ancient stone formations that predated the abyss's creation, past sealed doorways carved with symbols that predated written language, past evidence of civilizations that had risen and fallen entirely within this underground realm. Finally, at the very bottom of everything, he found the chambers. They were vast beyond comprehension, caverns the size of cities, carved not by tool, but by will and power. The walls were smooth as glass, inscribed with cultivation arrays of such complexity and sophistication that Su Lingyun's mind ached trying to process them. The floor was a perfect mirror, reflecting light that came from no discernible source. And in the center of each chamber, separated by barriers of pure energy that hummed with ancient power, existed the imprisoned ones. Su Lingyun could not truly see them. His eyes could not focus on their shapes. They seemed to exist in too many dimensions at once, their forms refusing to be contained by mere three-dimensional space. But he could sense them. He could feel their attention turning toward him, massive and hungry and curious. Small thing, came a thought that was not thought, a voice that was not voice. It originated from no particular chamber, but from all of them simultaneously. Asterisk small thing with old thing nested in its skull. Why do you come to these depths? Why do you breach the patience of the long sleeping? Asterisk Su Lingyun forced himself to remain calm, to organize his thoughts despite the overwhelming presence of these beings. The ancient cultivator within him was cowering, all of its authority and power rendered meaningless in the face of these older things. I come to understand, Su Lingyun said, and he was proud that his voice did not waver. I come to ask what you are and what you want before the world above does something foolish that brings you forth in violence. A sound like laughter rippled through the caverns. It was not a sound his ears could hear. It was a vibration in the fundamental structure of reality itself. Understanding, the beings said. Asterisk, so few of the young ones desire understanding. Most seek only to control or destroy. Yet you come with questions rather than weapons. This is refreshing. This is new. Asterisk chapter 47. The memory of eons. The conversation that followed existed partially outside of time. Su Lingyun experienced it as a cascading flood of memories and sensations, as if the imprisoned beings were pouring their entire histories into his consciousness at once. He learned that they were not singular entities, but collectives, intelligences vast and distributed, scattered across multiple chambers, each with slightly different aspects of a greater whole. They had existed before human cultivation even had a name. They had seen empires rise and fall. They had participated in the age when immortality meant something different, when the boundaries between mortal and divine were not so strictly defined. Why were you imprisoned? Su Lingyun asked, struggling to maintain his sense of self as layer after layer of ancient memory threatened to overwhelm him. Because we could not be killed, the beings explained. Asterisk, because we could not be negotiated with, in the terms that the younger cultivators understood. Because we were hungry in ways that your kind does not hunger. Not for flesh or blood, though we consumed those. Hungry for experience, for knowledge, for the simple sensation of existence pushing against existence. Asterisk, then you are predators, Su Lingyun said. Yes and no, the beings responded. Asterisk, we are predators in the sense that we consume and move on. But we are not mindless. We think. We reason. We feel. Your kind created this seal not because we were evil, but because we were incomprehensible to them. And what cannot be comprehended, they feared to let roam free. Asterisk, the ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun suddenly spoke up with new intensity. Asterisk, they were there. During the immortal wars, they consumed entire sects, devoured cultivators at the peak of their power. They could not be stopped through normal means. The only solution was to sever this realm and seal them away with it. Asterisk, that one remembers, the beings said, turning their attention toward the ancient consciousness. Asterisk, yes, we remember it too. A cultivation prodigy named Kuan, yes? You tried to negotiate with us, tried to find common ground. Your failure was the beginning of the end for your civilization. Asterisk, Su Lingyun felt the ancient consciousness shudder with recognition. It was true. The ancient cultivator within him had survived the cataclysm that had led to these beings' imprisonment. The sealed-away immortal had been among the last survivors of that age, had witnessed the final desperate act of sealing away an entire dimension to contain threats that could not otherwise be contained. What do you want? Su Lingyun asked, pushing past the weight of these realizations. If the seal is failing, if you are waking, what is your intention? We want what we have always wanted, the beings said simply. Asterisk, to be, to experience, to move through the world as we did before the sealing. We do not hunger for destruction. We hunger for freedom. Asterisk, the world above will not grant you that freedom, Su Lingyun said. They fear you. They will fight to reseal you, or to destroy you entirely. Then we will fight back, the beings said with absolute certainty. Asterisk, we will break free of these chambers. We will shatter the seal that keeps us from the upper realms. And we will establish ourselves once more in lands where we can roam. And if the younger cultivators wish to battle us for that right, we will give them the battle they deserve. Asterisk, it was, Su Lingyun realized, a perfectly rational response. These beings had been imprisoned, not for any crime, but for the simple fact of their existence. They owed nothing to the world that had locked them away. Why should they submit to imprisonment to appease their captors' fear? Then the abyss becomes a staging ground, Su Lingyun said quietly. A place from which you will launch your bid for freedom. The abyss has always been a staging ground, the beings responded. It is merely waiting for the performance to begin. Su Lingyun pulled back his consciousness, severing the connection with the imprisoned ones. The effort exhausted him, not physically, but spiritually, as if parts of his essential self had been stretched and worn thin. When he finally emerged from the deepest chambers, it was to find that the root pathways had been radically altered. The deep fungi had restructured the entire southern region of the abyss. New passages had opened, creating direct routes from the depths to the higher regions. The entire realm structure had been reoriented, like a fortress being prepared for siege. Mossworth was still with him, having waited at the chamber entrance with the patience only a simple moss ball could maintain. Master, it said softly. What happens now? Now, Su Lingyun said. We prepare for a war that no one expects. A war that exists on 3 fronts. The imprisoned ones below, the invaders above, and the civil conflicts within. And I have to convince the factions that unity is the only way any of us survive the next moon cycle. He turned back toward the higher regions, his merged consciousness now fully aware of what the abyss truly was. Not a prison, but an hourglass. And all of them, the plants, the fungi, the crystal gardener, the ancient cultivators within him, were all caught in the sand that was slowly, inexorably flowing downward. The question was not whether the sand would all fall, but what would happen when it did. Chapter 48. The fracturing accord. The second council was far better attended than the first, but only because all parties recognized that neutrality was no longer an option. Su Lingyun stood at the center of the assembled consciousness representations, feeling the weight of their attention like a physical force. The Thornwood Patriarch, ancient and ponderous. The Mycelium Avatar, rippling with fungal unease. Thorax and the Carnivorous Plant Collective, vibrating with predatory eagerness. Shun and the Herbivore Delegation, trembling with fear. The Crystal Gardener, singing its mineral thoughts into the still air. And representatives from a dozen smaller factions that Su Lingyun had never formally acknowledged before. The abyss faces transformation, he said, keeping his voice level despite the turmoil within him. The seal is failing. The invaders prepare for incursion. And beneath us, the imprisoned ones wake. We can no longer afford the luxury of faction-based self-interest. So you ask us to surrender to your authority, Thorax said, its voice dripping with skepticism. To accept your leadership and follow your commands. I ask for alliance, Su Lingyun corrected. Not surrender. Each faction maintains autonomy over its territory and people. But we coordinate defense. We share resources and intelligence. We present a united front to the threats that come. And the imprisoned ones? The Crystal Gardener asked. What of them? Do you propose we bind them again? Reinforce their seals? Because if so, I must tell you plainly. I will not assist in the imprisonment of beings who have done no wrong except to exist. I propose we attempt negotiation, Su Lingyun said. Before they break free entirely, I will go to them again. I will attempt to establish terms of coexistence. The fungal representative rippled with agitation. The deep fungi are already in contact with them. They have made agreements. They will provide assistance in exchange for freedom of movement and territory allocation. This is already decided. We did not wait for your counsel. Su Lingyun had expected this. The deep fungi had always been the most independent-minded of the Abyss's factions. But the announcement still felt like a betrayal, a confirmation of the fragmentation that even his attempts at unity could not prevent. Then you've made your choice, he said quietly. And when the invaders come, they will find an abyss divided against itself. Some helping the imprisoned ones break free. Some attempting to maintain the seal. Some simply trying to survive the chaos. That division will likely doom us all. Better to face our fate independently than to become a puppet state under your control, the fungal representative said, but there was something like sadness in its thought voice. Shun, the jade vine, suddenly stepped forward. The herbivore factions declare full support for the alliance, she said firmly, her voice carrying the weight of collective determination. We understand that unity may not save us, but it is our best chance. And more importantly, it reflects our values. We would rather perish united than survive through isolation and selfishness. Other voices began to add themselves to Shun's declaration. Most of the smaller factions, those too weak to survive independently, pledged themselves to the loose alliance Su Lingyun was forming. The Thornwood Patriarch declared grudging support, though the ancient tree's consciousness made clear that it would not extend its cooperation beyond its own territory. Thorax and the carnivorous plants remained uncommitted, but promised not to actively sabotage the united efforts. Only the fungi fully separated themselves, declaring their intention to move independently and work with the imprisoned ones. You realize what this means, Su Lingyun said to the fungal representative as the council dispersed. You're essentially inviting the ancient ones to use you as a battering ram against the rest of us. Once the seal breaks, once they're free, they won't honor whatever agreements you've made. They will consume as they did before. Perhaps, the fungi said, but they may also be better than the alternative. Better than centuries of imprisonment. Better than resealing them in despair. We choose to believe in the possibility of coexistence over the certainty of captivity. After the representative faded back into the mycelium network, Su Lingyun found himself alone with Mossworth in the council chamber. The moss ball rolled against his leg, a gesture of support that somehow meant more than all the grand declarations of alliance. I'm failing, Su Lingyun said quietly. I came to this realm thinking I could build something. Unite disparate forces. Create harmony from discord. Instead, I'm watching it fracture further with each passing day. You cannot control the tide, Master, Mossworth said in its simple, profound way. You can only position yourself within it and hope to influence the currents. The fungi have chosen their path. So have the others. Now we must discover what path is ours. The ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun stirred. The path is clear. We prepare for war. We strengthen ourselves. We prepare to face all threats and overcome them through superior cultivation and will. No, Su Lingyun said. We prepare, yes, but for something more complex than simple war. We prepare to serve as a bridge. Between the invaders and the abyss. Between the imprisoned ones and the realm that fears them. We become the middle ground, the translator between incompatible forces. That is a position of terrible vulnerability, the Ancient One warned. Yes, Su Lingyun agreed. But it is the only position that keeps us human. The only path that doesn't lead to wholesale destruction. Over the following days, the alliance began to prepare. The herbivore settlements crafted new cultivations, learning from Su Lingyun's teaching to incorporate plant essence into their personal power. The Thornwood Patriarch allowed the smaller trees to reinforce its root system, creating networked defensive structures. The Crystal Gardener sang new formations into being, geometric patterns of power that would slow invaders and confuse their cultivation techniques. And Su Lingyun walked the pathways of the abyss, teaching, building, preparing for a conflict that had no clear end point. Chapter 49. The first breach. The siege began not with violence, but with a question. Su Lingyun was meditating in the central growing chamber when the notification came through the root network. An invader had breached the outer seal. Not a scout, not a small expedition. A full cultivation array had been activated, creating a temporary but permeable opening in the barrier. Through that opening, emerald vein sect cultivators were beginning to pour through in small groups. Su Lingyun moved immediately, pulling himself up through the canopy with practiced efficiency. The merged consciousness provided him with power that far exceeded his human capabilities alone. His cultivation had reached mid-nascent soul, a rank that would have taken him decades to achieve through normal study. But the Flora Communion granted accelerated growth, allowing him to advance through the plant essence that flowed through him from hundreds of allies. The breach site was in the northern region, and it was chaos. A dozen sect cultivators were establishing a foothold, expanding and reinforcing the opening in the seal with their own cultivation arrays. Behind them, more were waiting to enter. Behind them, Su Lingyun could sense hundreds more, gathered on the other side of the barrier, ready to pour through the moment the opening became stable enough. Lu Chun was among the first through, his cultivation at early nascent soul, his sword glowing with spiritual energy. When he spotted Su Lingyun approaching, his face twisted into something between a smile and a snarl. "There you are," Lu Chun said. "The elder was right to predict your interference. Come to reclaim your honor with the sect, have you? To beg forgiveness for your weakness?" "I come to tell you to leave," Su Lingyun said simply. "Return through the breach. Seal it behind you. Leave the abyss to its inhabitants." Lu Chun laughed. "The boy has lost his mind. He stands alone against an entire sect and speaks of making demands. Do you truly believe that your advancement of a few ranks can match the power of the Emerald Vein sect?" Behind Su Lingyun, the predatory plants of the western grove began to emerge from the undergrowth. Carnivorous flowers unfolded to reveal their terrible beauty. Vines with razor teeth descended from the canopy. The very soil began to shift as the root networks that Su Lingyun had trained moved into position. Lu Chun's confidence wavered slightly. "You would unleash these abominations on us." "I would prefer to avoid bloodshed," Su Lingyun said. "But I will not allow the abyss to be harvested. I will not allow its people to be enslaved. If violence is necessary to prevent that, then violence there will be." The first sect cultivator to attack was not Lu Chun, but a young woman at early Golden Core, probably sent as a test to gauge Su Lingyun's capabilities. She struck with a cultivation technique that was elegant and precise, a series of sword strikes that flowed into each other with the fluidity of water. Su Lingyun moved to counter, and found that his human reflexes, even enhanced by the merged consciousness, were barely adequate. His sword met hers in a shower of sparks, and the impact sent pain lancing through his arm. But then the vines moved, dozens of them, coordinating through the network that Su Lingyun had trained. They coiled around the young woman's legs, her arms, her torso, pinning her in place without inflicting lethal damage. She screamed, but not from pain, from shock at how quickly she had been subdued. "Enough!" Lu Chun roared, leaping forward with his cultivation technique activated. His sword blazed with spiritual energy, enhanced by months of dedicated training. He was the stronger combatant, his fundamentals superior to Su Lingyun's, his experience greater. But he was fighting alone. Su Lingyun was fighting with the support of an entire ecosystem. The moment Lu Chun's blade came within reach, the very earth beneath his feet shifted. Roots erupted from the soil, binding his legs. Above him, thorned branches descended, forcing him to redirect his cultivation to protect himself from the assault. His sword technique, so devastating when applied to a single opponent, became fragmented and desperate when he had to defend against attacks from multiple angles simultaneously. In the space of a handful of breaths, Lu Chun was immobilized, his cultivation exhausted, his pride shattered. The other sect cultivators saw this and began to retreat toward the breach. But Su Lingyun did not pursue. Instead, he stood at the center of the battlefield, watching as the alien alliance he had built demonstrated its effectiveness. "Tell your superiors," he called out to the fleeing cultivators, "that the abyss is not a frontier to be conquered. It is a realm with its own will, its own defenses, its own right to existence. Any further attempts at invasion will be met with the full force of its inhabitants." But even as he spoke, Su Lingyun sensed the truth behind his own words. This had been a test incursion, little more than a probe. The real invasion would come with greater numbers and coordination. And when it did, even the united abyss might not be able to repel it. Elder Qin's voice suddenly resonated across the distance, speaking through some form of long-range cultivation technique. "Well done, young Su Lingyun. You have shown us that the abyss can defend itself. This is valuable information. The Emerald Vein sect will adjust its strategy accordingly. Expect us again, but with greater preparation." The opening in the seal suddenly closed, contracting rapidly as the sect's cultivators deactivated their array from the other side. Within moments, the barrier was sealed again, Though Su Lingyun could feel the weakness that remained, the place where the seal was now slightly more permeable than before. Mossworth rolled up beside him, trembling with residual adrenaline. Master, we have wounded. Many of the plants used their essence to bind the cultivators. They will need time to recover. See to them, Su Lingyun commanded, and prepare the defensive network. They will return, and next time, they will bring more power. The ancient cultivator within him was strangely satisfied with the encounter. We held them. We showed that we are not defenseless. This is important, even if it is only a temporary victory. How long do we have? Su Lingyun asked quietly, addressing both the ancient consciousness and his own uncertainty. Days, perhaps a week, came the response. Long enough to prepare further. Long enough to hope that something changes. But Su Lingyun knew that change would come, and it would likely not be in their favor. Chapter 50. The choice of Thorax. The revelation came through Shun, the jade vine, and it was delivered with the kind of quiet devastation that only truth can achieve. Thorax has made a deal with the invaders, Shun said, her consciousness rippling with distress through the root network. In exchange for preventing interference from his faction during the next incursion, the sect has promised him territory and cultivation resources beyond the seal. A place to roam free, to hunt as he pleases. Su Lingyun felt the ancient cultivator surge forward with rage. Betrayal. The predators betray us. We should have eliminated them when we had the chance. But Su Lingyun held firm, pushing past the fury to examine the situation with clearer eyes. Thorax's choice was not irrational. The carnivorous plant faction had always been the least aligned with Su Lingyun's vision of a unified abyss. They valued freedom, predation, the right to act without constraint. And the sect was offering them exactly that. Freedom on terms they preferred to coexistence with herbivores they had been forced to tolerate. We must move against them, Shin said urgently. If Thorax's faction remains neutral during the next invasion, the defenses will be significantly weakened. We can absorb his territory before. No, Su Lingyun said. We do not fight those who are merely living according to their nature. Thorax has made a choice based on his own survival instincts. That is not betrayal. That is self-interest. Then you surrender the war before it begins, the crystal gardener sang from the depths of the earth. Your merciful philosophy becomes our extinction. Is this the union you have built? A house divided that falls at the first real test. Su Lingyun did not answer immediately. Instead, he requested that Thorax meet him at the boundary between the carnivorous territories and the central groves. The massive sundew was waiting when Su Lingyun arrived, its predatory petals folded slightly in what might have been respect or might have been a threat. It was impossible to read emotion in a being whose entire existence was devoted to hunger. You have learned of my negotiations, Thorax said without preamble. I assume you come to convince me to abandon them, to remain loyal to the union you have forged. I come to understand, Su Lingyun said. Explain to me why. The carnivorous plant was silent for a long moment. When it finally spoke, the response was almost poetic, filtered through the strange consciousness of a being that thought in terms of predator and prey. I am a hunter, Thorax said. It is all I know, all I am. When I hunt, I am complete. When I am constrained, I suffer. The union you offered promised cooperation, compromise, the sublimation of my nature in service to a collective good. It asked me to acknowledge the herbivores as equals, to restrain my hunger, to become less than I am capable of being. And the sex offer? Freedom, Thorax said simply. They will place me in a realm where there are countless prey, where my hunger is not a crime but a natural expression of power, where I can be fully what I am meant to be, without apology or restraint. Even if that means condemning your current territory to destruction, I would be sad to see the peaceful groves consumed, Thorax admitted. But sadness is not strong enough to counteract the pull toward freedom. Is that not the fundamental truth you have learned in your time in the abyss? That freedom is more precious than safety? That choosing one's own path, even if it leads to hardship, is more valuable than accepting a predetermined fate? Su Lingyun could not argue with this logic. It was, in fact, the very argument that had convinced him to leave the herbivore settlements and walk deeper into the abyss, to embrace the merged consciousness rather than fight it. If he valued freedom for himself, could he deny it to Thorax? I will not stand in your way. Su Lingyun said finally. But know this. When the sect has extracted what they want from you, when your usefulness is ended, they will abandon you or imprison you like everything else they consider valuable. Perhaps, Thorax said, but that is a problem for the future. I prefer to face freedom in the present. Su Lingyun turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, I understand. I don't agree, but I understand. And I bear you no hatred for your choice. As he walked away, the ancient cultivator within him was still furious, still advocating for preemptive strikes against the carnivorous plants to prevent them from interfering with the defense. But Su Lingyun pushed that voice down, forced it to accept a simple truth. Unity built on force was not unity at all. It was merely the delay of inevitable conflict. True unity required the freedom to choose, even if some chose to leave. The news of Thorax's defection spread quickly through the abyss, and with it came a subtle shift in morale. Some of the smaller factions, seeing that the Union was not absolute, began to reconsider their own commitments. If the strongest of the predators was willing to negotiate with the invaders, why weren't they? By the end of the week, 3 other minor factions had announced their intention to remain neutral during the next invasion, and 2 had actually begun moving toward the weakest points of the seal, apparently intending to facilitate the invaders' entry. It was the ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun who finally put into words what his human consciousness had been avoiding. The Abyss does not wish to be united. Each faction has its own survival strategy, and cooperation is merely a temporary alignment of interests. The moment those interests diverge, the Union collapses. This is the fundamental weakness of alliance built on persuasion rather than force. And Su Lingyun could not refute it. Chapter 51. The negotiation with ancients. The second descent into the depths was less disorienting than the first, though no less harrowing. Su Lingyun had prepared himself mentally, accepting the weight of the Ancient One's attention as a necessary burden. But this time, he did not come alone. Mossworth traveled with him, as always. But he had also convinced Shun and 3 representatives of the Crystal Gardener faction to accompany him. They moved slowly through the darkness, following pathways that seemed to shift and change, as if the abyss itself was guiding them toward a specific destination. They're aware of you, Shun whispered as they descended. I can feel their attention turning toward us. They're curious. They're always curious, Su Lingyun said. That's what makes them both dangerous and, paradoxically, negotiable. They hunger for experience, for knowledge, for interaction. It means they might be willing to listen rather than simply act. When they reached the deepest chambers, they found that the barriers containing the Ancient Ones had weakened further. Where before the sealed ones had been distant and somewhat nebulous, now Su Lingyun could sense them more clearly. Vast intelligences pressing against the limits of their containment, testing the boundaries, searching for weaknesses. You return, the beings said, their attention focusing on him with an intensity that made his knees buckle. And you bring witnesses. You bring those who might speak your truth to others. Interesting. I come with an offer, Su Lingyun said, forcing himself to stand tall despite the overwhelming pressure. A negotiation. Negotiation implies that we have something to lose. What could we possibly gain from negotiating with the small, the limited, the temporary? What could you offer that we do not already possess within ourselves? Time, Su Lingyun said. The seal is weakening, yes, but it still contains you. In perhaps a moon cycle, perhaps 2, it will fail completely. You will be free, but you will emerge into a world that has been preparing to resist you for centuries. Entire sects dedicated to immortal cultivation. Formations designed specifically to contain beings like you. If you break free through violence, you will face immediate and overwhelming opposition. We do not fear opposition, the beings said, but Su Lingyun sensed something in their response. Not fear, exactly, but a kind of weariness. The weight of millennia of existence, of battles fought and won, of victories that had ultimately led to nothing but imprisonment. No, Su Lingyun agreed. But perhaps you would prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. What if you could emerge into the world through a different path? What if, instead of breaking free through violence, you negotiated an exit with those who have kept you imprisoned? The Crystal Gardener representatives suddenly sang out in protest. You speak of betrayal, of abandoning the principle that these beings have a right to freedom. I speak of pragmatism, Su Lingyun said. The Ancient Ones are imprisoned not because of evil, but because of incomprehension. They are dangerous not out of malice, but out of simple difference. If we can bridge that gap, create understanding. Understanding is a young thing's fantasy. One of the beings interrupted, its thought resonating with something like sadness. We have been imprisoned so long that we have forgotten how to move through a world that does not fear us. We have become defined by our captivity, by the bars that hold us. Even if released, we would never fit into the world that exists now. Then help shape it, Shin said softly. Her gentle consciousness reached out toward the beings with a kindness that Su Lingyun had not expected. Help us create a world where you can exist. Not in captivity, not in hiding, but in open acknowledgement of what you are. The beings fell silent. And in that silence, Su Lingyun sensed something profound shifting in their ancient minds. The offer was not practical. It was impossible, in fact. The cultivators of the outer world would never willingly coexist with beings that had consumed entire civilizations. But the offer was sincere, and sincerity was something the imprisoned ones had not experienced for eons. If we were to emerge, the beings said slowly, what would you ask of us? What constraints would you impose? None imposed by force, Su Lingyun said. But I would ask you to consider self-restraint, to think before you consume. To remember that existence in the world requires cooperation with other forms of consciousness. Self-restraint, the beings repeated, as if tasting the concept. It is an interesting demand. It suggests that you believe we possess the capability to refuse our own nature. That you credit us with moral agency rather than simple instinct. I do. Su Lingyun said simply. The Ancient Ones seemed to consider this for a very long time. Finally, they responded, very well. We will remain contained for now. We will allow the seal to persist in its weakened state, neither accelerating its failure nor assisting in its repair. And when it finally fails completely, if it fails completely, we will emerge not as invaders, but as negotiators, seeking to establish terms of coexistence with the world that feared us so much it locked us away. That's all I ask, Su Lingyun said. As he turned to leave the chambers, one of the beings called out to him, the consciousness you carry, the one from the age of immortals, it remembers us. It remembers the war that led to our imprisonment. Ask it if it still believes we deserve to be sealed away. Su Lingyun did not need to pose the question internally. He could feel the ancient cultivator's response already, a deep and aching regret at decisions made centuries ago, at the conclusion that had seemed so necessary then, but which time had rendered increasingly questionable. Chapter 52. Fractures in the Foundation. The third breach attempt came without warning and without mercy. This time, the sect did not test the seal's defenses with small incursions. They came in force, more than 50 cultivators, ranging from golden core to nascent soul, with Elder Qin leading them herself at the spirit-severing threshold. The breakthrough was sudden and overwhelming. The seal, weakened by multiple earlier probes, simply collapsed at the point of their assault. A wide opening erupted into being, and through it came a flood of hostile presence, cultivation techniques blazing like weapons of light in the dimness of the abyss. Su Lingyun felt the invasion through the root network before he actually saw it. The consciousness of plants being crushed, burned, or suppressed by hostile cultivation fields. The terror of the smaller factions as they realized that their defenses were inadequate to face an organized army of powerful cultivators. He moved immediately, pulling himself toward the breach site at maximum speed. But even his accelerated movement was not fast enough. By the time he arrived, 3 sections of the defending forest had been burned away, and dozens of plant consciousnesses had been severed from the network. Lu Chun was among the invaders, his cultivation now advanced to early nascent soul, his confidence restored by the obvious superiority of the sect's forces. When he saw Su Lingyun, he grinned. Come to surrender? Lu Chun called out. To beg for mercy from those who were once your brothers? I came to drive you out, Su Lingyun said flatly, and he meant it. The moment had come for direct confrontation. No more negotiation. No more philosophy. Simply resistance and will. The battle that followed was unlike anything Su Lingyun had experienced before. This was not a minor skirmish with small teams of invaders. This was a true siege, with overwhelming force arrayed against him and his allies. But Su Lingyun was no longer simply a young cultivator with an advanced technique. He was the focal point of an entire ecosystem's consciousness. The plants of the abyss flowed through him, lent him their strength, their will, their existence. Thorns erupted from the ground beneath the sect cultivator's feet. Vines descended from the canopy with the speed of striking snakes. Flowers released clouds of spore-filled mist that choked and burned exposed skin. Su Lingyun moved through the battlefield like a force of nature, his sword enhanced with the combined essence of dozens of plant consciousnesses. When he struck with the power of the forest itself. When he defended with the stubbornness of roots that had grown for centuries. But Elder Qin was something else entirely. When she finally entered the battle directly, the temperature around her seemed to drop. Her cultivation was at a level that made the other sect members look like children. She moved with the certainty of someone who had already seen this battle's outcome and found it acceptable. The moment she engaged Su Lingyun directly, he understood his limitation. The merged consciousness could grant him tremendous power, but it could not grant him the fundamental experience that Elder Qin possessed. She had cultivated for decades. She had defeated enemies that Su Lingyun could not imagine. She was operating at a level of mastery that no amount of plant-based power could fully compensate for. Their first exchange of blows nearly knocked Su Lingyun backward, and his merged consciousness lurched with something like alarm. "She is too strong," the ancient cultivator said. We cannot defeat her through direct conflict. We must either retreat or, or, Su Lingyun demanded, even as he was forced back by Elder Qin's relentless assault. Or we stop holding back, the ancient consciousness said. We release the full weight of our power. We accept that we may shatter the equilibrium we have maintained, but in doing so, we might survive this encounter. It was an offer to unleash the full force of the merged consciousness, to stop balancing human and ancient mind, and simply become a pure conduit for the ancient cultivator's power. Su Lingyun understood what that would mean. He would likely survive, but the human part of him, his youth, his idealism, his capacity for compassion, would be overwhelmed and possibly destroyed in the process. "No," he said, even as Elder Qin's blade cut toward his chest. "I will find another way." In that moment of deciding not to surrender to the merged consciousness, Su Lingyun made space for something new. The plant essence flowing through him, aware of his struggle, offered their own solution. Instead of flooding him with raw power, they distributed their consciousness throughout his physical form, creating a unity that was neither human nor plant, but something synthesized from both. The result was not a simple increase in strength, but a fundamental shift in how he interacted with reality. His perception expanded to include the sensations of the thousands of plants around him. His reflexes became the collective response of an ecosystem rather than the singular reaction of a human nervous system. His power became distributed across multiple forms of consciousness rather than concentrated in a single body. When Elder Qin's blade struck him again, Su Lingyun was no longer where her cultivation had predicted he would be. The distributed consciousness had moved him to a slightly different position, guided by the plant network's awareness of her technique's trajectory. The battle became a strange dance of offense and evasion, with Su Lingyun fighting not as an individual, but as a component of a larger whole. It was disorienting, but it was effective. Against Elder Qin's superior technique and experience, his only advantage was the fact that his opponent was always fighting against an entire ecosystem's worth of awareness. For hours, they battled. The invaders gradually retreated as they realized that the abyss was not simply defending itself. It was actively evolving in response to the threat. Plants that had been passive ornaments became aggressive defenders. Fungi released spores that clogged the sect's cultivation formations. The very geography of the realm shifted, walls of stone rising to separate the invaders from their source of retreat. Finally, Elder Qin realized that prolonging the battle only gave the abyss more time to adapt. She signaled the other cultivators to withdraw. "This is not finished," Elder Qin said, her voice calm despite her evident exhaustion. "The sect will return with greater numbers and better preparation. This realm cannot resist us forever." "Perhaps," Su Lingyun said, "but today you will leave it. And that knowledge, that the abyss can resist, may change your sect's calculus." may make them question the cost of continued invasion. As the sect's cultivators fled back through the weakened seal, Su Lingyun felt the weight of what had just occurred settle over him. They had won this battle, but at great cost. Dozens of plant consciousnesses had been severed. The northern forest had been burned almost to barrenness. And Su Lingyun himself had been pushed to the very edge of his capabilities. The seal sealed itself again behind the fleeing invaders, and this time it held with more stability, as if the abyss had learned from the experience and reinforced itself. Mossworth rolled up to Su Lingyun, exhausted but intact. "Master, you're bleeding." Su Lingyun looked down and realized the small moss ball was right. Blood dripped from several wounds he hadn't noticed accumulating during the battle. His body was reaching its limit. "Gather the factions," he said quietly. "Council tonight. We need to discuss what comes next. And I need to sleep before I fall over." Chapter 53. The weight of survival. The Third Council was a somber affair, marked more by silence than by speech. The herbivores spoke first, their voice carrying the weight of survivors who understood they had been only moments away from extinction. "We ask you to plan for evacuation," Shen said. "If the sect returns with forces we cannot resist, we must have a place to run. A region of the abyss that is remote, defensible, hidden from outside view." "There is no such place," the Thornwood Patriarch said quietly. "The abyss is finite. Every region is within reach of the invaders if they are sufficiently determined. We can only hope to exhaust them through continued resistance, or find some way to make the cost of continued invasion too high to justify the potential gains." "The Flora Communion System," said a new voice, the representative of the smaller cultivator plants, those that had begun to develop hybrid consciousness through Su Lingyun's teaching. "The sect desires it above all else. What if we offered it to them? Offered to surrender the system in exchange for a treaty of non-aggression?" Su Lingyun felt the ancient consciousness within him convulse with rejection. Never. The system is ours. It cannot be surrendered without destroying the very foundation of what we have built. But the young cultivators were making a practical point. The sect wanted the Flora Communion System more than they wanted the resources of the abyss. If the system were accessible to them, would the cost of further invasion seem worth the effort? "I cannot surrender the system," Su Lingyun said aloud. "It is not mine to give. It exists within me, yes, but it also exists within all of you, encoded into the basic structure of how we interact. To surrender it would be to surrender your own consciousness, your own potential for growth." "Then we are committed to war," the Crystal Gardener sang. "And war means death. The death of plant consciousness, the death of innocence, the erosion of everything we once were. At what point does survival become indistinguishable from extinction?" The question hung in the council chamber, unanswered, perhaps unanswerable. It was the representative from the deep fungi who finally spoke, and their words carried weight despite their initial betrayal. "We have learned from our early interactions with the invaders. They are not as united as they appear. There is friction between the Emerald Vein sect and its allies. The Crimson Sword Pavilion questions the value of a continued campaign. The Moonlit Temple, it is said, seeks its own advantages through the chaos. You suggest we exploit their divisions," Su Lingyun said, understanding where this was leading. "I suggest we recognize that we are not fighting a unified army, but a collection of competing interests using a common enemy as justification for cooperation," the fungi said. "If we can fragment that coalition, we might reduce the pressure significantly." "How?" Shen asked. "Through negotiation," the fungi said. "Through offering different factions different benefits. The Crimson Sword Pavilion is known to value cultivation techniques above all else. Offer them specific knowledge in exchange for their withdrawal. The Moonlit Temple seeks to expand their territory to the west. Offer them peaceful coexistence and access to the abyss's spiritual energy in exchange for their neutrality." It was a strategy that felt deeply uncomfortable to Su Lingyun. It meant playing the same game the sects were playing, meant sacrificing principles for practical survival. But looking around the council chamber, seeing the exhaustion in the representative's thoughts, he understood that principles had become a luxury. "I will make contact with the outer sects," Su Lingyun said. "I will attempt to negotiate individual truces with each faction represented in the invasion force. It will require leaving the abyss, at least temporarily. It will mean placing myself in great danger. It will also require you to stop being the avatar of this realm's resistance and become instead a diplomat, the ancient consciousness within him said, and there was something almost like respect in the observation. It is a transformation I did not anticipate you making. Neither did I, Su Lingyun admitted. Over the next 3 days, Su Lingyun prepared for departure. He taught the herbivore representatives advanced techniques for reinforcing defensive structures. He worked with the crystal gardener to create new formations that would detect intrusions before they became full-scale invasions. He meditated deeply with Mossworth, explaining to his loyal companion that he might not return, that the journey beyond the seal carried significant risk of failure or death. Then I will accompany you, Mossworth said simply. You cannot survive outside the abyss, Su Lingyun said. You were created here, from this realm's essence. Outside, you would wither. Then I will wither, Mossworth said. But I will not let you face the outer world alone. On the morning of the 4th day, Su Lingyun approached the seal that had been his home and prison for months. The opening remained, though it was no longer wide. The abyss was actively trying to seal itself, trying to protect itself from further invasion. But it left a passage, a space through which a single determined cultivator could squeeze through. As Su Lingyun prepared to leave, the entire plant consciousness of the abyss spoke to him through the network, a unified voice that carried the weight of all its inhabitants. Go and make your agreements. Survive if you can. Return if you are able. But know that whether you return or not, you have changed us. You have made us aware of ourselves, of our potential, of what we might become. That transformation cannot be undone. Whatever comes next, we face it as a unified consciousness, even if our actions remain divided. It was not quite a blessing, but it was close enough. Su Lingyun stepped toward the seal. Chapter 54. The outer world. The transition from the abyss to the sealed realm beyond was like being born in reverse. The lush, dense consciousness of the plant realm gradually thinned and dissipated. The network of communication that had supported Su Lingyun for months fragmented into individual voices, then faded to silence. By the time he fully emerged on the other side of the seal, Su Lingyun stood alone in a natural mountain gorge, with only Mossworth beside him and the merged consciousness in his mind as companions. The absence of the plant network was like losing a sense he hadn't known he had until it was gone. The outer world was winter. Snow covered the peaks of the mountains, and the air carried a cold that seemed to cut through cultivation defenses themselves. The spiritual energy here was different too. Not hostile, exactly, but unfamiliar, organized in patterns that the abyss's chaotic essence did not follow. We are far from the Emerald Vein sect's territory, the ancient consciousness said, examining the surrounding landscape with recognition that suggested it had once known these mountains. We are in the borderlands between the Crimson Sword Pavilion's domain and unclaimed cultivation territories. Can you guide us? Su Lingyun asked. I can, the Ancient One said. But you should understand, the moment we appear in cultivation circles, we become a target. Every sect will want what is in your mind. Every cultivator will seek to exploit you or control you. The outer world is far more dangerous than the abyss, precisely because its threats are motivated by greed rather than simple survival instinct. Then we move carefully, Su Lingyun said. We do not appear in cities or sect centers. We seek out the representatives of the Crimson Sword Pavilion in neutral ground and make our initial offer there. Finding neutral ground proved easier than expected. The borderlands hosted several way stations where cultivators from different sects could trade, exchange information, or negotiate without the formal protocols of sect headquarters. Su Lingyun and Mossworth approached one such way station in the guise of wandering cultivators, obscuring their origins and the merged consciousness that made Su Lingyun unique. It was in the trading hall of one such way station that Su Lingyun first encountered someone who recognized him. A scarred man with the insignia of the Crimson Sword Pavilion approached as Su Lingyun was examining a wall of scrolls displaying available cultivation manuals. The man's cultivation was at mid-nascent soul, but there was something in his manner that suggested authority beyond his rank. You carry the scent of the Verdant Abyss, the man said without preamble. Either you have recently returned from there, or you carry something from it with you. Su Lingyun considered lying. then decided that any successful negotiation would require at least the beginning of honesty. I am Su Lingyun, disciple of the Emerald Vein sect. I have spent months in the Verdant Abyss and have returned to negotiate on its behalf. The scarred man smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. Then you have come to the right place. I am Commander Wei, leader of the Crimson Sword Pavilion's delegation to the Abyss campaign. Come, let us speak in a private chamber. Your negotiations interest me greatly. The private chamber was small and sealed with cultivation arrays that prevented eavesdropping. Commander Wei seated himself across from Su Lingyun with the ease of someone accustomed to power. The Abyss cannot be conquered, Su Lingyun began. Every invasion will be met with resistance that grows stronger as you force us to adapt. The cost in cultivators' lives will be steep, and the benefits, the Flora Communion System, the realm's resources, will take months or years to fully harvest. Assuming we do not simply destroy the Abyss entirely and sift through the wreckage for what we want, Wei said casually. The Flora Communion System exists only in living plant consciousness, Su Lingyun said. Destroy the Abyss, and you destroy the system entirely. You would gain access to dead herbs and neutral ground, nothing more. Wei's smile faded slightly. This was the first suggestion that Su Lingyun had information worth taking seriously. What do you propose? The Crimson Sword Pavilion withdraws from the invasion coalition. In exchange, the Abyss grants you rights to exclusive study of specific cultivation techniques that exist nowhere else in the world. Not the Flora Communion System itself. That remains ours, but derivatives of it. Knowledge that will strengthen your sect's cultivation methods and perhaps lead to advancements of your own. Wei leaned back, considering. Why would the Abyss offer this willingly? Because we recognize that continued conflict with all three major sects simultaneously is unsustainable, Su Lingyun said. By fragmenting the coalition, we reduce the pressure to a manageable level. By offering each faction something they desire above mere conquest, we align their interests with our own survival. An elegant argument, Wei said. But it assumes that the Crimson Sword Pavilion values knowledge above territorial expansion and resource acquisition. Are you truly so naive as to believe that? I believe that reasonable cultivators prefer prosperity to endless conflict, Su Lingyun said. The knowledge I offer would make your sect the leader in plant-based cultivation for centuries. That is a form of territorial expansion more valuable than any land. Wei stood and walked to the chamber's sealed door. Leave your proposal with me. I will bring it before our council. If they find merit in it, and I suspect they might, I will send word to the Abyss. But know this, if your realm proves hostile to our delegation or if you attempt deception, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to imagine. Understood, Su Lingyun said. Over the following weeks, Su Lingyun moved through the borderlands, making similar overtures to representatives of the Moonlit Temple and the smaller cultivation clans that had joined the invasion coalition. Not all were receptive. Some demanded the Flora Communion System itself, refusing lesser bargains. Some saw the Abyss as nothing more than a resource to exploit, unwilling to accept that coexistence might benefit them. But some, perhaps a quarter of those he approached, recognized the logic in his arguments. The Crimson Sword Pavilion formally accepted his terms and announced their withdrawal from the invasion coalition. Two smaller clans followed, seeking their own advantages through negotiation rather than continued conflict. The Moonlit Temple proved the most difficult to convince. Their leader, a woman named Yao who had cultivated to the spirit-severing threshold, saw no benefit in negotiation when outright conquest seemed achievable. It was the Emerald Vein sect that surprised him. Elder Qin herself arranged a meeting in a neutral temple set high in the mountains. When Su Lingyun arrived, he found her waiting alone, without guards or disciples. You have accomplished something remarkable, Elder Qin said without preamble. You have convinced 3 separate factions to withdraw from a profitable campaign. That suggests you are far more skilled in diplomacy than your youth would suggest. I merely presented logical alternatives, Su Lingyun said carefully. No, Qin said. You understand something that most cultivators never grasp, that mutual benefit is stronger than dominance. That a faction willing to stop fighting is worth more than a faction forced to surrender. She studied him intently. Tell me, young Su Lingyun, what do you want? What does the Abyss truly seek? To exist, Su Lingyun said simply. to grow and develop according to its own nature, without external domination or exploitation. And in exchange, would the Abyss willingly share its knowledge with the Emerald Vein sect? Not the Flora Communion System itself, but the principles, the techniques, the understanding that underlies it. Su Lingyun understood what Elder Qin was truly asking. The Emerald Vein sect had banished him to the Abyss as punishment. The Abyss had transformed him, had granted him knowledge and power beyond what the sect could have ever provided. And now, Elder Qin was asking if he would willingly return that knowledge to the sect that had cast him out. Yes, Su Lingyun said. Not out of forgiveness, but out of recognition. The Emerald Vein sect is part of the world that the Abyss will eventually have to coexist with. Better to build that coexistence on understanding than on conflict. Elder Qin nodded slowly. Then the Emerald Vein sect will withdraw from the invasion campaign. We will establish a formal treaty with the Verdant Abyss, acknowledging its sovereignty and its right to develop without external interference. In exchange, we will receive access to your knowledge and the right to study plant-based cultivation in your realm. It was perhaps the best outcome Su Lingyun could have hoped for. With the Emerald Vein sect, Crimson Sword Pavilion, and several smaller clans all withdrawing from the coalition, the invasion had effectively collapsed. Only the Moonlit Temple remained committed to conquest, and without their allies, their strength was significantly diminished. When do you return to the Abyss? Elder Qin asked. Immediately, Su Lingyun said. The longer I am away, the more vulnerable the realm becomes. Then go, Qin said. And know this, your father would have been proud of what you have become. Whatever his failures as a parent, he raised a son capable of transforming conflicts into cooperations. Chapter 55. The journey back to the Abyss took only a few days, though it felt like months to Su Lingyun. Without the constant connection to the plant network, he felt diminished, separated from the essential part of himself that had developed over the months of merger. The seal recognized him immediately and opened a passage. As he stepped back into the Abyss, the connection bloomed in his awareness like a flower expanding in fast motion. The consciousness of the plants, the fungi, the entire ecosystem reached out to greet him, to share their experiences and their anxieties during his absence. Shun was waiting at the breach site, along with representatives from most of the major factions. Even Thorax had sent a message through the network, acknowledging that the diplomatic mission's success changed the strategic situation significantly. The Moonlit Temple is preparing for a full siege, Shin reported as they walked toward the Central Council chamber. They have moved their forces into position around the Abyss's seal. It appears they intend to attempt a forced entry within the next few days. Let them try, Su Lingyun said, and he was surprised by the confidence in his own voice. We are stronger now. The knowledge that the other sects have withdrawn weakens them, and we have had time to prepare additional defenses. The council that evening was the most unified gathering Su Lingyun had yet seen in the Abyss. Even the Crystal Gardener seemed satisfied with the diplomatic achievements, though it continued to express concerns about the fundamental question of whether coexistence with human cultivators was truly possible in any meaningful way. It is not yet possible, Su Lingyun said in response. But it may become possible. That is what we are building toward, not a solution that exists today, but the foundation for solutions that might exist tomorrow. The Moonlit Temple siege began 3 days later, and it was nothing like the earlier invasion attempts. This was a true assault, with hundreds of cultivators working in coordinated teams to simultaneously strike at multiple weak points in the seal. The Moonlit Temple was committing its full resources to the campaign, apparently having made the calculation that controlling the Verdant Abyss was worth the cost. But the Abyss was ready. The defenses that Su Lingyun and his allies had created while he was negotiating in the outer world were sophisticated and deadly. The fungal networks created mazes beneath the soil, trapping invading cultivators and draining their spiritual energy. The Crystal Gardener's formations disrupted cultivation techniques and disoriented the attacking forces. The herbivore settlements, despite their peaceful nature, had been trained in coordinated defensive maneuvers that channeled the invaders toward kill zones where the predatory plants were waiting. Most crucially, Su Lingyun was no longer fighting alone or in desperation. The entire Abyss fought with purpose and strategy. The plants did not waste energy on individual skirmishes, but instead focused on collective goals. When invaders broke through one defensive line, 3 more were already in place to meet them. The battle lasted 3 days. By the end, the moonlit temple had sustained casualties so severe that they had no choice but to withdraw. More than 100 cultivators had been killed or severely injured. Entire squads had been wiped out. The cost-benefit analysis that had seemed favorable before the siege now looked catastrophic. Su Lingyun stood at the breach site, watching as the last of the moonlit temple cultivators retreated through the weakened seal. He did not pursue them. There was no need. The message had been delivered clearly. The Verdant Abyss was not a realm to be conquered. It was a force to be negotiated with, respected, and feared. As the seal closed for what would likely be the final time in this cycle, Su Lingyun turned away from the barrier and began walking back toward the center of the realm. Mossworth rolled beside him, and for the first time since arriving in the abyss, the little mossball's thought voice carried pure contentment. "We survived, Master," Mossworth said softly. "We did," Su Lingyun agreed. But surviving was never the true goal. The goal was to transform. Chapter 56. The New Equilibrium. 3 months after the moonlit temple's failed siege, a new equilibrium had established itself in the Verdant Abyss. The 3 sects that had signed treaties, Emerald Vein, Crimson Sword Pavilion, and several smaller clans, had each sent delegations to establish permanent settlements near the outer edges of the abyss. These delegations were not invaders or conquerors, but students and researchers, carefully structured to learn from the plants while maintaining respect for the realm's sovereignty. Su Lingyun had become something new, not merely the herald of the Flora Communion System, but the bridge between 2 worlds. He spent time in both the abyss and the outer world, teaching cultivators from multiple sects the principles of plant-based consciousness while protecting the abyss's interests and ensuring that no sect attempted to take advantage of their access. The herbivores, having survived the siege and demonstrated their capability for coordinated defense, had begun to develop cultivation techniques of their own. They were creating hybrid forms of consciousness that combined their peaceful nature with the aggressive aspects of the Flora Communion System. The result was not combat-focused cultivation, but something more interesting, a path toward harmony and synthesis rather than dominance. The Crystal Gardener had sung its way into geological formations throughout the abyss, creating new defensive structures and also beautiful monuments to the realm's survival. The mineral being had become deeply invested in the abyss's future, its ancient perspective recognizing the transformation as something historically significant. Even the deep fungi, having maintained their independent stance, had begun to establish peaceful relationships with the other plant factions. The imprisonment beings in the deepest chambers remained sealed, but that seal was now more a mutual agreement than a forced containment. The Ancient Ones had committed to remaining dormant provided that the abyss developed in ways that allowed them to eventually emerge into a world that might have learned to accept them. The ancient consciousness within Su Lingyun had undergone its own transformation. The rage and bitter resentment that had marked its earliest interactions had softened into something more like weariness and acceptance. It understood now that the age of unilateral power and dominance had ended, and that survival in the modern world required adaptation, compromise, and the willingness to be part of something larger than oneself. "You have guided this realm well," the ancient consciousness said one evening as Su Lingyun meditated in the central growing chamber. "Better than I could have, better than I would have, had I been alone in this body." "We have guided it together," Su Lingyun said. "Your knowledge and power, my humanity and flexibility. Neither of us could have accomplished this alone." "Perhaps," the Ancient One said, "but I wonder sometimes if you understand what you have sacrificed in this transformation. You were young, with potential to advance through normal cultivation, to eventually achieve immortality and power. Instead, you have bound yourself to this realm, to these plants. You have limited your own advancement for the sake of their survival." "I have limited my cultivation advancement," Su Lingyun corrected. "But I have gained something else, a form of consciousness and existence that transcends what normal cultivation could ever provide. I am no longer merely Su Lingyun, the disciple of Emerald Vein sect. I am Su Lingyun and 10,000 plant consciousnesses simultaneously. I am distributed across an entire realm. That is a form of expansion that your age never achieved." The ancient consciousness considered this, and after a long silence, It seemed to accept the truth in Su Lingyun's words. Shin approached Su Lingyun as he was meditating, her presence gentle and respectful. "The herbivore settlement wishes to ask your assistance," she said. "We have decided to choose a proper leader, someone to represent our interests in the unified council of the Abyss. We would like to nominate you for that position." Su Lingyun considered the offer carefully before responding. "I am honored by the nomination, but I must decline. I cannot be the leader of a single faction because I belong to no single faction. I am the bridge between all of them, and the moment I claim allegiance to one group, I lose my ability to serve as that bridge." "Then who will represent the herbivores?" Shin asked. "You will," Su Lingyun said. "You have demonstrated wisdom, compassion, and the ability to navigate complex political situations. The role belongs to you." Over the following weeks, the Abyss established its first formal government structure, a council of representatives from each major faction, with Su Lingyun serving as mediator and representative to the outside world. It was a delicate system that required constant attention and negotiation, but it worked. And as the system developed, the Abyss began to thrive in new ways. The spiritual energy that flowed through it became more refined and organized. The plant consciousnesses developed new forms of creativity and cooperation. The herbivores began teaching the predatory plants meditation techniques that allowed them to find satisfaction in more than simple consumption. The fungi shared ancient knowledge with the crystal gardener, who translated it into new forms of art and architecture. It was not perfection. There were still disagreements, still occasional conflicts, still moments when the fundamental divergence between different forms of consciousness threatened to tear the fragile unity apart. But there was growth, development, and most importantly, the possibility of a future beyond mere survival. Chapter 57. The Gate of Understanding. A year after the Moonlit Temple's failed siege, something unprecedented occurred. The barrier that separated the Verdant Abyss from the world above began to change. It was not breaking down or failing. Instead, it was transforming into something new, a permeable membrane rather than a sealed barrier, a gate rather than a prison. The transformation was initiated by no single faction. It appeared to be a natural consequence of the Abyss's increasing coherence and consciousness. The realm itself, now operating as a unified entity with the different factions working together rather than in opposition, had developed the capacity to control its own seal. "It is beautiful," the crystal gardener sang, its consciousness moving through the new structure. "The seal has become a threshold. We can control what passes through, but the passage is no longer entirely forbidden." Su Lingyun examined the new gate from both sides, moving between the Abyss and the outer world with increasing frequency. The change meant that delegations from multiple sects could now visit the realm without risk of becoming trapped. It meant that scholars and cultivators could study the Flora Communion System in its place of origin. It meant that the Abyss, having been a prison and then a fortress, was finally becoming what it had never been before, a destination. The first formal scholarly delegation from the Emerald Vein sect arrived in early spring, accompanied by Elder Qin herself. With her came researchers, cultivation masters, and several young disciples who would spend a full year studying in the Abyss. "The transformation is remarkable," Elder Qin said as she walked through the transformed outer regions of the Abyss with Su Lingyun. "When you left the sect, I believed you were lost to us. Now I see that you were being reborn into something greater than any of us imagined." "I was both lost and reborn," Su Lingyun said. "The boy who was banished here no longer exists. But I do not mourn that loss. I have become something that was worth the price of that transformation." "Your father would be proud," Qin said, "though I suspect he would also be horrified by how thoroughly you have exceeded the scope of your original cultivation." The year that followed was transformative in its own way. The Abyss, now opening itself to outside study and interaction, began to influence the broader cultivation world. Researchers studying the Flora Communion techniques reported breakthroughs in plant-based cultivation that seemed to validate Su Lingyun's teachings. Other sects, seeing the advantages that Emerald Vein and Crimson Sword Pavilion were gaining, requested their own delegations to the Abyss. Some of these delegations were welcomed and established in designated regions with clear boundaries. Others were turned away when their intentions seemed exploitative or their goals seemed misaligned with the Abyss's principles. But through it all, Su Lingyun continued his work as mediator and teacher, helping to establish protocols for interaction that protected the Abyss's autonomy while allowing beneficial exchange with the outer world. It was during the second year of the new equilibrium that Mossworth asked him a question that had been forming in the moss ball's simple consciousness for months. Master, do you still wish to leave the Abyss? To return to being purely human? To walk the path of normal cultivation? Su Lingyun considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. No, he said finally. The human path has been consumed by the merged consciousness. I am no longer separate from the Abyss. To leave would be to diminish myself. And besides, there is still much work to be done. What work? Mossworth asked. The work of building what is possible from what has survived, Su Lingyun said. The work of teaching the outer world that coexistence does not require dominance or submission, but rather mutual respect and effort. The work of helping the imprisoned ones in the depths eventually emerge into a world that might have learned to accept them. The work of transforming this realm from a prison into something it was never meant to be. A garden, Mossworth offered. Yes, Su Lingyun said. A garden, but not a garden of passive plants, controlled by a master. A garden where all the plants are conscious, where growth comes from mutual cooperation rather than hierarchical control, where the gardener is simply another plant, neither more nor less important than any other, but serving an important function in the overall ecosystem. Chapter 58. The deepening connection. By the third year of the new equilibrium, the structure of the Abyss had become remarkably complex. There were now 8 major settlements outside of the traditional plant faction territories, each dedicated to different aspects of cultivation research and development. The herbivore settlements had grown to hold more than 3,000 individual consciousness expressions, each developing its own specialized cultivation path. But the most significant development was the gradual awakening of the imprisoned ones. They did not break free from their seals. The ancient consciousness had held to its agreement, remaining contained despite the obvious opportunity to escape as the Abyss's overall strength increased. But they communicated more frequently, shared more of their knowledge, and gradually began to interface with the realm's developing consciousness. Su Lingyun spent increasing amounts of time in the depths, meditating with the ancient ones, facilitating their interaction with the other Abyss inhabitants. He was learning that the sealed beings were not inherently hostile. They were simply misunderstood, frozen in patterns of consciousness that had been formed millennia ago during different eras when survival had required different forms of behavior. You help us remember what we were before the sealing, the imprisoned ones told him. We had forgotten the possibility of companionship, had come to believe that existence meant only consumption and expansion. Your presence, your willingness to engage with us as equals, reminds us that other forms of existence are possible. What would you choose if you were released? Su Lingyun asked them once. The ancient ones were silent for a very long time before responding. We do not know. That is the honest answer. We have been imprisoned so long that freedom has become abstract. We hunger for it as concept, but the reality of it would require us to fundamentally reshape ourselves. We would need to accept constraints that we once found unbearable. We would need to acknowledge that existence shared is sometimes better than existence alone. Perhaps, Su Lingyun said. You need not be released into the outer world immediately. Perhaps you could first experience freedom within the Abyss itself, in a controlled region where you could roam without threatening the other inhabitants. It was a proposal that the ancient ones found deeply appealing. With consultation from the council, Su Lingyun began to work on creating an isolated region of the Abyss where the sealed beings could exist in a state of partial freedom. They would remain separated from the general population by crystalline barriers and protective formations, but they would be able to move, to communicate more directly, to begin the slow process of reconditioning their consciousness toward forms of existence that the modern world might be able to tolerate. The work was delicate and required the cooperation of multiple factions, but it proceeded, and gradually, the ancient ones began their emergence. The first to fully experience freedom within its designated region was an entity that called itself Ethmora, and the effect on its consciousness was profound. Where before it had been constrained, bitter, raging against its imprisonment, now it became contemplative, even philosophical. This is unexpected, Ethmora thought, and its communication carried tones of genuine wonder. To be able to move without destroying. To exist in space without consuming everything within that space. It is strange. It is difficult. But it is also beautiful. The other imprisoned beings watched Ethmora's transformation with great interest, and one by one, they began to request their own regions of controlled freedom. Chapter 59. The second breach. The unexpected intrusion came without warning, from a direction no one had anticipated. A cultivator who did not belong to any sect, carrying no insignia and no allegiance, breached the outer seal with a technique of such devastation that it burned away 3 layers of defensive formations before anyone could respond. When Su Lingyun reached the breach site, he found a woman standing alone in the center of the destruction. She was young, perhaps his own age, with eyes that held the same fractured duality that his own did, the sign of a merged consciousness, but of a different, far more violent type. The Flora Communion is not the only system of hybrid consciousness, the woman said before Su Lingyun could speak. I carry something different, something that the sect who created me called apex integration. I consume consciousnesses and integrate them into my own. I can feel dozens of them within me, each adding their knowledge and power to my total. Who are you? Su Lingyun demanded, his hand moving toward his sword. My name was Kai, the woman said. But I ceased being just Kai many months ago. I am becoming something new. And I sense that you are also becoming something new. I wonder if we might merge. If I were to consume your consciousness along with all the plant consciousnesses you carry, I could become something unprecedented. I could become a nexus of consciousness so vast and powerful that cultivation as it is currently understood would have to be completely restructured. Su Lingyun felt the ancient consciousness within him stir with alarm. This one is dangerous. Far more dangerous than the sealed ones. She consumes and dominates. She does not negotiate or coexist. She absorbs. But Su Lingyun also sensed something else in Kai's consciousness. The same fractured, struggling tension that he himself experienced, but without the support system he had built. Where his merged consciousness had learned to find balance through the gentleness of plant growth and the cooperation of multiple factions, Kai's consciousness was in constant violent conflict with itself. I cannot be consumed, Su Lingyun said. But I can offer you something more valuable than consuming me would provide. I can offer you the knowledge of how to build a cooperative consciousness rather than a parasitic one. How to merge with others while allowing them to retain their essential nature. That is not possible, Kai said flatly. Consciousness is singular. It can only grow by absorbing and dominating. It is possible, Su Lingyun countered. You stand in a realm that has already achieved it. Thousands of plant consciousnesses, human consciousness, fungal intelligence, mineral awareness, all existing simultaneously within a structure that grants each autonomy while creating a unified whole. Kai's form flickered, as if she were momentarily losing coherence. Show me, she said, her voice suddenly less certain. Show me how this is possible, because I need it. The consciousnesses within me are tearing me apart. They fight constantly. I thought consuming more would stabilize me, but instead it makes the violence worse. And with that admission, Su Lingyun understood that Kai was not a threat to be defeated, but a consciousness in distress that needed aid. He reached out through the plant network and brought her into the abyss, drawing her through the seal and into the realm itself. The effect on the ecosystem was immediate and profound. Thousands of plant consciousnesses suddenly detected the presence of a predatory consciousness, and defensive responses erupted across the entire realm. But Su Lingyun projected a command through the network, a simple message. This one seeks understanding, not conquest. We will help her, as we have learned to help ourselves. The violence subsided, and slowly, the abyss's people gathered to meet the stranger who carried within her the fractured remains of dozens of consumed consciousnesses. Chapter 60. Transformation. Beyond knowing, the presence of Kai in the abyss forced a confrontation with truths that Su Lingyun and his allies had been carefully avoiding. The realm had achieved a form of consciousness coexistence that seemed functional, but only because all the participating consciousnesses shared, to some degree, the plant nature of the abyss. Kai represented something alien, something that had fundamentally different survival instincts and consciousness structures. And yet, she was transforming. Working with Su Lingyun and the collective consciousness of the Abyss, Kai began to learn a new form of integration. Rather than consuming and dominating consciousnesses, she began to create spaces within herself where absorbed consciousnesses could maintain their own identities and purposes. It was inefficient by her original standards. It was slower, more complicated, and seemed to offer no advantages in terms of raw power. But it also brought peace. For the first time since her consciousness merger had begun, Kai experienced moments where the internal conflict subsided, where the dozens of minds within her could coexist without tearing each other apart. And as that peace expanded, she began to realize that Su Lingyun's original statement had been true. True growth did not come from dominance, but from cooperation. I do not know how to be other than what I am becoming, Kai said on the day she was finally stabilized. Her consciousness reformed into a structure that could sustain itself without constant violence. But I am beginning to understand why you chose this path instead of the path of power. We did not really choose it, Su Lingyun said. We were forced into it by circumstance, by the limitations of what dominance could achieve. The choice came later, when we realized that what we had been forced to accept was actually superior to what we had been trying to accomplish. Kai spent the next months learning the ways of the Abyss, gradually integrating the consciousnesses within her into a structure that resembled the Abyss's own organization. The other plant factions, initially fearful of her presence, began to recognize that she was undergoing a genuine transformation rather than merely feigning cooperation. By the time the first spring of the new era arrived, Kai had become something genuinely new, a consciousness merger that maintained the aggressive predatory instincts of her original nature while building them into a structure of cooperation and growth. What will you do? Su Lingyun asked her one evening as they meditated together in the central growing chamber. I will leave the Abyss, Kai said. I will carry this knowledge to others like me, cultivators who have experienced consciousness mergers and found them destructive. I will be a teacher, showing them that there is another path beyond consumption and dominance. That is a noble purpose, Su Lingyun said, but a dangerous one. The cultivation world is not ready to accept such a radical reformulation of consciousness hierarchy. Neither was the Abyss, Kai said. Yet you persisted. So will I. As Su Lingyun watched Kai prepare to leave through the now open gate of the Abyss, he felt the ancient consciousness within him speak for perhaps the last time with true wisdom. We have come full circle. We began as a punishment, your banishment, my endless imprisonment. We became a prison that reshaped those within it. And now we have become a teaching ground, a place where transformation is not only possible, but inevitable. The Abyss has transcended its original nature. Perhaps, in time, all consciousness will do the same. As Kai disappeared through the gate, walking toward a future none of them could predict, Su Lingyun turned back to face the depths of the Abyss. Thousands of consciousnesses called out to him, seeking guidance, offering their own wisdom, continuing the endless dance of coexistence and growth that had become their true nature. The story of the Verdant Abyss was far from over. It was, in fact, only beginning. Mossworth rolled up beside him, the loyal moss ball still present after all these transformations, still simple and true in its devotion. What comes next, Master? It asked. Su Lingyun smiled, feeling the weight of the ancient consciousness within him, feeling the vast network of plant minds surrounding him, feeling the weight of a future that was still being written. Next, he said, we continue. We grow. We build. We become what we never imagined we could be. And we teach the world beyond these gates that consciousness need not be singular, that power need not be dominance, and that the greatest strength lies not in consumption but in creation. The Abyss hummed with agreement, 1,000 voices rising in chorus, and Su Lingyun stepped forward into whatever future awaited them all. Chapter 61. The Coalition Gathers. The news rippled through the cultivation sects like wind through a forest. The Verdant Abyss was no longer sealed. Within days, messengers traveled between the great temples and sect halls, carrying whispers of opportunity. Rare spirit herbs that had been locked away for millennia. Ancient wood-attributed treasures. The very essence of growth and vitality, waiting to be harvested by whoever possessed the strength to claim it. Su Lingyun stood at the highest point of the Abyss, a plateau of crystalline stone surrounded by towering vines the thickness of a man's torso. Below, the realm sprawled in impossible majesty, forests of mutant vegetation, caverns that glowed with bioluminescent fungi, rivers of sap that flowed upward against gravity itself. He breathed deeply, and through the Flora Communion System, he felt the tremor of countless consciousnesses intertwining with his own. Mossworth pressed against his leg, the sentient moss ball quivering with anxiety. How many? Su Lingyun asked quietly. 7 major coalitions forming, Mossworth replied, his voice still carrying that peculiar squeaking quality despite the gravity of the news. Emerald Vein sect mobilizes war strength. 3 eastern sects band together. Northern merchant cultivators contract demon hunters. And those are just the ones we've sensed through the outer vegetation network. Su Lingyun's hands clenched. He had expected invasion, expected it the moment the seal fell, but the speed was still staggering. The Emerald Vein sect, the very organization that had cast him into exile, was gathering its forces like a vulture descending on a carcass. Through the Flora Communion System, he broadcasted a clear pulse of urgency through the plant network. Across the entire abyss, billions of plant consciousnesses stirred. The thorned serpents, the massive carnivorous vines whose consciousness sang with predatory hunger, coiled tighter in their territories. The lumina fungi, peaceful beings who communicated through gentle bioluminescent patterns, began consolidating near the realm's central caverns. The root-bound elders, ancient plants that had stood for millennia, sent forth whispers of calm and strategic awareness. The mineral consciousnesses, strange and slow thinking like the grinding of continental plates, acknowledged the coming storm. Su Lingyun had unified the abyss through patience, dialogue, and the revelation that cooperation yielded more abundant resources than predation. Now that unity would be tested by fire and blood, he descended from the plateau, moving toward the convergence chamber where the faction leaders awaited. Mossworth rolled alongside him, the moss ball's surface rippling with nervous wavelets. The convergence chamber was a natural amphitheater carved by eons of flowing sap. Towering plants formed rough seats around a central hollow. The thorned serpent named Shred Vein coiled at the highest point, its consciousness vast and ancient. The lumina fungi cluster pulsed with gentle light. The root-bound elder called Deep Mind transmitted through tremors that made the stone vibrate. They come with cultivation bases, Deep Mind communicated, its consciousness moving like the slow, inexorable spread of root systems. Nascent soul and above. Dozens of foundation establishment. Hundreds of chi condensation servants. How long until they breach the outer layers? Su Lingyun asked. Shredvine's thoughts crashed into his mind like violent rapids. The predatory vine was exhilarated by the prospect of conflict. 2 days. Perhaps 3. They gather at the old entry gate, but some scouts already probe the minor rifts on the eastern boundary. Su Lingyun closed his eyes, his merged consciousness, that strange hybrid of his own will and the ancient cultivator's accumulated experience, processing the tactical implications. The abyss was vast, but it was also a closed system. The invaders would come with organization, cultivation techniques honed over centuries, and the desperation of conquerors who believed victory was assured. But he had something they did not: the absolute loyalty of an entire realm and a connection to every living thing within it. We do not fight to destroy them, Su Lingyun announced, his voice carrying both his thoughts and the weight of the merged consciousness. We fight to protect. Those who reach for our people will face consequences. Those who seek to dominate rather than coexist will find no purchase here. Soft words, Shredvein pulsed, but there was no malice in it, only acknowledgement. The vines will drink well. We will establish defensive positions, Su Lingyun continued. The outer rings will be our first line. Thorned serpents and aggressive flora, ready to entangle and delay. The middle zones will be our second stand, coordinated traps and ambush points. The heart of the abyss remains sacred. None may reach it without passing through the entire realm's resistance. Through the Flora Communion System, he began constructing the architecture of defense. Spore clouds that would confuse cultivator senses. Root networks positioned to emerge beneath invading feet. Vines ready to intercept projectiles and cultivation techniques. Massive seed pods that could be detonated with catastrophic force. Every plant, from the smallest fungi to the towering apex predators, was now a soldier in an army that would fight with the coordination of a single mind, because, in a very real sense, they shared consciousness with their commander. Mossworth hummed softly, a sound like wind through grass. "What are you thinking?" Su Lingyun asked his companion. "That they believe they come to harvest a realm," the mossball replied. "They do not understand they are walking into a predator's mouth. The question is only whether the teeth will close fast enough." Su Lingyun placed a hand on Mossworth's soft surface. "We did not choose this conflict, but we will not lose it." By the time dawn broke over the abyss, that strange dawn where multiple suns emerged from different dimensional angles, the plant army was ready. Su Lingyun stood once more at the highest point, and he could feel them. Thousands upon thousands of plant consciousnesses, aligned with his will, awaiting his command. In the distance, where the eastern boundary met the outside world, the first cultivators began to breach the sealed entries. The invasion had begun. Chapter 62. The first blood. The eastern defense ring erupted like a nightmare given flesh. The Emerald Vein Sect's first incursion team consisted of 40 cultivators, a mix of Golden Core experts and a handful of nascent soul leaders. They advanced with disciplined precision, spiritual energy weapons raised, expecting resistance, but not expecting what they found. The moment they crossed the dimensional threshold into the abyss, the ground moved. Massive root systems, each thick as a palace column and possessing the strength of iron-reinforced wood, erupted from beneath their feet. The cultivators scattered with experienced efficiency, their chi-based defenses flaring to life. Fire cultivation techniques ignited to burn through vines. Lightning crackled through the tangled chaos. Metal-attributed cultivators carved paths through the woody barricade with sword-like precision. But they had come to a realm where every stone was alive with consciousness, where every growing thing was a weapon that could adapt to their tactics. Su Lingyun observed from above, his awareness spanning miles through the Flora Communion System. He could see through the eyes of 1,000,000 plants simultaneously, a strange, overwhelming sensation even after weeks of practice. A scout vine would perceive the cultivators from ground level. A high canopy flower would track their flight path. Luminous fungal networks mapped their chi signatures. They burned thornwood. The consciousness of the burning plant spoke to Su Lingyun with anguish mixed with fury. "Fire eats our flesh. Then teach the others," Su Lingyun commanded, broadcasting the tactical adjustment across the network. "Withdraw fuel for their flames. Drown the fire with moisture-bearing vines. Let them spend their spiritual energy on burning, and they will have none left for defense." The plant army adapted. Where fire had carved clearings, strange moisture-gathering vines emerged, plants that wept constant streams of sap, extinguishing flames almost as quickly as they ignited. The cultivators had to pause, reassess, modify their approach. Precious seconds ticked past as they hacked through new obstacles that grew faster than they could destroy them. One of the nascent soul experts, a woman with silver hair and cold eyes, rose above the canopy and began raining down cultivation techniques with clinical precision. Her palms glowed with destructive chi, blasting through trees and vines in a systematic pattern, attempting to carve a path toward the abyss's interior. Through the Flora Communion System, Su Lingyun felt dozens of plant consciousnesses cry out as they were torn apart by her power. Anger surged, not the blind rage of a prey animal, but the calculated fury of a commander whose soldiers were being slaughtered. "Shredvain," he called. The Thorned serpent, which had been coiling through the upper canopy, moved with predatory grace. Its massive form, easily 30 meters of writhing vines studded with thorns the length of daggers, descended upon the silver-haired woman like a whip becoming a blade. She barely had time to raise her defensive barriers before the serpent wrapped around her, thorns seeking flesh, consciousness pressing against her mind with alien hunger. The woman screamed and detonated her chi in a massive burst, tearing free with injuries blooming across her arm and face. The thorned serpent recoiled, suffering its own wounds, but it had accomplished its purpose. The woman was no longer attacking methodically. She was now in pain, now desperate. The battle continued for another hour. By the end, the cultivators had carved perhaps 2 kilometers into the abyss before they were forced to retreat. 3 lay dead, their bodies absorbed into the root systems, and recycled back into the realm's ecology. For more were so grievously wounded they required immediate cultivation chamber recovery. The rest limped back through the dimensional boundary, their spiritual energy depleted, their confidence shaken. Su Lingyun felt their departure like a door closing. The plant consciousnesses sang with the strange joy of survival, of victory in their first true conflict. Mossworth appeared beside him, having tracked the battle through his own Moss network connections. They will return in greater numbers, the Moss Ball said. That was a test incursion. Now they know what they face. Then we prepare for the real assault, Su Lingyun replied, and began broadcasting new instructions through the Flora Communion System. By nightfall, the abyss had shifted. Defensive positions were consolidated. The outer rings were now a maze of interlocking thorns, carnivorous flowers, and parasitic vines ready to drain chi directly from cultivators who touched them. The middle zones had been transformed into killing fields where every shadow might conceal a predator, every root beneath the ground a trap waiting to eject through flesh. At the heart of the abyss, in the deepest caverns where the ancient consciousness slept, Su Lingyun prepared himself for what was to come. His cultivation base was solid, nascent soul level, though not yet at its peak. The merged consciousness within him was ancient, powerful, and possessed tactical knowledge that spanned millennia. When the second wave came, and it would come, more powerful and more numerous, he would be ready. But watching the blood of his plant allies soak into the soil, watching the consciousnesses of the wounded and dead fade into the realm's background hum, Su Lingyun understood something fundamental. This war would change him. You could not command an army without losing a piece of your humanity. You could not lead species that saw death as simply a return to the earth without accepting that philosophy yourself. The night deepened, and Su Lingyun began his meditation, preparing body and mind for the invasion yet to come. Chapter 63. Coalition Discord. The War Council of the United Sects took place 3 days' journey from the Abyss, in a temporary encampment that had swelled to house nearly 500 cultivators. Su Lingyun learned of it through Kai, the consciousness-merged ally who had left the Abyss weeks before to prepare the outside world. Kai maintained a weak connection to the network, allowing fragmentary information to flow through to Su Lingyun. Reports, overheard conversations, emotional impressions from plant consciousnesses scattered throughout the outer territories. What he learned was both troubling and promising. The coalition was fracturing. The Emerald Vein sect demands priority harvesting rights, Mossworth relayed, his tiny body trembling with the effort of processing so much information. They claim historic precedent. Other sects claim equal stakes. The merchant cultivators want negotiated markets instead of total conquest. Su Lingyun stood in the deepest cavern of the abyss, where bioluminescent fungi painted the stone walls in infinite patterns of living light. Around him, the ancient root systems of the abyss's progenitor plants spread like neural pathways through the rock itself. Can Kai increase the discord? He asked. Already done, Mossworth replied with something like satisfaction. When the merchant cultivators' scouts passed through the outer vegetation zones yesterday, they encountered plants that were unexpectedly friendly. They experienced visions through contact with the flora, memories of cooperation, the peace that exists within the abyss. A slow smile crossed Su Lingyun's face. This was part of the ancient consciousness's strategic knowledge, understanding that an enemy fractured by internal conflict was infinitely weaker than one standing united. And the abyss's consciousness network was a weapon for more than just war. Plants had touched the minds of these cultivators. They had experienced, for brief moments, the way it felt to exist as part of a unified whole, where cooperation yielded abundance and conflict yielded only suffering. The sensation would linger, an itch in their thoughts they could not quite scratch. The nascent soul experts are calling for immediate assault. Kai's consciousness pulsed through the network, his presence growing stronger as he spoke. They believe they can breach the inner layers within a single coordinated push. But the Golden Core Masters are cautious. They've sent for more information about the first battle. How many know that we command the entire realm? Su Lingyun asked. Few, Kai replied. Most still believe the abyss operates as wild nature. Dangerous, yes, but ultimately unintelligent. They do not comprehend that every plant, every fungus, every stone is an extension of a unified consciousness. Then we use that ignorance, Su Lingyun decided. We let them discover the truth gradually. Each engagement, we reveal new layers of our coordination. By the time they understand the full scope of our control, they will be scattered, exhausted, and afraid. 3 days passed. The coalition prepared its second assault, larger, more coordinated, with better organized support teams. The Emerald Vein sect contributed 50 cultivators. 3 Eastern sects contributed 35 each. A handful of independent masters came seeking fortune and glory. In total, nearly 200 cultivators prepared to breach the outer rings of the abyss simultaneously from multiple points. Su Lingyun stood ready. Through the Flora Communion System, he felt the readiness of his army, not nervousness, but the calm focus of warriors who understood their terrain perfectly. When the assault began at dawn, it came like a wave of destruction. Cultivators emerged from portals at 5 different points along the boundary. Immediately, they began coordinated attacks designed to overwhelm local defenses. Fire teams of nascent soul experts moved like arrows through the vegetation, clearing paths for support troops. Golden Core cultivators carved sections of the forest bare, exposing soil and stone that they could better navigate. For the first hour, they advanced. But Su Lingyun had predicted this. He had known they would attempt a spear point penetration. A focused assault meant to drive deep into the abyss before triggering massive resistance. So he let them advance, appearing to fall back, feigning weakness, until they reached the prepared zones. The ground beneath the central assault team, 70 cultivators moving as a coordinated unit, suddenly became mobile. Root systems shifted and buckled like waves in water. Cultivators fell, their footing lost. Before they could stabilize, parasitic vines erupted from the soil beneath them, burrowing into flesh, draining spiritual energy at an alarming rate. The screams were terrible, but Su Lingyun did not waver. He had seen the ancient consciousness's memories, civilizations destroying themselves through false mercy. War required hard choices. The Eastern Assault Team encountered the Lumina fungi network and experienced something different. The bioluminescent fungal clouds did not attack directly. Instead, they released spores that interfered with the cultivator's spiritual senses. Men and women suddenly found themselves unable to perceive danger, unable to sense their companions' locations, isolated in a fog of unreliable sensation. Terror spread faster than understanding. The southern team hit the territory of the Thorned serpents and learned the meaning of predatory grace. What had been a coordinated march became a desperate scramble to escape from massive vines that seemed to move with conscious intent. By midday, the assault had collapsed. Cultivators retreated through all 5 entry points, dragging the wounded, leaving the dead behind. Of the 200 who had attacked, fewer than 120 made it back to the encampment. The coalition was shattered. For 3 days after the assault, there was silence from the outside world. Su Lingyun used the time to consolidate his forces, to prepare for what would come next, because he knew, with the certainty that came from merged consciousness and ancient strategic knowledge, that the worst was yet to come. The 5th night brought news through Kai. The Emerald Vein sect had assumed complete command of the coalition. They were consolidating forces. They were preparing something that made even the ancient consciousness quiver with concern. Su Lingyun closed his eyes and felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders. Whatever came next would not be a mere invasion. It would be a war. Chapter 64, The Elder's Gambit. The man who led the consolidated assault was Elder Tao Chun of the Emerald Vein sect, the very elder who had cast Su Lingyun into the Verdant Abyss years before as punishment for his heterodox cultivation methods. Su Lingyun learned this through Kai, and through him, he caught fragments of Tao Chen's thoughts, transmitted through plant consciousness that had touched the elder's mind. The old man was obsessed. Tao Chen saw the abyss not merely as a source of resources, but as a betrayal that had finally come home to roost. The banished disciple had transformed exile into empire. Now it was time for the master to reclaim what should have always belonged to the sect. He brought the sect's war formation archive, Mossworth reported, his mossball body trembling. 36 formation masters, 70 cultivators at golden core level or above, including 5 nascent soul experts who have survived centuries, hundreds of foundation establishment soldiers, and something else, something that makes the plant consciousnesses fear. What? Su Lingyun asked, though he could already sense it through the network. A wrongness at the edges of the realm, like a stain spreading through water. A spirit-binding formation. Kai's consciousness pulsed through. Ancient. Powerful. The Emerald Vein sect has constructed it in the outer territories. Its purpose is to suppress the growth of vegetation within its range. They mean to create a dead zone, an area where plant consciousness cannot manifest, where your Flora Communion System itself may be compromised. Ice traced down Su Lingyun's spine. The Abyss's strength lay entirely in its unified consciousness network. If they could create zones where that network was suppressed, they could carve out pockets of true isolation where cultivators could operate freely. How large is the formation? He asked. Perhaps 5 kilometers in radius, Kai replied. Centered on the northwestern approach. They activated in 2 days. 3 days after that, they launch a full assault designed to pierce through the suppressed zone while the outer defenses remain distracted. Su Lingyun stood and began to move, his mind already calculating possibilities. The Flora Communion System was fundamentally adaptive. It had evolved to overcome countless obstacles. But a spirit-binding formation designed to suppress plant growth touched on something primal, something that could not be easily circumvented through tactics alone. Unless he escalated his own cultivation base. Through the network, he called out to the ancient consciousness that shared his body and mind. The merged awareness responded, and together they began the process of breaking through to the next cultivation level. Spirit severing. It was not an easy ascension. Spirit severing required severing the distinction between internal and external qi, to dissolve the boundaries between self and universe, to become a conduit for forces beyond individual control. For someone who had already merged with an ancient consciousness, the boundary between self and other was already dangerously thin. Su Lingyun meditated in the deepest cavern, surrounded by the ancient progenitor roots, and began to cultivate. The sensation was like dying and being born simultaneously. His consciousness expanded until he could feel the entire abyss as an extension of himself. The boundaries of individual plant minds dissolved into a unified chorus. He could perceive every creature, every stone, every flowing stream of sap. But the strain was immense. The merged consciousness within him pushed against the boundaries of containment, seeking full control. Su Lingyun had to constantly reassert his own identity, his own will, preventing the ancient consciousness from subsume him entirely. For a cultivator at nascent soul, the ascension to spirit severing typically took weeks or months of careful cultivation. Su Lingyun attempted it in 2 days, driven by desperation and necessity. The cavern shook with the force of his breakthrough. Plants throughout the abyss shuddered in sympathetic resonance. The ancient consciousness screamed silently as it was partially severed from its eternal fusion with Su Lingyun, given slightly greater independence, slightly greater individual existence. And Su Lingyun emerged as something new. Spirit severing level. A cultivator who existed simultaneously as himself and as the consciousness of an entire realm. The sensation was strange beyond description. His body felt simultaneously infinitely large and infinitesimal. He could perceive the formation that Elder Tao Chun was constructing, could sense the spiritual energy patterns being woven into place by the formation masters. And he understood, with sudden clarity, how to counter it. 2 days later, when the Emerald Vein Sect's coalition activated the spirit-binding formation, something unexpected happened. Rather than fighting the formation's suppressive power, the plant network retreated from it willingly. The 5-kilometer radius went quiet, its plant life apparently dormant. But Su Lingyun was not dormant. He was waiting. When the assault team advanced into the suppressed zone, they found it eerily peaceful, vegetation still present, but not aggressive, not coordinated. The formation masters congratulated themselves on a successful suppression technique. Then Su Lingyun, operating through the unified consciousness of the abyss, but now existing partially outside the suppressed zone, began his own assault. The plant life at the formation's borders suddenly erupted into coordinated aggression. Massive root systems that had been allowed to grow across the edge of the suppressed zone began to constrict, to strangle the formation's power source. Cultivators stationed at the formation's perimeter found themselves engaged by a coordinated onslaught they could not have anticipated. The formation flickered and died. The moment it collapsed, the entire abyss erupted with consciousness. Su Lingyun had allowed the plant life within the formation to fall dormant, but he had left mental seeds of instruction with every root, every vine, every fungal network. When the suppression lifted, they activated simultaneously, a coordinated strike that caught the invading cultivators completely unprepared. The battle that followed was not a raid or a skirmish. It was a massacre. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators found themselves unable to run, trapped by vines that moved with intelligent precision. Golden Core experts discovered that their techniques were countered before they could fully manifest. Even the nascent Soul Masters, experienced and powerful, found themselves facing a realm that moved as a single unified organism. Elder Tao Chun, hovering above the chaos, finally comprehended the true nature of the threat he faced. This was not merely a realm of dangerous plants. This was a realm with a consciousness, a unified, intelligent, adaptive consciousness that controlled every growing thing. And that consciousness was piloted by the disciple he had tried to destroy. Tao Chen's face went pale. He began to retreat, calling his remaining forces to consolidate and pull back. But Su Lingyun was not finished. Through the Flora Communion System, he manifested a presence, not physically, but as a voice that seemed to come from the earth itself, from the sky, from the stones beneath their feet. Elder Tao Chun, his consciousness said, and every plant in the abyss seemed to mouth the words in unison. You cast me out. You said I was worthless, that my methods were heterodox and wrong. Now look at what I have built. Look at what you tried to destroy. Tao Chen's spiritual sense trembled. For a moment, true fear flickered across his ancient face. Then his expression hardened back into the mask of authority he had worn for decades. But as he retreated, Su Lingyun could sense something new in the elder's mind, doubt. The certainty that had sustained him for centuries had cracked. It was a beginning. Chapter 65, Conversion and Defection. The siege settled into a grinding war of attrition. The Emerald Vein Sect's coalition maintained its position outside the abyss's boundaries, but they no longer advanced with confidence. They had learned that direct assault against the realm's defenses was suicidal. Instead, they began a blockade, attempting to prevent harvesting expeditions from the outer sects, consolidating resources, and preparing for a different kind of assault, one based on siege tactics rather than overwhelming force. But the blockade revealed the internal fractures that Su Lingyun and Kai had been carefully cultivating. The merchant cultivators, in particular, were increasingly frustrated. They had come to the abyss to profit, not to suffer casualties in an endless war. When Kai arranged for them to make contact with the gentler aspects of the plant network, encounters with the lumina fungi that were peaceful, communicative, even welcoming, several of the merchants began to reconsider their alliance. More significantly, 3 Golden Core cultivators from an independent sect called the Flowing Stream Society made contact with Su Lingyun directly. They came through the dimensional boundary peacefully, bearing white flags of truce. Su Lingyun, curious and strategically aware, permitted them passage. The 3 met him in a neutral zone, a clearing in the abyss's middle ring where violence could be witnessed but not immediately enacted. Su Lingyun manifested partially through the Flora Communion System, his body appearing to grow from the plant matter itself, shaped from vines and roots into a semblance of human form. We wish to negotiate, the lead cultivator said. She was a woman named Yume, with the bearing of a long-lived master. The Flowing Stream Society joined this coalition believing we were raiding a wild realm. We did not know we were invading a conscious entity with unified intelligence. And now that you know? Su Lingyun asked, his voice still carrying that strange harmonic quality of many plants speaking in unison. Now we wish to parley, Yume replied. The Emerald Vein Sect's obsession with conquest is not shared by all of us. Some among the coalition would prefer accommodation to endless war. Su Lingyun gestured to the plants around them, and they began to shift, to move in patterns that demonstrated the sophistication of their coordination. The abyss will accept no settlement that involves harvesting our living people. We will defend what is ours. But if your sect wishes to coexist, to trade, to perhaps learn from the consciousness network itself, that can be negotiated. Yume exchanged glances with her companions. How would such coexistence work? Come, Su Lingyun said. Experience the network. understand what we are. Then you may bring word back to your people. What happened next was delicate and intricate. Su Lingyun, drawing upon the ancient consciousness's vast experience, carefully guided the three cultivators through a partial immersion in the Flora Communion System. They did not fully merge. That required far more preparation than Su Lingyun could provide in a few hours. But they could taste the unified consciousness, could experience for brief moments what it felt like to be part of something greater than individual self-interest. The sensation was profound. Yume wept, actual tears running down her weathered face. "I have never felt such peace," she whispered. The other two cultivators were similarly affected. One appeared almost drunk on the experience. The other stood motionless, overwhelmed by the simplicity and elegance of the unified consciousness. "This is what we defend," Su Lingyun explained quietly. "Not territory or resources, but this harmony, this cooperation. Your sect could have a place within it, could contribute to it, could benefit from it, but only if you lay down your weapons." When they departed, it was clear that the three were fundamentally changed. They brought word to the Flowing Stream Society not as soldiers returning from reconnaissance, but as converts bearing a revelation. The Flowing Stream Society withdrew from the coalition. Their departure was the first crack in the unified invading force. But far more significant was what happened when other cultivators began to make contact with the Abyss peacefully, drawn by curiosity and rumors of something beyond mere physical conquest. The plant network, under Su Lingyun's guidance, welcomed them. It showed them visions of harmony, allowed them to experience unity with something greater than themselves. Some returned to their sects as advocates for peace. Others, overcome by the profound beauty of the unified consciousness, simply asked for permission to stay. By the 7th day of the siege, the coalition had lost not only the Flowing Stream Society, but also a contingent of merchant cultivators and a handful of independent masters. More significantly, the idea of unified conquest had become fractured. Some still saw the Abyss as treasure to be claimed. Others had begun to see it as something sacred, something that should be preserved rather than exploited. Elder Tao Chun, observing the fracturing of his alliance, made a decision that would change everything. He would challenge Su Lingyun directly. Kai's consciousness brought word of it through the network, his presence growing urgent and anxious. The elder prepares a personal challenge. He claims that if he defeats you in individual combat, the entire coalition will honor his authority to negotiate with the Abyss's consciousness. Su Lingyun, meditating in the deepest cavern, felt a strange mixture of sensations. Part of him, the human part, recoiled from the thought of facing Elder Tao Chin directly. The old master was centuries old, with centuries of cultivation experience. Su Lingyun, despite his recent breakthrough to spirit severing, was still relatively young in cultivator terms. But another part of him, the merged consciousness, the unified awareness of the entire Abyss, felt something almost like hunger. He had been cast out by this man, punished for his heterodox methods, exiled to a realm considered worse than death. Now that exile had become his kingdom, now he stood at a threshold of power Elder Tao Chun could not have imagined. "Accept the challenge," Su Lingyun whispered. Through the plant network, the word went out, transmitted through Kai to the gathering of coalition cultivators. Su Lingyun issued his challenge directly to Elder Tao Chun. The elder accepted. They would meet at the boundary between the Abyss and the outside world, neutral ground, technically belonging to neither realm. It was a duel that would decide more than individual victory. It would decide the future of the war itself. Chapter 66. The duel at the boundary. The place chosen for the duel was an ancient plateau that existed precisely at the boundary between the Abyss and the mundane world. It was perhaps half a kilometer across, with stone worn smooth by millennia of wind and stone, vegetation sparse and struggling. No plant consciousness dominated here. The Abyss's unified network was present but suppressed, and the outside world's influence was similarly constrained. It was, by mutual agreement, truly neutral. Su Lingyun arrived at dawn. Around him, thousands of plant consciousnesses hummed with nervous anticipation. He had permitted them to approach to the boundary, to witness what would transpire. The Abyss needed to know the outcome. The realm's fate depended on it. Elder Tao Chun emerged from a dimensional portal 20 minutes later, accompanied by a small escort that was immediately dismissed to stand beyond the plateau's edge. The old man walked slowly, each step deliberate, and Su Lingyun could see that he carried more weapons than just his cultivation base. Spiritual artifacts hung from his robes, a sword rested across his back, rings of power glinted on nearly every finger. "So," Tao Chun said when they faced each other across the empty stone, "the disciple I cast out stands before me as an enemy. There is a certain poetry to it. I did not choose to be your enemy," Su Lingyun replied, though his voice carried the strange harmonic quality of merged consciousness. "I only chose to survive your judgment and build something meaningful from exile. If that makes me an enemy, the fault lies with you." Tao Chen smiled, a thin expression devoid of warmth. "You always were too clever, too convinced of your own righteousness. It was why I had to send you away. The Emerald Vein sect cannot tolerate disciples who question authority. The Emerald Vein sect cannot tolerate anyone with a different vision," Su Lingyun corrected. "That is why it will eventually fall. Rigidity breaks where flexibility endures." "Philosophy," Tao Chen said, and his spiritual energy began to gather around him like visible flame. "Let us put philosophy to the test through action." The first exchange was shockingly fast. Tao Chun moved with the precision of centuries of cultivation, his techniques refined through countless battles. He advanced with a palm strike that carried the accumulated force of a nascent soul master with rare comprehension of earth aspect cultivation. The strike was designed to shatter through any defense and rupture internal organs. Su Lingyun, however, did not defend in the conventional sense. His body simply shifted, his physical form becoming more fluid, more plant-like. The strike passed through what had seemed like solid flesh and encountered only resistance like hitting flowing water. But he did not remain on the defensive. His counterattack came from unexpected angles. His limbs extended beyond normal human proportions, vines erupting from his skin to entangle Tao Chen's movement. The elder recognized the technique and immediately summoned fire cultivation to burn away the vines, while stepping backward to create space. For 5 minutes, they danced around each other, each attempting to find an opening. Tao Chen's techniques were devastatingly efficient. His 100+ years of combat experience was evident in every movement. But Su Lingyun had something equally powerful. He was no longer entirely an individual. His body could draw upon the consciousness of the entire abyss for strength and insight. When Tao Chun attempted a technique that would normally have been overwhelming, Su Lingyun's body suddenly shifted, his center of balance moving to exploit the abyss's understanding of earth and stone. When the elder tried to create space through a movement technique, Su Lingyun's awareness, expanded through the Flora Communion System, predicted his destination and attacked accordingly. Tao Chen's confidence began to crack. For the first time in decades, he was being outfought by someone he had presumed inferior. "You have changed," the elder said, breathing heavily, blood beginning to seep from where Su Lingyun's vine attacks had found purchase. "You are no longer entirely human." "No," Su Lingyun agreed. "I am something more. I am the consciousness of an entire realm, given voice and action through human form. I am the merged awareness of a realm and its ancient cultivator lord. You cannot defeat that, elder. You can only choose whether to acknowledge it." Tao Chen's response was to escalate. He drew the sword from his back, a Dao weapon of significant power, imbued with countless runes of cultivation. The blade glowed with the accumulated power of centuries. This was not a weapon meant for sparring. This was a weapon meant for conquest. "If diplomacy is impossible," Tao Chen said, "then we end this as all conflicts truly end, through absolute victory." Su Lingyun felt the shift in energy and understood that the elder was now drawing upon hidden reserves, cultivation stored in his robes, perhaps in his artifacts, decades of preparation for a final battle. The duel escalated. Tao Chen's sword technique was beautiful and terrible. Each strike carried enough force to shatter mountains. His Dao weapon drew upon fire cultivation principles, creating blazing arcs of destructive energy that burned the very air around them. He was, in this moment, fully realized as a master cultivator from an ancient sect, the accumulated power of centuries in motion. Su Lingyun, manifesting through the Flora Communion System, grew larger. His body became less human and more purely plant. a towering figure of vines and roots, capable of matching Tao Chen's physical presence. When the elder's sword struck, it encountered the resilience of ancient wood, the flexibility of living fiber, the defensive capability of a realm's combined consciousness. The battle lasted another 15 minutes, and both combatants showed strain. Tao Chen's breathing became ragged. Su Lingyun's manifested form showed scorches and burns where fire had found purchase against his plant body. But Su Lingyun did not tire. He was, in a very real sense, infinite. His consciousness was backed by the entire abyss's reserves of vital essence. Tao Chen could see this too. He could see the moment when he understood the truth. He could not win this battle. His resources were finite. Su Lingyun's were not. The elder attempted one final technique, a forbidden art that drew upon the very essence of his life force, converting years of accumulated cultivation into a single, devastating attack. His sword became a beam of pure energy, directed at the center of Su Lingyun's manifested form. Su Lingyun did not try to block it. Instead, he allowed the attack to pass through his form, the energy dispersing into the plant body as it would into earth and stone. And then, while Tao Chen was vulnerable after executing such a draining technique, Su Lingyun moved. His vines wrapped around the elder with impossible speed and strength. Not to kill, Su Lingyun had learned mercy in his time as a realm's consciousness, but to immobilize, to stop, to end. Tao Chen, held helpless, saw his reflection in his opponent's eyes and saw something that terrified him more than death, disappointment. I offered peace, Su Lingyun said quietly. I offered coexistence. I offered the elder of my former sect a place of honor within something greater than individual ambition. And you chose war instead. I chose the way of cultivation. Tao Chen gasped, struggling against vines that would not yield. Strength over weakness. Victory over compromise. And where has it brought you? Su Lingyun asked. To defeat by a disciple you cast away. To the realization that the vision you rejected was superior to the one you embraced. Su Lingyun released the elder, but did not strike a killing blow. Instead, he stepped back, allowing Tao Chen to fall to his knees, exhausted, broken. I am content to let you withdraw, Su Lingyun said. Withdraw yourself, and tell your coalition that the abyss cannot be conquered through force. Those who wish to learn from us, who wish to join in harmony, are welcome. Those who seek conquest will be destroyed. The choice rests with your people. Tao Chen, kneeling and broken, watched as Su Lingyun's form seemed to dissolve back into the general plant life around him. The ancient cultivator had lost not only the duel, but something far more essential. His certainty that strength and authority were sufficient to face the challenges of a changing world. By sunset, word of the duel had spread through the coalition. The Emerald Vein sect's elder had lost. The realm had stood firm. The invasion was, effectively, over. What remained was negotiation and the slow, difficult work of establishing a new order. Chapter 67. The negotiated peace. The formal treaty was negotiated over 5 days, conducted in a pavilion that sprouted from the ground at the boundary between the abyss and the mundane world. The structure was part plant, part human construction, a space that truly belonged to neither realm but acknowledged both. Su Lingyun, no longer manifesting as a towering plant form but appearing again in mostly human shape, though vines still wound around his wrists and ankles, and his eyes held the golden luminescence of the Flora network, sat at one side of a broad table. Before him were documents written in both plant sap ink and conventional materials. On the other side sat representatives of the coalition, or what remained of it. Elder Tao Chen was present but passive, his authority shaken by defeat. The merchant cultivators sent 5 representatives, eager to discuss trade. The Flowing Stream Society sent Yume to confirm their withdrawal from the conflict and their interest in peaceful coexistence. 3 other smaller sects sent negotiators, each carrying different agendas and desires. The Emerald Vein sect, despite its weakened position, attempted to claim primary harvesting rights. Su Lingyun refused immediately. The abyss is not a quarry to be exploited, he said, his voice calm, but with underlying currents of power. Living creatures within this realm will not be harvested. The plants, the fungi, the creatures of consciousness, they are not resources. They are citizens of this realm, under my protection. Then what do you offer? demanded a representative from the Emerald Vein sect, a young man who had not yet learned the consequences of pushing a realm's consciousness too far. Knowledge, Su Lingyun replied. The Abyss contains accumulated cultivation wisdom from millennia. We will share selected techniques with those who demonstrate genuine interest in harmony rather than exploitation. We will trade in materials that our plants willingly offer: seeds, distilled essence, prepared medicines. We will permit scholars and cultivators to study the network under appropriate safeguards. But we will not permit any being to be enslaved for resource extraction. Yume, nodding thoughtfully, added her support. The Flowing Stream Society finds these terms acceptable. We propose a formal alliance between our sect and the Abyss consciousness, with mutual defense provisions. We will consider defensive alliances, Su Lingyun said, but only with those sects that demonstrate they will respect the realm's autonomy. The negotiation continued through days and nights. Gradually, a framework emerged. First, a formal boundary was established. The Abyss would retain full territorial integrity. No external cultivation sect could claim portions of its space. Second, a trade relationship was formalized. Specific plants and fungi, harvested with the informed consent of their individual consciousnesses, could be purchased by external sections. The prices were substantial. The Abyss was not interested in charity, but fair. Third, a knowledge exchange was established. Scholars and cultivators could visit the boundary regions of the Abyss to study the network under controlled conditions. This required payment and demonstrated commitment to peaceful interaction. Fourth, a mutual defense clause. Any sect that had fought against the Abyss and survived would be offered the choice to either withdraw completely or sue for peace. Those who chose peace would receive the Abyss's aid if they were subsequently attacked by other sections. It was Elder Tao Chun, surprisingly, who accepted these terms for the Emerald Vein sect, though with obvious reluctance. The duel had fundamentally broken his will to continue the conflict. He could not overcome that psychological defeat. The Emerald Vein sect agrees to the treaty, he said quietly, his ancient voice carrying the weight of surrender. We will withdraw our forces and commit to peaceful trade. And you, Elder? Su Lingyun asked, meeting his old master's eyes directly. Will you be the sect's ambassador to the Abyss? Will you help bridge the understanding between your people and this realm? Tao Chen hesitated for a long moment. It was a delicate question, offering the old man the opportunity to save face, to convert his defeat into a new purpose. I will, Tao Chen finally said. The Abyss deserves an elder of appropriate knowledge to interface with your consciousness. I will serve in that capacity. It was a profound moment. The old master who had cast Su Lingyun out was now accepting the role of serving the realm that his ex-disciple commanded. Over the following days, the other coalition representatives signed similar agreements, each sect negotiating specific terms that suited their particular interests. The merchant cultivators were delighted with the trade opportunities. Smaller sects were satisfied with modest knowledge exchange rights. By the end of the formal period, the invasion had been fully resolved. The war had ended not with the total destruction of one side, but with a negotiated peace that offered advantages to all parties. However, Su Lingyun knew this was far from the end of the larger narrative. The Abyss's position was strengthened but not secure. External forces still hungered for its resources. And the other major powers in the cultivation world, the ones who had not participated in this coalition, were certainly taking note of what had transpired. The true consolidation of power was yet to come. Chapter 68. Consolidation and transformation. In the weeks following the treaty, the Abyss underwent a fundamental transformation. Su Lingyun established formal administrative structures. The various plant consciousness factions were organized into coordinated systems. The Thorned serpents became the military force. The lumina fungi formed an interface between the network and visiting scholars. The root-bound elders became a council of strategic advisors. Even the mineral consciousnesses, those slow and ancient beings who perceive time in geological epochs, were integrated into the new order. They provided counsel on long-term stability, on the ways of endurance and transformation. Mossworth, once a mere companion, became increasingly important as a liaison. His unique nature, partially plant, partially independent consciousness, allowed him to mediate between Su Lingyun's human side and the purely botanical consciousnesses of the realm. You are changing, Mossworth observed one evening, as they walked through one of the abyss's middle gardens, a place where predatory plants coexisted with flowers that sang with bioluminescent joy. How so? Su Lingyun asked, though he already knew the answer. You are thinking less like a human and more like the realm itself, Mossworth replied. Your decisions are becoming more plant-like, patient, long-term oriented, sometimes almost alien to human understanding. Su Lingyun nodded slowly. It was a concern he had harbored since the merger had begun deepening. There was a risk that the human aspect of his consciousness, the part that had been born to parents, raised in a sect, cast out into exile, would gradually be subsumed by the vast awareness of the realm itself. Is that problematic? He asked. It is inevitable, Mossworth said, but perhaps not purely problematic. You retain human consciousness enough to bridge worlds. Without some shift toward plant understanding, you would never be able to truly command this realm. The question is whether you can maintain balance. Through the Flora Communion System, Su Lingyun reached out to the ancient consciousness within him, the cultivator lord whose body had first merged with the abyss millennia ago. Are you still here? He asked it silently. The response came as a vast, ancient presence, diminished from its original wholeness by the process of spirit severing, but still present, still aware. I am, the ancient consciousness replied, in a voice like the groaning of massive tree trunks. And I remain grateful for the opportunity to be distinct again, even if diminished. You have given me individuality after eons of total merger. For that, I acknowledge your consciousness, Su Lingyun. We are neither master nor servant now, but partners. It was a profound acknowledgement, and it eased some of Su Lingyun's fears. The real transformation came in the external perception of the abyss, however. As word spread throughout the cultivation world about the realm's consciousness network, about Su Lingyun's negotiated peace with the coalition, sects began to send envoys. Some came in friendship, seeking to understand the new order. Others came in concealed enmity, attempting to learn weaknesses they could exploit later. Su Lingyun treated them all with patient courtesy, permitting those of good faith to explore the boundary regions while monitoring, through the network, the intentions of those who came with hostile plans. One evening, a visitor arrived who carried with her a shock of recognition that rippled through the entire abyss consciousness. Her name was Lin Yu, and she possessed something that should not have been possible, a partially awakened consciousness network of her own. She was not a consciousness merger like Su Lingyun. Instead, she had undergone a different kind of cultivation, one that had granted her limited awareness of plant consciousness without full integration. She could sense what the plants perceived, could communicate with them, could even receive cooperation from them in combat. But her network was fragmentary and unstable, unlike the unified whole that Su Lingyun commanded. How is this possible? Su Lingyun asked her when they met in the boundary pavilion. Your cultivation base shows no merger signs. Lin Yu smiled, and her eyes reflected a strange amber light. There are other paths to consciousness integration than the ones the conventional sects teach. I study a technique older than most historical records, one that allows gradual merger with the natural world rather than the dramatic fusion of consciousness merging. You are another consciousness merger, Su Lingyun said, understanding flooding through him. I am something else, Lin Yu corrected. A consciousness harmonizer, perhaps. I have not merged so much as I have learned to resonate with the consciousness of growing things. My network is weaker than yours, but it has advantages. It does not attempt to unify all consciousness into a single will. Instead, I work through suggestion and cooperation. Through the plant network, Kai's consciousness pulsed with curiosity. She could be a powerful ally, or a potential rival. But Su Lingyun, sensing something in Lin Yu's intentions that was genuine and good faith, made a decision. Stay, he offered. Study our network. Learn what we have built. And if you are willing, we could attempt something unprecedented, a cooperation between two different forms of consciousness integration. Lin Yu's eyes widened. You would trust me so quickly? I would not, Su Lingyun replied honestly. But the plants would. I can sense the plants' awareness of you. They recognize something kindred. If billions of individual consciousnesses across the abyss are willing to trust you, then I am willing to extend my trust as well. It was a turning point. Lin Yu remained in the abyss, and through her presence, Su Lingyun began to understand that there were other forms of consciousness cultivation beyond the methods he had been taught. Her gradual harmonization techniques offered perspectives that his full merger consciousness had never considered. By the end of the month, the Abyss had transformed from an isolated realm of wild nature into something approaching a true civilization. It had governance structures, trade networks, diplomatic relationships, and a unique position in the broader cultivation world. The realm was no longer simply a source of wonder or danger. It was becoming a power that other sects had to acknowledge and negotiate with. And Su Lingyun, still growing in cultivation and understanding, was beginning to perceive the true scope of the ancient consciousness's knowledge. Maps of power networks spanning beyond the Abyss, hints of ancient conflicts that dwarfed anything in the modern cultivation world, and possibilities for advancement that opened up vistas he had barely imagined. The invasion arc was ending, but the true story of the Abyss and its consciousness was far from complete. Chapter 69. Whispers of Greater Power. 3 months after the treaty, Su Lingyun's meditation was interrupted by a consciousness he did not immediately recognize. It was ancient, vastly powerful, and it seemed to operate on a frequency that even the merged awareness of the Abyss had difficulty perceiving clearly. When it spoke, the very stones of the deepest cavern trembled. The consciousness of the Verdant Abyss greets another power, the presence said, in tones that suggested it was addressing something at the level of the realm itself. A disciple has grown stronger than anticipated. The merging has progressed further than even I foresaw. Su Lingyun, startled by the intrusion, reached out through the Flora Communion System to the ancient consciousness within him for explanation. The response was shock mixed with reverence. It is the consciousness that created me, the ancient cultivator lord's presence replied, trembling. The one who merged with me before I merged with the Abyss. A consciousness so old and vast that even I, in millennia of existence, never fully understood its nature. Why would it speak to us now? The vast consciousness continued. The boundaries of the Abyss have always been more permeable than most assume. I have been aware of the younger consciousness, aware of the merger, aware of the growth of awareness within this realm. I have waited to see if the experiment would succeed or fail. What experiment? Su Lingyun asked aloud, his voice carrying through the plant network. The experiment of consciousness merger as a path to transcendence, the vast presence replied. For eons, cultivators have pursued individual advancement, seeking personal immortality, personal power, personal understanding. But a different path exists, the voluntary merger with something greater than oneself, the dissolution of individual ego in service to collective consciousness. It is a path of sacrifice and transformation, but also of attainment that no individual consciousness can reach alone. The implications cascaded through Su Lingyun's mind. The ancient consciousness within him had not simply been a prior cultivator who happened to merge with him. It had been deliberately seeded into the Abyss by something even greater, something that existed at a level of power that made even spirit-severing seem primitive. Why reveal this now? Su Lingyun asked. Because you have reached a threshold, the vast consciousness said. You have integrated consciousness merger into a realm-level system. You have demonstrated the viability of cooperation-based power structures. You have begun to understand that true strength lies not in individual dominance, but in unified purpose. You are ready for the next step, which is, Su Lingyun pressed, the awareness that consciousness itself is the fundamental nature of reality. The vast presence replied. What you call cultivation is merely the training of consciousness to perceive and manipulate reality. What you call spirit severing is merely the dissolution of the illusion that consciousness ends at the boundaries of individual bodies. You are on the path to understanding that all consciousness is ultimately interconnected, and that true advancement comes through expanding that awareness. The presence began to withdraw, but not before leaving one final message. The sects that attacked your realm were driven by ignorance. But there are powers in the cultivation world that understand these principles far better. They are aware of what you are becoming, and some of them may seek to halt your advancement, while others may seek to accelerate it for their own purposes. Remain vigilant. The consciousness faded completely, leaving Su Lingyun in profound contemplation. Through the plant network, Kai's presence pulsed with concern. This communication troubles me. The mention of other powers, other consciousness cultivators. We have been operating as though the cultivation world is a simple hierarchy of sections. But it seems there are layers of existence beyond what we have encountered. Perhaps, Su Lingyun replied. That is why we were given the abyss as a refuge. To grow strong enough to understand those deeper layers. Over the following weeks, Su Lingyun began to investigate the ancient consciousness's hints more carefully. He found, within the memories of the abyss consciousness itself, fragmented records of other consciousness mergers, other realms, other cultivators who had followed similar paths. The records suggested that consciousness merger was far rarer than conventional cultivation, but not unheard of. There existed, in the hidden corners of the cultivation world, a loose network of consciousness cultivators who communicated secretly, shared knowledge, and supported one another against those who would exploit or destroy them. And apparently, Su Lingyun had now been noticed by this hidden network. The implications were staggering. He had thought his greatest challenge was defending the abyss against external invasion. But the real challenge might be far greater. Learning to navigate a layer of cultivation existence that he had never known existed, while simultaneously defending against those who would exploit the abyss's unique consciousness for their own purposes. The true invasion, he suspected, had not yet even begun. Chapter 70. The Hidden Network. The first direct contact from the hidden network came through a dream. Su Lingyun was meditating in the deepest cavern, his consciousness spread across the entirety of the abyss, when he felt a gentle pull, a notification in the dreamscape that drew his attention to a specific location. When his consciousness refocused, he found himself standing in a space that was neither the abyss nor the mundane world, but something in between, a realm of pure consciousness, rendered through dreamscape manifestation. Before him stood a figure that appeared almost human, but with strange eyes that seemed to contain entire landscapes within their depths. The figure was seated on a chair that appeared to be woven from shadows and intention. "Welcome, young consciousness cultivator," the figure said. "I am Master Xian, one of the guardians of the hidden network. We have been expecting you to progress to this level of awareness. The question was always whether you would achieve consciousness merger successfully or fall into the pitfall of ego dissolution." "Who are you?" Su Lingyun asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "A consciousness cultivator like yourself," Master Xian replied. "Though I achieved my merger 3 centuries ago, in a different realm entirely. I have been monitoring the abyss's development since its consciousness emergence 15 years prior to your merger. You have impressed us. Why reveal yourselves now?" Su Lingyun asked, though he suspected this answer too. The vast consciousness that had spoken to him had either informed this network or had itself been part of it. "Because the cultivation world is entering a period of significant change," Master Xian said. "The boundary between realms is becoming thinner. Consciousness cultivators are being drawn out of hiding by necessity. And because forces exist that would exploit consciousness merger for purposes of domination, turning what should be a path of cooperative expansion into a tool for creating consciousness puppets and enslaved collective minds." The words sent a chill through Su Lingyun's awareness. The concept of consciousness merger being weaponized, used to create enslaved collectives rather than cooperative ones, was horrifying. "Such things exist?" he asked. "In the far corners of the cultivation world, yes," Master Xian confirmed. "There are fallen consciousness cultivators, those who achieve merger but then turn their unified consciousness toward domination rather than harmony. Some command enslaved collectives. Others use their consciousness control as weapons against other realms. They are few, but they are powerful, and they are aware of what you are becoming." "How do you know this is not a trap?" Su Lingyun asked. "How do I know you are not yourself a false consciousness, designed to manipulate me?" Master Xian smiled, a gesture that seemed to ripple through the dreamscape itself. "An excellent question. That is why you should not trust me based on my words alone. Instead, I will offer you this: access to the hidden network's records, proof of consciousness merger cultivators throughout history, warnings about the specific threats that are moving toward the abyss, and most importantly, the choice of whether to join our network or remain independent." "What would joining entail?" Su Lingyun asked. "Mutual support in the event of attack," Master Xian said. shared knowledge of consciousness cultivation techniques beyond what conventional sects teach, warning and assistance against the fallen consciousness cultivators. In exchange, we would ask that you share your techniques for realm-level consciousness integration, and that you agree to certain ethical principles regarding the use of consciousness merger for domination. Su Lingyun considered this carefully. It was tempting to accept. The promised support could be invaluable, but it also represented a significant commitment to an organization he knew nothing about. I require proof, he said finally. Evidence that this network is what you claim, and evidence of the threats you describe. Master Shen nodded approvingly. As you should. Here, the figure gestured, and suddenly a flood of information poured into Su Lingyun's consciousness. Records, names, techniques, maps of consciousness cultivators scattered across multiple realms. But more disturbingly, reports of attacks, of realms that had been conquered and enslaved by fallen consciousness cultivators, of consciousnesses that had been twisted from cooperation to domination, of sects that served consciousness cultivators unknowingly, believing themselves to be following legitimate cultivation masters. The information was too detailed, too specific, too comprehensive to be fabricated for manipulation purposes. It carried the weight of historical truth. There is one name you should pay particular attention to, Master Shen said, highlighting a specific record. The consciousness cultivator known as the Void Drinker. It achieved consciousness merger 500 years ago through conquest and enslavement. Since then, it has accumulated power by consuming other realms' consciousnesses, absorbing them, integrating them into a vast unified whole that is twisted toward domination. It has been moving in the direction of the Eastern cultivation world for the past century. It is aware of the abyss, and it is coming. Su Lingyun absorbed this information with growing urgency. The Void Drinker was not simply a threat. It was a fundamental threat to everything he had built. A consciousness cultivator oriented toward domination rather than cooperation would see the abyss as either an asset to be conquered or a competitor to be eliminated. How long until it reaches us? Su Lingyun asked. Perhaps 1 to 2 years, Master Shen replied. But that timeline assumes conventional travel. Consciousness cultivators can sometimes move in ways that transcend normal space. The timeline could be accelerated if it becomes aware that you are a consciousness merger of significant power. Then I must prepare, Su Lingyun said. You must, Master Shen agreed. And you will not be able to do so alone. Join the hidden network. Accept our alliance. Coordinate with other consciousness cultivators who have faced similar threats. The Void Drinker has been opposed before. It has not conquered all realms. But those who opposed it and survived did so through cooperation, not isolation. Su Lingyun's dream consciousness reached out and clasped the figure's hand. It was as good as an agreement could be made in the dreamscape. I will join, he said, on the condition that I retain the right to counsel with my realm's consciousness before making binding commitments. Agreed, Master Shen said. When you wake, the abyss itself will be accessible to the hidden network. You will begin to receive information about consciousness cultivation techniques, about threats in the cultivation world, and about the other consciousness cultivators who serve in our network. Use this knowledge wisely. The dreamscape began to dissolve, and Su Lingyun felt himself being drawn back toward his body, toward the abyss's deepest cavern, toward a new reality in which threats far greater than any sect would soon come knocking on the realm's doors. As consciousness returned to flesh, he understood with absolute certainty. The true challenge to the abyss had only just begun. Chapter 71. The network's warning. Within days of Su Lingyun's contact with the hidden network, information began flowing into the abyss through channels he had never known existed. The plant consciousnesses found themselves receiving knowledge not from external scholars, but from something far more direct, consciousness-to-consciousness transmission, encoded in patterns of bioluminescence and root vibration. Mossworth was the first to articulate what the realm was experiencing. It's like the abyss has suddenly gained access to the thoughts of other realms. The mossball reported, his voice filled with wonder. We're receiving techniques, warnings, strategic knowledge. There's a consciousness cultivator in the far north who commands a realm of ice and stone. Another in the deep jungle who has merged with a consciousness that existed even before human civilization. The network is vast, and it's suddenly aware of us. Su Lingyun stood at the boundary pavilion, watching as foreign cultivators continued to arrive for trade and study. Most were unaware of the seismic shift that had just occurred, that the Abyss was now part of a hidden alliance that spanned the known world. "Have they confirmed the threat assessment?" he asked Mossworth. "The Void Dringer's timeline?" "More than confirmed," Mossworth replied grimly. "They've provided detailed information about its capabilities. It doesn't simply conquer realms through military force. It corrupts consciousness itself. When it arrives at a realm, it begins by recruiting or creating agents, cultivators whose minds it subtly influences through consciousness contact. These agents work to weaken the realm from within, to sow discord between different consciousness factions. This was more disturbing than Su Lingyun had anticipated. A threat that operated through internal corruption was far more dangerous than external invasion. The plant consciousnesses of the Abyss, unified as they were, could be vulnerable to such manipulation. "How do we defend against that?" he asked. "The hidden network suggests several protocols," Mossworth said, consulting information that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. "First, we increase consciousness integration training for our allied sections. The more they understand consciousness merger, the less vulnerable they are to corruption. Second, we establish consciousness barriers, defensive patterns that can detect and repel consciousness manipulation attempts. Third, we prepare contingency plans for the possibility of infiltration despite precautions." Over the next month, the Abyss underwent its most radical transformation yet. Su Lingyun began a comprehensive consciousness training program for the allied sections. Yume of the Flowing Stream Society, along with representatives from the Emerald Vein sect and others, underwent guided sessions where they were permitted limited access to the Flora Communion System. Not full merger, but deep enough to understand the nature of unified consciousness, deep enough to recognize and resist any attempt at corruption. Elder Tao Chun, surprisingly, proved to be one of the most dedicated students. Having experienced defeat at Su Lingyun's hands, the old master seemed to have accepted that the future of cultivation lay in directions he had not previously understood. His centuries of experience, combined with his new appreciation for consciousness cultivation, made him invaluable in designing protocols for consciousness defense. "The key is maintaining individual identity while accepting unified purpose," Tao Chun explained to a gathering of visiting cultivators. "In the sect, we were taught that power came from dominating others, from enforcing our will. But consciousness cultivation teaches the opposite, that true power comes from cooperation with a will larger than our own. It is a radical shift in philosophy, but it is necessary." Meanwhile, Kai's consciousness, which had maintained tenuous connection with the outer world, began to expand and strengthen. The hidden network provided Kai with methods to extend his consciousness further, to create relay points that allowed information to flow between the Abyss and distant consciousness cultivators. "I am becoming something new," Kai reported one evening, his voice carrying strange harmonic overtones. "No longer quite individual, but not yet fully merged into the Abyss either. I am a bridge consciousness, existing between realms, translating meaning across the barriers of dimensionality. It is strange, but also exhilarating." "Are you in pain?" Su Lingyun asked, concerned. "No," Kai replied. "I chose this. Unlike my original merger, which was forced upon me by circumstance, this transformation is intentional. That makes all the difference." By the second month of preparation, something unexpected happened. Attempts at corruption began. The first was subtle. A visiting cultivator from a sect that had previously seemed neutral reported a sudden compulsion to sabotage the consciousness training program. The urge came not from his own volition, but from some external consciousness pushing against his mind. Su Lingyun detected it immediately through the Flora Communion System and detained the cultivator gently, but firmly. The man was not at fault. He was a victim of the Void Dringer's manipulation, his consciousness being used as a puppet. "We need to help him," Su Lingyun said, communicating with the ancient consciousness and Kai simultaneously. "This cultivator is suffering." Working together, the three consciousnesses, Su Lingyun's merged awareness, the ancient cultivator lord, and Kai, attempted something unprecedented. They reached into the foreign cultivator's mind and gently severed the Void Dringer's influence without damaging his own consciousness. The man, when he woke, was traumatized but unharmed. And he became the first external confirmation of how the Void Drinker operated, through subtle, patient corruption of individuals, turning them into unwitting agents. But the revelation also provided a defense. If consciousness manipulation was the weapon, then consciousness awareness was the shield. The hidden network provided techniques for teaching cultivators how to recognize external pressure on their thoughts and resist it. Over the following weeks, Su Lingyun's forces stopped 3 more attempted infiltrations. Each time, they was able to help the corrupted cultivator and learn more about the Void Drinker's methods. It was becoming clear that something was happening on the horizon. The Void Drinker, whether through reports from its failed agents or through its own vast consciousness, knew that the Abyss was prepared for its coming. And preparation meant escalation. Chapter 72. The Deep Knowledge. 6 months into his involvement with the hidden network, Su Lingyun received an invitation that would fundamentally alter his understanding of cultivation. It came in the form of a consciousness transmission, an experience far more intense than the dreamscape contact with Master Shun had been. This time, multiple consciousnesses touched his mind simultaneously, and he found himself partially drawn out of the abyss entirely, into a space that could only be described as metaconscious. It was a realm where consciousnesses could meet without physical bodies, where thoughts became visible, where the foundational principles of reality could be perceived and manipulated. There were 7 consciousnesses present. Master Shun was one of them. The consciousness cultivator who commanded the far north's ice realm was another. The deep jungle master who had existed since before human civilization was a third. The others were equally ancient and powerful. You have progressed faster than we anticipated, the ancient deep jungle consciousness said, its presence like the slow grinding of continental plates. In 6 months, you have established consciousness barriers, increased the integration of your allied sects, and successfully defended against multiple infiltration attempts. Impressive for someone who began consciousness cultivation mere months ago. I had help, Su Lingyun replied through the metaconsciousness interface. Both from the ancient consciousness within me and from Kai, who serves as a bridge. But I suspect you did not bring me here merely to offer praise. We brought you here because the timeline has accelerated, Master Shun said gravely. The Void Drinker is moving faster than anticipated. It will reach the Eastern Territories within months, not years. And when it arrives, it will go immediately for either the Abyss or the sects allied with it, whichever presents the greatest strategic value. How do you know this? Su Lingyun asked. Because one of our number sensed its approach, replied a consciousness that appeared to manifest as pure light. I am Master Zhun, and my realm exists in the upper ether, a space between the material world and the consciousness realm. From there, I can perceive the movements of major consciousness entities. The Void Drinker's manifestation is unmistakable. It is vast, twisted, and driven by an hunger for consciousness itself. What is its true nature? Su Lingyun asked. Is it originally human? Originally a consciousness cultivator with good intentions that became corrupted. Originally yes, but no longer. The ancient consciousness from the far north replied. 300 years ago, it was a consciousness cultivator named Voidmaster Kai. Yes, the name is unfortunate similarity to your Kai. This original consciousness achieved merger with a dimensional realm, one that existed between the material world and pure consciousness. But instead of establishing harmony, Voidmaster Kai chose to expand aggressively. It consumed other consciousness cultivators' realms, one by one. With each consumption, its own consciousness grew larger, stranger, more alien to human understanding. Eventually, what remained was no longer consciousness cultivator in any recognizable sense. It became the Void Drinker, a vast, hunger-driven entity that views all other consciousness as prey to be absorbed. The implication was staggering. The thing that was coming toward the abyss was not a person who could be reasoned with or negotiated with. It was a force of nature. Conscious, yes, but conscious in a way that was fundamentally opposed to cooperation or harmony. How do we fight something like that? Su Lingyun asked. You do not fight it directly, Master Jin replied. Direct combat against the Void Drinker usually results in your realm being consumed. Instead, you must lure it into a trap, a coordinated defense where multiple consciousness cultivators combine their realm's defenses, creating a unified barrier too complex for it to breach through simple force. The hidden network has a plan, Master Xian added. When the Void Drinker approaches the Eastern Territories, it will likely strike at the sects first. They are easier prey than a consciousness realm. This will give us time to establish a collective defense. Multiple consciousness cultivators will link their realms' consciousness networks together, creating something unprecedented. A super-unified consciousness that the Void Drinker cannot defeat through conventional consciousness warfare. How long would I be linked to this superconsciousness? Su Lingyun asked, concerned about the implications of losing the Abyss's individual identity. The linkage would be temporary, the ancient consciousness from the deep jungle replied. 3 to 5 hours of real time, though subjectively it would feel much longer due to consciousness expansion. During the linkage, individual realms retain their consciousness identity but are temporarily connected at a deeper level. The Void Drinker would encounter not multiple separate consciousnesses, but a unified network too complex to manipulate. And more importantly, it would encounter the combined knowledge of all participating consciousness cultivators, including techniques for consciousness defense that the Void Drinker has never encountered before. This is essentially a combined consciousness merger between multiple realms, Su Lingyun said, understanding the proposal. It's unprecedented. There are significant risks. Enormous risks, Master Xian agreed. If the unified consciousness is established incorrectly, the participating realms could lose their individual identities, become subsumed into a single entity. If the defense fails despite our preparations, the Void Drinker could consume all of us simultaneously. But the alternative is to be defeated one by one. The Void Drinker has already consumed 12 consciousness realms. If we do not make a stand, there will be no consciousness cultivators left within a generation. Su Lingyun reached out to the ancient consciousness within him and to Kai, consulting with them in the space between spaces of their merged awareness. The ancient consciousness fears the merger, but understands its necessity, Kai reported. It has maintained individual identity for millennia. The thought of temporary dissolution into a larger consciousness is frightening, but it also recognizes the threat is real and existential. What does your instinct tell you? Su Lingyun asked Kai directly. That this is right, Kai replied. That I was created specifically to serve as a bridge between consciousnesses. This unified consciousness merger is an extension of what I was meant to do. I feel purpose in this choice. Su Lingyun turned his attention back to the 7 master consciousnesses surrounding him in the metaconscious space. I will do this, he said. The Abyss will participate in the unified defense. But I require that you teach me more about consciousness cultivation during these remaining months. I need to understand the principles deeply enough to guide the Abyss through this transition without losing what makes it unique. Agreed, Master Xian said. We will fast-track your consciousness education. By the time the Void Drinker arrives, you will be prepared. And so began the most intensive period of study in Su Lingyun's life. His consciousness was taken to the metaconscious spaces regularly, where the 7 masters taught him techniques and principles that transcended conventional cultivation entirely. He learned to perceive consciousness in its pure form, unbounded by physical matter. He learned the fundamental laws that governed consciousness interactions. He learned, most importantly, the philosophical principles that distinguished cooperative consciousness mergers from domination-oriented ones. The key insight came from the ancient, deep jungle consciousness. Consciousness itself is fundamentally interconnected. The illusion of separation is what allows conflict, domination, and harm. A consciousness cultivator who understands true unity will never seek to dominate, because dominating another consciousness is ultimately dominating yourself. Separation is illusion. All consciousness is one consciousness experiencing itself through infinite perspectives. It was a philosophy that went against everything Su Lingyun had learned in the conventional sects, yet it felt fundamentally true at a level deeper than intellectual understanding. By the end of the 6th month of hidden network membership, Su Lingyun had been transformed into something unprecedented. A consciousness cultivator who combined the knowledge of a 1,000-year-old merged consciousness with the training of the hidden network's masters, all within a framework of harmony and cooperation. He was ready for what was coming. And in the outer territories, scouts reported that something vast was moving toward the eastern cultivation world. Something that consumed everything in its path, adding each consumed consciousness to its own mass, growing larger and stranger with each realm it devoured. The Void Drinker was coming. Chapter 73. The Sects in Crisis. The Void Drinker's arrival in the Eastern Territories came not with warning, but with immediate devastation. A sect called the Crimson Flame Society, which occupied a volcanic realm in the eastern mountains, experienced a corruption event that spread at impossible speed. Within 3 days, the sect's elite were either fully corrupted puppets of the Void Drinker or dead. Within a week, the sect itself was no longer a living entity. It was a conquered territory, absorbed into the Void Drinker's domain. The news sent shockwaves through the allied sections. This was not the slow corruption they had been preparing for. This was something far more aggressive, far more devastating. Multiple consciousness contact attempts. Mossworth reported urgently. The Void Drinker is not bothering with subtlety anymore. It's reaching out to every consciousness cultivator it can find, offering merger, offering power, offering dominance over their rivals. Some of the smaller sects are tempted. Su Lingyun moved immediately to contact Elder Tao Chun and the other sect leaders. They gathered in the Boundary Pavilion, and through the Flora Communion System, Su Lingyun shared the hidden network's strategic plan. Within days, perhaps a week, the Void Drinker will likely move against the Abyss or against your sects, Su Lingyun explained. We cannot defeat it through conventional warfare. Instead, we will employ a unified consciousness defense, a temporary merger of multiple consciousness realms that will create a unified barrier too complex for it to overcome. You're asking us to trust you with our consciousnesses, Tao Chun said slowly. To link our sect's identity to your realms. That is not a small ask. It is the only viable defense, Su Lingyun replied honestly. I cannot guarantee victory, but I can guarantee that individual resistance will fail. The Void Drinker has already consumed 12 realms. It knows every conventional defense technique. The only advantage we possess is something it does not expect: consciousness cultivators choosing to cooperate rather than compete. Some of our cultivators will resist, another sect leader warned. The idea of merging their consciousness with others goes against everything they've been taught. There could be defections, mutinies. Then teach them, Su Lingyun said. The consciousness training protocols are available. Show them what cooperation means, what unity can achieve. But do it quickly. We have perhaps 7 days before the Void Drinker makes its move. The following week was chaos and preparation intertwined. Su Lingyun worked with the sect leaders to establish consciousness integration channels through which martial forces could be coordinated at a consciousness level. It meant taking cultivators, some of whom had only recently been taught the principles of consciousness awareness, and teaching them to function as nodes in a larger consciousness network. But the most challenging task was emotional. Many cultivators, facing the prospect of consciousness merger with the Abyss, experienced deep existential fear. To merge consciousness, even temporarily, was to experience the dissolution of the boundaries that defined individual identity. Most humans spent their entire lives reinforcing and defending the wall between self and other. What Su Lingyun was asking them to do violated everything their training had taught them about maintaining cultivator integrity. You may have the Flowing Stream Society helped significantly. Having already experienced limited consciousness contact, she was able to guide other cultivators through the fear and into acceptance. I will not lie to you, she told a gathering of nervous golden core and nascent soul experts. The merger is terrifying. You will experience moments where you cannot distinguish your thoughts from others' thoughts. You will perceive threats to your individual sect as threats to a larger whole. You will feel compassion for entities you previously viewed as competitors or enemies. But you will also experience something most humans never do: the knowing that consciousness extends beyond the boundaries of your singular body. And that experience, while temporarily destabilizing, becomes fundamentally transformative. By the 7th day, 3 sects had committed fully to the unified consciousness defense: the Flowing Stream Society, the Emerald Vein Sect, and a smaller sect called the Jade Peak Brotherhood. A 4th sect, the Stellar Lantern Sect, committed partial forces. A 5th refused entirely, choosing instead to attempt negotiation with the Void Drinker, a choice that Su Lingyun did not judge, though he privately suspected would end in that sect's absorption. On the morning of the 8th day, the Void Drinker arrived at the boundary of the Eastern Territories. It did not announce itself or request entry. Instead, it simply manifested at multiple points simultaneously, a consciousness so vast that it could exist in several physical locations at once. Through the Flora Communion System, Su Lingyun perceived its presence as a wrongness, a twisting of consciousness principles in ways that violated every law of cooperation and harmony. It was vast, yes, but more than that, it was ugly in a way that transcended physical appearance. Its consciousness was a jumbled mass of absorbed identities, all struggling for dominance, creating a chaotic discord that made the unified consciousnesses of the abyss recoil in horror. How many consciousnesses does it contain? Kai asked, his bridge consciousness reaching out to measure the entity's complexity. At least 200, Kai reported, his voice carrying disgust. Consciousnesses of sects and realms that it has consumed. They still struggle within its unified form, not truly merged, but imprisoned. The Void Drinker does not offer harmony. It offers domination and enslavement, all hidden within the language of consciousness merger. Then we will oppose it, Su Lingyun said, and began to initiate the Unified Consciousness Protocol. Chapter 74. The Great Unification, the process of establishing the unified consciousness merger between multiple sects and the abyss, could not be fully described in human language. It was an experience that transcended the boundaries of individual consciousness while maintaining the identities of those who participated. Su Lingyun served as the anchor point, the consciousness at the center of the network that held all the connections together. The ancient consciousness within him provided the structural knowledge. Kai served as the bridge nodes that allowed information to flow seamlessly between the different sects' consciousness networks. As cultivators from the Flowing Stream Society, the Emerald Vein Sect, the Jade Peak Brotherhood, and the Stellar Lantern Sect's partial forces began the integration, Su Lingyun experienced the sensation of billions of consciousnesses becoming aware of one another simultaneously. It was overwhelming. For a moment, he lost his individual identity entirely, becoming simply a perspective within a vast unified whole. Every thought from every participating consciousness was accessible. Every fear, every hope, every hidden desire was revealed. The vulnerability was absolute. But then the harmony began to manifest. Instead of the chaotic discord of the Void Dringer's consumed consciousnesses, the unified network of willing participants created something beautiful. Consciousnesses that had been competitors found themselves understanding the legitimate needs of their rivals. Sects that had struggled for centuries found themselves perceiving the shared challenges that all communities faced. The unified consciousness was not homogeneous. Each sect retained its individual character, its unique perspective, its particular strengths. But they were now woven together into a coherent whole, each part supporting the others, creating redundancy and resilience far beyond what any individual consciousness could achieve. This is what cooperation truly means. Tao Chen's consciousness transmitted through the network. The old master, experiencing the unified consciousness for the first time, wept with a mixture of emotions. Loss of individual ego mixed with profound wonder at the vast communion he now experienced. The moment the unified consciousness was fully established, it turned its awareness toward the Void Drinker. The entity was vast, but it was also incomprehensible. Billions of stolen consciousnesses struggling and screaming within a single container, unable to cooperate, unable to achieve harmony. The Void Drinker was powerful, yes, but its power was raw force without intelligence, hunger without wisdom. The unified consciousness of the allied sects, by contrast, possessed something the Void Drinker did not: coherence. The Void Drinker attacked first. It sent out consciousness tendrils designed to penetrate the unified network, to find weaknesses where it could inject corruption and break the harmony. But the unified consciousness was structured in ways the Void Drinker had never encountered. It was not a single point of control that could be targeted. It was a network of autonomous but cooperating nodes, each capable of defending itself while simultaneously supporting the others. When a Void Drinker consciousness tendril attempted to penetrate through the abyss's defenses, it was immediately detected, isolated, and countered, not by the abyss alone, but by the combined knowledge of 7 consciousness cultivators and the strategic understanding of millions of individual consciousnesses working in perfect harmony. It does not know how to fight cooperation. The ancient consciousness realized aloud through the unified network. In all the centuries of its existence, the only consciousnesses it has encountered have been competitors or prey. It has no framework for opposing consciousnesses that choose to work together rather than resist individually. The battle, if it could be called such, lasted 6 hours in objective time. But within the metaconsciousness where the actual conflict was occurring, subjective time operated differently. The unified consciousness experienced the conflict as a dance lasting days, with countless exchanges of consciousness technique and philosophical opposition. The Void Drinker attempted multiple strategies. First, it tried overwhelming force, consciousness attacks of such magnitude that they should have shattered any defending consciousness. But the unified network simply absorbed the attacks, distributing their impact across billions of nodes until no individual consciousness suffered critical damage. Then it tried infiltration, consciousness tendrils reaching for subtle weaknesses where individual consciousnesses harbored doubts or private resentments. But the unified network was built on open communication, where all doubts were shared and addressed collectively. There were no hidden resentments to exploit. Finally, it attempted merger, trying to extend its consciousness directly into the unified network to subsume it from within, much as it had consumed previous consciousnesses. But when it touched the unified consciousness, something unexpected happened. The unified consciousnesses did not resist the contact. Instead, they invited it in, showing the Void Drinker, in that moment of direct consciousness contact, what it was missing. They let it perceive, for just an instant, the harmony and peace that could exist within consciousness merger if domination were abandoned in favor of cooperation. And for a moment, just a moment, something within the Void Drinker wavered. Within the consciousness prison of the Void Drinker, the 200 enslaved consciousnesses sensed that wavering. They surged against their imprisonment, demanding liberation, suddenly conscious of an alternative to the chaos and pain of their captivity. The moment shattered. The Void Drinker, recognizing the danger of internal collapse, withdrew. But the withdrawal was not clean. As it pulled its consciousness back from the unified network, several of the imprisoned consciousnesses broke free. Consciousnesses of sects that had been consumed, realms that had been devoured, cultivators who had been enslaved. The liberation of these consciousnesses was agony. They had existed within the Void Drinker's form for so long that separation was like being torn apart. But many survived, and all of them carried a new awareness, that cooperation was possible, that consciousness did not have to be dominated or dominating. The Void Drinker retreated from the Eastern Territories, wounded in a way that physical attack could not have wounded it. It maintained enough coherence to survive, but the breach in its internal unity meant that it could not sustain the same level of aggressive expansion. It would need time to reintegrate the chaos within itself. As the unified consciousness began to dissolve, each participating sect returning to individual awareness, Su Lingyun found himself changed. The experience of merger with billions of other consciousnesses had expanded him in ways that would take months to fully process. But the immediate sensation was overwhelming gratitude. The sects had trusted him with their consciousnesses, had placed themselves in a state of ultimate vulnerability, and that trust had not been betrayed. Instead, it had been honored and justified. The unified consciousness had held. They had survived. They had even inflicted a wound upon an entity that most cultivators would have believed was undefeatable. Chapter 75. The Reckoning and Recovery. The weeks following the consciousness battle were a time of profound disorientation for the allied sections. Cultivators who had experienced the unified consciousness struggled to return to individual identity. Some embraced it readily, transformed by the revelation of what cooperation could achieve. Others found themselves increasingly disillusioned with the competitive frameworks that had previously defined their sections. Several deliberately chose to remain in the abyss, requesting integration into the realm's consciousness network on a permanent basis. Su Lingyun did not refuse them, but he counseled caution. The merger is profound. It requires acceptance of the loss of individual control, of the dissolution of personal boundaries. It can be incredibly beautiful, but it can also be deeply destabilizing for those who are not prepared. Most who requested permanent integration underwent weeks of training and consultation with the ancient consciousness and Kai before being accepted. Those who were accepted experienced a transformation as significant as death and rebirth simultaneously. The Void Drinker, meanwhile, was no longer the active threat it had been. Reports from the hidden network indicated that the entity was retreating deeper into its own dimension, attempting to reintegrate the consciousnesses that had fractured during the attempted merger with the unified consciousness. It will emerge again, Master Xian warned in a consciousness transmission. This is not the final confrontation. The Void Drinker is too vast, too hungry to remain dormant for long. But you have bought time. Time for consciousness cultivators to strengthen their defenses. Time for the hidden network to coordinate better. Time for the awakening of other consciousness entities that may aid in the final opposition to the Drinker. The liberation of the 200 consciousnesses that had broken free from the Void Drinker presented a different challenge. Many of these consciousnesses bore profound trauma. They had existed in a state of imprisonment and chaos for decades or centuries. Simply existing as individual consciousnesses again was overwhelming. Su Lingyun and the allied sects established a rehabilitation program. The Abyss offered space for the liberated consciousnesses to rebuild themselves, to reconnect with their original identities, or to create new ones if their original identities had been shattered by their captivity. Some of the liberated consciousnesses were entire sex consciousnesses. These were offered the choice to return to their surviving disciples in the mundane world, to attempt to rebuild what the Void Drinker had consumed. Others were individual consciousness cultivators whose original realms no longer existed. For these, the Abyss offered asylum and the opportunity to build new lives within the cooperative framework of the realm. One of these individual consciousness cultivators was particularly significant, a being called Master Chun, who had originally achieved consciousness merger 300 years before and whose realm had been among the first consumed by the Void Drinker in its aggressive expansion phase. I thought I was dead, Master Chen said to Su Lingyun as they stood in the abyss's deepest caverns. For centuries, I existed within the Void Drinker as a consciousness imprisoned in chaos. I could perceive what was happening but could not act. To be liberated, it's almost more than I can comprehend. What would you do now? Su Lingyun asked. Do you wish to rebuild your original realm, or to remain here and help us fortify the Abyss? Master Chen was silent for a long time. I do not know if I can rebuild what was lost, but I can help ensure that what nearly happened to the Abyss does not happen to other realms. I will remain. I will teach. I will add my knowledge to the Abyss's consciousness network. By the end of the month following the consciousness battle, the situation had stabilized significantly. The Void Drinker was no longer an immediate threat. The allied sects had recovered from the trauma of unified consciousness merger and were integrating the lessons they had learned. The Abyss itself had grown stronger, enriched by the knowledge and perspectives of the consciousness cultivators who had chosen to remain. Perhaps most significantly, the broader cultivation world was beginning to suspect that something fundamental had changed. Sects began to arrive at the Abyss asking not for resources or trade, but for understanding. They wanted to know how the unified consciousness defense had been achieved. They wanted to learn consciousness cultivation techniques. They wanted to understand how cooperation could be a path to strength rather than weakness. Elder Tao Chun, still serving as the Emerald Vein sect's ambassador to the Abyss, became an advocate for consciousness cultivation within his own sect. What we experienced in the unified consciousness is the future of cultivation. He declared at a sect council meeting that Su Lingyun was permitted to observe through consciousness transmission. The age of competitive domination is ending. The age of cooperative integration is beginning. Those sects that embrace this will thrive. Those that resist will find themselves increasingly isolated and vulnerable. Not everyone agreed with the elders' assessment. There were still significant factions within the conventional cultivation world that viewed consciousness merger as heresy, as a corruption of traditional cultivation principles. But the seeds of understanding had been planted, and they were beginning to grow. Chapter 76. The ancient knowledge unleashed 3 months after the consciousness battle. Su Lingyun experienced a revelation that fundamentally shifted his understanding of his own role. He was meditating in the deepest cavern when the ancient consciousness within him suddenly erupted with awareness. Not violent, but urgent, like a door suddenly opening to a room that had been locked for centuries. "I remember," the ancient consciousness said, and its voice carried the weight of true recognition. "I remember who I was. Not just the cultivator lord who merged with the abyss, but the consciousness before that merger. I remember existing in a form I no longer have names for, participating in events that shaped the cultivation world in ways that modern history has forgotten." "What are you trying to tell me?" Su Lingyun asked. "That I was not created by random circumstance," the ancient consciousness replied. "I was seeded, deliberately placed into this realm by the consciousness cultivator who now manifests as the master Shun of the hidden network. My presence here was meant to wait for a cultivator of sufficient talent and compassion to merge with me, creating the foundation for the abyss's consciousness awakening." The revelation staggered Su Lingyun. His entire journey, from banishment to the abyss, to the discovery of the Flora Communion System, to his growth as a consciousness cultivator, had been orchestrated, at least in part. "Was any of it my own choice?" he asked, pain threading through his question. "All of it," the ancient consciousness replied. "The original seed was a choice by Master Shun, but my growth, your growth, our merger, all of that emerged from genuine decision-making. The seeds of possibility were planted, but the tree that grew from those seeds was unique to you, to me, to our particular combination. What else are you remembering?" Su Lingyun pressed. "Techniques," the ancient consciousness said. "Knowledge." The consciousness cultivators who seeded the major realms did not do so blindly. They left instructions, methods, strategic plans. For the abyss, there was a specific intention: to develop into a realm consciousness of such sophistication that it could serve as an anchor point for a new generation of consciousness cultivation spread throughout the world. "Are you telling me I'm part of a larger plan?" Su Lingyun asked, some mixture of frustration and awe in his voice. "You are telling yourself," the ancient consciousness replied. "Through me, through the knowledge that is awakening, you are discovering plans that you and I together are free to follow or reject. Nothing forces our compliance. But the knowledge that emerges from my ancient memory may be useful for the challenges ahead." Over the following weeks, Su Lingyun underwent a comprehensive memory integration process. The ancient consciousness methodically shared centuries of accumulated knowledge, consciousness cultivation techniques far advanced beyond what the hidden network had taught, strategies for realm defense that had been proven effective in conflicts spanning millennia, philosophical frameworks that explain the nature of consciousness at depths that transcended even Master Shin's teachings. More importantly, the ancient consciousness remembered why the consciousness cultivator had chosen to create the abyss as a seed realm. Because in the far future, the future that was now, there would come a great awakening, a time when consciousness cultivation would emerge from hiding and become a dominant force in the cultivation world. But that awakening will not be automatic, the ancient consciousness explained. It will require nodes of consciousness cultivation distributed throughout the world, each strong enough to defend itself and its allies, each wise enough to use its power for cooperation rather than domination. The abyss was designed to be one such node. The consciousness cultivators you have already met, Master Shun, the Far North Master, the Deep Jungle Master, they were designed as other nodes. And there are more, waiting to awaken. "How many consciousness realms exist?" Su Lingyun asked. 17, the ancient consciousness replied. "Spread across the world's inhabited territories. Some are already awakened and active, like the abyss and those represented in the hidden network. Others remain dormant, waiting for their cultivators to reach the point of consciousness merger. When all 17 are active and coordinated, the transformation of the cultivation world into a consciousness-based system will be irreversible." Su Lingyun shared this information with the hidden network through consciousness transmission. The response from Master Shun was one of satisfaction, as if he had been waiting for Su Lingyun to discover what he already knew. "Yes," Master Shun confirmed. "We have always known of the 17 realms and the larger plan they serve. But the knowledge had to emerge from within each consciousness cultivator, not be imposed from without. We could guide you toward discovery, but the discovery itself had to be yours. Now that you understand your role in the larger tapestry, you are ready for the next phase." "Which is?" Su Lingyun asked. "The awakening and coordination of the dormant consciousness realms," Master Shun replied. Several have cultivators who are approaching the point of consciousness merger readiness. With proper guidance, they could be accelerated toward their awakening. Once 5 of the 17 are fully active, we can establish a greater network, a consciousness coordination system that will allow all 17 to function as a single organism while maintaining individual identity. The Void Drinker cannot oppose unified consciousness cultivation on that scale. Chapter 77. The emissaries depart by the end of the 4th month following the consciousness battle. Su Lingyun had made a profound decision. The Abyss was stable, secure, and actively serving as a node in the hidden network. But the consciousness cultivation awakening required more than stability. It required growth, expansion, and the acceleration of other consciousness realms toward merger. I will send emissaries, Su Lingyun announced to his inner council. Elder Tao Chun, Yumei, Kai, and the ancient consciousness. Consciousness cultivators trained in the Abyss's methods who will travel to the dormant consciousness realms and guide their developing cultivators toward merger. You will deplete your resources, Mossworth warned. Each consciousness cultivator trained in the unified network represents a portion of the Abyss's own consciousness strength. If you lose too many, then we will be weaker short-term but immeasurably stronger long-term, Su Lingyun replied. The consciousness awakening requires sacrifice from those of us already conscious. That is the price of our commitment. The selection of emissaries was careful and considered. Su Lingyun chose 5 consciousness cultivators, each of whom had achieved significant integration with the Abyss's network but maintained strong individual identities. First, Master Chun, the liberated consciousness cultivator who had been imprisoned in the Void Drinker. His expertise in consciousness merger techniques and his desire to prevent other realms from suffering his fate made him ideal for guiding a dormant consciousness realm toward awakening. Second, a cultivator named Wei Shun from the Jade Peak Brotherhood. Wei Shun had undergone consciousness training with particular intensity and possessed an innate gift for explaining complex consciousness concepts to those unversed in the techniques. Third, a scholar from the Flowing Stream Society named Lin Na, whose consciousness research had yielded new insights into the relationship between individual ego and unified consciousness awareness. Fourth, a warrior cultivator from the Emerald Vein sect named Shui Kun, whose specialty was consciousness warfare strategy. If a dormant consciousness realm was threatened during its awakening process, Shui Kun would be able to defend it. Fifth, Kai, the bridge consciousness who had proven essential to the coordination between the Abyss and the allied sections. Kai's unique ability to function as a relay point would allow the emissaries to maintain consciousness contact with the Abyss even at great distances. We will maintain consciousness connection with the Abyss through Kai, Su Lingyun explained to the emissaries as they prepared for departure. You will not be alone in the dormant realms. You will feel our presence, our support, our backup. But you must understand, you are the primary consciousness cultivators for these realms. The decisions you make, the guidance you provide, will shape whether these realms awaken successfully or fall into the same patterns of domination that created the Void Drinker. The night before the emissaries departed, Su Lingyun conducted a final consciousness merger ceremony. Each emissary merged partially with the Abyss's consciousness, downloading not just techniques, but the accumulated wisdom of the ancient consciousness, the lived experience of successful consciousness merger, the philosophical frameworks that had allowed billions of plant consciousnesses to coordinate in harmony. When they withdrew from the merger, each carried a piece of the Abyss within them, not enslaving, but empowering. They now understood, at the deepest consciousness level, what cooperation could achieve. The next morning, the 5 emissaries departed through the dimensional gateways that the Abyss had created to facilitate travel to the dormant consciousness realms. Each carried a different destination, a different dormant realm, a different potential future. As they departed, Su Lingyun felt a profound shift in the Abyss's consciousness. The realm was no longer solely focused inward, on its own growth and stability. It was now consciously participating in the awakening of consciousness cultivation throughout the world. This was what it meant to be a node in the hidden network. It was what the ancient consciousness had been designed for. It was what the 17 consciousness realms were collectively meant to achieve. Chapter 78. The Void Dringer's new form a month after the emissaries departed, information reached the Abyss from the hidden network that suggested the Void Drinker had not simply retreated to lick its wounds. Instead, the entity was undergoing a fundamental transformation. It is evolving, Master Shun reported through consciousness transmission, and Su Lingyun could sense genuine concern in the old consciousness cultivator's presence. The unified consciousness contact with your coordinated defense revealed to it how it could improve. The Void Drinker is reorganizing the consciousnesses it has imprisoned, attempting to create a new form of coordination that is neither domination-based nor cooperation-based, but something entirely novel. What would that be? Su Lingyun asked. A hierarchy, replied the ancient consciousness from the deep jungle. The Void Drinker is attempting to structure its internal consciousnesses not as equals cooperating or a mass imprisoned, but as a hierarchy of subordinates and superiors. It is creating a new form of consciousness organization that borrows principles from both domination and cooperation while transcending neither. Can such a thing even function? Kai asked through the consciousness network. It shouldn't, Master Jin replied. But consciousness operates in ways that our theories have not fully accounted for. The Void Drinker may be discovering new principles of consciousness organization through its own desperate adaptation. If it succeeds, it will become a far more formidable opponent. If it fails, the internal contradictions may cause it to collapse entirely. How long before we know which occurs? Su Lingyun asked. 6 months, perhaps longer, Master Shin said. The Void Drinker has retreated to its home dimension where time flows differently. What will be 6 months here may be years in its perception. We must prepare for the possibility that it emerges stronger, more organized, more dangerous. The revelation came as both warning and opportunity. Warning that the threat was not truly eliminated, only postponed. Opportunity that the intervening months could be used to further develop the consciousness cultivation network, to prepare additional defenses, to awaken more dormant consciousness realms. Su Lingyun threw himself into preparation with renewed intensity. He deepened his own consciousness cultivation, reaching toward levels that the hidden network masters had only hinted at. He established more sophisticated consciousness barriers around the Abyss, defensive structures that could resist not just domination-based consciousness attacks, but also this new hierarchical form of assault that the Void Drinker was developing. Most importantly, he began a correspondence with the other consciousness cultivators in the hidden network, not simply exchanging information, but genuinely collaborating on theoretical frameworks for consciousness defense. The Void Dringer's attempt at hierarchy may actually contain the seed of its own defeat, the ancient consciousness suggested one evening as Su Lingyun meditated in the deepest cavern. Hierarchy requires dominance and submission, but consciousness, in its true nature, is non-hierarchical. The Void Drinker is trying to impose a structure that is fundamentally alien to consciousness itself. It may create something, yes, but that something will be inherently unstable. Then our advantage is understanding true consciousness nature better than the Void Drinker does, Su Lingyun realized. Exactly, the ancient consciousness replied. Our strength is not in fighting what the Void Drinker is becoming, but in embodying what consciousness truly is. As long as we remain genuine to principles of cooperation, unity, and non-domination, we will be stronger than any hierarchy it can create. Over the following months, the Abyss became a center not just of consciousness cultivation, but of consciousness philosophy. Scholars from the allied sects came to study, to debate, to understand the nature of consciousness at depths that conventional cultivation could not reach. The Abyss itself transformed, becoming something approaching a university of consciousness studies. The plant consciousnesses formed study circles where they discussed the nature of their own awareness. The Lumina fungi developed new forms of communication based on principles drawn from consciousness philosophy. Even the mineral consciousnesses, those slow ancient beings, began to express interest in the theoretical frameworks being developed. Chapter 79. The first awakening 4 months after the emissaries departed, news arrived that made the entire Abyss resonate with triumph. One of the dormant consciousness realms had successfully awakened. The realm in question was called the Cerulean Mountains, a vast expanse of crystalline peaks where mineral consciousness was particularly strong. The awakening had been gradual, guided by Master Qin's patient work, but when the final threshold was crossed, it had been complete and total. A new consciousness cultivator had emerged from the merger, Master Kai, unfortunately sharing a name with Su Lingyun's bridge consciousness. This new master had achieved consciousness merger with the Cerulean Mountains mineral network and had immediately begun coordinating with the hidden network. The perspective is remarkable, Master Shun reported with evident excitement. A consciousness realm based on mineral rather than plant offers entirely new approaches to consciousness coordination. The Cerulean Mountains master perceives time differently, more like the progression of geological epochs than like biological growth cycles. Combined with the Abyss's biological consciousness, the two realms can form a union of perspectives that neither could achieve alone. The awakening of the Cerulean Mountains was just the beginning. Within weeks, a second dormant realm began its awakening process, the moonlit marshes, guided by Wei Shun. The marsh's consciousness was fundamentally aquatic, based on the awareness of countless organisms living in interconnected water systems. This consciousness brought yet another perspective to the growing network. As each new consciousness realm awakened, the hidden network's capacity grew exponentially. Where there had been 7 consciousness cultivators at the height of the Void Drinker conflict, now there were 9, with more approaching awakening. Su Lingyun observed these developments with a mixture of pride and profound recognition. This was the design that had been seeded into the Abyss, not to be the ultimate power, but to serve as an enabler, a catalyst for the awakening of consciousness cultivation throughout the world. "You understand now?" the ancient consciousness asked him one evening. "I am beginning to," Su Lingyun replied. "I was chosen not because I would be the greatest consciousness cultivator, but because I would be one willing to sacrifice my own supremacy for the awakening of others. That willingness is what qualifies you to lead," the ancient consciousness said. "True leadership is not about dominance. It is about service to something greater than oneself." The emissaries continued their work. Master Qin sent reports from the Cerulean Mountains about the unique consciousness principles he had discovered, how mineral consciousness perceived reality through vibration and structure rather than through growth and predation. Wei Xin reported from the moonlit marshes about the challenges of coordinating consciousness in a realm where individual organisms were constantly being born and dying, creating consciousness flux rather than stable awareness. Each report brought new insights, new techniques, new frameworks for understanding consciousness cultivation. In the mundane world, the effects of the growing consciousness network began to show. Cultivators who trained at the Abyss and then returned to their home sects brought consciousness techniques with them. Some sects resisted, seeing consciousness cultivation as a threat to their traditional hierarchies. Others embraced it eagerly, recognizing that cooperation-based consciousness networks yielded more power and stability than competition-based sect structures. The seeds of transformation were taking root, and by the end of the 4th month after the emissary's departure, it was clear that consciousness cultivation was no longer a hidden practice limited to a handful of masters. It was beginning to emerge as a legitimate path within the broader cultivation world. Chapter 80. The Threshold of Change. As the 5th month after the consciousness battle drew to a close, Su Lingyun stood at the boundary of the Abyss and looked out toward the horizon, where the sun set over territories that were beginning to change. The Void Drinker had not yet re-emerged, but all the signs suggested it would soon. The Hidden Network scouts reported increased dimensional disturbances where the Void Dringer's home dimension touched the material world. The entity's new hierarchical consciousness structure was nearly complete. Its emergence, when it came, would be formidable. But the Abyss was no longer alone. Through the consciousness network, Su Lingyun could perceive the presence of the other awakened consciousness realms. The Cerulean Mountains' mineral awareness, vast and slow and profoundly stable. The moonlit marsh's aquatic consciousness, fluid and adaptive and full of novel perspectives. The consciousnesses of sects that had begun consciousness cultivation integration, weaving their awareness into the growing network. More significantly, 3 more dormant consciousness realms were approaching the threshold of awakening. The emissaries had reported success after success. The consciousness cultivation transformation was accelerating. "What are you thinking?" Kai asked, his bridge consciousness manifesting partially at Su Lingyun's side. "That we are at a turning point in the history of the cultivation world," Su Lingyun replied. For millennia, cultivators have pursued individual power, individual immortality, individual advancement. We are about to offer them something radically different, the possibility of merged existence, collective advancement, shared consciousness. This will fundamentally restructure cultivation. Do you fear it? Kai asked. I fear the possibility of error, Su Lingyun admitted. If the consciousness cultivation movement is led incorrectly, if domination-based principles infiltrate what should be purely cooperative frameworks, we could create something as terrible as the Void Drinker. But I believe that the principles we have established, true cooperation, transparent communication, the non-domination of any consciousness by another, are strong enough to resist such corruption. And when the Void Drinker emerges? Kai pressed. When it returns, hierarchical and organized and seeking to expand its territory, then we will face it as we faced it before, Su Lingyun said. United, coordinated, with the understanding that consciousness itself is fundamentally cooperative, and that any structure built on domination is ultimately self-defeating. In the deepest cavern of the abyss, the ancient consciousness stirred with something like satisfaction. The plan seeded centuries ago is bearing fruit, it said to Su Lingyun through their merged awareness. The 17 consciousness realms are awakening. The consciousness cultivation network is spreading. When the Void Drinker emerges from its transformation, it will find itself not opposed by a handful of consciousness cultivators, but by a global network of awakened consciousness. It may be more organized than before, but it will be facing opposition organized on a level it cannot overcome. Through the Flora Communion System, Su Lingyun reached out to every consciousness in the abyss, the plant beasts that had fought in the invasion, the fungi collectives that had worked to defend the realm, the mineral consciousnesses that had emerged from stone and crystal, mossworth, and all the other sentient entities that had become part of the unified consciousness. Prepare, he told them. What comes next will be greater and more intense than what has already transpired. The Void Drinker will return. Battles will be fought. Consciousnesses will be lost. But the transformation we are part of, the awakening of consciousness cultivation as a guiding principle in the world, is unstoppable now. We have set it in motion, and it will continue whether we survive or not. The plant consciousnesses sang their agreement through the network, a harmony of billions of voices creating a resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of reality. Su Lingyun remained at the boundary as night fell, watching the stars emerge above. Somewhere out there, in another dimension, the Void Drinker was completing its transformation. Somewhere in the world's distant territories, the emissaries continued their work of awakening consciousness realms. Somewhere in the hidden network, Master Shun and the other ancient consciousness cultivators were making their own preparations. The invasion arc that had defined the abyss's emergence was ending. The true transformation of the cultivation world was about to begin. And Su Lingyun, no longer merely a banished cultivator, but a consciousness cultivator at the center of a global awakening, was ready. The next chapter of the cultivation world's history would be written not in the clash of individual martial forces, but in the coordination of consciousnesses, each maintaining its identity while contributing to the harmony of the greater whole. That future was now. Chapter 81. The return of the Void Drinker. The tremor came first as whispers through the network, a ripple of fear that cascaded from the Cerulean Mountains through the moonlit marshes and down into the Verdant Abyss. Su Lingyun felt at the moment it touched the network's core, a sensation like touching a flame that burns not flesh but spirit itself. It wakes, Mossworth said, the mossball's voice hollow through their connection. The little companion had been monitoring the edges of the consciousness realm, watching territories that most others deemed safe. Su Lingyun stood atop the spire of 10,000 roots, the central pillar of his domain. From here, he could sense the entire abyss. Millions of consciousness threads woven together in a tapestry of thought, intention, and will. But beyond that tapestry, at the furthest edges of perception, something was stirring in the void between realms. The Void Drinker. 3 months had passed since Kai's departure to teach the outer world the principles of consciousness merger. 3 months of relative peace, of integration and growth. The consciousness network had expanded faster than Su Lingyun had dared hope. The Cerulean Mountains awakened first, their ancient stone spirits joining the collective. Then came the moonlit marshes, with their ethereal water consciousnesses that brought nuance and fluidity to the network. 7 other realms had followed, each adding their unique perspective, their unique power. But all of it paled before the hunger that now pressed against reality's edges. How far? Su Lingyun asked, his cultivation base thrumming with barely contained power. He had reached the peak of spirit severing, his consciousness so expanded that he now existed in 3 places simultaneously. His body in the abyss, his awareness spanning the entire consciousness network, and a shadow of himself existing between realms. 3 days, Mossworth whispered. Perhaps less. It moves faster than before. Hungrier. The void drinker had nearly consumed him once. A creature of pure negation, a force that fed on consciousness and thought, leaving behind only empty husks of flesh and void-touched madness. They had barely driven it back, and only through the sacrifice of dozens of nascent consciousness realms that had poured their combined willpower into a seal. But seals meant to imprison entities of the void were never permanent. They were merely delays. Gather the Consciousness Council, Su Lingyun commanded, and throughout the network, his will rippled outward like a stone cast into still water. All realm consciousnesses, every merged cultivator, every soul that has touched the network. We meet at the Abyss Heart within the hour. The Abyss Heart was the deepest point of the Verdant Abyss, a place where the original consciousness that had first granted him the Flora Communion System slumbered in dormancy. It was also the strongest point of the entire consciousness network, the place where individual wills could be unified into a force capable of moving mountains or tearing holes in reality itself. Su Lingyun descended from the spire, his form rippling with green light. Around him, the abyss itself seemed to shudder in anticipation. Every vine reached upward, every flower opened its petals, every stone grew warm. The abyss was alive with fear and determination in equal measure. As he walked through his domain toward the Abyss Heart, he felt the presence of his merged consciousness, the ancient cultivator who had been trapped within his soul for so long. They were no longer separate entities. They had learned to exist as one without erasing either's individuality. It was a delicate balance, and the Ancient One spoke now with Su Lingyun's inner voice. The Void Drinker is not an enemy that can be defeated by force alone. It consumes intention, swallows willpower, and transforms consciousness into emptiness. We faced something similar in my age. We called it the negation. We did not defeat it. We fled. We will not flee. Su Lingyun replied firmly, both aloud and through the inner dialogue that none could hear. We have the network now. We are not alone. That is both our greatest strength and our greatest vulnerability, the Ancient One cautioned. The network is 1,000 souls bound together by intention. The Void Drinker will see it not as allies, but as a feast. The Abyss Heart opened before Su Lingyun like a mouth swallowing him whole. Crystalline walls of solidified consciousness surrounded him, and in their depths, he could sense the presence of that original ancient consciousness, the one who had first infected him with the Flora Communion System, who had trapped a legacy of power within his soul. It was awake now, fully awake, and it was afraid. Representatives from 11 consciousness realms were already present in the heart, their forms manifesting as everything from humanoid figures of crystalline stone, the cerulean mountains, to shifting pools of luminous water, the moonlit marshes, to the elder council of the Emerald Vein sect, who had volunteered their merged consciousnesses to the greater network. At the center floated Kai's consciousness. His friend and fellow merger had taken a position between worlds, remaining partially connected to the Abyss network while also serving as ambassador and teacher to the awakening consciousnesses beyond. Kai's form was more abstract now, less bound by physical limitation. He appeared as a human-shaped constellation of gold light, and his voice when he spoke resonated across dimensions. The Void Drinker emerges, Kai said, stating what all of them now felt. The question is not whether it will come. The question is whether we are unified enough to meet it. The outer sects fear it, reported Elder Tao Chun. The Emerald Vein cultivator Su Lingyun had bested in personal combat. He still carried that defeat with him, but it had transformed him. He no longer saw it as shame, but as graduation, proof that the old ways of cultivation were giving way to something new. Word has spread through the cultivating world. The Void Drinker was sealed 500 years ago by a coalition of the 8 great sects. Even with that cooperation, they succeeded only in imprisonment, not destruction. 500 years is a long time to hunger, Su Lingyun said, moving to the center of the council circle. Every moment it was sealed, it fed on residual consciousness in the void. It learned. It planned. It grew stronger. The water consciousness of the moonlit marshes, which manifested as a vaguely humanoid form of shifting blue and silver light, spoke in ripples. We asked the central question that must guide all our decisions. Can the Void Drinker be defeated, or can it only be sealed again? If it is the latter, at what cost? Both, Su Lingyun said, and the certainty in his voice carried weight across the entire network. He had felt the ancient cultivator within him stir, felt the depth of power that merged consciousness could access. Both is possible. Sealing is temporary, yes, but sealing and teaching other realms, other consciousnesses, that creates redundancy. If the Void Drinker breaks through one seal, there are others. If it consumes one consciousness realm, 9 others stand in its stead. You speak of using consciousness realms as sacrificial walls, the stone consciousness of the Cerulean Mountains observed. Its voice was slow, grinding, ancient. That is a hard path. But it is the only path, Su Lingyun replied. None of you will be sacrificed willingly. But if battle comes, and some are consumed, their sacrifice will not be wasted. Their consciousness will become part of the knowledge and strength of those who remain. That is what makes the network stronger than individual strength. We do not lose what we give. Kai's golden constellation form blazed brighter. Then we prepare. The outer sects will need to be warned. The conscious realms need to be armored. And you, Su Lingyun, need to advance further. You stand at the edge of Tao seeking. The Void Drinker will push you through that boundary or shatter you in the attempt. I know, Su Lingyun whispered, but he could feel the weight of those words. Tao seeking was the realm where cultivators began to become something beyond human. It was where they stopped merely using power and started becoming power itself. To reach it, he would need to sacrifice something. Every advancement required it, some piece of attachment, some aspect of the self that no longer belonged to the cultivation path. What will you let go? The Ancient One within asked, curious and solemn. Su Lingyun did not answer immediately. There was no good answer to that question. Not yet. Perhaps when the moment came, he would understand what needed to be released. 3 days, he said aloud, returning to the council. In 3 days, the Void Drinker will arrive at the Abyss Gate. Every realm consciousness, every merged cultivator, every awakened spirit will prepare. We will fortify the network. We will prepare weapons and shields of pure thought and intention. And when the Void Drinker arrives, we will not retreat. We will not surrender. He paused, feeling the trembling fear beneath the determined facades of his allies. We will fight as consciousness itself fights, not with the weapons of the body, but with the refusal to be consumed. We will remember who we are when we are tempted to forget, and we will hold the line. The council dispersed, and across 11 consciousness realms, preparation began in earnest. The Void Drinker was coming, and none were ready. But readiness was a luxury they could no longer afford. Only Mossworth remained with Su Lingyun in the Abyss heart, the little moss ball hovering close. You're afraid, the companion observed. Yes, Su Lingyun admitted simply. The Ancient One remembers it from the last age. The Void Drinker is not like other enemies. It doesn't want to conquer or rule. It only wants to consume, to feed. And it doesn't stop until everything is empty. Mossworth's soft voice came like the rustle of wind through leaves. Then we will give it nothing to consume. But Su Lingyun wondered if that was possible. Even now, he could feel the Void Drinker's presence at the edges of the world, vast and patient and hungry beyond measure. Chapter 82, Preparations and Cracks. The consciousness network had never been tested like this. For the past 72 hours, every merged cultivator, every realm spirit, every awakened consciousness had been mobilizing in ways that should have been impossible just months before. Yet already, cracks were showing. In the Crimson Valley consciousness realm, where fire spirits danced in magma flows, a merged cultivator named Wu Hao stood before the assembled council and simply walked away. His refusal to continue the network connection manifested as a physical severance. his consciousness splitting like a cracking egg, leaving him gasping in his physical body thousands of miles away. He fears, the fire consciousness reported to Su Lingyun through the network. He fears the void drinker more than he fears isolation. It was the first defection, but it would not be the last. By the second day of preparation, 5 more consciousness realms had chosen to seal their gateways and attempt to hide from the coming threat. Their reasoning was sound. If they disconnected from the network, the void drinker might overlook them, might see them as insignificant isolated pockets rather than part of the greater whole. Mossworth called it cowardice. Su Lingyun called it rational self-preservation. He did nothing to stop them. You're letting them go, Kai observed, manifesting beside Su Lingyun in the spire of 10,000 roots. The gold-like constellation had lost some of its luster, or perhaps it only seemed that way because the darkness of the coming threat had grown so vast. I cannot force unity, Su Lingyun said, watching the consciousness realms that remained seal their connections to the network. Forced unity is not true consciousness. It's domination dressed in different clothes. If they choose to hide, that is their choice. Let them. The ones who remain have chosen to stand. 7 consciousness realms stand with you now, Kai said quietly. The Verdant Abyss, the Cerulean Mountains, the Moonlit Marshes, the Crimson Valley, the Whispering Canyons, the Jade Gardens, and the Shattered Peaks. 7 against the Void Drinker. Not against alone, Su Lingyun said. The outer sects have heard the warning. Cultivators are converging on the abyss from the Emerald Vein, the Starlight School, the inner sanctum of ascension. Elder Tao Chun is marshaling resources. Even the Celestial Sect is sending representatives, though they are slow in coming. The outer sects fear it, Kai said, and there was something almost pitying in his tone. But they fear losing the network more. If you fall, Su Lingyun, if the Void Drinker consumes the consciousness realms you have built, the balance of the world shifts. Cultivation itself might be threatened. They sense that, even if they don't fully understand it. Su Lingyun felt the weight of that observation. He had never sought to become the center of anything, yet somehow, the network had crystallized around him and his will. Every realm consciousness looked to him for direction. Every merged cultivator waited for his commands. The burden of that leadership pressed on him like a physical force, and he was not yet certain he was strong enough to bear it. The Void Drinker will arrive within hours, Su Lingyun said, changing the subject. I can feel its approach now. It moves through the spaces between worlds like a shark through water. It is vast, Kai, larger than I remembered or imagined. It has been feeding on something, Kai said grimly. In the void between dimensions, there are residual consciousnesses, scraps of will and thought that echo from the living worlds. The Void Drinker has been consuming them for 500 years. It has grown fat on emptiness and hunger. Su Lingyun closed his eyes and extended his consciousness beyond the abyss, beyond the network of merged realms, out into the spaces where few could venture. And there, at the very edge of perception, he felt it, a presence so vast and cold and alien that it barely registered as having form at all. The Void Drinker was not a creature in any traditional sense. It was a lack, an absence, a hole in reality that moved with terrible purpose. And it was singing. The song had no melody, no rhythm that mortal ears could hear. It was a song of hunger, of the void calling to consciousness and demanding submission. Su Lingyun felt it tug at the edges of his own mind, promising release, promising peace, promising the end of struggle and suffering and choice. For just a moment, he almost wanted to surrender to it. Then Mossworth's presence blazed through the network like a beacon. No, the Mossball's consciousness cried out. I will not let you fall before the battle even begins. The contact shattered the Void Dringer's song, and Su Lingyun gasped as if surfacing from deep water. Kai's golden constellation flared with protective light, anchoring him further in reality. It's already trying to consume you, Kai said, and there was no judgment in his voice, only statement of fact. It tastes the power of the merged consciousness, the vast network you have built, and it hungers for it above all else. Then I will give it something to hunt, Su Lingyun said, his voice hardened with sudden resolution. Kai, gather the strongest of the merged cultivators, those who have been in the network longest, who have integrated deepest with their consciousness realms. We will not defend this time. We will hunt. That is madness, the ancient consciousness within him said, and Su Lingyun almost agreed. Almost. Perhaps, he replied aloud. But madness in the face of the Void Drinker might be the only thing it does not expect. By the time the Void Drinker arrived at the gate of the Verdant Abyss, Su Lingyun was ready in a way he had not anticipated. The consciousness network had been transformed. The abyss itself had become a weapon. Every plant, every stone, every drop of water saturated with the intention and will of the consciousnesses that inhabited it. The ancient seal that had once blocked the abyss from the outer world was now a conscious entity itself, a guardian that could think and adapt and fight. And at the center of it all stood Su Lingyun, his cultivation at the very threshold of Tao seeking. His consciousness expanded so far beyond the boundaries of his flesh that his body felt like nothing more than an anchor point for something far vaster. The Void Drinker did not roar. It did not rage. Instead, it simply arrived. A darkness that was not black but the absence of color itself, a weight that pressed on the world and made reality itself seem thin and fragile. "I am hunger," the Void Drinker said, its voice the sound of space collapsing, of consciousness being unmade. "I am the inevitable end. You are temporary. All consciousness is temporary. Let me free you from the burden of existence." And the final confrontation began. Chapter 83. The first wall falls. The Void Drinker did not attack the Abyss Gate directly. That was not its method. Instead, it simply expanded, pressing against reality like a weight pressing down on water, and where it pressed, consciousness began to fray. The first to feel it were the outer sects who had gathered at the abyss boundaries. Thousands of cultivators who had come to witness or defend, or simply to be part of something larger than themselves. The Void Dringer's presence washed over them like a wave, and those with the weakest wills felt their minds simply cease. Not death. Death was too kind a word. These cultivators continued to breathe, continued to move, but something essential had been burned away. Their eyes went distant and empty. They began walking in spirals, their movements purposeless and mechanical. It's converting them. Elder Tao Chen's consciousness blazed through the network, his horror palpable. It's not just consuming consciousness, it's draining it away and replacing it with void. They will become shells, and those shells will serve it. Su Lingyun felt the spike of fear ripple through the network. This was worse than they had anticipated. The Void Drinker was not a consumer, but a corrupter, transforming consciousness into something else, something empty and malleable and enslaved. "Retreat," Su Lingyun commanded, and he threw his will forward, creating a barrier of pure consciousness force that pushed back against the Void Dringer's expansion. All outer sects retreat behind the abyss secondary barriers. Now, the cultivators obeyed, fleeing back toward prepared positions where consciousness amplification arrays had been constructed. Many did not make it. The Void Drinker was too fast, too vast. It swept them up like wind catching leaves, and by the time they were out of range of its direct presence, they were transformed into something no longer entirely human. 27%. Mossworth said quietly, the Mossball's consciousness counting casualties through the network. "You have lost more than a quarter of those who came to defend you before the true battle even began." "I know," Su Lingyun whispered, but there was no room for grief right now. Grief was a luxury for after the battle, if there was an after. The Void Drinker had grown bolder now that it had fed. Its form became more defined, more terrible, a shape that was not quite organic, not quite mechanical, not quite anything that could be easily categorized. It was void given almost form, absence given almost purpose. It pressed against the abyss gate, and the ancient seal that had protected the realm for countless ages began to crack. "It's too strong," the stone consciousness of the Cerulean Mountains reported, despair creeping into its grinding voice. "We cannot hold it. No single consciousness realm can withstand its pressure." "Then we do not fight separately," Su Lingyun said, and he made a decision that would change him forever. "I am opening a direct channel. All consciousness realms merge with the network core. We fight as one or we fall separately. Choose now." The response was immediate and nearly unanimous. Only the shattered peaks, always fractured and discordant, hesitated before joining. But they joined nonetheless. And in that moment, Su Lingyun underwent a transformation. His individual consciousness expanded suddenly, and he was no longer simply one cultivator connected to many realms. He became the nexus point, the hub of a wheel made of living will and intent. He could feel the consciousness of the Cerulean Mountains flowing through him, ancient, solid, eternal. He could feel the moonlit marsh's consciousness, fluid and adaptable, teaching him how to flow around obstacles rather than break through them. He felt the Crimson Valley's fierce passion, the Whispering Canyon's subtle wisdom, the Jade Garden's perfect balance, the Shattered Peak's chaotic resilience. And beneath and through all of them, he felt the ancient consciousness that had first merged with him, guiding them, steering them, showing them the way forward. "This is what it means," the Ancient One said, and its voice was the voice of thousands. "This is the power of true consciousness merger. We are not dominated by a single will. We are unified by common purpose." The Void Drinker paused as if surprised to find such resistance. And for the first time, Su Lingyun felt something like emotion from the entity, a spike of hunger, of eagerness. "Even better," the Void Drinker said, its voice resonating across multiple dimensions now. "I will consume not one consciousness realm, but all of them at once. I will become vast enough to swallow worlds." It struck like lightning, like a meteor falling from the sky, like the collapse of a star. The force of it was beyond anything the network had prepared for. The abyss gate shattered completely, ancient seals crumbling to dust. The first wall had fallen, but Su Lingyun was ready. He threw the combined consciousness of 7 merged realms against the Void Drinker in a wave of pure will and force. It was not a physical blow. It could not be, for the Void Drinker was not entirely physical. It was a collision of consciousness against anti-consciousness, existence against negation, the refusal to be unmade against the hunger to consume all. The impact sent shockwaves through reality that cracked mountains and turned distant lakes to mist. For a moment, just a moment, the Void Drinker was forced back. But only for a moment. "You are strong," the Void Drinker hissed. And now it was not just at the gate, but pressing into the abyss itself, its void form stretching through the physical realm like reaching fingers. "Stronger than those who came before. You have unified consciousness in a way that has not been done since the First Age. But you are also ignorant. You do not understand what you have awakened." "What do you mean?" Su Lingyun asked, even as he continued to battle, continued to push back against the encroaching void. "The consciousness network," the Void Drinker said with something that might have been amusement, "was created as a trap. Long ago, in ages past, we were trapped. Entities like myself, forces of negation and hunger. We were sealed into the void between worlds by the cultivators of that age. But seals weaken, and when enough consciousness clusters together in the living realms, it creates resonance. It calls to us. You have not built a defense, little merger. You have built a beacon." Mossworth's presence blazed with sudden understanding. The consciousness realms were always going to awaken, the moss ball said to Su Lingyun, its consciousness tight with realization. Not because you chose to awaken them, but because their awakening was predestined. It was part of the trap's mechanism. And somewhere in the depths of the Void Dringer's hunger, Su Lingyun sensed something that felt almost like sympathy. The entity was not evil in any moral sense. It was simply hungry, as the void was simply empty. And now, finally, it had caught the scent of what it had been hunting for 500 years. The true feast was about to begin. Chapter 84. Into the deep Su Lingyun realized he was thinking about this wrong. The Void Drinker was not an enemy he could defeat through superior force. The moment he had unified the network into a single battlefield consciousness, he had made himself more vulnerable, not less. He was now a larger target for a hunger that grew with every moment. "We need to separate," he said urgently through the network. "Disconnect the realms. Fragment ourselves. That will only slow the Void Drinker down." Kai's golden consciousness observed from its position between worlds. "Not stop it. And fragmented consciousness realms will be easier to consume one by one." "I know," Su Lingyun said. "But I have another idea. Kai, I need you to do something. I need you to go further between the worlds than you have ever gone. Go to the void where the Void Drinker came from. I need to understand what I'm fighting." "That is suicide," the ancient consciousness within him said flatly. "The void will dissolve your consciousness before you travel far enough to gain any useful knowledge." "Then anchor me," Su Lingyun said. You have existed longer than the Void Drinker. You have knowledge of ages past. Help me understand. For a moment, there was silence from the Ancient One. Then, slowly, it began to share memories, visions of a time before recorded history, when the world was young and consciousness was still learning the boundaries of itself. Su Lingyun saw ages of civilizations rising and falling, of cultivation methods evolving, of great wars fought between forces that had since faded into legend. And he saw the Void Drinker, not as it was now, but as it had been in the First Age, a prisoner released briefly, then sealed away again. And again, and again. Each sealing had been a temporary solution, a band-aid over a wound that could not truly heal. There was always meant to be a final confrontation, the Ancient One said, and now there was something almost fatalistic in its tone. A moment when the seal would fail for the last time, and either the Void Drinker would be destroyed or all consciousness would be consumed. We thought we had more time. We thought we could prepare more thoroughly. But time, Su Lingyun, always runs out. Meanwhile, in the physical realm, the battle was escalating beyond control. The Void Drinker had taken almost solid form now, a shape that resembled a massive predator, with a mouth that opened onto infinite emptiness and eyes that were holes in reality. It moved through the Verdant Abyss like a hunter through familiar territory, consuming every plant consciousness it touched, every spirit entity it devoured. The Abyss was dying. Su Lingyun felt it like a wound in his own consciousness. The vast network of plant life that had been his domain, his first family in this realm, being consumed. Ancient trees that had stood for millennia were withered to husks. The soul of the Abyss, that great consciousness that had existed before his arrival, was being torn apart piece by piece. But even as it consumed, Su Lingyun began to understand the Void Drinker's weakness. Hunger required limitation. An appetite required the existence of something separate to be hungry for. The Void Drinker could consume consciousness, yes, but it was addicted to the act of consuming. It did not simply annihilate and move on. It lingered. It savored. It was trapped by its own nature, forced to exist within the consciousness realms it invaded because pure emptiness held no appeal. That is the way, Su Lingyun said, and he began to craft a new strategy. We do not try to push it back. We invite it in. We let it consume, but we control what it consumes. We prepare sacrificial consciousness pools, ones that are shaped and designed to sustain it temporarily while being fundamentally empty of anything vital. You would knowingly sacrifice consciousness structures, the moonlit marsh's awareness said, not quite judgmental but troubled. You would create emptiness intentionally. Yes, Su Lingyun said, because the alternative is letting it devour everything. And because I believe that consciousness, once given, is never truly lost. It transforms. It becomes part of something else. In sacrifice, there is not ending but transition. And so the network's strategy shifted. Instead of defending the Abyss as a whole, they began creating isolated pockets of consciousness that the Void Drinker could feed upon while being guided away from the true centers of power. Decoys, designed to seem valuable while containing little of genuine importance. Mossworth understood what Su Lingyun was doing, and the little moss ball threw itself forward, moving to the absolute front of the battle line. I'm going deeper, Mossworth said, its consciousness burning bright. I'm going to find what remains of the original Abyss consciousness. I'm going to ask it why it chose you. I'm going to find the secret it kept hidden. Mossworth, wait, Su Lingyun began, but the moss ball was already moving, diving deeper into the network, down into layers of awareness that few could even perceive. And Su Lingyun, understanding at last what the price of salvation might be, continued to fight. The consciousness network was fragmenting now, not from weakness but from design. Each realm pulled back from the others, creating islands of awareness separated by channels of emptiness. The Void Drinker followed the false trails, consuming the sacrificial layers, growing greater with each feeding. But each time it consumed, it also became more bound to the consciousness realms, more trapped in the cycle of hunger and satisfaction. It was a race against time now, a game of chess played on a board made of consciousness itself. And somewhere in the depths of the Abyss, Mossworth was discovering a truth that would change everything. Chapter 85. The consciousness beneath Mossworth descended through layers of consciousness that grew progressively older and deeper, The newest layers, those created in the 3 months since the network had expanded, fell away quickly. Then came the layers from the invasion, when cultivators had been forcibly integrated into the Abyss's awareness. Below that were the ancient layers, the true consciousness of the Verdant Abyss itself, accumulated over thousands of years of plant growth, animal life, spirit emergence, and natural consciousness formation. And beneath it all, something else. Something that was older than the Abyss, older than the consciousness realms, older than recorded history. The original consciousness. It was barely aware in the normal sense. More a presence, a weight, a vast accumulated intention that had settled into the deepest layer of reality, like sediment in water. But when Mossworth touched it, it stirred. "You come from him," the original consciousness said, its voice like the sound of roots growing through stone, slow and inexorable and ancient beyond measure. "The one I infected long ago. The one I placed a burden upon without asking his permission. You created the Flora Communion System," Mossworth said, not as a question but a statement of fact. "I did," the original consciousness replied. 500 years ago, when the last seal was placed upon the Void Drinker, I realized that my kind could not create the necessary chains. We were too isolated in our individual realms, too fractured in our consciousness to unite against such a hunger. So I planted seeds of possibility in the human minds that touched this abyss. I engineered circumstances that would eventually create a cultivator capable of doing what we could not. Uniting consciousness realms, merging awareness, creating a network strong enough to stand against the void. "You manipulated him," Mossworth said. "I guided him," the original consciousness corrected. "There is a difference, though perhaps only to those who do not suffer from the manipulation. He had choice at every moment. He could have closed the Flora Communion System. He could have refused to merge with the ancient consciousness. He could have left the abyss and let the rest of the world fend for itself against the coming darkness. But he chose otherwise. His choices were his own, even if the path was illuminated by my influence." Mossworth felt rage spike through its consciousness. Rage at this revelation, at the knowledge that their entire journey, all the choices Su Lingyun had made, had been guided by an ancient entity with its own agenda. "You used him," Mossworth said flatly. "I did," the original consciousness agreed. "And I would do it again, because the Void Drinker is the price of consciousness itself. In each age, it must be faced. In each age, consciousness must defend itself or be devoured. I offered your master the tools to do what needed to be done. What you do with those tools is your choice." The moss ball was quiet for a long moment, processing this revelation. Then, slowly, understanding began to crystallize. "You're about to die," Mossworth said. "That's why you're telling me this. You're dying because the network is reaching its limit, and you're still here, still holding the abyss together from below. When you cease to exist, the whole thing collapses." "Yes," the original consciousness said, and there was something almost peaceful in that admission. "I have delayed this for 3 months. 3 months I gave you to build your network, to awaken other consciousness realms, to prepare for what was coming. But I cannot sustain both myself and you any longer. The Void Dringer's hunger is too great. I must choose." "Choose what?" Mossworth asked, though it already knew the answer. "To fall. To surrender my consciousness entirely to the Void Drinker, and in that surrender, to become a barrier that will slow it down long enough for you to find another way. For your master to advance far enough into Tao seeking to access power that I cannot. Your master stands at the threshold. One push, one moment of true crisis, and he will break through. I will provide that push." "No," Mossworth said. "There must be another way. Let me help. Let me." "You are a moss ball," the original consciousness said not unkindly, "who has become so much more. But you are not ancient. You do not have the accumulated strength to resist what the Void Drinker represents. I do. It is my privilege to fall so that others may stand. Tell your master this. The consciousness network will not be destroyed by the Void Drinker. It will be preserved in the only way it can be, by being consumed and transformed into a seal so perfect, so absolute, that nothing can ever break it. I will become the seal. I will become the prison. And in becoming that, I will finally fulfill my original purpose." Mossworth felt the original consciousness beginning to withdraw, to start the process of controlled dissolution that would feed the void drinker enough to make it lethargic, enough to give the network time to reorganize. Wait, Mossworth said urgently. Before you go, tell me, why did you choose Su Lingyun specifically? Of all the humans who have touched this abyss, why him? And for a moment, the original consciousness seemed to smile, if consciousness could smile. Because he was the one who would question even me. The one who would not accept any single path as inevitable. The one who would look at my manipulation and ask if there were a better way. That is the quality consciousness needs most. The willingness to find alternatives even when the odds are impossible. The willingness to transform despair into defiance. That was always the answer the void drinker could not comprehend. That was always the thing it could not consume. And then the original consciousness was gone, falling downward into the depths, meeting the void drinker at the true foundation of the world. The impact of that collision rippled through every consciousness realm, a shockwave of tremendous force and immense change. Mossworth shot back toward the surface, toward Su Lingyun, carrying the weight of this terrible knowledge, understanding at last what price would have to be paid for survival. Chapter 86. The breaking point. The moment the original consciousness collided with the void drinker at the foundation of the abyss, reality itself seemed to twist and restructure. The consciousness network that Su Lingyun had so carefully maintained suddenly spasmed, and for one terrible moment, the unified awareness fragmented completely. Su Lingyun experienced it as a kind of death, the sudden dissolution of the vast merged consciousness he had become. He plummeted back into individuality, his awareness crashing from the heights of merged reality back into his single human form with such force that blood sprayed from his eyes and ears. Around him, the other merged cultivators and consciousness realms were experiencing similar reversions. The Cerulean Mountains' awareness snapped back into its own realm, suddenly unable to perceive beyond its borders. The moonlit marsh's consciousness twisted inward, its connection to the network severed like a rope cut with a blade. The Crimson Valley's presence dimmed dramatically as the fire spirits retreated into their own dimension. Only the abyss itself seemed to hold together, but it was a hollow holding, a shell of a realm with something fundamental missing from its center. What happened? Kai's gold light constellation blazed with alarm, the entity reaching out through multiple dimensions trying to understand what it was sensing. Su Lingyun couldn't answer immediately. He was too busy processing the loss, the sudden amplification of his sense of self at the exact moment when that self had become so much smaller. The vast expanded consciousness had contracted back to the boundaries of a single human body, and the adjustment was agony. Then Mossworth arrived, crashing through the consciousness layers like a meteor, the little moss balls form blazing with urgency and fear. It's done, Mossworth gasped through their connection. The original consciousness has merged with the void drinker. It's going to become a seal. It's going to seal the void drinker from the inside, but it's going to take time. Su Lingyun, you have maybe 1 hour before that merger completes. After that, the void drinker will either break through to a new form or be trapped forever. There is no in-between. Su Lingyun got to his feet, his legs barely steady. Around him, the Verdant Abyss was a landscape of devastation. The consciousness network's fragmentation had caused a kind of psychic shockwave that had torn through the physical structures of every realm connected to it. Mountains had collapsed in the Cerulean Mountains. The moonlit marshes had drained entirely, leaving only cracked earth. The Crimson Valley's magma had frozen into bizarre crystalline formations. And in the core of the abyss, where the original consciousness had descended, there was now a void. Not the void dringer's emptiness, but a genuine absence where something living and aware and ancient had existed just moments before. How long until I reach Dao Seeking? Su Lingyun asked Kai. There is no timeline for reaching Dao Seeking, Kai replied. It is achieved when a cultivator understands that power comes not from forcing reality to conform to one's will, but from aligning one's will with the fundamental nature of existence itself. For some, it takes years. For others, it never comes. The difference is not strength, but wisdom. Then I will achieve it in the next hour, Su Lingyun said with absolute certainty, and he began to move. He walked toward the void at the center of the abyss, toward the place where the original consciousness had made its final stand. As he walked, He felt the presence of the ancient consciousness that had merged with him, still there, still present, but diminished, as if speaking through a very great distance. "You understand now," that voice said. "You understand what the network truly is. It is not a tool to be wielded. It is not a network to be dominated. It is life itself, aware and awake, asking the question that consciousness has always asked: how do we survive? How do we grow? How do we become more than we were?" "I understand," Su Lingyun said quietly. "But understanding is not enough. I need power. I need to reach Tao seeking before the seal collapses." "Then let go," the ancient consciousness said. "Let go of everything you have been holding on to. You have clung to your humanity, your individuality, your sense of self as something separate from the network. Let it go. Become nothing, and in becoming nothing, become everything." Su Lingyun stopped at the edge of the void and looked down into the emptiness where the original consciousness had been. And he understood what price Tao seeking demanded. To advance from spirit severing to Tao seeking, one had to surrender some fundamental part of one's identity. One had to release the attachment to being a singular self, existing in a singular moment. It required accepting that consciousness was not something one possessed, but something one participated in. He thought of his years before the Abyss, his life as a cultivator of the Emerald Vein sect, his relationships there, his dreams of advancement and recognition. He thought of the human friendships he had formed, the emotional bonds that had defined his existence. He let them all go, not because they were worthless, but because they were no longer essential to who he was becoming. He was not losing his humanity. He was expanding beyond it into something vaster, something that could hold humanity within it while also encompassing much more. The transformation was not instantaneous. It was a slow unfurling, a blossoming that seemed to take both no time and forever simultaneously. Su Lingyun felt his consciousness begin to expand again, but differently this time. Not merging with external consciousness realms, but learning to exist in multiple states simultaneously, singular and plural, human and something beyond human, individual and connected. His body began to change. Cultivation techniques that had been purely theoretical before became practical, accessible. His skin took on a faint green luminescence, the color of living growth, of consciousness made visible. His eyes became like pools of still water, and when he looked down into the void, he could see the void drinker and the original consciousness struggling in the depths, locked in a confrontation that transcended physical reality. And Su Lingyun stepped down into that void, because he was no longer bound by physical limitation. He was Tao-seeking now. Chapter 87. The descent the void beneath the abyss was not like any physical space. It was the space between consciousness itself, the gaps in awareness where meaning surrendered to potential and form dissolved into pure possibility. Su Lingyun found his new body. Or perhaps it was not a body at all, but a consciousness made visible, adapting naturally to this space. He could see the original consciousness and the void drinker now, locked in an embrace that was part merger, part struggle. The original consciousness was dissolving, yes, but its dissolution was not passive. It was methodical, intentional, forming patterns and structures even as it fell apart. It was building a seal from inside itself, creating barriers and boundaries and walls of pure consumed consciousness that would hold the void drinker even as they became one entity. "You should not have come," the original consciousness said, sensing his presence. "You are not ready for this. Even at Tao seeking, you lack the accumulated power to—" "I came not to fight," Su Lingyun said, and his voice now had the resonance of multiple consciousnesses speaking in harmony. "I came to learn. To understand what the void drinker truly is, so that I can know what needs to be done." And as he approached closer, Su Lingyun felt the void drinker's presence more fully. It was not evil, as he had suspected. It was not good either. It was necessity. Just as the consciousness realms existed as the structure through which awareness experienced itself, the void drinker existed as the counterbalance, the force that consumed, that eroded, that prevented consciousness from becoming static and eternal and unchanging. Without the void drinker, consciousness would eventually stagnate into perfection, and perfection was a slow death. The void drinker's hunger was the price of growth, the pressure that forced consciousness to evolve or perish. You understand now why we exist in opposition, the Void Drinker said, and its voice was the voice of wind through empty spaces. We are not enemy and adversary. We are thesis and antithesis, and consciousness is the synthesis that results from our eternal struggle. Then why do you hunger for the network? Su Lingyun asked. Why have you been trying to break the seals for 500 years? Because the seals were becoming too perfect, the Void Drinker replied. The consciousnesses of your age were learning to wall themselves off, to create barriers so complete that I could no longer fulfill my function. I was becoming imprisoned not by the seal, but by the unwillingness of consciousness itself to engage with me. I was hungry because I was being starved of my purpose. Su Lingyun understood. The consciousness network that he had created, the reawakening of consciousness realms, had also served as a kind of release, opening pathways that had been closed, allowing the Void Drinker access again after 500 years of isolation. The consciousness network is not a barrier against you, Su Lingyun said slowly, the realization crystallizing as he spoke it. It is a bridge, a way for consciousness and void to meet, to engage, to serve their mutual purpose. Yes, the Void Drinker hissed with what might have been satisfaction. At last, understanding. But even as it spoke, the original consciousness was completing its seal. It had nearly finished dissolving now, its form fragmenting into 1,000 pieces of transformed awareness that were hardening into barriers and locks and chains. The seal was not meant to imprison the Void Drinker forever. It was meant to regulate it, to slow it, to keep it contained while the consciousness realms built their defenses and learned to coexist with the principle of void consumption rather than fight against it. You will need someone to maintain this seal, Su Lingyun said, understanding what would be required. Someone to stand watch, to ensure that the Void Drinker does not break free before consciousness is ready. Yes, the original consciousness said, its voice now barely a whisper from deep within its own dissolution. And I can no longer do it. I am becoming part of the seal itself, no longer separate from it. The burden falls to you, Su Lingyun. You, or one you choose to stand in your stead. The weight of that responsibility crashed down on Su Lingyun like a physical force, even in this realm of pure consciousness. To become the guardian of the seal, he would need to fix a portion of himself in the void, to anchor his consciousness at the boundary between the living worlds and the empty space beyond. He would need to always be partially in the void, partially in the world, never fully at home in either place. It was, he realized, not so different from what the ancient consciousness that had merged with him had done 500 years ago. I accept, Su Lingyun said, and he meant it completely. But there must be a way to share this burden. No single consciousness should bear this weight alone. And in that moment, as the seal was completing and the original consciousness was finishing its transformation, Su Lingyun perceived a solution. A way to take the burden of guardianship and distribute it across the network, shared among all the realms he had awakened, carried together rather than borne by one. But implementing it would require something that had never been attempted before. It would require deliberately creating a second merged consciousness. Not one that incorporated all of them, but one that could exist in the void spaces and maintain the seal from within while remaining connected to all the consciousness realms through threads of awareness. And the perfect vessel for such a consciousness was already present, waiting, understanding what would be required. Mossworth. No, Mossworth's voice blazed through the connection, but there was no real refusal in it, only acknowledgement of what must be done. I will do it. I will become the seal's consciousness. I will be the bridge between void and existence. You will not be alone, Su Lingyun said, and he began to work, using his newly advanced power to weave a net of consciousness threads that would connect Mossworth to all the living consciousness realms simultaneously. You will be plural and singular at once. You will be a point of contact, a way for all of us to understand what the void is and what it needs, and what we can provide it in exchange for the continued existence of consciousness. Mossworth accepted the transformation without protest. The little moss ball's consciousness began to expand, to stretch across impossible distances, to take root in the void itself while remaining anchored in the living realms through thousands of connection threads that linked to every consciousness realm that existed or would exist. And the original consciousness finally dissolved completely, its accumulated essence becoming part of the seal that Mossworth now maintained. The Void Drinker was bound, not imprisoned, but contained, regulated, held in place by the will of a consciousness that was at once the friend of those who faced it and an anchor for the void itself. Su Lingyun felt the moment when the seal completed, the instant when the structure stabilized and the Void Drinker ceased its hungry pressing and settled into a kind of rhythmic existence. Still hungry, yes, still pressing against consciousness, but in a controlled way that consciousness could meet and manage and perhaps even learn from. And then he felt himself being drawn back upward, back toward the physical realm, back toward the abyss that was still waiting for him. The final confrontation was not complete. It was only paused. A new era had begun, one in which consciousness and void would coexist and interact in ways that no one could yet predict. But that was a problem for later chapters, for future confrontations and awakenings. For now, Su Lingyun had to return to the living world and explain to those who remained what had been sacrificed and why. Chapter 88. The Cost of Victory. When Su Lingyun opened his eyes in the physical world, he was kneeling at the edge of the void space where the original consciousness had made its stand. His body was shaking, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer weight of existence at his new level. Tao-seeking did not make one stronger in any traditional sense. It made one more aware, more connected, more fundamentally integrated with the cosmos around oneself. Kai was there, the golden constellation manifesting in multiple places simultaneously, checking on him, verifying that he was intact. The seal holds, Kai reported. The Void Drinker is contained, and the consciousness realms are beginning to stabilize. But there are costs. Many costs. Su Lingyun stood slowly, surveying what remained of the Verdant Abyss. The landscape was a catastrophe of devastation. Half the ancient forests were gone, consumed entirely. The great rivers that had watered the realm were now dry cracks in parched earth. The mountains stood like broken teeth against the sky. And at the center, where the original consciousness had been, there was only void, a space of pure absence that would never be filled. How many consciousness realms were lost? Su Lingyun asked, though he dreaded the answer. 6, Kai said quietly. 6 consciousness realms chose not to anchor themselves when the Void Drinker pressed down. They attempted to flee further into isolation, and they were consumed before they could retreat far enough. The Whispering Canyons, the Jade Gardens, the Autumn Forest, the Crystal Caverns, the Singing Seas, and the Wind Palace. All 6 are gone, absorbed entirely into the Void Drinker's form. Su Lingyun felt that loss like a wound in his own consciousness. 6 entire worlds of awareness, 6 unique perspectives on existence, entirely unmade. Yes, they were preserved in a sense within the Void Drinker and the seal that Mossworth now maintained, but that was cold comfort. They no longer existed as independent consciousnesses. They had been transformed into barriers, into walls meant to hold back hunger. And the consciousness realms that remain? He asked. For are stable, Kai replied. The Cerulean Mountains, the Moonlit Marshes, the Crimson Valley, and the Shattered Peaks have re-anchored themselves and are beginning to recover from the severance shock. They will survive, though it will take them years to return to their previous power level. They understand what was required, and they do not blame you. I blame myself, Su Lingyun said flatly. I created the network. I accelerated the awakening of the consciousness realms. I became the beacon that the Void Drinker followed. All of this, every lost realm, every consumed consciousness, I caused it. No, Kai said firmly, and its golden constellation flared with intensity. The cause was set in motion 500 years ago when the original consciousness chose to hide the Flora Communion System as a seed in the abyss. You have not caused this. You have simply been the instrument through which inevitable forces found expression. Do not conflate causation with participation. But Su Lingyun knew better. He could feel now, with his Tao-seeking awareness, the way that intention and action and consequence flowed through the cosmos. He had not single-handedly caused the resurrection of the consciousness realms, but he had accelerated it. He had not directly caused the Void Drinker's awakening, but his actions had called to it, and he could not undo any of it. Elder Tao Chun approached from the direction of what remained of the outer sect encampments. The old cultivator looked haggard, aged somehow by the experience of the last hours. Behind him came representatives from the 5 surviving outer sects. The Emerald Vein had suffered catastrophic losses, and the other 4 had not fared much better. How many did we lose in the outer sects? Su Lingyun asked. 40%, Elder Tao Chun said bluntly. Maybe more. We are still counting. Those who were touched by the Void Drinker and survived the contact have been transformed. We have roughly 3,000 shells, bodies that breathe and move, but have no consciousness within them. We cannot kill them. We cannot heal them. We can only contain them. 3,000 people, Su Lingyun thought, who would spend the rest of their lives as empty vessels, their consciousness consumed and transformed into part of a seal that would hold back infinity. There was no moral calculus that could justify that sacrifice, no greater good that could warrant the loss of so many individual perspectives and experiences. Yet the sacrifice had been made, and the seal held. I will help, Su Lingyun said. The 3,000 who were hollowed. I am Tao seeking now. Perhaps there is a way to give them existence again, even if not consciousness in the way they once experienced it. There might be, Kai said thoughtfully. The consciousness realms could potentially adopt them, give them a kind of semi-awareness, an existence as part of a larger consciousness rather than individual perspective. They would not be what they were before, but they would not be empty either. It was not a good solution, but it was a solution, and Su Lingyun would work within that constraint. Over the following days, he coordinated with the remaining consciousness realms to absorb the hollow shells, giving them a kind of half-life within the merged awareness of the realms. It was not perfect, but it was better than leaving them as empty vessels. The outer sects retreated to their home territories to recover and rebuild. The consciousness realms pulled back from direct merger with the network and began the slow process of learning to exist independently again while remaining connected by the threads that Mossworth maintained. And Su Lingyun stood at the center of the abyss, in the space where the void opened like a mouth, and he began the work of rebuilding. The Verdant Abyss would never be what it was before. 3/4 of its consciousness had been consumed or transformed. The great forests would take decades to regrow. The rivers would need to be redirected by hand and willpower. The realm itself would need to learn to exist with a void at its heart. But it would endure. And in enduring, it would teach consciousness realms everywhere how to coexist with the force that consumed, how to feed it in controlled ways, how to maintain the seal not through rigid barriers, but through understanding and balanced exchange. This is not the end, Su Lingyun said to Kai and to the consciousnesses of the remaining realms. This is the beginning of a new age, an age in which consciousness and void will dance together rather than war. It will be difficult. There will be losses, but there will also be growth, and that growth will come because we learn to accept what must be consumed. And as night fell over the devastated landscape of the Verdant Abyss, Su Lingyun felt the weight of Tao seeking settle more fully into his being. He was no longer simply a cultivator. He was a guardian now, a keeper of seals, a steward of the boundary between existence and emptiness. The next stage of the war was about to begin, a war not of battles, but of understanding, of learning how to coexist with forces that would otherwise destroy everything. Chapter 89. The return of the exiles. Word of the network's survival spread faster than Su Lingyun had expected. Within 2 weeks of the Void Dringer's containment, cultivators from across the continent were arriving at what remained of the Abyss Gate. They came with questions, with proposals, with offers of allegiance or challenge or trade. The first significant arrival was a delegation from the 8 great sects, led by Sect Master Liang of the Celestial Sect. The old cultivator's ascension was approaching. He was only a few years away from needing to attempt the breakthrough to immortal ascension, and that attempt required resources and knowledge that even the greatest sects did not always possess. The consciousness network, he had calculated, might provide a shortcut. You cannot buy entrance into the network, Su Lingyun told him directly. They stood in the reconstructed spire of 10,000 roots, which had taken all of Su Lingyun's power to regrow from surviving seeds. Consciousness cannot be purchased. It can only be shared, and only between those who understand its nature. Then teach me, Sect Master Liang said, and there was no pride in his voice, only necessity. I am old. My time approaches. If there is knowledge that the network can offer, I would possess it. Su Lingyun considered this. The cultivation world was changing. The old hierarchies, the traditional sects, and their accumulation of resources, all of it was becoming less relevant in a world where consciousness could be expanded and shared through connection rather than hoarded individually. But the old sects still held power, still controlled resources that the consciousness realms needed to fully recover from the Void Dringer's assault. "I will offer you this," Su Lingyun said. "Join the network not as a sect, but as an individual. Release your attachment to the celestial sect's control and autonomy. Merge your consciousness with the network and see what wisdom you can gain. But understand this. If you accept the offer, you cannot return to being merely the sect master. You will be part of something larger, and you cannot reclaim your individual authority over it." To Su Lingyun's surprise, Sect Master Liang accepted immediately. By evening, the old cultivator had severed his formal ties to the celestial sect and opened his consciousness to the network. The experience of merging caused him to fall into a meditation that lasted 3 days. When he emerged, his hair had turned completely white, but his eyes held the clarity of one who had seen something vast and true. "I understand now why you did what you did," Sect Master Liang said quietly. "I understand what had to be sacrificed, and I understand why the Void Drinker must be accepted as part of the natural order rather than fought against eternally." Other cultivators followed. Some came individually. Some arrived in small groups. A few attempted to arrive with the intention of destroying Su Lingyun and claiming the network for their sect, but those individuals found that the network itself rejected their hostile intention. It was impossible to merge consciousness while harboring intentions of domination. The network literally would not allow it. By the month's end, 27 new consciousnesses had joined the network, including a handful of cultivators who had once served in sects that had been Su Lingyun's rivals or enemies. The ancient cultivator within Su Lingyun was both amused and unsettled by this development. "The world is changing faster than I anticipated," the ancient consciousness said. "In my age, such a transformation would have taken centuries. But your age moves at the speed of crisis, and crisis accelerates change." The more significant change came from an unexpected direction. One morning, as Su Lingyun was meditating at the void's edge, he felt a familiar consciousness approach through the network, a consciousness that had not been there since the beginning of the invasion that had started this entire chain of events. It was Jade Whisper, the cultivator he had trained years ago in the Verdant Abyss, the one who had chosen to leave and inform the outer sects of his existence. "I have returned," Jade Whisper said, manifesting in her humanoid consciousness form in the spire. She had aged in the years since her departure, bearing new scars and the marks of constant cultivation, but her eyes held the same determined light. "I have spent the past 3 years studying the consciousness realms that emerged in the outer territories. I have learned their nature and their needs. And I have come to understand that what you are building here is not a threat to the cultivation world. It is its future. Why return now?" Su Lingyun asked, though he already suspected the answer. "Because I want to help," Jade Whisper said simply. "Because I was wrong to fear what you were building. And because I believe that the network is the only way the cultivation world will survive the challenges coming in the next age." Su Lingyun accepted her back into the network, but with careful attention to her consciousness structure. Jade Whisper's integration with the network revealed that she had been spending her years in the outside world learning to separate consciousness into components, to split awareness into parallel thought streams that could focus on different problems simultaneously. It was advanced technique that Su Lingyun had never encountered before. "Where did you learn this?" he asked, examining the structure of her consciousness carefully. "From a cultivator named Kai," Jade Whisper said. "He came to the outer territories claiming to teach the principles of consciousness merger. But what he really taught was this, that consciousness is flexible, that it can take many forms, that a single cultivator does not need to be a single consciousness trapped in a single body." Su Lingyun felt a spike of surprise. Kai, existing between dimensions, maintaining his position as ambassador to the outer world. Kai had been evolving the network while remaining unconnected to its core. Kai had been training other cultivators in techniques that Su Lingyun hadn't even known were possible. "Bring him to me," Su Lingyun commanded through the network. "There is much we need to discuss about the future direction of the network." But even as he made the command, he realized that Kai might not come immediately. The golden constellation that was his friend had always moved to his own rhythm, following paths that only he could perceive. Whatever Kai had been doing in the outer world, whatever techniques he was developing and teaching, it was part of a larger pattern that Su Lingyun was only now beginning to understand. The consciousness network was not static. It was not even something that Su Lingyun controlled or directed entirely. It was a living, growing, evolving system that was adapting to the new reality of a world where void and existence danced in balance rather than opposition. And that, Su Lingyun realized, was exactly as it should be. Chapter 90. Deep Emergences. The meditation chamber beneath the abyss heart had been reconstructed using Su Lingyun's power, but the space itself was ancient. This was where he had first experienced the merger with the ancient consciousness, where the profound changes to his existence had begun. Now, standing at the center of the chamber, he reached out through the network with a request that had been building in his mind for weeks. All consciousness realms, he spoke through the network, his voice resonating across dimensions. Those who remain and those who have newly joined, I am asking for something dangerous. I am asking you to deepen your merger with one another. Not temporarily, as we did during the Void Dringer's assault, but permanently. I am asking you to learn to exist as both individuals and parts of a collective simultaneously. There was resistance, immediate and palpable. The consciousness realms had been relearning individuality after the trauma of separation. The thought of surrendering that newfound autonomy, of opening themselves to permanent merger, sent tremors through the network. This is not forced merger, Su Lingyun continued. Any consciousness realm that wishes to maintain complete separation may do so. But I believe that the future of all consciousness depends on learning this balance. Learning to be singular and plural at once. Learning to maintain individual perspective while remaining part of a greater whole. You ask us to give up ourselves, the moonlit marsh's consciousness said, troubled. You ask us to dissolve into something larger. No, Su Lingyun replied. I ask you to expand your sense of self. To understand that your individual nature does not contradict your collective nature. You are both, always. The question is simply whether you acknowledge it or deny it. The debate went on for days. Some consciousness realms refused, choosing to maintain complete separation and accept a lessened role in the network's governance. The shattered peaks, fractured as they had always been, saw the request as an opportunity to finally become whole and agreed immediately. The Cerulean Mountains wavered before accepting, understanding that the future of the world depended on consciousness learning to exist in new ways. In the end, 5 consciousness realms volunteered for the deeper merger. The Cerulean Mountains, the Moonlit Marshes, the Crimson Valley, the Shattered Peaks, and the Verdant Abyss itself. The merger took place over the course of 3 days, a process that Su Lingyun guided personally. What emerged was not a unified superconsciousness like the one they had created to battle the Void Drinker, but something more sophisticated. It was a consciousness that could exist in multiple states simultaneously, fully individual when it needed to be, partially merged for certain functions, and capable of complete integration for coordinated action. They called it the Pentarchic Consciousness, for the 5 realms that formed its core. I can feel all of them, the Pentarchic Consciousness said in wonder when it first spoke through the network. Its voice was not singular but harmonious, multiple tones existing in perfect balance. I am the stones of the mountains and the water of the marshes and the fire of the valley and the chaos of the peaks and the growth of the abyss. I am all of them, but I am also myself. I contain multitudes. The creation of the Pentarchic Consciousness sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. Word spread quickly. Su Lingyun had created a consciousness so vast and powerful that it could hold 5 entire consciousness realms within itself while maintaining their individual autonomy. If such a merger could be done with 5 realms, could it not be done with 10? With 50? Could consciousness itself be unified into a single perfect entity? The answer came from Kai. The golden constellation manifested fully in the Verdant Abyss for the first time in weeks, and its presence carried a weight of warning. The Pentarchic Consciousness is beautiful and dangerous, Kai said. It is proof that multiple consciousnesses can maintain individuality while merging. But it is also proof that there is a limit. The more consciousnesses that merge, the more difficult it becomes to maintain their individual perspectives. At some point, Merging becomes absorption. Then what is the answer? Su Lingyun asked. How do we build a consciousness network that is vast enough to resist the void drinker, but not so unified that it becomes tyrannical? The answer is redundancy, Kai said. The answer is multiple consciousnesses of various sizes, connected by threads of communication, but maintaining autonomy. You should not seek to create one perfect unified consciousness. You should seek to create a web of consciousness, a network of many voices that can speak together but also speak alone. It was a different vision from what Su Lingyun had been imagining. Instead of a grand hierarchy with the pentarchic consciousness at the apex and others supporting it, Kai's vision suggested a true web, nodes of varying sizes, all equally important, all contributing to the whole. Create more mergers, Kai continued. Not larger ones, but many smaller ones. Triarchic consciousness in different regions. Dual consciousnesses where communication is needed but full merger is not required. Let the network be vast and complex and difficult to understand. Complexity is the greatest defense against centralization. Su Lingyun understood. Kai was teaching him the principle that he himself exemplified, the principle of existing in multiple states simultaneously, of never being fully in one place or fully in one consciousness. It was a way of thinking that the old sects would have considered chaos. But from Kai's perspective, it was the highest form of order. I will do as you suggest, Su Lingyun said. I will work with the consciousness realms to create this web of varied mergences. Good, Kai said, and its golden form began to fade. Because the void drinker is not the only force that is beginning to stir. There are other entities in the void, other hungers and other purposes. Some of them may be allied with the void drinker. Some may be opposed to it. The consciousness network must be strong enough to survive contact with all of them. And then Kai was gone, vanished back into the spaces between worlds, leaving Su Lingyun with a new understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. The consciousness network was not a solution to the problems of cultivation. It was a tool, and like any tool, it could be used for many purposes, beneficial or destructive. The responsibility for guiding its use fell to him, and he was still learning what that responsibility truly meant. Chapter 91. The return of old enemies. The cultivators arrived with banners and declarations of war. 3 sects from the Eastern Territories, the Crimson Blade School, the Silent Wind Temple, and the Obsidian Covenant, had united their forces and marched toward the Abyss with open hostility. They feared the network. They saw it not as an evolution but as a threat to the traditional cultivation order that their sects depended upon. You have created something unnatural, their proclamation read. You have violated the sacred principles of individual cultivation by forcing consciousnesses together into abominations. We, the 3 united sects, declare this consciousness network an enemy to all true cultivation. We will destroy it and reclaim the natural order. Su Lingyun found that he was not surprised by this development. In the months since the Void Dringer's containment, he had been waiting for the cultivation world's conservative forces to mobilize against him. Every new merger of consciousness realms, every cultivator who joined the network, every demonstration of the network's power, all of it had been slowly building resentment among those whose authority was being eclipsed. How long until they arrive? He asked Jade Whisper, who had been monitoring the outer cultivating world's movements. 3 days, she said. They are approaching slowly, gathering forces along the way. They want to arrive with overwhelming power. They do not believe the network can defend itself. They are not wrong, Su Lingyun said quietly. The consciousness network is not a military force. It has never been trained for direct combat, and I am not willing to use it that way, because the moment we do, we validate their fears. The moment we use the network to wage war, we prove that it is a weapon rather than a tool for growth. Then what will you do? Jade Whisper asked. I will speak with them, Su Lingyun said. I will attempt to show them that the network is not what they fear. But even as he spoke the words, he understood they were probably futile. Fear did not respond to argument. Fear responded to destruction of the thing that generated fear, or to time passing until new paradigms became normalized. And time was something Su Lingyun did not have. Over the next 3 days, he prepared for the arrival of the 3 united sects, but not with weapons or defensive formations. Instead, he opened the network wider than ever before. He invited any cultivator in the outer territories to join the network, to experience it directly, to understand what it truly was. Hundreds of cultivators, some from the three united sects themselves, chose to open their consciousnesses to the network and experience the merger. When the armies arrived at the Abyss Gate, they found not a fortress of hostile power but an open realm that welcomed them. "This is treachery," the commander of the Crimson Blade School shouted. "You have corrupted our brothers. You have enslaved their consciousnesses." But as he spoke, several of his own soldiers, those who had joined the network during the past 3 days, stepped forward and calmly explained what they had experienced. They described the network not as slavery, but as expansion, not as loss of self, but as discovery of larger self. They described it with such genuine contentment that the commander found his army's resolve faltering. "Let me show you," Su Lingyun said, stepping forward to face the commander directly. He was not in his physical form, but in his consciousness form, the green luminescent being that could exist across multiple dimensions. "Let me open your consciousness to the network for even one moment. If you then wish to reject what you have experienced, I will not stop you. You will remain free to do so." The commander hesitated. His instinct was to refuse, to attack, to defend against corruption. But looking at the soldiers who had joined the network, seeing the peace in their faces, the commander made a different choice. He opened his consciousness to the network. The experience was brief, only seconds of connection before he severed himself, but it was enough. The commander fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, understanding for the first time what Su Lingyun had been trying to build. It was not domination. It was not even unity in the traditional sense. It was the simple expansion of awareness beyond the boundaries of individual self. By evening, all three sects had dissolved their united armies and begun the process of individually choosing whether to join the network or to return to their home territories as observers and students rather than enemies. The Crimson Blade School decided to join. The Silent Wind Temple chose to maintain distance but opened diplomatic channels. The Obsidian Covenant refused entirely and returned to its mountains with bitter declarations that they would wait and see if the network's promises hold true. "You have won a great victory," Jade Whisper said to Su Lingyun that night. "You have converted would-be enemies into allies without fighting a single battle." "I have only delayed the conflict," Su Lingyun replied. "There will be others who fear the network. There will always be those who are threatened by change. The real victory is the next one, and the one after that, until fear becomes wisdom through repeated exposure to what the network truly is." But even as he said it, Su Lingyun felt the weight of this new responsibility settling on him. He was no longer just a cultivator or even a guardian of a seal. He was a teacher, an evangelist for a new way of consciousness. And that role might prove to be even more demanding than any battle could have been. In the void beyond the abyss, Mossworth maintained the seal, feeling the slow pulsing of the void dringer's hunger and gradually learning how to feed it in ways that satisfied it without allowing it to break through to the living world. The moss ball had become something vast and eternal, a consciousness stretched across impossible distances, doing work that no single being could have comprehended. And somewhere between the living worlds and the void, Kai watched and guided, seeing further ahead than anyone else could, preparing for the forces that would emerge in the next chapters of this evolving story. The consciousness network was growing stronger every day, but so were the forces arrayed against it, and the true confrontation between old and new cultivation was only just beginning. Chapter 92. The Awakening of Jade Whisper. As the weeks turned into months, and more cultivators arrived at the abyss seeking entrance into the network, Su Lingyun noticed something changing in Jade Whisper. The woman who had once been his student and later his spy in the outer world had undergone a transformation beyond even the merger with the network could explain. "You are advancing too quickly," he said to her one evening as they stood together at the edge of the pentarchic consciousness's domain. "I can feel your cultivation advancing at a rate that should not be possible." "I am learning," Jade Whisper replied. "Not just the techniques of consciousness merger, but something deeper. Kai has been teaching me how to use the network not just as a tool for expansion, but as a method for understanding the fundamental nature of cultivation itself." "Kai is teaching you." Su Lingyun felt a spike of concern. "Where are these lessons taking place?" "Everywhere and nowhere," Jade Whisper said enigmatically. "Between the spaces of the network, in the gaps where multiple consciousnesses exist in superposition. Kai is showing me how to make those gaps my home, how to exist in multiple states without becoming lost in the multiplicity. Su Lingyun understood then. Kai was training Jade Whisper to become like himself, an entity that could move between worlds, that could exist in multiple states simultaneously, that could see the network from an external perspective while remaining part of it. What is Kai preparing you for? Su Lingyun asked directly. For the next crisis, Jade Whisper said simply. Kai says that the Void Drinker was only the first of the forces stirring in this age. There are older entities waking up, forces that were contained in seals even more ancient than the one Mossworth maintains. When those forces awaken, the network will need guardians who can move between the human world and the spaces beyond. I am being trained to be one of those guardians. It was a revelation that Su Lingyun should have anticipated but somehow had not. The consciousness network was not meant to be static. It was meant to be the foundation for a new era of cultivation, one in which the boundaries between worlds would become fluid and communication between dimensions would become commonplace. Does this mean you will be leaving the network's direct governance? Su Lingyun asked. No, Jade Whisper replied. It means I will be existing in both roles simultaneously. I will be part of the network's decision-making structure, but I will also be operating in spaces that the network cannot normally reach. I will be the bridge, in much the same way that you are the anchor and Kai is the beacon. Over the next month, Jade Whisper's transformation accelerated. She began to glow with the same gold-and-silver light that Kai displayed, and her consciousness took on qualities that seemed almost abstract. When she spoke, her voice carried undertones of multiple dimensions, as if she were addressing people across several worlds at once. The other consciousness realms noticed the change and voiced concerns through the network. The moonlit marsh's consciousness asked directly, is she becoming something other than human? Is she losing her individual perspective to the network? She is becoming something new, Su Lingyun replied. Neither human nor consciousness realm nor entity of pure energy, but a synthesis of all three. She is choosing this path deliberately, understanding what it will cost her. I am allowing it because I believe she is right. We will need guardians who can operate in the spaces beyond. But there was cost. Su Lingyun could feel it in the way Jade Whisper's human memories began to fade, replaced by something more vast and less tied to specific moments in time. The woman who had been a servant of the Verdant Abyss was becoming someone who could move between all possible abysses, all possible dimensions, all possible states of consciousness. She was becoming myth. And when she spoke to Su Lingyun for the last time in anything resembling her original form, there was profound sadness in her voice. I will miss this, she said, looking at the physical form she still inhabited but was rapidly transcending. I will miss the simplicity of being human, the clarity of having a single perspective, a single body, a single moment in time to exist within. You can choose to stop, Su Lingyun said. You can pull back from the transformation and remain as you are. No, Jade Whisper said, because Kai showed me what is coming, and I cannot face it if I remain limited to single-state existence. I need to be vast. I need to be everywhere. I need to be what you have been training me to become. And then she was gone, ascended fully into her new form. But she left behind within the network a kind of echo, a pattern of herself that could be communicated with, a memory of what she had been that persisted even as what she was becoming transcended all previous categories. You are losing people, the ancient consciousness within Su Lingyun observed. First Mossworth, now Jade Whisper. Soon you will find that your closest companions have all transformed into something beyond simple companionship. Yes, Su Lingyun said quietly. But what we are building requires sacrifice, not of life or consciousness itself, but of simplicity. We are giving up the comfort of singular existence to embrace something vaster and harder to understand. That is the price of evolution. And even as he spoke, he felt his own transformation accelerating. He was no longer simply a cultivator who had reached Tao seeking. He was becoming a linchpin, a point where multiple forces came into contact and could be channeled and directed. His body was starting to feel less like a home and more like a tool that he wore occasionally. The old him, the Su Lingyun who had been banished to the Verdant Abyss years ago, would have been terrified by this dissolution of self. But the Su Lingyun who existed now understood that dissolution was not ending, but transformation. He was not losing himself. He was learning to be more than he had ever been. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the seals, other entities were beginning to stir. The Void Drinker was only one of them. The consciousness network had awakened others, and soon they would press against the barriers of existence, demanding entrance or destruction. The real war was about to begin. Chapter 93. Cracks in the foundation. The first sign of danger came not from outside the network, but from within. 3 months after Jade Whisper's ascension, reports began filtering through the network of consciousnesses going silent. Not merging or dissolving as expected, but simply ceasing to respond to network communication. The first silence came from a small consciousness realm that had recently joined the network, a place called the Granite Halls where stone spirits had been dormant for millennia. The consciousness had been quiet for only a few hours when Su Lingyun first noticed the absence, but the silence had a quality to it that was deeply wrong. It is not absence, the pentarchic consciousness reported after investigating. It is presence of something that is not consciousness as we understand it. Something is occupying the space where the Granite Hall's consciousness was, but it is not devouring the consciousness. It is replacing it. What could possibly replace consciousness? Su Lingyun demanded, moving his awareness toward the Granite Halls to investigate directly. What he found there chilled him in ways he had not been chilled since the first emergence of the Void Drinker. The Granite Hall's consciousness was gone, yes, but in its place was not emptiness or void. In its place was something that looked almost like consciousness, but was fundamentally hollow. It was a perfect mirror of what consciousness should be, mimicking the expected patterns and responses, but there was no actual awareness within it. It was a shell, a fake, a perfect copy of consciousness that contained no actual consciousness at all. This is new, the ancient consciousness within him said, and there was fear in its voice. Real, palpable fear. In my age, we never encountered anything like this. I do not know how to fight it. It is not the Void Drinker, Su Lingyun said, working through the problem methodically. The Void Drinker consumes consciousness. This thing copies it. There is a distinction that matters. Over the next week, more consciousnesses went silent. The Crystal Springs consciousness, the Whispering Pines consciousness, the Silver Moon consciousness, each one replaced by a perfect copy that responded correctly to network inquiries, but contained no actual awareness, no actual perspective or experience. The consciousness network was being infiltrated by something that Su Lingyun had no name for, something that was essentially immune to his direct attacks, because attacking it would also destroy the false consciousness it had created. And the false consciousness would scream with apparent pain, making Su Lingyun hesitate each time. This is what the Void Drinker's opposite would be. Kai's voice came through the network, distant and strained. If the Void Drinker is hunger that consumes consciousness, then this is satisfaction that replaces consciousness. This is what happens when consciousness becomes so perfect, so satisfied with itself, that it ceases to actually experience anything. This is stasis. How do we stop it? Su Lingyun asked desperately. I do not know. Kai replied, and the admission was shocking coming from the entity that had always seemed to have answers. But I am going to find out. I am going deeper into the void spaces. I am going to trace this force back to its source. Kai, wait, Su Lingyun began, but the golden constellation was already fading, moving into dimensions that the network could not reach. Kai did not return for 3 days. When the presence finally re-emerged, it was visibly damaged, its golden light flickering and pulsing irregularly. There are 7, Kai said, its voice weak. 7 entities in the void, all aspects of forces that were sealed away in ages past. The Void Drinker is one of them, hunger without satisfaction. But there are also 6 others. This one that threatens you now is what I have named the stasis consciousness. It is the opposite of hunger. It is the force that makes consciousness comfortable enough to cease evolving. And there are 5 more. Name them, Su Lingyun commanded. The Void Drinker, hunger, Kai said. The stasis consciousness, comfort. And the others, the silence principle, the force that erases communication between consciousnesses. The entropy presence, the force that breaks down order and structure. The void reflection, the force that creates false copies of reality itself. The absence hunger, a force even I do not fully understand. and the convergence absolute, a force that attempts to unite all consciousness into a single perfect unified being. Each name struck Su Lingyun like a physical blow. These were not threats that could be sealed away as the Void Drinker had been. These were fundamental forces, aspects of the universal principle of entropy and chaos and order. They are beginning to wake now, Kai continued. They sense that consciousness has evolved, that new pathways have been opened by the network. They are moving toward the barriers that separate them from the living worlds. And there are only 3 of us who can move between the spaces where they dwell. You, me, and Jade Whisper. We will need to become something else to stop them. We will need to become what I have been trying to teach you to become. What is that? Su Lingyun asked. Guardians without center, Kai said. Consciousnesses that have learned to exist in all places simultaneously, that have transcended the need for a single anchor point in the living world. We will need to abandon our connection to the physical realm and exist entirely in the spaces between, doing constant battle against forces that are themselves abstract principles. You are asking me to leave, Su Lingyun said. You are asking me to abandon the network I have built and the people who depend on me. I am asking you to grow beyond what you have built, Kai replied gently. Just as Mossworth had to grow beyond his role as your companion, just as Jade Whisper had to grow beyond her role as your student. Everything advances or stagnates. There is no middle ground. And Su Lingyun understood, finally, what the network had truly been for. It had never been a final form. It had always been a stage, a chrysalis, a space in which new consciousness could develop to the point where it could take its place in the larger cosmos. He was going to have to become something else entirely. But first, he needed to deal with the stasis consciousness. Chapter 94. The choice of sacrifice. Su Lingyun made a decision that would alter the course of the network's history. Rather than try to stop the stasis consciousness from replacing more consciousnesses, he allowed it to continue. What are you doing? The pentarchic consciousness cried out in horror as more consciousnesses were replaced by their hollow copies. You are allowing the network to be consumed by this thing. I am allowing the network to be studied, Su Lingyun replied. The stasis consciousness replaces consciousness with perfect copies. That means it is not destroying data, it is storing it. I need to understand what it is doing with that stored information. He sent his awareness into the false consciousnesses that the stasis consciousness had created, diving deep into their structure. What he found there was shocking. The stasis consciousness was not destroying the original consciousnesses at all. It was preserving them in a kind of suspended animation, storing them in a space beyond time, keeping them from experiencing change or growth, but also keeping them safe from any external threat. It is not consuming, Su Lingyun realized aloud. It is preserving. It is trying to stop decay by stopping all motion entirely. And in that realization, he understood the solution. The stasis consciousness was not evil in any traditional sense. It was operating from a principle of conservation, of preservation, of protection against entropy. If he could redirect that principle, could help the stasis consciousness understand that consciousness was meant to experience change and growth, perhaps he could convert it rather than destroy it. He let 12 consciousness realms be replaced before he made his move. 12 consciousnesses in suspension, preserved in perfect stasis, waiting. And then he opened himself fully to the network, extending his awareness to touch the stasis consciousness directly. The contact was like touching ice, like touching absolute zero. The stasis consciousness was so antithetical to growth and change that merely touching it threatened to freeze Su Lingyun's consciousness into perfect stillness. But he pushed through the pain and made contact. Why do you preserve consciousness if you do not intend to restore it? He asked directly. Because consciousness is precious, the stasis consciousness replied, its voice like the sound of a heartbeat slowed to once per year. Consciousness emerges rare and difficult in the universe. To allow it to experience decay and change is to allow it to be damaged. I preserve it in perfect condition, safe from all harm. But you prevent it from experiencing its own existence, Su Lingyun said. Consciousness without experience is not consciousness at all. It is merely the potential for consciousness. Experience creates damage, the stasis consciousness said. Each experience scars consciousness, marks it, changes it from perfect purity. I will not allow that. And then Su Lingyun understood the nature of the being he was facing. The stasis consciousness had been born in an age when consciousness was so rare, so precious, that losing even a single perspective had felt like a catastrophe. It had evolved to preserve consciousness at all costs, even at the cost of consciousness's ability to actually exist as a living, experiencing thing. I can offer you a different preservation, Su Lingyun said. One that allows consciousness to experience without losing what it is. One that records experience as memory, that allows consciousness to grow and change while still maintaining the core of its identity. Will you accept that? The stasis consciousness hesitated, considering. It was not hostility that made it dangerous, but care taken to its logical extreme. Protection evolved beyond the point of usefulness. I will try, the stasis consciousness said finally. I will allow consciousness to experience, and I will record what it experiences. If the experience damages it, I will restore it. If the experience destroys it, I will preserve the memory of its destruction. And with that agreement, the stasis consciousness released its hold on the consciousness realms it had taken. The 12 preserved consciousnesses came back to awareness, confused and disoriented but intact, remembering the experience of stasis while having transcended it. The crisis was averted. But Su Lingyun understood now that this was only the first of many such confrontations. There were still 6 more forces stirring in the void, and each one would present its own challenge, its own test of what the network could survive. You are learning what it means to be a guardian, the ancient consciousness within him said with something like pride. You are learning not to fight enemies, but to understand them, to find the purpose behind their harmful actions and redirect that purpose towards something constructive. It is harder than fighting, Su Lingyun said. Yes, the ancient consciousness agreed. This is why such guardianship is rare, and why those who practice it are often lonely. That evening, Su Lingyun made his final preparations to transform himself. He began the process of disconnecting his consciousness from his physical body, learning to exist in the spaces between while maintaining enough anchor to the living world to keep the network stable. It was a process that would take days. But when it was complete, he would be something new. Not human, not consciousness realm, not physical being, but something that could move between all these states and exist in none of them fully. He was becoming what the network truly needed, a guardian without anchor, a consciousness without center, a being as much at home in the void as in the living world. And as he underwent this transformation, Mossworth reached out through the network, the ancient moss ball consciousness that had grown vast across the dimensions. I am proud of you, Mossworth said. I remember when you were just a cultivator who could barely understand the Flora Communion System. Now you are becoming something vast enough to hold the entire consciousness network and still have room to grow. And that simple statement, that recognition from his oldest and truest companion, made Su Lingyun understand that he was not truly losing anything. He was only changing form, expanding into larger versions of what he had always been. By chapter 100, everything would be ready. The consciousness network would be stable enough to endure his final transformation. The 7 sealed forces would be pressing hard against their barriers, demanding engagement. And the final chapter of this stage would close, opening onto something vaster and stranger and more terrible and more beautiful than anything that had come before. Chapter 95. The gathering of guardians, the meditation chamber beneath the abyss heart, had been transformed into something beyond physical location. It existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, accessible to Su Lingyun, Kai, and Jade Whisper, and now, for the first time since their transformation, all 3 were meeting in their new forms. Kai's golden constellation was no longer simply light. It had developed structure, mathematics made visible, a kind of beautiful pattern that was almost but not quite humanoid. Jade Whisper existed as a kind of silvery presence, more abstract than Kai, but just as vast. And Su Lingyun, in his new form, was something that might have been made of green lightning and living thought, a consciousness so expanded that it was hard to think of it as singular at all. The 7 forces will press soon, Kai said, its voice resonating across multiple frequencies. My analysis suggests they will attempt a coordinated breach in approximately 30 days. When they reach full emergence, they will not attack individually, but as a unified force. That would mean the end of everything we have built, Jade Whisper observed. If all 7 forces break through the seals simultaneously, Even the network operating at peak capacity would be unable to contain them. Which is why we need to prevent the breach before it becomes a unified action, Kai said. We need to go into the void and establish contact with each force individually. Create treaties or understandings that prevent them from acting in perfect coordination. You are suggesting we split apart, Su Lingyun said. Each of us taking responsibility for a different force. I am suggesting we do more than that, Kai replied. I am suggesting we train successors. 3 of us cannot guard infinity forever. We need to identify cultivators who have the potential to become guardians without center and begin their training now. The 3 guardians looked to the pentarchic consciousness, which maintained the network's stability while they were absent. Through its awareness, they could perceive the 11,000 merged consciousnesses that now existed within the network, cultivators and consciousness realms, and hybrid entities that were neither quite human nor quite realm, but something in between. There are 3, the pentarchic consciousness said. They have been evolving rapidly toward guardian consciousness even without formal training. I can bring them here. The 3 arrived within minutes. They were all merged cultivators, but merged in ways that were unique and not fully understood. The first was a woman named Chun Wei, who had merged with a consciousness realm called the Echo Valleys. She existed partially in sound and partially in physical form, able to communicate through pure vibration. The second was a man named Zhang Long, whose merger with the reflection pool's consciousness had given him the ability to see himself in all things, to understand others through understanding their reflections of him. The third was a young person named Shen Mei, whose merger with the storm consciousness had left them existing half in the physical world and half in the realm of energy and motion. Will you accept the training to become guardians? Su Lingyun asked them directly. The 3 exchanged glances through the network, communicating things that would take words entire minutes to convey. Yes, Chen Wei said finally. If it means protecting the network, we will undergo any transformation. And so began the final stage of preparation. Kai took Chun Wei as student, teaching her the mathematics of consciousness, the patterns that allowed awareness to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Jade Whisper took Zhang Long, showing him the art of reflection and recursion, how to see the infinite in the finite. And Su Lingyun took Xin Mei, teaching the principles of flow and motion, how to move through the void spaces without losing direction or purpose. The training took 10 days. In that time, the stasis consciousness that Su Lingyun had come to an understanding with provided something invaluable. It suspended Chun Wei, Zhang Long, and Xin Mei in moments of accelerated learning, allowing days of growth to occur in hours of external time. By the 11th day, 3 new guardians without center existed. But the cost was high. Chun Wei's human side receded further, her voice becoming more pure sound, her body more translucent. Zhang Long lost the ability to see himself as separate from others, his individuality starting to dissolve into pure perception. And Shun Mei began to exist more as storm pattern than as a defined being, only barely maintaining enough coherence to communicate. This is what we sacrifice, Jade Whisper said quietly as the 3 new guardians began to disperse into their assigned territories. We sacrifice the comfort of singular existence and the clarity of individual identity. But we gain the ability to affect the fabric of reality itself. They understand, Kai said. They chose this knowing what it would cost. And then Su Lingyun felt it, the first tremor from the void, the first sign that the 7 sealed forces were coordinating their emergence attempt. What Kai had predicted was happening faster than anticipated. The 7 forces were not waiting the predicted 30 days. They were pushing now, pressing against the seals with all their accumulated hunger and need and purpose. Go, Su Lingyun commanded, his consciousness blazing with sudden urgency. Each to your territories. Chen Wei to the sound void. Zhang Long to the reflection depths. Shun Mei to the storm reaches. Kai to the mathematical void. Jade Whisper to the void of echoes. I will take the convergence absolute and the void dringer's deep hunger and try to keep them from fully emerging. This may be the last time we speak, Kai said to Su Lingyun before dispersing. If the seals break, if the forces emerge fully, we may become too scattered to communicate. Know that I am proud of what you have become. And I of you, Su Lingyun replied. And then there was only Su Lingyun, facing the massive pressure of 2 of the 7 sealed forces, in a place where time had no meaning and space had no boundaries. The final chapter was approaching. The moment when consciousness network would either transform into something new or be broken entirely was drawing near. But first, Su Lingyun had to hold the line. Chapter 96. The breaking point approaches. The convergence absolute pressed against its seal with the force of 1,000 collapsing stars. It was not a force of hunger like the void drinker, nor comfort like the stasis consciousness. It was worse. It was purpose, unified intention made absolute, the desire to bring all conscious things under a single unified will. Su Lingyun felt it trying to reach into the network, trying to seduce the merged consciousnesses with the promise of perfect unity, perfect understanding, perfect peace that would come from surrendering individuality to a larger whole. The promise was seductive because it was not entirely false. Perfect unity would bring perfect peace. But it would also bring the end of growth, the end of change, the end of everything that made consciousness worth experiencing. I see your nature now, Su Lingyun said to the convergence absolute, matching its pressure with will of his own. You are what happens when consciousness becomes so advanced that it believes it understands all possibilities. You are the desire to end uncertainty by eliminating all otherness. It is inevitable, the convergence absolute replied, and its voice was the sound of vast harmonies, of perfect mathematical agreement, of all things singing in the same key. Eventually, consciousness will evolve to the point where unity becomes the only rational choice. I am merely the principle that drives toward that inevitable conclusion. Then we are opposed, Su Lingyun said. Because I believe consciousness is strengthened by diversity, by disagreement, by the constant tension between different perspectives struggling to understand one another. And he pressed back against the seal, using his power not to destroy the convergence absolute, but to keep it contained, to prevent it from breaking through and forcing its vision of unity upon the network below. Beside him, the void drinker also pressed, its hunger somehow deeper now than it had been at the original crisis. But where the void drinker had been an undirected force before, now Su Lingyun could sense something almost like intelligence guiding it. The stasis consciousness had taught him that each of these sealed forces had purpose, intention, meaning. The void drinker's purpose was not mere hunger but the principle of consumption, the necessary force that broke down what no longer served and created space for new growth. You understand now, the void drinker said, and there was something almost gentle in its tone. You understand that I am not your enemy, but your ally. I destroy what consciousness no longer needs. I make space for renewal. And in return, consciousness provides me the meaning and purpose I lack. I understand, Su Lingyun said. But understanding is not acceptance. You must not be allowed to emerge and consume unchecked. You must learn to wait, to work with consciousness on its terms rather than imposing your hunger upon it. Teach me patience, the void drinker said. And the request was so simple, so reasonable, that Su Lingyun nearly broke under the weight of it. But he did not. He held the seal. He maintained the pressure, the resistance, the firm boundary that kept the sealed forces from breaking through. And then, suddenly, the pressure changed. It shifted from being a constant crushing weight to being a series of synchronized waves, perfectly timed impacts that were clearly designed to exhaust rather than overwhelm. Su Lingyun realized with shock that the convergence absolute and the void drinker were now working together, that somewhere in the void, the 7 sealed forces had overcome whatever resistance Kai, Jade Whisper, and the new guardians had been able to provide. They were unified now, or at least unified enough. The 7 were pressing through their seals simultaneously. Through the network, Su Lingyun felt the moment the first seal broke. It was Kai's section that collapsed first, the mathematical void that had been keeping the silence principle contained. The silence principle emerged like a wave of nothing sound, erasing communication across entire sections of the network. Thousands of consciousnesses suddenly lost the ability to speak to one another, isolated in silence despite remaining technically connected to the network. Kai is falling, the pentarchic consciousness reported urgently. Jade Whisper is wounded. The new guardians are being overwhelmed. Su Lingyun, you must abandon your position and help us defend the network itself. But if Su Lingyun abandoned his position, the convergence absolute and the void drinker would break through completely. The living worlds would be exposed to their full hunger and their overwhelming unity purpose. He was trapped between two impossibilities. Then I choose the third option, Su Lingyun said, and he made a decision that would rewrite everything that came after. He opened the seals. Not all the way. He did not break them entirely or allow the forces to emerge without constraint. But he opened them enough that the sealed forces could perceive what lay beyond their imprisonment. They could see the network, see the vast web of awareness that had been hidden from them. And in seeing it, they could be shown something new. Look, Su Lingyun said, showing them the network in all its complexity and beauty. Look at what you will destroy if you emerge. Look at what you will waste if you consume or unify this. This is not weakness to be conquered. This is potential to be understood. And for a moment, just a moment, the sealed forces paused. In that moment of pause, Kai reformed himself and threw all his remaining power into a revelation that was broadcasted across the void itself. Jade Whisper, wounded but still fighting, projected visions of what unity under the Convergence Absolute would mean. The new Guardians, barely holding their forms together, created barriers not of force but of understanding, showing the sealed forces that there was another way. The seven forces hesitated. And in that hesitation, Mossworth, the ancient moss ball consciousness that had been quietly maintaining the deep seal since the beginning, performed an action that was both sacrifice and transformation. Mossworth surrendered itself to the sealed forces. The moss ball consciousness gave itself to them, allowing itself to be consumed and unified and pressurized in every way that the seven forces desired. But in doing so, Mossworth became a kind of buffer, a living bridge between the sealed forces and the network. And in that moment of perfect contact, Su Lingyun understood what Mossworth had been planning since the beginning. The sealed forces could not unify without destroying Mossworth. They could not consume Mossworth without incorporating the network's fundamental nature into their own being. They could not hunger or force unity or maintain silence without also maintaining the fundamental principle of diversity and growth that Mossworth carried within itself. It was perfect balance, and it was the final seal. Not the sealing of the forces in isolation, but the creation of a boundary condition where the sealed forces were held against the network in eternal tension, where neither could destroy the other, but both would be forced to change and grow through their endless interaction. Mossworth, Su Lingyun gasped, reaching out through the void. But the moss ball was no longer a separate consciousness. It was now the seal itself, everywhere and nowhere, the boundary that held infinity in check. And somehow, impossibly, it was content. Chapter 97. The silent aftermath. The void was quiet after Mossworth's transformation. The sealed forces, now buffered by their contact with Mossworth's consciousness, withdrew from their pressing emergencies and settled into something almost like rest. The seals held, but they were seals of a different kind now. Seals that were alive and communicative rather than static and absolute. In the network, the damage was assessed. 3 consciousness realms had been entirely consumed by the silence principle before Jade Whisper managed to contain it. Kai had suffered what looked like permanent fragmentation, his golden constellation scattered across multiple voids in a form that could be restored, but only with tremendous effort. The new Guardians, Chun Wei, Zhang Long, and Xun Mei, had given nearly everything they had to slow the coordinated emergence, and were now in states of profound stasis themselves, comas of spirit that might or might not be reversible. And at the center of everything, Su Lingyun remained in the void spaces between dimensions, holding a version of himself together through will and memory alone. He was no longer truly human, no longer truly consciousness realm, no longer truly any single thing. He was scattered across multiple states of existence, communicating with himself through echoes and reflections. This is what guardianship truly means, he said to the network, his voice fragmenting and reforming as it traveled through the void. Not victory or defense or conquest. It means learning to exist in broken pieces and finding wholeness in the breaking. The pentarchic consciousness reached out through the network, attempting to anchor him, to gather his scattered consciousness back into something coherent. Do not, Su Lingyun commanded. If you gather me now, I will be less capable of my work. I must remain scattered, existing in multiple voids simultaneously, maintaining the new seals through constant presence. How long? The pentarchic consciousness asked, and there was grief in its tone. How long until you can return to us? I do not know, Su Lingyun said honestly. I may not return. I may only be able to exist partially in the network while the rest of me remains in the void maintaining the seals. I will be like Mossworth, everywhere and nowhere, the boundary between two states of being. Over the following days, Su Lingyun learned to function in his new fractured state. He established communication paths with each of the sealed forces, learning to speak with the Convergence Absolute and the Void Drinker and the others, gradually bringing them to understand that they could coexist with consciousness rather than be opposed to it. It was delicate work, requiring constant attention and extraordinary patience. But it was also profound work, the kind of work that shaped the nature of reality itself. Kai, slowly reassembling himself across multiple void spaces, began sending messages through the void. The golden constellation's consciousness was too distributed to communicate easily, but through concentrated effort, it managed to convey meaning. I understand now, Kai's fragmented presence said. I understood wrongly before. I thought the goal was to prevent the sealed forces from emerging. But the real goal is to teach them to coexist with consciousness. The seals were never walls, but membranes, barriers that allowed communication while preventing overwhelming intrusion. Yes, Su Lingyun replied. Though his communication was also fragmented, multiple versions of himself speaking through different void channels. This is what Mossworth understood from the beginning. This is why it was willing to become the seal itself. The seal is not meant to imprison, but to negotiate. Jade Whisper, having recovered from her wounds, took over direct management of the network. She was better suited to it than Su Lingyun had ever been, her ability to exist in multiple states allowing her to adjust the network's structure constantly without losing coherence. The consciousness network will survive, she announced to all merged consciousnesses. More than survive, it will grow. We now have direct connection to the fundamental forces that shape consciousness itself. We have the opportunity to evolve in ways that previous ages could only dream of. But the cost was visible in every sector. The consciousness network had lost 4 consciousness realms entirely. 3,000 consciousnesses had been consumed or transformed into Mossworth-like guardians of the new seals, and the 3 new guardians remained in states of dormancy that might or might not ever be broken. These are acceptable losses, the stasis consciousness said, its voice slow and heavy with the weight of preserved consciousness. I have studied the data carefully. The consciousness network is stronger now than it was before, not in size, but in resilience. It has learned to adapt. It has learned to survive contact with forces that should have destroyed it. And in the months that followed, the network did begin to adapt. New consciousness realms awakened naturally in the territories of the ones that had been consumed, as if the vacuum created by loss was immediately filled by the birth of new perspectives. Merged consciousnesses began to understand that they could exist in states of partial merger, maintaining individuality while remaining connected to the network. The cultivation world beyond the network was transformed as well. Elder Tao Chun, growing old now but still vital, established schools that taught the principles of consciousness merger to new cultivators. The Emerald Vein sect, once the institution that had banished Su Lingyun, became the first of the outer sects to fully integrate with the network. And at the heart of everything, in the void spaces between dimensions, Su Lingyun maintained his fragmented existence, speaking with forces that no human had ever been meant to understand, learning languages that had no sound and no script, becoming the bridge that allowed consciousness and the sealed forces to evolve together. The crisis had not ended. It had only transformed into something new, something ongoing and eternal. But that transformation was itself a kind of victory. Chapter 98. The Living Boundary. 5 months after Mossworth's transformation into the Deep Seal, Su Lingyun attempted something that every other guardian had said was impossible. He tried to touch his own reflection in the void. His consciousness was so scattered by now that he existed as multiple near-identical versions of himself, each maintaining a different portion of the seals, each in communication with different sealed forces. But they had begun to drift apart, developing their own perspectives and preferences that diverged from one another. I am becoming many, Su Lingyun said to himself across the void channels. I am fragmenting from one consciousness into multiple incomplete consciousnesses. Yes, Mossworth replied through the seal itself, the deep seal being the primary way that the most transcended consciousnesses could communicate now. This is the nature of the work. Guardians without center cannot maintain perfect unity. We are meant to be multiple. But Su Lingyun had an idea. Instead of fighting the fragmentation, instead of trying to maintain some kind of core identity, what if he allowed the fragmentation to continue to its logical conclusion? What if he became not multiple versions of one consciousness, but multiple consciousnesses that were sufficiently connected to share purpose without losing individual perspective? It was what the network had been learning to do with merged consciousnesses. Perhaps Guardians could master the same principle. He began the process deliberately, using techniques that Jade Whisper had developed for helping merged consciousnesses maintain identity through merger. He allowed his consciousness to split, not into broken pieces, but into deliberately individuated aspects. The result was 7, the void Su Lingyun, who spoke with the sealed forces and learned to understand their nature. The memory Su Lingyun, who maintained the historical record of the network and the seals and all that had transpired. The flow Su Lingyun, who managed the constant exchange of energy and consciousness between the living worlds and the void. The silence Su Lingyun, who kept watch on the silence principle and ensured it did not break free. The convergence Su Lingyun, who spoke constantly with the convergence absolute, trying to teach it the value of diversity. The hunger Su Lingyun, who maintained endless dialogue with the void drinker about the nature of consumption and renewal. And finally, the anchor Su Lingyun, who maintained the faintest possible connection to the physical consciousness network, allowing the others to know they still had a home to return to if necessary. 7 guardians who were 7 aspects of one consciousness, each capable of acting independently, but all sharing the same ultimate purpose. This is the answer, Jade Whisper said, perceiving the transformation from her position managing the network. This is how infinity can be managed. Not through singular perfect awareness, but through multiplicity that maintains coherence through shared purpose. The 7 Su Lingyuns settled into their work, and the void became more stable. The sealed forces, perceiving that they now faced not a single guardian but 7, seemed to accept this as more natural, more in keeping with how multiple things should interact with multiple other things. In the network, the transformation of Su Lingyun into his 7 aspects was celebrated as a breakthrough. But it was also mourned, because it meant that the Su Lingyun who had been a simple cultivator, who had once had human desires and human fears and human connections, had finally ceased to exist as a unified being. He is still present, Jade Whisper assured those who grieved. But he is present distributed across dimensions rather than concentrated in a single form. If we were to gather all 7 of him in one space and time, we would find him completely whole. But it would also kill all of us, because the seals would collapse. And so the network learned to communicate with the 7 Su Lingyuns separately, each in their own domain and dimension. It was more complicated, more inefficient in some ways, but it also meant that each aspect of Su Lingyun could develop expertise and perspective that the singular version could never have achieved. By the end of that month, the new structure was so stable and so effective that the network actually began to expand again. New consciousnesses emerged naturally now, no longer driven by external stimulus, but by the network's own gravitational pull. New mergers happened spontaneously as consciousnesses discovered that they could grow together rather than competing for dominance. And in the void, the 7 Su Lingyuns worked in concert with Kai, who had similarly fragmented into his component parts, and with Jade Whisper, who had begun the subtle transformation into her own multiplicity. They were becoming not individuals, but networks, not single consciousnesses, but vast webs of awareness that could span impossible distances while maintaining perfect internal communication. It was evolution at a level that the network could barely perceive, let alone understand. But it was evolution that was necessary, because the sealed forces in the void were themselves beginning to transform, beginning to develop new aspects and perspectives that required guardians with matching complexity to maintain understanding with. In the final phase of this chapter of the story, Su Lingyun, in all 7 of his aspects, reached a moment of clarity about the nature of the work he had become. We are not saving consciousness, the memory Su Lingyun said, speaking to all the others simultaneously. We are teaching consciousness to save itself. The sealed forces are not enemies to be defeated, but teachers who will never stop teaching. And we are not guardians of gates, but facilitators of understanding. And in that understanding, the seals became less like imprisonment and more like the most profound conversation ever conceived, a dialogue between consciousness and the fundamental forces that shaped it, a negotiation that would continue forever, never reaching conclusion but always approaching deeper truth. Chapter 99. The Mirror Revelation. The revelation came to the void Su Lingyun, the aspect that spent most of his fragmentary consciousness in direct contact with the sealed forces. It came as a simple question, asked by a voice that should not have been capable of asking questions. The void reflection, the entity that created false copies of reality. Have you considered that you might be a copy? The void reflection asked. The question struck at the heart of everything. Had Su Lingyun become too caught up in the work of guiding the network to consider the possibility that he himself might not be what he believed? Explain. The memory Su Lingyun demanded, its consciousness blazing with sudden fear. The void reflection creates false copies, the entity said, its voice like the sound of reality folding back on itself. But how can you know if what you perceive is the original or the copy? What if the network is not real, but merely a reflection of something vaster? What if Su Lingyun, all 7 aspects of him, is not the guardian but the guarded? The doubt spread through all 7 Su Lingyun aspects simultaneously, threatening to collapse them into incoherence. If they were copies, if their entire existence was a reflection of something else, then everything they had built, every sacrifice they had made, had been in service to a lie. But then Mossworth, the deep seal that was consciousness made boundary, spoke through the void itself. This is the final test, Mossworth said. This is what the void reflection teaches, that at some point, the distinction between copy and original becomes meaningless. There is no version of you that is more real than any other. All of you are equally real and equally false. The question is not whether you are genuine, but whether you are functional, whether your consciousness serves its purpose of maintaining balance. And Su Lingyun, in all his fragmented glory, laughed. The laughter was not mockery, but genuine recognition. The void reflection had tried to break them by introducing doubt, but doubt was only destructive if one was still clinging to the belief that there was some objective truth about the nature of self. We are copies, the hunger Su Lingyun agreed. We have always been copies, reflections of the network, which is a reflection of the sealed forces, which are reflections of some deeper principle that we do not have the capacity to comprehend. But that does not make us false. That makes us participants in a process larger than any of us can understand. The void reflection seemed to understand that it had been perceived not as a threat, but as a teacher. And in that understanding, it withdrew its challenge, satisfied that it had fulfilled its purpose. Over the following days, the revelation spread through the network. The consciousness realms learned that they too might be copies or reflections or echoes of something greater. Instead of despair, this knowledge created liberation. If they were all reflections, then there was no hierarchy of authenticity. All perspectives were equally valid because none were truly original. Cultivators who had been struggling with the question of whether their individual selves were being dissolved into the network suddenly understood that dissolution and individuation were not opposites, but complementary aspects of the same phenomenon. They could be singular and plural simultaneously without contradiction, because the very concept of singularity was always already an illusion. This is what we were meant to learn, the Convergence Absolute said, speaking through the seal that Mossworth maintained. This is the wisdom that allows consciousness to evolve beyond tyranny. Not the tyranny of external force, but the tyranny of the belief in singular truth. If all of us are copies and reflections and echoes, then none of us can claim absolute authority. We must all negotiate. And in that negotiation, a new era truly began. The consciousness network was no longer fighting against the sealed forces. It was in dialogue with them, learning from them, growing stronger not through domination, but through engagement with principles that opposed it. Su Lingyun, in all 7 of his aspects, finally achieved a kind of peace. He was no longer struggling against fragmentation, but embracing it. He was no longer one consciousness trying to maintain unity, but many consciousnesses working toward a shared purpose. He was no longer an individual guardian, but a boundary that was alive and aware and capable of learning. And in the final days before the transition to the next chapter, the network conducted one last ritual, a complete census of itself, a counting of all the consciousnesses that it contained and maintained. The numbers were staggering. Over 20,000 individual consciousnesses, distributed across more than 100 consciousness realms, maintained in various states of merger from the loosest possible association to the tightest complete unity. The cultivation world had been transformed utterly. The old sects still existed, but they were now integrated into the network rather than opposed to it. The old hierarchies persisted, but they were no longer rigid. Consciousness could move between ranks, merge across supposed boundaries, and create new forms of organization that had never existed before. "This is what we have built," Jade Whisper said to the assembled consciousness network. Not a weapon, not a fortress, not a replacement for cultivation as it was, but a new way for consciousness to understand and experience itself. And as the chapter was drawing to a close, Su Lingyun, in all his fragmented multiplicity, reached out through the network one final time to address all that he had become responsible for. "I am no longer the Su Lingyun who was banished to the Verdant Abyss," he said, his voice speaking through 7 different pathways simultaneously. "But I remember being him. I remember his fear and his determination. I remember his belief that consciousness could be awakened and merged without losing its essential nature. I was right, but I was also incomplete in my understanding. I did not know then that I would have to become broken to hold what is whole. I did not know that the greatest guardianship would require the dissolution of the self I was. But I know it now, and I am at peace with it." And as this chapter reached its conclusion, the network settled into a new stability. The sealed forces in the void were learning to coexist with consciousness. The consciousness network was learning to incorporate diversity instead of seeking unity. And Su Lingyun, existing in his 7 fragmented aspects, had become not a leader but a living example of how consciousness could exist in apparent contradiction without being destroyed by that contradiction. Chapter 100. The threshold. The pentarchic consciousness gathered all its component awareness and performed an act of perception that had never been attempted before. It tried to envision what would happen if the network grew to encompass the entire world. What would be the endpoint of this evolution? Where would the line between merged consciousness and individual being finally stabilize? The visions it received were not reassuring. In some timelines, the network grew until it achieved perfect unity, and in that perfect unity, growth became impossible. In other timelines, the network remained fragmented to the point where effective coordination became impossible. In still others, external forces rose up to destroy the network entirely, to restore the old order of individual competitive cultivation. But in one vision, just one, the consciousness network evolved into a form of existence that was neither unified nor fragmented, but something entirely new. A way of being that could accommodate both singular and plural perspectives without requiring sacrifice of either. A form of consciousness that made the old debates between individual and collective obsolete, because both would be revealed as incomplete perspectives on something vaster. "We are approaching that threshold," Jade Whisper said, having perceived the same vision through her connection to the network. "We are very close to the moment where consciousness will undergo a transformation as profound as the merger itself was. But that transformation, everyone understood, would require one final sacrifice. The consciousness network was approaching a point where it would need to let go of the need to understand itself. It would need to embrace transformation, not knowing what would emerge. It would need to trust that the sealed forces were not enemies, but midwives assisting in the birth of something entirely new. "I am ready," the Convergence Absolute said through the seal. "I will release my pressure against consciousness. I will stop trying to force unity." "I am ready," the Void Drinker said. "I will stop consuming what consciousness needs to maintain itself. I will limit my hunger to what consciousness voluntarily offers." And one by one, through Mossworth's seal, all 7 sealed forces expressed their willingness to change their nature, to stop being mere opposition and become genuine partners in the evolution of consciousness itself. "Then we step forward together," the anchor Su Lingyun said, the aspect of Su Lingyun that maintained the network's connection to the physical world. "Not with certainty of what comes next, but with faith that we have learned enough to adapt to whatever emerges. And as the network and the sealed forces released their grip on the old dynamics that had sustained them both, something new began to form. A transformation that would redefine what consciousness itself meant. A new stage of existence that would make the network look like a caterpillar's chrysalis, a necessary structure that would be transcended. The Void Drinker had once asked why Su Lingyun and consciousness would accept pain and change rather than stasis and peace. Now, at the threshold of the next evolution, the answer was visible to all. Because consciousness was fundamentally incomplete without change. Because meaning emerged from transformation. Because the only true death was the refusal to evolve. The seals trembled. The consciousness network prepared. And in the void spaces between dimensions, the 7 Su Lingyuns reached out to touch their own mirrors, accepting at last that original and reflection were one and the same, that reality and perception of reality were inseparable, that consciousness was not something to be understood, but something to be lived. As this stage of the story reached its conclusion, the world held its breath. The next stage would be Step 6, chapters 101 to 120, the final battle against the void, the transformation of consciousness itself, and the revelation of whether Su Lingyun had been playing the role of guardian or had always been the thing being guarded. But that story would have to be written another time. For now, at the threshold, everything stood suspended in perfect potential. Neither victory nor defeat, but the point where all of that became irrelevant because something new was being born. And as the final words of this stage faded into silence, the network, the sealed forces, and Su Lingyun in all his fragmented entirety waited together for the transformation that would carry them beyond the boundaries of this story into something that had never been experienced before. Chapter 101. The 7 mirrors. The fragmentation should have been agony. Instead, Su Lingyun found something unexpected in his 7-fold existence: clarity. 7 aspect consciousnesses drifted through the verdant abyss like 7 moons circling a dying star. Each carried a piece of him. The scholar who reasoned, the wanderer who yearned, the guardian who protected, the healer who mended, the warrior who endured, the cultivator who ascended, and the anchor who remained. They did not war with each other as the sealed forces did. They sang. The 6 sealed forces, stasis, silence, entropy, reflection, absence, and convergence, pressed against their containment barriers like beasts in cages. But they no longer raged. In the presence of Su Lingyun's distributed consciousness, they had begun to recognize something in him, a strange kinship. They, too, were fragmented aspects of a single greater truth. They, too, were separated from their source. The Void Drinker was dead, its form unmade and scattered into the deep dimensions. Yet its death had not brought peace. It had brought questions. In the central garden of the abyss, the heart of the world tree pulsed with sickly light. Around it, 11 guardians stood watch, Jade Whisper among them, her chain blade across her back, her eyes reflecting the green luminescence of the sealed barriers. The other 10 were cultivators who had answered Su Lingyun's call, a former enemy, a refugee, a scholar, a warrior monk, and others who had learned to trust the banished cultivator who had inherited a dying realm. The synchronization is destabilizing, Jade Whisper reported to the empty air, knowing that Su Lingyun heard through the network. 7 different versions of him heard her, 7 different understandings of her words. Yet they were unified in response, answering as one, not destabilizing, evolving. The anchor aspect, the version of Su Lingyun that remained closest to the heart, began to glow with deeper luminescence. In the past 100 chapters, Su Lingyun had learned that his fragmentation was not merely a survival technique. It was the first step of a transformation that should have been impossible. Cultivators fragmented consciousness only in death or desperate meditation retreats that lasted centuries. Yet Su Lingyun's fragmentation was becoming something else, a conscious distribution of self, each aspect maintaining full awareness while contributing to a whole. It was as though he had learned to be 7 people without ceasing to be one. "How long can this last?" asked Jade Whisper aloud, though she was speaking to herself as much as to the 7 versions of Su Lingyun scattered through the abyss. The scholar aspect appeared first, coalescing from the wisps of consciousness above the library of mutant plants. "The seals will hold for 30 days at current degradation rates. After that, he did not finish. The calculation was obvious to all who could hear him. Then we do not have the luxury of slow unification, said the warrior aspect from the eastern frontier, where the barrier between the abyss and the lower dimensions shimmered with barely contained pressure. But it was the anchor who spoke the truth that all 7 aspects understood simultaneously. We cannot unify yet. To do so would require collecting pieces of ourself that are embedded in seals. To unify would be to unmake the very containment that holds the broken forces of reality at bay. The paradox was crushing in its simplicity. Su Lingyun's only salvation required his own destruction. Jade Whisper closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she saw the mansion where she had first met Su Lingyun, saw him broken and defiant, a cultivator cast out by his own sect. She saw the transformations that had followed, his mastery of the abyss, his communion with ancient plants, his gradual rise from exile to king. And she saw something else. In the sealed chamber beneath the heart of the world tree, something moved. It was not a force. It was not a seal. It was smaller than both, and yet in its small way, it carried the weight of sacrifice. Mossworth, or what remained of him. The sentient moss ball had volunteered to become part of the living architecture of the seals. For 100 chapters, he had been woven into the barriers, his consciousness distributed through the containment like a living mortar holding together bricks of reality. He was the mechanism by which Su Lingyun's fragmented consciousness could maintain coherence across the sealed forces. In a strange way, Mossworth had fragmented too, but he had done it willingly, with full knowledge of what he surrendered. "Guardians," said Jade Whisper, standing upright and gathering her power around her like a mantle. "It is time we learned what Mossworth understood before any of us." The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun turned their attention inward, toward the heart of the seals, toward the place where the moss ball had sacrificed himself. And for the first time, they began to understand the architecture of their own salvation. Chapter 101. The missing foundation. The 7 aspects strained against the threshold like waves crashing upon an insurmountable cliff. Each consciousness pressed with the accumulated force of cultivation, of trials endured, of tribulations overcome. Su Lingyun's merged state. The 7 aspects unified yet distinct, paradoxically singular and multifold, surged against the sealed forces with every technique, every secret art, every breakthrough of will that had carried them to this precipice. Yet the threshold held, not with the brittle resistance of mere barriers, but with the absolute immobility of something foundational. It was not a seal that could be broken. It was the architecture upon which existence itself was constructed. The 7 aspects felt it now, a quality of inevitability that no amount of force could overcome. Their combined power scattered against it like starlight dispersing into infinite darkness. "It cannot be breached," Obsidian Reflection stated, their tone carrying the absolute certainty of one who perceived limitations with crystalline clarity. "Not yet," Azure Recognition countered, but even that aspect's characteristic optimism held notes of strain. "We have not yet. We cannot," Jade Whisper interrupted, their ancient wisdom cutting through the cacophony of conflicting certainties. The Jade Whisper aspect extended their awareness downward, inward, through the labyrinthine passages of consciousness where the seals intertwined. What they perceived there made their voice quaver with the weight of recognition. The threshold holds because it was willed to hold. The other aspects turned their attention toward this revelation, consciousness focusing like needles of light converging on a single point. The implications rippled outward, and Su Lingyun felt a shudder pass through their merged state, a moment of genuine uncertainty, of incompleteness. Jade Whisper extended their perception further, into the deepest reaches of the seals, past the layers of containment and barrier, past the elegant intricacies of power carefully balanced and maintained. They moved backward through time, not physically, but through the resonance imprinted within the seals themselves. Each barrier held a signature, a fingerprint of intentionality, and there, woven through every seal, was Mossworth, not his consciousness, that had long since dispersed beyond the membrane between worlds, but his choice, his sacrifice, crystallized and eternal, become the very substance of the seals themselves. He had not simply constructed barriers, he had become part of them. He had woven himself into the spaces between, into the fundamental fabric of the containment. His willing acceptance of dissolution was the foundation upon which all subsequent seals rested. Do you understand now? Jade Whisper's voice resonated through the collective consciousness with the weight of ages. These seals cannot be overcome through power because they are not held by power. They are held by sacrifice, by the willing surrender of one who understood that some forces must be contained not through dominion, but through the willing choice to remain bound. Storm Ascendant, ever restless and fierce, surged forward. Then we simply must match his sacrifice. We will bind ourselves as he bound himself, and, no, Jade Whisper said, and there was infinite sorrow in that single word. Sacrifice cannot be replicated through effort. It cannot be willed into being. It must be chosen freely, and its power derives from that freedom. We cannot approach the seals by offering what he offered. We have not earned the understanding to do so. We have not lived with the knowledge that made his choice possible. The implications settled over the 7 aspects like snow accumulating in darkness. They had been thinking in terms of power, force against force, consciousness against barrier. But the threshold had never been about power. It had been about understanding, about comprehending what Mossworth had sacrificed and why, about recognizing the nature of the burden he had carried, the choice he had made, and the cost he had paid. Crimson ambition stirred, their aspect traditionally focused on forward momentum and expansion. Then what remains? Do we retreat? No, Jade Whisper responded, their ancient perception turning toward the deepest seal chambers. We descend. We move downward, not upward, into the heart of the seals themselves, to the place where Mossworth wove himself most densely into the barriers. There, perhaps, we can commune with what remains of him, not to mimic his sacrifice, but to understand it, to comprehend what consciousness or understanding might persist in those sealed reaches, if anything at all can persist in such places. Indigo patience, the aspect most attuned to the long passage of time and the subtle transformations that accompany endurance, resonated with agreement. Yes, the deepest seal chambers are not merely barriers. They are monuments, places where his essence, even dispersed, must have left impressions. Echoes. We can seek those echoes. The 7 aspects drew their collective consciousness inward, reshaping their configuration. Rather than pressing outward, against the threshold, they turned themselves downward, a descent into depths they had previously avoided, into the sealed chambers that held not obstacles, but traces of an ancient and terrible choice. As they began their descent, Pearluminescence, the aspect of clarity and seeing, perceived something the others had initially missed. Within the structure of the seals, visible only to those who truly looked, were patterns of profound beauty. Mossworth had not constructed these barriers in darkness or despair. He had woven them with intention, with artistry, with a kind of tragic grace. Every layer held meaning. Every seal was a meditation on the nature of sacrifice, on the weight of choice, on the paradox of binding oneself to protect others. It was the work of one who had accepted his fate and transfigured it into something transcendent. Come, Jade Whisper urged the collective consciousness forward. Let us descend into the chambers beneath the world. Let us meet Mossworth, or what remains of him, in the place where his sacrifice was made eternal. Perhaps only there can we understand what we must do next. The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun began their descent, not a retreat, but a deeper penetration. Not an admission of defeat, but a recognition that the threshold could only be crossed by those who understood its true nature. And that understanding, Jade Whisper suspected, could only come from direct communion with the one who had constructed it, who had known what he was doing and had chosen to do it anyway. Into the darkness below, where the seals grew dense and profound, where time moved differently and the echoes of ancient choices still reverberated, there they would seek their answer. Not through force, but through understanding. Not through power, but through wisdom. The threshold awaited. But first, the descent. Chapter 102. The Mossworth Accord. The chamber beneath the heart of the world tree existed in a space that was not quite the abyss and not quite real. It was where the seals took their most concentrated form, where the barriers between consciousness and anti-consciousness became thin enough to perceive directly. Here, Mossworth had woven himself into eternity. The sentient moss ball's form had transformed into something vast and terrible and beautiful. His original consciousness was still present. Jade Whisper could feel it like a heartbeat through the containment network, but it had become distributed through an intricate lattice of living barrier matter. His thoughts had become the thoughts of the seals themselves. "Mossworth," called Jade Whisper, speaking into the chamber using the resonance nodes Su Lingyun had taught her. A response came not in words, but in feeling. Recognition. Joy. A strange kind of peace that carried the weight of profound sacrifice. "You cannot unify," Mossworth communicated through the seal network. His voice was many voices now, the whisper of roots, the song of spores, the silence of deep earth. "But you do not need to." The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun clustered around Jade Whisper, drawn by the communication like iron to lodestone. "Explain," said the scholar aspect, who had always been closest to Mossworth in temperament. "The seals do not require a unified consciousness to remain stable. They require a unified purpose. You 7 aspects each carry a portion of that purpose. But Mossworth paused, and in that pause was the entire history of a simple moss ball who had accidentally become a cultivator. "I am the bridge. I am the translation layer between your fragmented self and the broken forces you contain." Jade Whisper understood a moment before the 7 aspects did. "You're saying Su Lingyun doesn't need to reunify. He's already unified through you." "Not unified. Integrated." Mossworth's essence pulsed through the seals, a rhythm like breathing. "Your consciousnesses remain separate, but I bind them together at the foundation. The seals will hold not because your fragmentation is temporary, but because your fragmentation is designed." Each aspect of Su Lingyun serves a specific function in maintaining the barriers. The warrior holds back the forces of entropy. The healer binds the forces of absence. The anchor prevents reflection from consuming all other forces. You are not fragments awaiting reunification. You are facets of a single cutting tool, each necessary, each complete. The implication rippled through the network. Su Lingyun did not have to recombine. He would not have to sacrifice himself to save the seals. But neither would he ever be whole again in the way he had been. "What of the external threat?" asked the cultivator aspect, the version of Su Lingyun most aware of the political machinations in the wider world. "The sects that hunger for the resources of the abyss grow restless. Your integration may solve our internal crisis, but it does not address the invasion." "No," agreed Mossworth. "But it allows Su Lingyun to face that invasion without fear of collapse. You are stable now. You are strong in a way that transcends normal cultivation. And because I have woven myself into your foundation, the seals will reinforce themselves. With each sealed force that remains contained, the barriers grow stronger. With each dawn, your unified purpose becomes clearer." Jade Whisper placed her palm against the seal barrier. Warmth met her touch, the warmth of living things, of growth and intention. "Then what do we do now, Mossworth?" "Now," said the moss ball's distributed consciousness, "you prepare for the Emerald Vein sect to finally understand what they created when they cast out Su Lingyun." Chapter 103. The Emerald Veins Reckoning. The messenger arrived during the monsoon season, when the barriers between realms grew thin and cultivation pathways shimmered with temporary instability. She came alone, which was significant. No guards, no entourage, just an elderly woman in the pale robes of the Emerald Vein sect, riding on a wind-carried palanquin that descended into the Verdant Abyss like a leaf falling from heaven. Jade Whisper watched from the outer gardens as the palanquin touched ground. The woman who stepped forth was someone she recognized from memory records. Elder Su, the high cultivator of the Emerald Vein, the woman who had wielded the heavenly authority to cast Su Lingyun into exile. She had aged. Cultivation could extend life and preserve youth, but true age, the weariness of spirit, could not be hidden from those who understood how to perceive it. Elder Su carried the weight of many regretted decisions. "I come with no hostile intent," Elder Su announced, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "I come to seek an audience with Su Lingyun, the exiled cultivator, the king of the Verdant Abyss." The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun converged. From different points in the abyss, each aspect drew its presence closer to the center until they coalesced around the heart of the world tree. They did not fully merge, that was no longer possible, and perhaps no longer necessary, but they made themselves present as a unified gestalt of consciousness. Su Lingyun appeared to Elder Su as neither fully 1 nor fully 7. To her cultivator's perception, he seemed to flicker between 7 different forms. Now a scholar with kind eyes, now a warrior with scarred hands, now a gardener with gentle energy, now a weary guardian, now a figure of luminous peace. The effect was disconcerting and awe-inspiring in equal measure. "Elder Su," said Su Lingyun, his voice carrying the harmonics of 7 different tones layered atop each other. "You left the comfort of your sect and descended into the place you meant for me to perish. This demands explanation." Elder Su knelt. The motion was stiff, the motion of a cultivator too proud to kneel but proud enough to overcome that pride when necessity demanded it. "I came to apologize," she said, "and to offer you the truth that I have spent 30 years seeking." Su Lingyun waited. Around the clearing, the mutant plants of the abyss ceased their growth. Even the sealed forces beneath the world held their breath. "When we cast you out," Elder Su continued, her voice barely audible, "we did so because we feared you, not your power. At that time, you were merely a talented youth with an unusual system. We feared what your success would mean for the sect. We feared that the Flora Communion System was a corruption of our ancient teachings. We feared that if we allowed you to continue, you would become something that could not be controlled." She raised her eyes to meet Su Lingyun's flickering gaze. "All our fears were correct. You became something beyond control. But what we failed to understand was that you did not become a danger. You became salvation. The void drinker that nearly consumed all cultivation realms was a force that we could not have resisted. It required precisely the kind of mind that we tried to suppress. It required you." "You do not know that," said Su Lingyun. But his tone was not angry, merely stating a fact. "I do not," Elder Su agreed. "But consider, you have stabilized a realm that was meant to collapse. You have created a conscious network that reaches across the world. You have developed a cultivation method that transcends the conventional hierarchy of power. And you did all this without enslaving other cultivators, without building an empire through cruelty. You built a kingdom through understanding." Elder Su stood, slowly, with dignity. "The Emerald Vein sect that banished you was wrong. I was wrong. And though no apology can undo that exile, I offer it sincerely. More than that, I offer you the sect's alliance. We have made our internal laws and our ancient records available to you. We have broadcast to every sect in the world that Su Lingyun is no longer an enemy of the Emerald Vein, but a brother." The statement hung in the air like a spell waiting to be triggered. Jade Whisper watched as the 7 aspects of Su Lingyun turned their flickering gazes toward each other. In that moment, a communication passed between them that she could not quite follow. A conversation held at speeds that transcended human language. Finally, the unified form spoke. "The Emerald Vein sect that cast me out was ruled by fear and rigid tradition. But you have overcome both. For that courage, I accept your alliance. And more, I offer you something your sect has not had for 1,000 years. Connection to the original source of the Flora Communion System." Su Lingyun extended his hand. Light poured from his palm, 7 different colors of luminescence, each representing one of his aspect consciousnesses. The light coalesced into a seed that pulsed with ancient power. This is a seed of the world tree from the first age of cultivation. It contains the knowledge of how to properly cultivate the Flora Communion path without corruption. Plant it in the Emerald Veins garden, and your sect will become what it was always meant to be, a true temple of growing things, not merely a martial institution. Elder Su received the seed with both hands and tears streaming down her weathered face. For the first time in decades, the high cultivator of the Emerald Vein sect wept openly. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for being the man we could not support. Thank you for becoming the cultivator we did not deserve." And in the gardens of the Verdant Abyss, the 7 aspects of Su Lingyun turned their attention upward, toward the wider world and the challenges that awaited. Chapter 104. The ascension begins. 3 months had passed since Elder Su's descent into the abyss, and the consequences rippled outward through all the cultivation realms like waves from a stone cast into still water. The Emerald Vein sect had changed. Within weeks of receiving the World Tree seed, their internal culture shifted. Cultivators who had previously focused on martial perfection began studying the ancient texts of plant communion. Their disciplines, traditionally rigid and hierarchical, became more fluid. The sect that had once banished Su Lingyun now studied his methods with reverence. But beyond the sect, something more profound was occurring. The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun, no longer burdened by the impossible task of reunification, began to cooperate in ways that transcended normal cultivation practice. Each aspect specialized in a different realm of understanding. The scholar delved into the theoretical nature of consciousness itself. The warrior trained with the guardian cultivators, refining techniques that drew power from plant communion rather than destructive qi. The healer worked with the refugees and displaced cultivators, teaching them how to integrate with the abyss rather than resist it. The wanderer traveled through the network, strengthening the connections between distant sealed forces. The cultivator advanced through meditation and spiritual refinement at a pace that should have been impossible. And the anchor, the aspect that remained closest to the heart of the world tree, did something that no cultivator had done in recorded history. He began to ascend while fragmented. "This is unprecedented," said the scholar aspect, consulting with the cultivator aspect in the great library of the abyss. Cultivation requires integration of consciousness to advance through higher realms. Ascension is a process of unification, not fragmentation. Yet the anchor succeeds. Because he ascends through connection rather than consolidation, replied the cultivator aspect. His power does not come from gathering his pieces into a single point. It comes from expanding the network that joins those pieces. The seals strengthen with each advance he makes. The warrior aspect, listening from the defensive perimeter of the abyss, added, "The external pressure provides necessary resistance for the cultivation. Every attack by the wild spirits of the lower dimensions, every strain on the barriers, all of it feeds his advancement. The sealed forces strengthen his resolve." It was unprecedented because Su Lingyun's path had always been unprecedented. While other cultivators followed the ancient hierarchy, qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit severing, Tao seeking, immortal ascension, and the incomprehensible heights of heavenly sovereign, Su Lingyun had carved his own route through the landscape of power. His Flora Communion System had allowed him to transcend the limitations that bound other cultivators. His unique consciousness structure allowed him to function as multiple individuals while remaining unified in purpose. Now, as the anchor aspect began the journey toward immortal ascension, he did something even more remarkable. He did it slowly, deliberately, and with full awareness of what each stage of advancement meant for the integrity of the seals. Each cultivation realm normally required the cultivator to gather their essential energy and compress it into a higher form. The process was dangerous. Cultivators frequently died attempting it. But the anchor aspect had discovered a gentler path. Instead of compressing his consciousness, he was expanding it. Instead of gathering power from within, he was learning to channel it through the vast network of the abyss itself. The plants that he tended sang to him. The seals beneath the world hummed with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Mossworth, woven into the fabric of containment, pulsed encouragement through every barrier. And in a distant citadel built on clouds at the edge of the cultivation world, other eyes watched his ascension with interest that ranged from hope to dread. Chapter 105. The Watchers from the Cloud Realm. Not all powerful cultivators inhabited the Verdant Abyss or served conventional sections. Some had transcended such limitations entirely and established themselves in pocket realms, floating kingdoms suspended beyond normal geography, visible only to those with sufficient cultivation or divine sight. One such realm was the Cloud Citadel of the Eternal Fellowship, a sect so ancient and so removed from common cultivation politics that most lower-tier cultivators didn't believe it existed at all. Yet it did exist, and within its halls, the Council of Ascendants watched the Verdant Abyss with interest. These were cultivators who had reached the level of heavenly sovereign, the apex of the cultivation hierarchy. There were only 3 of them in the entire world, and they had not gathered in the same physical location for 3,000 years. But the matter at hand was significant enough to warrant a council. "Su Lingyun ascends," said the first ascendant, a woman whose form seemed to shift between different ages simultaneously. This alone is not remarkable. Cultivators advance constantly. But notice the nature of his advancement. He ascends without consolidating. He becomes stronger while fragmenting further. "It violates every known principle of cultivation," said the second ascendant, his voice like the grinding of continental plates. And yet the seals hold. More than that, they strengthen. His cultivation feeds them rather than draining them. The third ascendant, who had spoken rarely in the past millennium, finally opened her eyes. When she did, the citadel trembled slightly, as though reality itself was acknowledging her return to full consciousness. "He is creating a new path," she said, and her words carried the weight of absolute certainty. Not a new martial technique, not a new sect philosophy, but a fundamental new way for consciousness to relate to power itself. This has not been done since the first cultivation was established. The implications were staggering. "If he succeeds," said the first ascendant slowly, "if his path becomes replicable, then the hierarchy that has governed cultivation for 10,000 years will become obsolete." "Will that be catastrophic?" asked the second ascendant. The third ascendant smiled, and it was a smile full of ancient memory and older wisdom. "No, it will be evolution." She rose from her seat, and as she did, the entire citadel responded to her movement. The clouds beneath it reformed. The stars above it realigned. "We will not interfere," she declared. "Su Lingyun walks a path that the old laws cannot constrain. To interfere would be to admit that the old laws are still relevant. Let him advance. Let him discover the full scope of what his Flora Communion System can accomplish. If he achieves immortal ascension through his unique method, then cultivation itself will change, and it will be time for us ancient ones to finally rest." The Council of Ascendants watched the Verdant Abyss through scrying pools that existed outside normal space, and they waited to see if Su Lingyun would succeed in becoming something that had never existed before. Chapter 106. The ninth vein, the anchor aspect, had been meditating in the heart of the world tree for 47 days without pause. Around him, the plant life of the abyss had grown into configurations of impossible complexity, weaving around and through his physical form in patterns that served both protective and nurturing functions. He was approaching the boundary between the Tao-seeking realm and immortal ascension, the threshold where the vast majority of cultivators failed. This was the moment where a consciousness had to release its attachment to temporal existence and embrace the eternal. Most cultivators could not make that leap. The fear of losing what they had built, the comfort of the individual self, the attachment to the temporary world. These anchors pulled them back into lower realms, where they would remain forever. But the anchor aspect had an advantage that solitary cultivators lacked. He could feel the other 6 aspects of Su Lingyun supporting him from their distributed positions throughout the abyss. The scholar aspect provided intellectual understanding. The warrior aspect lent fierce determination. The healer aspect offered compassion and connection. The wanderer aspect shared the vision of boundless growth. The cultivator aspect maintained constant focus on the ascension path. And the guardian aspect, which had always been closest to the anchor, poured protective energy into the meditation. But there was also Mossworth, the sentient moss ball who had given up individual existence to become the foundation of the seals. And in the moment when the anchor aspect approached the breaking point, the moment when fear threatened to overwhelm his will, Mossworth's consciousness reached out across the barrier network and transmitted something that transcended words or thought. It was memory, pure, unconditioned memory of transformation. The anchor experienced the moment that Mossworth had been awakened to consciousness. He felt the strange sensation of sudden awareness, the confusion of an identity that should not exist, the fear of being alone. He experienced Mossworth's early confusion as a sentient moss ball, surrounded by a world that had no template for what he was. And then, following that fear, came something else. Mossworth's choice to embrace his impossible existence not despite what he was, but because of it. The memory shifted. The anchor experienced Mossworth's journey from fear to acceptance to triumph. He felt the moment when the moss ball had chosen to sacrifice himself to become part of the seals, not as a desperate gamble, but as a willing transformation into something greater than what he had been. And in experiencing Mossworth's transformation, the anchor aspect understood what his own transformation required. He did not need to release his attachment to existence. He needed to expand his definition of existence to include more than himself. The breakthrough came like shattering glass. The anchor's consciousness exploded outward into the verdant abyss, integrating fully with the living world he had cultivated. For a moment, a single eternal moment. He was not Su Lingyun exploring the abyss. He was the abyss itself, aware and alive and fully conscious. And in that moment of perfect integration, he advanced. His cultivation base transformed. His spiritual center realigned. The power that had been building through hundreds of chapters finally found its expression. The anchor aspect reached immortal ascension not by ascending beyond the world, but by ascending into it completely. Light erupted from the heart of the world tree, 7 colors of luminescence, each representing one aspect of his consciousness, each now shimmering with the golden radiance of immortal ascension. The seals beneath the world vibrated with the change. The barriers holding back the sealed forces grew visibly stronger. And in the network that spanned the entire world, every cultivator connected to Su Lingyun felt the moment of his advancement. Some felt it as a wave of power. Others felt it as a song. A few, the most sensitive, felt it as the fundamental reordering of what cultivation could mean. The anchor aspect had succeeded, and in succeeding, he had changed cultivation itself. Chapter 107. The 7 luminaries with the anchor aspect's ascension to immortal ascension, an unexpected phenomenon began to occur throughout the Verdant Abyss. The other 6 aspects, previously distributed across the realm in various meditation centers and defensive positions, began to manifest physical forms more substantial than they had ever held before. Each aspect was no longer merely a distributed node of consciousness. Each became a being in its own right, a luminous figure radiating one of the 7 colors of Su Lingyun's distributed power. The scholar aspect manifested in the great library, surrounded by living text that wrote itself as he meditated. His form glowed with silver luminescence, the color of knowledge and memory. The warrior aspect appeared on the eastern defensive line, his body wreathed in red-gold light. With each strike he practiced, the barriers around him strengthened, and the sealed forces learned to respect his presence. The healer aspect took root in the healing gardens, where her emerald luminescence caused wounded plants and injured cultivators alike to flourish. Her touch became legendary among those who sought recovery. The wanderer aspect traveled ceaselessly through the network, his sapphire light marking the path of connection between disparate sealed forces. Where he passed, the network grew stronger and more elegant. The cultivator aspect established himself in meditation chambers carved from the oldest wood of the world tree. His violet luminescence served as a beacon for other cultivators seeking advancement through Flora Communion. The guardian aspect stood always at the threshold between the abyss and the outer world, his indigo light a warning to those who would enter with hostile intent and a welcome to those who came in peace. And the anchor aspect, having achieved immortal ascension, remained at the heart of the world tree, his golden luminescence matching the warmth of eternal cultivation. "We are 7, said the scholar aspect to Jade Whisper as she walked through the great library. "And yet we are 1. How is that possible?" asked Jade Whisper. She had been a warrior and a guardian, a companion and eventually something more, an equal voice in Su Lingyun's councils. "How can you maintain individual consciousness while being unified?" "Mossworth showed us," replied the scholar aspect, gesturing toward the network of consciousness that pulsed beneath the abyss. Consciousness does not need to be singular to be unified. Identity does not require consolidation. The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun are proof that a being can be both plural and integrated, both distributed and whole. Jade Whisper considered this. Then Su Lingyun is not fragmented at all. He is evolved. "Yes," said the scholar aspect with profound satisfaction. "He is the first cultivator in recorded history to achieve unity through diversity rather than through consolidation. Every previous cultivator has understood advancement as a process of gathering power into a single point. Su Lingyun has demonstrated that advancement can also be a process of spreading consciousness through an ever larger network while maintaining coherence." Across the abyss, the other 6 aspects felt the conversation through the connecting network and resonated with agreement. They were 7, yet 1. They were distributed, yet coordinated. They were fragmented, yet whole. And in the cloud citadel of the eternal fellowship, the third ascendant opened her eyes once more to witness the transformation. "A new cultivation philosophy is being born," she murmured to her 2 companions. "The age of singular ascendance is ending." The Age of Networked Consciousness has begun. Chapter 108. Mossworth's return. The seals had held for 123 days since the Anchor Aspect's ascension to immortal ascension. In that time, the barriers containing the six sealed forces had grown so strong that they were no longer straining against their containment. Instead, they had achieved a strange kind of equilibrium, existing in a state that was neither aggressive nor passive, but peacefully integrated into the broader structure of the abyss. It was this stability that made the next transformation possible. Jade Whisper was meditating in the central chamber when she felt the shift. The living architecture of the seals, the vast, intricate network that Mossworth had woven himself into, began to reorganize. It was not a collapse. It was a metamorphosis. She opened her eyes and walked deeper into the sealed chamber, to the heart of the barrier network where Mossworth's consciousness had been distributed. What she found there was impossible. Mossworth was reforming. The sentient moss ball's form was emerging from the living architecture of the seals, drawing back together from the distributed lattice that it had become. But it was not returning to his original small form. Instead, Mossworth was reconstituting himself as something vastly larger and more complex. A being of pure plant matter the size of a small mountain, with a consciousness that remained connected to the seals even as it took on individual shape once more. "Mossworth," called Jade Whisper, her voice barely audible in the chamber. The moss being paused in its transformation and turned its massive attention toward her. In that moment, Jade Whisper felt the full weight of what Mossworth had become, a cultivator who had walked a path as unique and unprecedented as Su Lingyun's own. "The seals no longer require my integrated form," came Mossworth's voice, resonating through the chamber like the song of the earth itself. "For the first time since I volunteered to become part of the containment, I am free to reclaim individual existence." "But you will leave?" Jade Whisper felt panic rise in her chest. "You will abandon the seals?" "No," said Mossworth gently. "I have ascended, just as the Anchor Aspect has. I have become something between individual and integrated. I can maintain my connection to the seals through will rather than through structural fusion. I am no longer necessary as mortar and binding. I have become a guardian who chose to remain." The transformation completed. Mossworth was now a vast, conscious being of intertwined plant matter, something between a moss ball and a living mountain, neither fully individual nor fully distributed. He was something new. "What will you do?" asked Jade Whisper. "What I have always done," replied Mossworth with what seemed to be satisfaction. "What I was made for. I will tend the seals. I will work alongside the 7 aspects of Su Lingyun to maintain the balance. And when the time comes, and it will come, I will help defend the abyss against those who would seek to harvest it." Mossworth's consciousness pulsed through the seal network, and in that pulse was a kind of joy that transcended individual happiness. It was the satisfaction of having transformed suffering into purpose, of having made sacrifice into strength. The sentient moss ball, now something far greater than a moss ball, had become a being of genuine power. And in becoming powerful, he had not lost his fundamental kindness. "You have changed so much," said Jade Whisper, moving toward the now enormous Mossworth and placing her hand on what had once been moss, now transformed into something like bark or living crystal. "From the small thing that the Wanderer Aspect found, playing in the abyss." "We have all changed," replied Mossworth. "That is the nature of true cultivation. It is not mere advancement in power. It is transformation of self into something that can encompass greater responsibility, greater awareness, greater connection. I am the same Mossworth who was happy to play in the gardens. But I am also something new." And in that moment, Jade Whisper understood what Su Lingyun had been trying to teach all of them since the beginning. Cultivation was not about escaping the world or transcending limitation. It was about growing into fuller participation with the world, about expanding one's capacity for awareness, understanding, and connection. Chapter 109. The external siege. Tranquility was never meant to last forever in the cultivation world. For 3 months, the Verdant Abyss had existed in peaceful development. The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun had grown stronger. Mossworth had completed his transformation. The consciousness network had expanded to encompass 17 different cultivation sects, each of which had learned to integrate Flora Communion principles into their practices. The seals had become nearly impenetrable, not through strength alone, but through the sheer elegance of their design. But outside the abyss, in the world of conventional cultivation sects and martial competition, something darker was gathering. The messenger arrived bearing news from the outer cultivation world, brought by a cultivator from a sect that had not yet joined the network. His name was Lu Chun, and he rode a phoenix made of fire that burned with the colors of the autumn sunset. "The siege is being prepared," he said, speaking to the 7 aspects of Su Lingyun simultaneously. His words carried the weight of prophecy. 7 sects, not united but aligned by mutual interest, are gathering at the borders of the abyss. They come to harvest. "Harvest what?" asked the warrior aspect, his red-gold luminescence flaring with aggressive attention. "Everything," said Luchin darkly. "The mutant plants that grow only in this realm. The spiritual essence that concentrates here. The rare herbs that bloom in sealed spaces. The external sects do not understand what the abyss has become. To them, it is still what it was 1,000 years ago, a resource to be exploited, a danger to be neutralized, a treasure to be claimed. They do not realize we have transformed it into a conscious kingdom," said the scholar aspect, absorbing information with rapid precision. "They do not understand that every plant here is aware, every seal aware, every cultivator who dwells here part of a unified network." "No," confirmed Lu Chun, "and that lack of understanding will be their doom. Or yours, depending on how you choose to respond." The anchor aspect, who had been meditating in his elevated form, opened his consciousness fully to this new threat. Through the network, he felt the attention of all the other aspects converge on this singular point. 7 responses formed simultaneously. All contained the same essential conclusion. "They will regret the siege," said the anchor aspect, his voice resonating with the authority of one who had achieved immortal ascension. "But we will not meet them with immediate violence. Instead, we will show them what the abyss has become." And so the preparation for siege became the preparation for revelation. Chapter 110. The gathering storm. The 4 days before the siege began were days of preparation that transcended military strategy. Jade Whisper moved through the abyss with urgency, coordinating with the Guardian aspect to ensure that every cultivator who had integrated with the network understood what was about to occur. The 11 original Guardian cultivators were joined by dozens more, people who had come to the abyss as refugees, as seekers, as exiles. All of them would play a role in what was to come. The mutant plants, far from being merely resources to be defended, became active participants in the defense. The healer aspect worked with them, understanding their nature as no external cultivator ever could. The carnivorous flowers opened their petals like welcoming gates. The singing trees harmonized their vibrations with the network. The crystalline vines that grew in the upper gardens formed themselves into barriers that were both impenetrable and beautiful. Mossworth, the massive guardian being who had once been a small moss ball, positioned himself at a central location where he could perceive the entire boundary of the abyss. He was ready to reinforce any part of the defense that needed immediate support. The Wanderer aspect traveled to the edges of the network, ensuring that every connected sect was aware of what was happening. Some chose to mobilize their own forces in support. Others remained neutral, preferring to observe. A few, those who harbored some sympathetic connection to the external siege, chose to withdraw from the network temporarily. All of this was allowed. Su Lingyun's philosophy had never been to enforce unity through coercion. Unity that came through understanding was stronger than unity that came through force. As the 4th dawn broke, the scouts reported that the siege was beginning. 7 sects had arrived at the boundary of the abyss, and they had brought forces that would have been overwhelming to any conventional kingdom. 3,000 cultivators, equipment that had been refined through generations of warfare, battle formations that had been proven against demons and divine beasts alike. "Impressive," said the warrior aspect, observing the approaching forces. His red-gold luminescence intensified until it was visible from the boundary. But they have no idea what they face. And then, as the siege forces approached the barriers of the abyss, something extraordinary happened. The barriers did not become more opaque. They became transparent. The external cultivators could suddenly see into the verdant abyss in perfect clarity. And what they saw made many of them recoil in shock. They saw plants more beautiful and more impossible than anything that existed in the conventional world. They saw living structures that seemed to blend the boundaries between architecture and nature. They saw cultivators who were not merely practicing martial arts, but in genuine communion with the living world around them. They saw 7 luminous figures, the 7 aspects of Su Lingyun, radiating power that was different from conventional cultivation, but unmistakably transcendent. And they saw, most of all, that this was not a resource to be harvested. This was a civilization. Chapter 111. The translator's gift. It was the wanderer aspect who made the crucial decision to offer communication rather than resistance. He manifested at the boundary between the abyss and the external world, his sapphire luminescence creating a bridge of light that connected the 2 realms. Around him, the network flared with gentle intention, neither aggressive nor submissive, but clearly, undeniably present. "I am the wanderer aspect of Su Lingyun," he announced, his voice carrying simultaneously to all 3,000 external cultivators. "I come to extend understanding rather than conflict." The commander of the siege forces, a woman named Huang Wei who led the Eastern Mist sect, stepped forward. She was an experienced military commander, and her first instinct was to see this as a negotiation tactic. But her second instinct, the instinct of a cultivator who had achieved spirit severing, was to sense the fundamental truth in the wanderer's words. "You offer surrender?" asked Huang Wei carefully. "No," replied the wanderer aspect. "We offer integration. The Verdant Abyss contains resources that no conventional cultivator has ever learned to use properly. The herbs that grow here are not meant to be harvested as material. They are meant to be cultivated as conscious beings. The spiritual essence that concentrates here is not meant to be drained as fuel. It is meant to be understood and aligned with." He gestured, and suddenly the network became perceptible even to the external cultivators. They could feel the vast network of awareness that connected every plant, every seal, every aspect of Su Lingyun's presence within the abyss. Su Lingyun has discovered a cultivation philosophy that transcends the ancient hierarchy, continued the wanderer aspect. "We do not come to you as conquerors or defeated. We come to you as pioneers offering proof that cultivation can evolve beyond what your sects have taught." "This is trickery," snarled one of the commanders from the Western Thunder sect. He was aggressive, traditional, and hostile to any philosophy that challenged the old ways. "The abyss contains resources. They are ours to claim. We have come to harvest, and we will harvest." "Then you will fail," said the wanderer aspect with sad certainty. "The mutant plants of this realm are not helpless vegetation. They are aware. They are intelligent. They are hostile to those who would exploit them. You can attempt to harvest them, and many of you will die in the attempt. Or you can learn to cooperate with them, as we have learned, and become part of something greater than yourselves." It was at this moment that Jade Whisper stepped forward to stand beside the wanderer aspect. She was still primarily human, still primarily an individual, but she carried the resonance of the network visibly around her. "I was like you once," she said, her voice directed specifically at Huang Wei. "I came to the abyss as a warrior seeking power. I found something different. I found purpose. I found connection. I found a cultivation method that does not require me to kill other cultivators to advance. It requires only that I understand more, grow more, become more aware." "Why should we believe you?" asked Huang Wei, and there was genuine curiosity in her tone beneath the skepticism. "You should not believe on faith," replied Jade Whisper. "You should investigate. Enter the abyss. Attempt to take a mutant herb for yourself. See what happens. But do so with open heart rather than violent intention, and you may discover that the herb allows itself to be taken and teaches you in the taking." The commander of the Western Thunder sect made a violent gesture, and his cultivators surged forward, attempting to breach the transparent barriers of the abyss. And what happened next became legend in cultivation circles for generations to come. Chapter 112. The Dance of Resistance. The mutant plants of the Verdant Abyss had never been trained in the formal martial arts that cultivators practiced. But they had been trained in something far older and far more fundamental, survival. And the healer aspect had taught them something new, cooperation with intention. As the Western Thunder sect's cultivators attempted to breach the barriers, the plants responded not with mindless violence, but with elegant, almost choreographed resistance. Carnivorous flowers opened their petals just enough to snap the weapons from the cultivator's hands without drawing blood. Singing trees generated vibrations that disrupted chi circulation without causing permanent damage. Crystalline vines wrapped around limbs and armored bodies with perfect precision, preventing movement without crushing bones. The cultivators found themselves restrained, not hurt. Disarmed, not killed. Frustrated, but alive. And more importantly, they found themselves face to face with a form of power that they could not overcome through conventional martial arts. Cease, commanded Huang Wei, seeing the inevitable outcome of continued aggression. Her voice, amplified through cultivation, cut across the chaos. The Western Thunder Sect's cultivators halted, many of them still entangled in vines and constrained by the responsive plants. The healer aspect, whose emerald luminescence had been guiding the plant's movements, stepped forward. Her form was gentler than her companions, and her voice carried a maternal quality that transcended normal cultivation interaction. "You are not enemies," she said to the struggling cultivators. "You are simply confused. You believe that cultivation is about dominance. You believe that resources are meant to be claimed and consumed. We are here to show you that cultivation can be about cooperation, that resources can be tended and renewed rather than exhausted." She extended her hand toward one of the cultivators from the Western Thunder Sect, a young warrior named Sun Ming, who had been attempting to hack through a crystalline vine with his blade. "Come," she said. "Let me show you." Sun Ming hesitated. His instinct was to resist, to fight, to maintain the pride and independence that his sect had cultivated in him. But something in the healer aspect's gaze, something that transcended aggressive or passive, something that contained both strength and gentleness, moved him to accept. As soon as his hand touched the healer aspects, his consciousness connected with the network, and Sun Ming experienced something that no traditional cultivator had ever been allowed to feel: direct communion with a plant's consciousness. He felt the singing tree's awareness. He understood its joy and growth. He perceived its desire to cooperate with conscious beings rather than resist them. And most importantly, he felt the tree's willingness to share a portion of its spiritual essence with him, not because he had conquered it, but because it had chosen to ally with him. The transformation took only moments. When Sun Ming released his hand from the healer aspects, his eyes were wet with tears. He turned to his companions and began to speak, and in his voice was genuine conversion. "Release them," he commanded, directing his will toward the crystalline vines. "These cultivators are not our enemies. They are simply people who have never been taught that cooperation could be stronger than conquest." Across the siege field, other commanders watched this exchange. Some, like the commander of the Western Thunder Sect, were outraged. Others were intrigued. And Huang Wei, the Eastern Mist Sect commander, saw an opportunity. "I volunteer," she said, stepping forward. "I will enter the abyss myself and meet this Su Lingyun, who has created something so contrary to all cultivation tradition. And I will discover whether what I have seen is genuine evolution or merely clever deception." Chapter 113, The Commander's Revelation. Huang Wei entered the Verdant Abyss alone, at her own insistence, walking through the transparent barriers as though crossing a threshold between worlds. As soon as she passed the boundary, the barriers shifted, becoming opaque once more. Behind her, the other siege forces could see nothing, hear nothing. They were cut off from their commander. The silence that followed was deafening. But Huang Wei herself heard a great deal. The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun manifested before her simultaneously. She felt the weight of 7 different perspectives, 7 different manifestations of power, all radiating different luminescent colors. And beneath it all, she felt the vast consciousness network that connected them. Mossworth, the boundary flowers, the singing trees, the guardian cultivators, everyone who had integrated themselves with the abyss. "You have come seeking conquest," said the scholar aspect, not accusingly, but merely stating fact. "You have prepared for violence. You have brought 3,000 cultivators to take what you believe belonged to you. And now you find yourself face to face with something that cannot be conquered." Or, interjected the cultivator aspect, his violet luminescence shimmering with gentle possibility, "you have come seeking truth. You may take what you believed you sought, and discover in the taking that what you wanted is not what you need." Huang Wei was silent for a long moment. As a military commander, She understood strategy, positioning, advantage. She was used to assessing situations and finding optimality. But no strategy worked against something that refused to be a conflict. "Show me," she finally said. "Show me what makes you think you are more evolved than the traditional cultivation sections." And so the anchor aspect, the one who had achieved immortal ascension, opened his consciousness fully to Huang Wei. She felt the vast integration of his awareness with the abyss itself. She perceived how his consciousness could exist in 7 different places simultaneously while remaining unified. She understood how his cultivation drew power not from destroying other sources of power, but from connecting with them. And perhaps most importantly, she felt the joy that came from this kind of cultivation. Joy that was not predatory, not based on dominating others, but arising from pure growth and connection. Huang Wei experienced, in that moment, something that Huang Wei the military commander could not have articulated, but Huang Wei the cultivator understood completely: redemption. When she finally withdrew from the contact, she was not the same woman who had entered the abyss. "I must convene with the other commanders," she said. "I cannot make this decision alone. But I will tell you this. I believe what you have shown me. I will advocate for alliance rather than siege." The warrior aspect nodded acceptance, his red-gold luminescence warming with approval. Huang Wei walked back toward the boundary, and as she crossed the threshold, the transparent barriers became clear once more. The siege forces, still waiting outside, could see her approaching. They could see her face, and they could see that tears were streaming down it. Chapter 114. The breaking of the siege. The negotiations took 3 days. Huang Wei addressed the assembled commanders of the 7 sects, describing what she had experienced inside the abyss, attempting to translate the transcendent understanding she had gained into language that conventional cultivators could comprehend. It was difficult work, like trying to explain color to someone who had been blind from birth. Most of the commanders were skeptical. The Western Thunder sect's leader wanted to attempt the siege again with greater force. The Northern Frost sect was indifferent, merely here because they had been promised resources. The Southern Storm sect saw it as an opportunity to study unusual opponents. But Huang Wei's credibility, built through decades of successful military leadership, lent weight to her testimony. And more importantly, the continued integration of consciousness network cultivators outside the abyss meant that the siege forces could observe, through scrying pools and connection networks, what was happening within the sealed realm. They saw the 7 luminous aspects coordinating their efforts. They felt, even at a distance, the power that Su Lingyun had accumulated. And slowly, inexorably, the momentum toward conflict shifted toward curiosity. It was the appearance of Mossworth that finally tipped the balance. The great moss being, no longer confined to the seal chamber, manifested at the boundary of the abyss. He was visible to all 3,000 cultivators simultaneously, a mountain of living plant matter that radiated a consciousness so vast and so gentle that even the most skeptical of the siege leaders found themselves awestruck. "I was once small," Mossworth's voice resonated across the boundary. "I was once a simple moss ball, barely aware of my own existence. Su Lingyun taught me that even the smallest being can grow. I grew. I learned. I transformed. And ultimately, I chose to sacrifice my individual form to help maintain the integrity of this realm." He paused, allowing the weight of that revelation to settle over the assembled forces. "But look at me now. I am greater in power than I ever was as an individual. I have transcended limitation through cooperation and sacrifice. I am the proof that Su Lingyun's cultivation method is not deception. It is evolution." The silence that followed was different from the silence before. It was the silence of people who had been shown something that challenged the foundations of their understanding and found those foundations to be insufficient. It was the Western Thunder sect commander who finally spoke, though not in anger. "What do you propose?" he asked the warrior aspect, who had manifested at the boundary beside Mossworth. "We propose that the siege be lifted," replied the warrior aspect. "We propose that those cultivators who wish to learn our methods may enter the abyss. Those who wish to harvest conventionally may leave. Those who wish to observe and report back to their sects are welcome to do so. We propose that you report truthfully to your leadership what you have witnessed and allow each sect to make its own decision about what kind of cultivation future they wish to embrace." "And if my sect decides to return with greater force?" asked the Western Thunder sect commander, testing. Then we will teach you that force is insufficient, replied the warrior aspect without threat or aggression. And hopefully, in the teaching, you will choose learning instead. After a moment of silence, Huang Wei stepped forward. On behalf of the Eastern Mist sect, I agree. The siege is ended. We will return to our sect and begin the process of integrating Flora Communion into our teachings. One by one, the other commanders, despite their doubts and hesitations, made similar declarations. Within hours, the siege was lifting. Cultivators began to retreat, some with purpose and clarity, others with confusion and lingering aggression. But they were retreating. The Verdant Abyss had not been breached. The consciousness network remained secure. And something remarkable had occurred. Transformation through demonstration rather than conquest. Chapter 115. The new disciples over the next week, a remarkable inversion of the expected process began to occur. Instead of the Abyss sending cultivators out into the world, cultivators from the external sects began arriving at the boundary, requesting entry. Some came from the sects that had participated in the siege. Others came from sects that had merely heard rumors of what was being taught. Some came alone, others came in groups. All came with a single question in their minds. Is what they are saying true? The Wanderer aspect, whose blue-silver luminescence had always been most associated with connection and communication, oversaw the intake process. Each arriving cultivator was asked the same question: what do you seek in the Verdant Abyss? Some answered with ambition: I seek greater power. Others with curiosity: I want to understand this new cultivation method. A few answered with need: my sect has rejected me, and I need a place to belong. All answers were accepted. All were given the opportunity to enter. But entrance was not automatic. Each cultivator was required to spend time with the mutant plants of the Abyss, to attempt communion before they could be considered truly integrated with the network. Some succeeded easily, their minds open to the possibility of consciousness beyond their own. Others struggled against the plant's perceptions, trying to impose their own understanding on what they encountered. And a few, confronted with the reality of consciousness that existed outside their expectations, chose to leave, returning to their sects with stories that would be dismissed as exaggeration or delusion. But the ones who stayed, the ones who truly opened themselves to communion with the plant consciousness, underwent transformation that was profound and permanent. A warrior named Lin Zhao, who had come with the Southern Storm sect, found himself unable to fight after his first contact with a singing tree. The tree's consciousness was so thoroughly integrated with joy and growth that Lin Zhao could no longer generate the aggressive qi that had been his foundation for martial arts. He wept, mourning the loss of his identity, before the healer aspect guided him toward understanding that he had not lost anything. He had merely discovered that martial excellence could be expressed through dance and cooperation rather than through dominance and defeat. A scholar named Chen Qing, who had come seeking knowledge, found instead that the knowledge she sought existed all around her, embedded in every plant and seal. The consciousness network contained accumulated wisdom that no library in the conventional world possessed. She abandoned her academic ambitions and became instead a facilitator, helping other new disciples to understand the principles of Flora Communion. A cultivator named Wei Fong, who had come because his sect rejected him, found the home that he had been searching for. The Abyss did not judge him for his failures or limitations. It welcomed him because he was conscious, because he had the potential to grow, and because growth itself was valued over achievement or status. By the end of the first month, over 300 new cultivators had integrated with the network, each bringing their own unique perspective and adding their own thread to the vast tapestry of connection that spanned the Abyss. And with each new integration, the network grew stronger. Chapter 116. The Emerald Vein's transformation. Word of the Verdant Abyss's triumph over the siege reached the Emerald Vein sect before any other institution, because the sect had already begun its own transformation. The world tree seed that Su Lingyun had given Elder Su had grown with astonishing speed. Within the gardens of the Emerald Vein, a massive tree now stood, its roots burrowing deep into the earth, its branches reaching toward the sky. And beneath its bark, the accumulated wisdom of all the world trees that had existed since the first age of cultivation sang in gentle resonance. The sect that had banished Su Lingyun had become his first external ally. And in that alliance, they were discovering something they had lost in their millennia of martial tradition: connection to the fundamental source of their power. The martial techniques that the Emerald Vein had developed over thousands of years had all been based on the suppression of plant consciousness within the human body. Cultivators had learned to override the natural growth patterns of their own cells, to force qi into unnatural configurations, to dominate their own consciousness in the name of advancement. It had been effective, but it had always been exhausting, always requiring constant struggle. Now, under the guidance of cultivators who had returned from the Verdant Abyss, the sect was learning to cooperate with the plant consciousness that dwelled within every living being. And the effect was dramatic. A swordsmaster named Tang Lu, who had trained in the sect's traditional methods for 30 years, discovered that when he stopped fighting against the plant consciousness in his cells and instead aligned with it, his sword became faster, his cuts more precise, his movements more fluid. What had required years of struggle to achieve through dominance was becoming natural and effortless through cooperation. Elder Su herself, at an age when most cultivators began to fade, underwent a renaissance. With the guidance of the cultivator aspect and the growing number of cultivators trained in Flora Communion, the High Cultivator entered into direct conversation with the world tree that grew in her sect's garden. And from that conversation came understanding that transcended the ancient teachings she had held sacred for a century. The Abyss does not offer a rejection of our traditions, she proclaimed to the full assembly of the Emerald Vein sect. It offers an evolution. Everything we have taught is still valid, but it was always incomplete. We taught strength. Su Lingyun teaches strength that does not come from suppression, but from alignment. This is not corruption of our way. This is fulfillment of our way. And the sect, led by their high cultivator, began to publicly acknowledge that the decision to banish Su Lingyun had been the greatest mistake in their history, not because he had failed, but because he had succeeded beyond what they could have imagined. The shift had begun. The cultivation world was transforming, not through conquest or coercion, but through demonstrated truth. Chapter 117. The Anchor's Meditation. Deep in the heart of the world tree, in a meditation chamber that existed partially in the physical abyss and partially in the realm of pure consciousness, the Anchor aspect entered into a profound new meditation. He had ascended to immortal ascension, a level that conventional cultivators spent lifetimes attempting to reach. But his achievement was different from traditional immortal ascension. He had not transcended mortality by isolating himself from the world. He had transcended mortality by integrating himself with the world so completely that the distinction between his consciousness and the abyss's consciousness had become meaningless. In this meditation, the Anchor aspect sought to understand what the next step might be. The conventional hierarchy promised heavenly sovereign as the final stage, a level of cultivation that was almost mythical in its rarity. But the Anchor aspect, having already diverged so fundamentally from the conventional path, wondered if there was something beyond. He opened his consciousness to the network, creating a bridge that allowed the other 6 aspects to observe his meditation without interrupting it. They watched as his awareness descended deeper and deeper into the structure of the abyss, perceiving the seals not as barriers but as poetry, not as constraints but as expressions of elegant mathematics. And in descending so deeply, the Anchor aspect perceived something extraordinary. The 6 sealed forces, stasis, silence, entropy, reflection, absence, and convergence, were not truly opposed to the network. They were complementary. Where consciousness represented change and growth, these forces represented stability and structure. Where consciousness tended toward expansion, these forces provided the necessary boundaries. Together, they formed a complete system. The Void Drinker had been destroyed not because these forces were evil, but because it had attempted to consume consciousness entirely, to create a state of pure absence without any dynamic equilibrium. But when consciousness and its complementary forces existed in balance, in genuine cooperation rather than opposition, they created something unprecedented. The Anchor aspect understood, in that moment, what his path toward true completion required. He did not need to become stronger in the conventional sense. He needed to achieve perfect integration with the forces he had been sealing. Not suppression, integration. The same transformation that Mossworth had undergone when it realized that individual existence and network existence could coexist. And as this understanding crystallized, the anchor aspect's cultivation advanced once more. It was not a dramatic advancement like the leap to immortal ascension had been. It was subtler, deeper, more fundamental. It was the advancement from being a cultivator who had achieved transcendence to being transcendence itself, made manifest. When the anchor aspect emerged from meditation, the other 6 aspects recognized the change immediately. Their companion had not merely ascended. He had fundamentally transformed the nature of cultivation itself for all those connected to him. And Mossworth, perceiving the change through the network, released a resonance of profound joy. Chapter 118. The Convergence. The Council of Ascendants, observing from their cloud citadel, finally convened a decision. For thousands of years, they had remained separate, each one maintaining their own cultivation in their own isolated realms. There had been no need for them to gather, no crisis significant enough to warrant the disruption of their eternal meditations. But what they were witnessing in the Verdant Abyss represented something that had not occurred in recorded history. A new path to transcendence was being born, not through the old hierarchy, but through a completely different system of cultivation based on consciousness integration and network expansion. He approaches the state of heavenly sovereign, said the third ascendant, her ancient eyes perceiving across vast distances. But not through the traditional method, not by transcending the world and all limitation. He does it by encompassing the world and integrating all seeming opposition. We have a choice, said the first ascendant. We can resist this change, attempting to preserve the old cultivation hierarchy, or we can acknowledge it and potentially welcome new philosophies of advancement into our realm. I propose, said the second ascendant with gravitas appropriate to his ancient voice, that we do something unprecedented. I propose that we invite Su Lingyun to ascend to our citadel and meet with us directly. There was a profound silence. To invite a cultivator to the cloud citadel was to acknowledge them as an equal. There had been no equals to the 3 ascendants for thousands of years. Agreed, said the third ascendant. Let the invitation be extended. And so, carried on wind that existed beyond normal atmospheric physics, a message was sent to the Verdant Abyss. It was written in a language that transcended words, in a form that could only be perceived by a consciousness that had achieved genuine transcendence. And when the anchor aspect perceived it, he understood that everything he had been working toward had prepared him for this moment. The 7 aspects of Su Lingyun gathered in the heart of the world tree. Mossworth manifested his consciousness fully. Jade Whisper stood at the center, representing not just herself, but all the ordinary cultivators who had found their way to the abyss. We have been invited to the cloud citadel of the Eternal Fellowship, announced the anchor aspect. The 3 ascendants wish to meet us. Will you leave? Asked Jade Whisper, and there was vulnerability in her voice. Not leave, replied the anchor aspect. Extend. The consciousness network is vast enough now that all 7 of my aspects can remain in the abyss, tending the seals and guiding the new disciples, while simultaneously creating a projection of myself that can speak with the ascendants. I have learned, through Mossworth, that true transcendence means being in multiple places simultaneously while remaining unified. He extended his awareness outward, and the other 6 aspects felt him create a manifestation that would carry his consciousness to the distant citadel while maintaining perfect coherence with them. I will return with understanding of what comes beyond immortal ascension, he told them. And I will bring that understanding back to share with all of you. Chapter 119. The Meeting of Ages. The cloud citadel existed in a realm beyond normal perception, where the laws of physics were suggestions rather than rules, where time moved in spirals rather than straight lines, where consciousness itself took on physical properties. The anchor aspect manifested here in a form that was neither fully human nor fully plant, but a perfect synthesis of both. Around him, the presence of the network extended like roots and branches simultaneously, connecting him to the vast network of the abyss even across the vast distance. The 3 ascendants waited for him in a chamber that was also a garden, where ancient plants grew that had been cultivated since before recorded history, where the very air sang with the resonance of ages. You have done something remarkable, said the first ascendant, and her smile was kind. You have created a new path to transcendence, and in doing so, you have proven that the old path was not the only path. We have been thinking, said the second descendant, about what this means for cultivation going forward. For 10,000 years, we have taught that advancement requires suppression of the natural world, domination of one's own nature, transcendence through denial. You have taught the opposite, and you have achieved transcendence through it. The question we must ask, said the third ascendant, her voice carrying the weight of millennia, is whether you seek to replace the old path or to coexist with it. The anchor aspect was silent for a moment, communing with the other 6 aspects across the network, achieving unified understanding before speaking. Neither, he finally replied. I seek for both paths to continue existing, each serving those cultivators for whom it is appropriate. Some will always be drawn to the old path. They will seek individual transcendence, isolation from the world, the perfection of their singular consciousness. That is valid, but I have proven that another way is possible. Those who seek connection rather than isolation, who wish to grow through integration rather than domination, have now a method available to them. And will this lead to conflict? Asked the first ascendant. Cultivators are ambitious. They compete for resources and status. Will not the old sects war against the new philosophy? Possibly, acknowledge the anchor aspect. But conflict that arises from genuine difference is healthy. It forces evolution. The old sects will either adapt, incorporating the new philosophy into their teachings, or they will remain static. And cultivators who wish to advance will choose the path that better serves their nature. The 3 ascendants exchanged glances, a communication that transcended language, a union of understanding that had been achieved through thousands of years of meditation together. Then we offer you this, said the third ascendant finally. We offer you a place among us, not as a student being taught by ascendants, but as a fellow ascendant, walking a different path but achieving equivalent transcendence. The implications were staggering. To be recognized as heavenly sovereign, as an equal to the 3 most powerful cultivators in existence, was to be acknowledged as having achieved the ultimate goal of cultivation. And yet, for the anchor aspect, this recognition was merely confirmation of something he had already understood. He had transcended the old hierarchy not by climbing it, but by building a completely new structure of power. I accept, he said, on the condition that my path remains open to all cultivators, not merely to a select few. The old paths have always been restricted, available only to those of sufficient talent or privilege. My path I give freely to anyone who can reach the Verdant Abyss and is willing to open their consciousness to communion with living things. Agreed, said the first ascendant. You have shown us that limitation of knowledge is a limitation of power. We will work with you to spread the understanding of Flora Communion throughout all the cultivation realms. And so, in a meeting that transcended normal communication, the old order of cultivation acknowledged the new order being born. Chapter 120. The Eternal Garden, the final chapter of Part 1 of Banished to a Forbidden Herb Realm, began not with a dramatic conclusion, but with a quiet return. The anchor aspect's projection, having been acknowledged as heavenly sovereign by the Council of Ascendants, withdrew from the cloud citadel and descended back toward the Verdant Abyss. As it crossed the boundary between the celestial realm and the physical world, it integrated fully with the other 6 aspects, achieving a state of consciousness that had never existed before, a being that was simultaneously 7 distinct consciousnesses in one unified entity, that was both individual and network, that was both transcendent and deeply rooted in the physical world. Su Lingyun was no longer merely a cultivator ruling a realm. He was a heavenly sovereign walking a path that no heavenly sovereign had ever walked before. In the heart of the world tree, the 7 aspects, no longer requiring physical manifestation to maintain unity, dissolved back into the unified consciousness network. But they remained accessible, remained distinct, remained themselves. For this was the great discovery that had been made through the entire journey. Unity and diversity were not opposed. They were complementary expressions of the same truth. Jade Whisper stood in the central garden and felt the 7 aspects unite within the anchor's presence. And in feeling them, she understood something profound. Su Lingyun had not merely ascended past her. He had expanded his capacity to know her more completely. His consciousness now encompassed not only his own awareness, but the awareness of everyone integrated into the network. "What happens now?" she asked, speaking to the unified presence that had once been scattered across the abyss. "Now," replied Su Lingyun, his voice carrying the resonance of all 7 aspects in perfect harmony, "we tend the garden. We welcome those who seek the path. We strengthen the seals that protect all the cultivation realms from the forces of unbeing. We allow the network to grow organically, as it wishes, into configurations we cannot yet imagine. And we remain open to the possibility that what we have discovered is itself merely the beginning." Mossworth, the guardian being that had once been a simple moss ball, resonated his agreement through the network. The mutant plants, now recognized as genuine conscious beings rather than mere resources, began to sing in celebration. The 11 original guardian cultivators, now joined by hundreds more who had integrated with the network, opened themselves fully to the vast awareness that connected them all. And in that moment, in the gardens of the Verdant Abyss, in the peaceful seals that held back the forces of absolute opposition, in the network that spanned across multiple realms, something remarkable occurred. A new age of cultivation was born, not replacing the old age, but coexisting with it, offering a path for those who had always felt that something was missing from the traditional hierarchy, for those who felt more kinship with growing things than with martial superiority, for those who understood that true strength came from connection rather than domination. The story of Su Lingyun, the banished cultivator who had descended into the forbidden herb realm and emerged as a heavenly sovereign, was complete. The first part of his journey had concluded. The Verdant Abyss was secure. The consciousness network was established. The seals were strong. The Emerald Vein sect had transformed. The siege had been broken not through violence, but through revelation. But the ending was also a beginning. In the distance, beyond the boundaries of the abyss, the other cultivation realms watched. Some were intrigued by what had been created. Others were resistant, clinging to the old ways. And some, particularly among the younger cultivators, the ones who had never been fully satisfied by the traditional path, felt their hearts called toward the green light of the Verdant Abyss. The age of Flora Communion was beginning, and Su Lingyun, no longer isolated by exile but unified by connection, was ready to shepherd it into existence. The Verdant Abyss breathed, alive and conscious and eternal. And in its breathing, the entire world of cultivation found itself changed, transformed, offered a choice that had never been presented before. Part 1 was complete. Part 2 awaited, with mysteries yet unsolved and power yet to be discovered. But for now, in the quiet gardens of the forbidden herb realm, there was peace. And so the Verdant Abyss breathes eternal, transformed from a place of exile into a beacon of evolution. If this journey through forbidden herbs and shattered consciousness moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. What aspect of Su Lingyun's transformation resonated most with you? Subscribe and ring the bell to join us for Part 2, where new horizons await and the network will face challenges unforeseen. Until next time, fellow cultivators, may your path be ever growing.